Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The bathroom of Yagyu's home was filled with thick, white steam. Warm water cascaded gently, washing away the fatigue accumulated from a day of relentless effort and 2 nights of sleepless work. Yagyu lay submerged in the bathtub, a hot towel covering his face. His arms rested along the rim, slender and fair, motionless except for the occasional twitch of relaxation. Behind him, soft hands moved with care, kneading the tension from his shoulders and scalp. Sitting on a small stool was Hinata, her long lavender hair tied into a neat bun. A bath towel hugged her graceful form as she focused quietly on massaging Yagyu, her expression calm and full of gentle concentration. The silence was comforting, only the faint trickle of water accompanied their moment of stillness. Then, Yagyu let out a deep breath. Phew! I've made up my mind. He suddenly removed the towel from his face, leaned his head back against the edge of the tub, and opened his crimson eyes to meet Hinata's gaze. She blinked, confused by his sudden declaration. I'm done with missions like this, Yagyu said, voice steady. I won't take on any more of those pointless errands at 23. Hinata's soft lips curled into a rare smile. She gently stroked his cheek with her palm and said in a quiet voice, "What are you planning to tell Lady Tsunade?" "Whatever," Yagyu replied with a huff. "I'm not wasting any more time on tasks that do nothing but drain energy." A flash of childish stubbornness surfaced on his face, something rarely seen from the usually calm and composed Yagyu. But Hinata, the only one who ever witnessed this side of him, merely leaned forward and wrapped her arms around his head, resting his damp hair against her chest. "Yagyu-kun is a jounin," she said softly. "You can't avoid missions forever." Feeling the warmth against the back of his head, Yagyu let out another sigh. "I don't mind difficult assignments or high-risk missions. But these mindless scouting jobs? They're just a waste of time. I'm never doing them again." Hinata nodded in understanding. "You're right, Yagyu-kun's time is too valuable." Then, she hesitated before adding, "How about from now on? You let me and Shino handle missions like that instead?" Yagyu shifted, pulling away from her embrace. He turned and looked directly into her pure white eyes, narrowing his own with amusement. "That's not like you, Hinata. Speak honestly." Hinata lowered her head, her cheeks tinged with a shy blush. She nervously twiddled her fingers. I just don't want Yagyu-kun to overwork himself anymore. I've grown too, I won't slow you down again." Her voice trembled with emotion as she summoned the courage to meet his gaze. Yagyu leaned back in the tub again, eyes on the ceiling, expression unreadable. "So, Hinata doesn't need me anymore, huh?" he said with feigned sorrow. "And no. Yagyu-kun, that's not what I meant." Panic surged through her voice. Her hands clenched the towel on her lap, and her face flushed deep red as she tried to explain herself, but her words stumbled over one another, tangled in nervous energy. Seeing her distress, Yagyu chuckled. The sound of his laughter brought her confusion to a halt. Her flustered expression faded, and she pouted. "Yagyu-kun, you're the worst sometimes." Sorry, he said with a grin. But Hinata's serious face just now was way too cute. "It's your fault really." "I hate you," she muttered under her breath, face still red. Yagyu reached out, pinching her cheek affectionately. "I know what you're thinking, Hinata. I've been watching all this time, watching how much effort you've put in. You're not a burden. You never were. You're not someone who drags me down." His hand slipped behind her head as he gently pulled her down and pressed a soft kiss to her lips. "Then I'll leave it to you, Hinata." Hinata held him tightly in her arms and whispered, "Mm." 5 days later, May 7th. After receiving Yagyu's acknowledgement, Hinata's training intensified. The effects of the bloodline evolution pill hadn't yet worn off. Instead, they seemed to be working in the background, awakening something deep inside her body that responded to continuous effort. With his keen perception through observation haki, Yagyu could feel the change. Her chakra was growing stronger each day, but more than that, it was her aura that had begun to evolve. Around him, she was still the same, gentle, warm, affectionate. But during training, she became someone else. Focused. Powerful. Fearless. That intensity, the pressure she radiated, was something only the strong possessed. Yagyu had no doubt, something inside her was awakening. And if her evolution continued at this rate, perhaps the legendary Tensigen, the reincarnation eye, was not just a distant myth, but her future. With that possibility in mind, Yagyu had no complaints when Hinata spent most of her day training. He, too, trained constantly during her absence. When she returned in the evening, they would share quiet conversations over dinner. The atmosphere remained warm and fulfilling, unchanged despite their growing responsibilities. In fact, Hinata's feelings for Yagyu only deepened. Every night, she would cook for him, wash his hair, and scrub his back like a ritual of love and care. But this didn't go unnoticed. Hanabi, feeling sidelined and increasingly frustrated, often joined in, competing for a place by Yagyu's side. At first, such moments of the three bathing together were rare. Now it was becoming routine. Yagyu, though, could only smile helplessly. Being pampered daily by the Hyuga sisters, even the most composed man would struggle to stay indifferent. And in those peaceful moments, he was content. May 15th arrived quietly. As usual, Hinata woke early and prepared breakfast for Yagyu before heading back to the Hyuga compound for her daily training. Her presence lingered in the air, warm, caring, and precise. Meanwhile, at home, Yagyu turned his focus to Hanabi. The soft sound of strikes echoed through the dojo-like gym in his home, where two figures, one tall, one small, moved swiftly in tandem. Over the years, Hanabi had grown immensely under Yagyu's guidance. Though she hadn't even graduated from the academy yet, her strength had already reached the level of an elite genin. A year ago, she had successfully mastered the 8 trigram 64 palms, a feat rare for someone so young. Her talent surpassed what Hinata had shown at the same age, and her temperament was markedly different. Unlike her gentle older sister, Hanabi possessed a sharp and unwavering drive. Under Yagyu's influence, she had developed a calm ruthlessness in combat, never hesitating when facing an enemy. In a real battle, she could easily defeat most peers in an instant. Yagyu, watching her move with refined precision, couldn't help but think, if only there were another bloodline evolution pill. Inside the gym, their movements weaved together like a dance of discipline and fire. The essence of the gentle fist, Yagyu spoke evenly, dodging Hanabi's strikes with his hands behind his back, is driving chakra directly into the opponent's body. But to do that, you must strike their tenketsu accurately. He stepped aside fluidly, watching her determined expression. But your opponent isn't a training dummy. They won't just stand there and let you attack. That's why the Byakugan exists. It's the Hyuga's greatest gift, allowing you to see chakra flow and track even the slightest movement. His crimson eyes glimmered as he continued. You must train your body to keep up with the Byakugan's vision. Only then can you land a strike no matter how fast your enemy moves. Yes. Hanabi responded, her tone fierce, and her strike sharper. She adapted quickly, adjusting her posture, aiming faster. Yagyu left subtle openings in his defense, and she spotted every one of them. With a slight grin, he finally raised a hand and pressed it gently to her forehead. That's enough for now. Hanabi broke into a wide smile, instantly switching from warrior to little sister. She leapt into Yagyu's arms, wrapping herself around his neck and waist with practiced ease. Yagyu and I, how did I do today? She asked eagerly, eyes bright. Holding her up effortlessly, Yagyu rested his forehead against hers, eyes locking with hers from just a few centimeters away. You did great, he said warmly. At this rate, your father will be stunned when he sees you next. Hanabi's smile lit up the entire room. As she slid down from his arms, she tugged at the sleeve of her golden-brown kimono and tilted her head innocently. Yagyu and I, my clothes are all sweaty. Should we go take a bath together? Smack. A playful flick landed on her forehead. Yagyu sighed with a smile. Still trying to get away with that? You're too young to be teasing like this. Hanabi pouted. But I just want you to feel good. It's been days since I've helped you relax. Yagyu raised a brow, but before he could reply, Hanabi placed her finger thoughtfully on her lips. Wait a second, don't tell me, has One-E-san been sneaking in and helping you instead? Smack. Another flick to the forehead. Hanabi winced, rubbing the spot with mock tears. Yagyu picked her up again, holding her firmly as he carried her toward the edge of the gym. He kept his expression serious as he spoke. Hanabi, I know what's going on in that little head of yours. But listen, when the time comes, I'll speak to your sister myself. The three of us will always be close. But stop thinking about things that don't matter. His tone softened as he continued. What I cherish most is being with you, not anything physical or secretive. Understand? Hanabi blinked, momentarily stunned. Then she laughed. You're reading too much into it, Yagyu and I. She grinned, clinging to him again. Hanabi's just having fun teasing you. She leaned in close, eyes gleaming mischievously. In fact, it's more fun knowing that Wani-san hasn't noticed anything yet. Yagyu sighed.
Hanabi.
I mean it, she said proudly. Wani-san wouldn't mind at all. She's kind and gentle, and she always supports you. If she found out about me, she wouldn't be upset. Then, pressing her forehead against his, she added with a wink. That's why Hanabi is going to enjoy this secret little game a while longer. Yagyu stared at her, speechless. A slow, dangerous smile curved on his lips. To Hanabi, it felt like the temperature in the room had dropped. She saw a strange shadow flicker behind him, and suddenly her feet were back on the floor. She barely had time to react before his fingers pinched her cheeks. In all seriousness, how do you even know about these things? Yagyu's voice was low, his eyes narrowing.
Tell the truth.
Where did you learn that nonsense? Hanabi squirmed, cheeks puffed up between his fingers.
Wait. Don't kill me.
I read it, in a novel. Yagyu froze.
Of course.
In a world where even Kakashi adored Jiraiya's make-out paradise, it was no surprise that such books circulated freely. But knowing that Hanabi, a child, had already been exposed to that kind of material? That was different. With a sharp sigh, Yagyu released her and gave her a light chop to the head. No more of that trash. Do you understand? Why, yes, sir. Hanabi squeaked, massaging her head with a pout. And though the scolding stung, there was warmth in her heart. Because behind the stern words and firm grip, she could feel it. Yagyu truly cared.
Boom. Wow. Around 12 noon, dark clouds obscured the hot sun. Thunder snakes rolled out of the clouds, and the sound of thunder resounded. Not long after, it rained heavily. Bean-sized raindrops slapped on the roof like a waterfall. There were Yagyu trees and fireworks in the house, and the sound of thunder and heavy rain filled my ears. The light in the living room also changed from bright to dim. Boom. A thunderous sound rang out. Hanabi, who was lying on Yagyu's lap and reading a book, sat on Yagyu's lap at some point. Her delicate body was curled up in Yagyu's breast. Her little pussy under the golden brown kimono began to twist slightly. It seems like you want to stimulate something. Snapped. It wasn't until they were lightly knocked by the books on their heads that they restrained themselves. The dim light did not affect their vision. The two continued to look at the books and felt each other's breathing, as if they had blocked out the outside world. Heavy rain and thunder. Nearly half an hour later, Yagyu suddenly put down the book in his hand and looked sideways at the door. At the open door of 540, in the water curtain formed by the heavy rain, a figure loomed, becoming clear from blur. He was wearing white clothes. Nara Shikamaru in a raincoat walked in all wet. Tisk, it's him again. The moment she saw him, Hanabi in Yagyu muttered dissatisfiedly. Hello. Nara Shikamaru opened a pair of dead fish eyes and said helplessly, I heard it, little sister Hanabi. Snort. Hanabi snorted, not bothered by this at all. Looking at the guy who was having leisure time with Yagyu-san, he got off Yagyu's bed and ran into the room. Although he felt uncomfortable with this guy who would come here occasionally, he was very unhappy, but Hanabi also knew that he must have come to see Yagyu for something serious. So, Hanabi returned to the room sensibly. Yagyu closed the book, looked at Nara Shikamaru with his legs crossed, and said, so fast, got another mission. No, it's not a mission this time. Nara Shikamaru shook his head, took off his rain clothes, sat down opposite Yagyu without any unfamiliarity, and poured himself a cup of tea. After drinking it all in one gulp, Nara Shikamaru just got angry and said, I came here this time to tell you some news. Orochimaru is dead, killed by Uchiha Sasuke. Lu Sheng was not surprised. Then what? Then Naruto, that guy, clamored to find Uchiha Sasuke. Nara Shikamaru scratched his head and said it's all up to the 5th generation. It seems that the 5th generation is really planning to prepare a team to track Uchiha Itachi. Because Uchiha Sasuke's target is S-class rebel ninja Uchiha Itachi. As long as he finds Uchiha Itachi before him and captures him alive, he can find Uchiha Sasuke. Nara Shikamaru looked at Yagyu and continued, we must have perceptive ninjas for the search. In terms of perceptual ability, no one among us can match the 8th class, so the Godame found the teeth of the Inuzuka clan, and let me ask you, do you want to participate? Since it's voluntary, you don't have to pay anything. Nara Shikamaru lowered his head and twirled the teacup and said, the Godame also asked me to join, but I refused. Nara Shikamaru, who has no good feelings for Uchiha Sasuke, doesn't want to waste time on him at all. I won't participate. You can ask Hinata and Shino, Yagyu said without hesitation. Nara Shikamaru stood up and smiled. In that case, I will go to the next house. Ah, what a troublesome thing. Looking at Kteb, Nara Shikamaru's back as he walked into the water curtain, Yagyu turned to Hanabi, who had half of his head exposed from the door of the room, and raised his fingers. Hanabi, come here. Yes. Hanabi immediately ran over with a smile and threw herself into Yagyu's chest. Touching Hanabi's head that kept rubbing against his chest, Yagyu warned, starting from tomorrow, you will use the shadow clone to go to class. I understand. Hey, is it really possible? Very good. After hearing Yagyu's words, Hanabi couldn't believe it for a moment, and then jumped up for joy. After jumping a few times, she threw herself into Yagyu's arms, leaned in front of his face and kissed him hard. Hanabi narrowed her eyes, smiled sweetly and said, I didn't want to go to ninja school for a long time. Lu Shang pinched her little face and said with a smile, don't be too happy, it's just that you don't have to go with your body for the time being. After a while, you still have to go to class. Why? Hanabi suddenly felt disappointed, pouting her little beard and saying why. Yagyu stood up, rubbed her hair with his palms, and said there is no reason. Okay, brother is going to practice, do you want to follow, or go to class? Hanabi wants to follow, leaving the class to the shadow clone. Up to you. Yagyu walked towards the gym, his face gradually becoming serious. Orochimaru should have died a few days ago, and the news of his death has only come back now, which shows that Uchiha Sasuke has formed a snake team. Jiraiya may have sneaked into the rain in Ninja Village, the time of his death and that of Uchiha Itachi were not much different. So, how many days later will Pain invade Konoha? Yagyu didn't know and couldn't guarantee it. So he allowed Hanabi to use the shadow clone to go to class. Starting tomorrow, he will also terminate Hinata's training. He must protect their safety when Pain attacks. When night comes, although there is no thunder outside, it is still raining lightly. Yagyu finished a few in the hour-long Swordsman state. He separated into a shadow clone and went out to buy groceries, and then went to the kitchen to wash and cook rice. Without Yagyu around, and without the supervision of Hinata, Hanabi couldn't stand the loneliness and came over to join Yagyu. While preparing for dinner, Yagyu told Hanabi in advance that Hinata might not come back tonight. The little girl's eyes suddenly lit up. She finally had a chance. After dinner, Hanabi took the initiative to go to the bath. Put water in the room. After a while, you can see the white bathroom. Hanabi washes Yagyu's hair and rubs his back. The next morning, Hinata and others had not returned yet. Yagyu's house, in the living room. Hanabi looked at Yagyu, who was sorting things. Her delicate body was lying on his back, her hands were holding his neck, and her chin rested on her shoulders. Her eyes followed Yagyu's body and swept across the pile of things. A look of doubt appeared on the young boy's face, and he asked, Brother Yagyu, what are you doing? Save some valuable things. Yagyu replied as he opened the storage scroll and stored Shijir, Kintoki, and his savings, as well as some things with commemorative value, in a different space. Hanabi still looked curious. Why are you saving it? Of course, I won't tell you if I save it. Yagyu answered seriously, but at the critical moment, Huahua was aroused. Well. Hanabi raised her eyebrows, raised her head and said, if you don't say it, don't say it. Yagyu Nii is really annoying. I don't like you anymore. Yagyu continued to tease, before you say this, get off me first, otherwise it will be a disaster. No credibility at all. Snort. Hanabi snorted, but hugged his neck tighter. Yagyu didn't tease her anymore. After counting the precious items, he put them all on the seal word of the scroll, and then made a seal with his hands. Seal up. Bang. A large white mist filled the air. All the things placed on the scroll disappeared. Yagyu sealed the storage scroll, and then returned to the room with Hanabi on his back. Put the storage scroll on the sword stand. Yagyu looked sideways at Hanabi's little face and said, Hanabi, my brother has a task for you, can you guarantee that you will do it well? Brother Yagyu, tell me. Hanabi nodded repeatedly. Yagyu warned seriously, remember my brother, if something unexpected happens in the village, for example, someone attacks the village like Orochimaru did back then, you must take this scroll with you when you go to the shelter. Hanabi seemed to realize something, nodded solemnly, and promised, leave it to me with confidence, brother Yagyu. Combined with yesterday's words, Hanabi understood that Yagyu must have known something. It is very likely that the village will be attacked by the enemy soon. However, she was smart and did not ask any more questions, but kept Yagyu's words in mind. Because she knew that even if Yagyu hurt anyone, he would not hurt her or her sister. All she had to do was complete the tasks assigned by Yagyu. So good. Yagyu pinched Hanabi's face and praised her. Then, the two of them walked towards the gym to start today's training. At noon, Hinata and others still had not returned. But the frog in MT Mayaboka brought bad news to Tsunade. That is, Jiraiya died in battle. The fall of a generation of heroes is a regrettable thing. After hearing the news from Nara Shikamaru, even Yagyu, who had no friendship with Jiraiya, sighed slightly. The second transformation of the Child of Destiny is finally coming. If Uchiha Sasuke's defection made Uzumaki Naruto no longer childish, so Jiraiya's death allowed him to grow up completely and complete the biggest transformation in his life. The savior of the ninja world will start with the hero of Konoha. Apparently, my memory is indeed blurry. Will the fourth Ninja World War start not next year, but this year? A flash of icy blue light flashed across Yagyu's red eyes, and he thought to himself, I remembered, Uzumaki Naruto's birthday is the night of the 10 tails. When his birthday arrives, Yagyu will be 16 years old. It is also the 11th year since he came to this world. 11 years is 1/10 or even a fraction of life. This is a long time, enough let Yagyu integrate into this world, forgetting the shadow of his previous life, and forgetting many plots that are the advantages of being a time traveler. Now he finally remembered a little bit, but it made his heart heavy. Unknowingly, he was almost at the end. The fourth ninja war actually has less than 4 months left. Dusk comes, the sunset dyes the sky red. Yagyu-kun. Asking for flowers. Hinata's gentle voice reached the gym from a long distance away, bringing Yagyu, who was meditating in the sword zen, back to reality. After a while, a white silhouette was seen trotting in from outside. Perhaps they hadn't seen each other for a day or two, but Hinata threw herself into Yagyu's arms with rare excitement. Yagyu, who was just about to get up, quickly hugged Hinata, who rushed towards him, and the two of them rolled down on the futon. Turning around, Lu Shang pressed Hinata down, put his hands on both sides of her head, and looked down at Hinata's beautiful red face. Lu Shang smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Hinata. Sorry, I left early before I could say goodbye to Yagyu-kun." Hinata put her hands around Yagyu's neck and apologized softly. "It's okay, but I haven't seen you for 2 days. Let me see if you have lost weight." Yagyu gently unzipped his clothes, slipped his hands in quietly, and felt the softness of 91E through the black mesh. Hinata didn't resist, but instead raised her head towards Yagyu. "Hey, you guys, I'm still here." Just when Yagyu caught Hinata's red lips, Hanabi's voice suddenly came from their ears. This familiar voice successfully brought Hinata back to her senses. Looking at the man standing aside with a dissatisfied expression, he seemed to it was Hanabi who was jealous. Hinata's face and balls suddenly turned red. Snapped. Yagyu gave her a snap of his fingers and scolded her silently. Hanabi covered her forehead and made a face at Yagyu. "Yagyu-kun, have you eaten?" Hinata may have been immune. Although she felt extremely shy, she did not faint, but changed the subject and asked. Yagyu stood up, pulled Hinata up, then lifted her shirt chain for her, and said with a smile, "Not yet. I haven't tasted Hinata's craftsmanship in almost 2 days. I'll do it now." Hinata immediately walked towards the outside of the gym. Looking at her back, Hanabi pouted and snorted silently to Yagyu. Yagyu rubbed her head hard and pulled her out. The familiar atmosphere of a family of 3 is back. Konoha today is as lively and noisy as ever. The villagers on the street all have bright smiles on their faces and live a peaceful life. It's rare. You actually go out. In a meatball shop, Nara Shikamaru looked at Yagyu opposite, who was eating meatballs, and joked with a smile, "Did you have a quarrel with Hinata?" Even Hinata, who is so gentle, can be angered. "Even if you ask me for help, I can't do anything." Yagyu didn't seem to hear. After eating a bunch of meatballs, he took a tissue and wiped his horns. He looked at Nara Shikamaru and asked, "How many days has that guy Naruto been to Mt. Mayaboko?" After all, it has been several days. Nara Shikamaru held his chin, turned the teacup on the table, and sighed. Jiraiya-sama's death has dealt a big blow to him. I hope he can 540 over at Mt. Mayaboko as soon as possible. Learn magic. Yagyu picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and asked, "How is your research?" Still confused. Nara Shikamaru knew what Yagyu was asking, and felt troubled. It is not easy at all to find out the truth about pain from the information obtained. However, according to the information Master Jiraiya sent back before his death, one thing can be concluded: the real body is not among those pain. Hearing this, Yagyu said, "Intentionally or unintentionally, is there someone using secret techniques to control it remotely? In fact, his true body is hidden somewhere." Yagyu's advanced speculation made Nara Shikamaru suddenly widen his eyes, and subconsciously blurted out, "How is that possible? Why is it impossible? In the world of ninjas, there are all kinds of strange techniques. If the opponent really has the Rinnegan eye of the Sage of Six Paths, no matter how strange the ability is, it wouldn't be surprising, right?" Yagyu Shang said calmly. "Yuzuki, what you said makes sense." Nara Shikamaru stood up and said with a serious face, "I'm going to tell the people in the intelligence team this news." At this time, Lu Shang's expression suddenly changed slightly. Phew, boom. The sound of missiles piercing the air came to my ears, and a loud explosion exploded. What happened? What happens? Nara Shikamaru looked outside with a shocked expression. Yagyu stood up and ran outside. "It's an enemy attack. Be careful." Nara Shikamaru gritted his teeth slightly. "Damn it, is it Akatsuki?" Walking out of the meatball shop, Nara Shikamaru's pupils shrank suddenly. At this time, Konoha seemed so chaotic. Smoke and dust continued to spread from everywhere. Various powerful techniques bombarded Konoha's buildings. Several huge. The incomparable psychic beast tramples the earth with impunity. Damn, that's the direction. Looking at the direction of a psychic beast, Nara Shikamaru suddenly turned pale. At the same time, Yagyu had returned home. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Hanabi rushing out of the room holding a scroll. Hanabi, who was originally worried when he saw Yagyu's figure, suddenly became happy and said, "Yagyu brother. Hanabi, don't be afraid." Yagyu comforted him and formed a seal with his hands. "I will create a shadow clone to send you home. Remember to follow your father's arrangements. Don't leave the shelter until the war is over." Aha. Huahuo nodded repeatedly, and then warned Yagyu, "Brother Yagyu, you should also be careful." Yagyu touched Hanabi's head and watched her and the shadow clone leave with a smile. Immediately, Yagyu's red eyes gradually turned into ice blue magic eyes with colorful spiral patterns. Sticky dark lines, making the vision become multi-screen. The world seemed to tear apart the perfect appearance, revealing the ugliness hidden inside. Lifting the sword at his waist, Yagyu stepped out. Seeing and hearing the domineering power quietly spread, Yagyu frowned, slightly wrinkled. Is it because of the corpse that I can't sense it? Or is my domineering level too low? This is the first time that the haki of wisdom and information has failed. No wonder I only sensed the death of someone just now, but I couldn't sense the fluctuations of Pain's aura. I thought it was because he was moving too fast, but now it seems that it is more than that. The ability of haki of the wisdom and information is to make people's five senses have become sharp, and they can detect the breath and emotional changes of the surrounding creatures, but they cannot sense chakra. Although the 6 paths of pain are alive, they are actually corpses with no breath at all. However, there is also the domineering power of human beings. They can sense inanimate objects, such as Aniro's covering the entire island, or Rayleigh's subtle perception, but their domineering abilities are all very advanced. And perception is not prediction. He should be able to perceive life fluctuations and breaths in a relatively distant range for the time being. Thinking like this, Lu Sheng's slightly furrowed brows relaxed and he murmured softly, forget it, let's look for them one by one. After walking out of the house, Lu Sheng walked away in the direction of the loudest screams. At the same time, the central area of Konoha. Bang! A man with long orange hair easily knocked down a Konoha ninja wearing a Chuunin vest. With a slight smile, he raised his hand and pressed it on his head. He used the ability of the human world to extract his soul. Bagua, empty palm. Boom. As soon as half of the soul was extracted, a clear and crisp shout came from afar. Human world Deo subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a huge flow of chakra air. His whole body felt as if he was hit by a hill. The human world turned into an afterimage and flew backwards. Looking towards the place where the airflow roared from, a conservative girl wearing white trousers was doing a soft boxing pose, with bulging temple veins at the corners of her eyes. It was Hinata. One blow blew away the world. Hinata did not go to save the Chuunin, but looked at the houses of the world with vigilance. Call out. In the diffuse dust mist, a sound broke through the air. I saw the human being who was blown away by Hinata rushed out of 4.1 almost unscathed. A sharp black tip stretched out from the cuff of Hongyun's black robe. Iron rod. Looking at the attacking human beings, Hinata's face was extremely serious, but she didn't panic at all. In a pair of beautiful pure white eyes, even she didn't notice, there was a flash of blue and white light. Since more than half a month ago, her vision has become stronger and stronger, and the farsightedness of her white eyes is no longer within the range of 1 kilometer. Not only can she see farther, but she can also see more clearly. Bagua empty palm? Hinata shot forward again, and the airflow mixed with blue chakra twisted into an air cannon as high as a person. Like the pressure of the change in the nature of wind escape, it directly drowned the attacking human beings. He is good at it. Human world, who was collecting intelligence and attacking at close range, seemed not to have expected the other party's attack to be so swift and violent, and was blown away again. Explain. Uzumaki Naruto, is he in the village? On the smoke-filled street, a hungry ghost with a strong physique and black nails all over his body pinched a ninja's neck with one hand, lifted him up, and asked in a deep voice with no expression on his face. There were blue marks on his palms. The light flows and is absorbing the ninja's chakra. Give up? In this village, there will be no one who betrays his companions. At this time, a dull voice came down from above. I saw a figure wearing a kimono standing on top of a house, with a scarf fluttering in the wind. Yagyu held the handle of the sword at his waist with his right hand, and pulled it out from the sheath, gently swung it down in the direction of the hungry ghost path. Boom. Apparently without exerting much force, a sword energy of 5 or 6 meters high roared out. Yagyu didn't even capture the energy, he just killed the airflow and let the unbalanced airflow form a sword energy. Watching the spread when the sword energy came, Hungry Ghost Road threw away the ninja who was choking his neck, and pushed his hands forward 23, as if he wanted to absorb the sword energy. Seeing this, Yagyu smiled disdainfully. The sword energy hit him, and Hungry Ghost as soon as his hands touched, Tao's face suddenly changed. Boom. The sword energy blasted Hungry Ghost Road away and led him into a house. He cut a building into 2 halves. A thick dust mist filled the air. Yagyu, who was just about to take advantage of the victory, stopped jumping and turned his head to look at a place. In that direction, he felt Hinata's aura fluctuations, and it seemed that he was fighting the enemy. The enemies of Konoha now include Konan. There are 7. Her opponent, except for Pain of the 6 Paths, is Konan. But there is another huge aura, which is not in the same direction as Hinata. The enemy who cannot feel the breath, except for Pain of the 6 Paths, is no one else. Think of it. Here, Yagyu suddenly ran in the direction of Hinata. Although Hinata's strength has improved a lot, she is still far from the shadow level, and she is not even Kakashi's opponent. Meeting the other 6 paths of pain. Fortunately, if her opponent is Tiandeo, it will be dangerous. According to the information sent back by the shadow clone, Yagyu knows that Hanabi has been sent to the shelter. The shelter is over the Hokage rock, even if the entire village is destroyed, and will not hurt them. What Yagyu is worried about now is that the figures are intertwined on the roof and in the air. Yagyu quickly arrives at Hina. From a long distance away, Yagyu has already reached Hina, who is fighting with 2 people. Tien. The people she fought with were a man with long orange hair, and the other was a strong man like a robot. Human World Deo and Shura Deo. Human World Deo stood behind Shura Deo, seeming to be looking for opportunities. When Hinata was weak, he stepped forward to extract her soul. Shuradeo raised his right hand, and several rockets appeared on his arm, shooting towards Hinata. Return to heaven, boom, boom, boom. Faced with the incoming rockets, Hinata did not dare to underestimate him at all. He quickly used Kaishin, releasing a large amount of chakra all over his body, forming a huge hemispherical mask, which blocked the incoming rockets. The bullets were all blocked. Bursts of dazzling firelight exploded on the chakra mask. After the light dissipated, Hinata looked solemnly, and the other hand began to condense the laser's Shura path. This person's technique, restraining her. Swish. A dazzling dark red light suddenly fell from the sky. A crescent-shaped sword energy flew toward Shuradeo from a distance. Phew, boom. This sword energy interrupted the attack target of Shuradeo. The laser shot into the air, collided with the flying sword energy, and exploded into a strong storm, kicking up a large amount of dust and blowing Hinata almost. People's clothes are flying. Yagyu-kun. Looking at the familiar voice falling on the roof, Hinata looked happy. It turns out to be you, Yagyu-yuzuki. Nice to meet you. After listening to Hinata's words, Renji Deo, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke slowly. Yagyu didn't even look at him. He glanced at Shuradeo first, then looked at Hinata, and said with a smile, it seems that Hinata after Tien became stronger, we never fought side by side. Hinata, how about leaving the long-haired guy to you and the weird-looking guy to me? Aha. Hinata nodded excitedly, made a soft fist gesture toward the human world, and said, don't worry, Yagyu-kun. I will never let him disturb you. So, let's get started. Phew. Yagyu held the sword in his hand and pushed hard with his feet. His figure suddenly turned into an afterimage and rushed towards the Shura path below. Weird wrist rocket. Facing the attacking Yagyu, human Deo did not go up to help. Shuradeo directly raised his right hand, with a flame at the end of his whole wrist, and flew towards Yagyu diameter. Swish, tear it apart. Yagyu's suddenly approaching figure paused slightly. The Tai 540 sword in his hand was covered with a layer of black material, and he just waved it down. The sound of tearing cloth was transmitted to the ears of the human world and the Shura world. The modified flesh and the wrist protected by chakra were actually cut in half by Yagyu with a light knife. Although you are all corpses, you are already dead in a sense. Yagyu stepped on the void and rushed in front of Shuradeo. He stared at him with ice blue eyes and said flatly, but in my mind, I know how you survive, and there are several kinds of things that can kill you. Method. Your death has long been exposed in my eyes. After the words fell, Yagyu slashed at Shuradeo with his knife. Although he didn't understand Yagyu's words, when he saw him attacking, Shuradeo's instinctive right hand turned into a saw blade and attacked him. Poof. The sword passed through the saw blade without any hindrance, and passed through Shuradeo's body like a phantom. The next moment, the two broken corpses that were divided into two fell down. Then, what ability is it? Looking at the Shuradeo that was cut in two, Human World Deo opened his eyes wide and murmured slightly. Vision sharing, and the 6 paths of pain are all controlled by one person. Human World Deo is very clear about the situation of Shuradeo. That is not true at all. Humans should some sword skills are very difficult to guard against, and the head may be separated at the moment of contact. You can't get close to him until you understand his abilities. As this idea emerged, Renji Deo did not fight Hinata, but turned and ran into the distance. After a few runs, he disappeared in an instant. The mission of attacking Konoha this time was to capture the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. There is no need to fight to the death with Yagyu. Moreover, among the 6 paths of pain, the strongest ones are the heavenly path, the animal path and the Shura path. The rest of the pains are not very powerful. In addition to the hungry ghost path that can absorb ninjutsu, the human path and the hell path are also as far as the strength of the Jonin is concerned. Even Kakashi can defeat him one-on-one. Even the Shura Deo is not Yagyu's opponent. He probably needs the heavenly Deo to come over. Seeing the human Deo leave, Yagyu was slightly startled, actually ran away. This is not like the style of the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Hinata walked over and complimented softly, maybe he is afraid of Yagyu-kun. When did you learn how to use fireworks? Yagyu sheathed the sword, raised his hand and touched Hinata's long hair, and said softly, Hinata, help me find the location of the rest of pain. Although she didn't know why Yagyu didn't use her own perception ability, Hinata still nodded obediently, and put her index and middle fingers together. Byakugan, open. Opening her Byakugan again, Hinata began to search for the location of the other pains. Not long after, Hinata said at 7 o'clock, there is one in the southwest, and there are 2 in the 11 o'clock and 3 o'clock directions in front of us. There is one, the one who ran away just now is among them, and there are 1 at 9 o'clock and 1 at 4 o'clock. Yagyu frowned slightly. Tell me their characteristics. Yes? Hinata nodded and continued, not counting the one who ran away just now. One of the 5 people summoned a lot of psychic beasts, one of them has a light shield around him that can absorb chakra, and another one ran away. When I go to the Hokage building, my abilities are unclear, etc. Before Hinata could continue, Yagyu interrupted her, and Lian asked slightly solemnly, you said one of them ran to the Hokage building? Hinata looked a little confused and nodded yes. Without saying a word, Yagyu took Hinata's hand and ran towards the high wall at the entrance of the village. The speed was so fast that Hinata almost couldn't react. Fortunately, Yagyu held her hand tightly and stumbled. She kept up with Shang's speed, and while leaping on the roof, she asked doubtfully, Yagyu-kun, what's wrong? Yagyu said in a deep voice, it's too late to explain, so go faster. I originally wanted to find the figure of Tiandeo in advance to prevent him from performing the Super Shinra Tensei, but I didn't expect that the failure of the Haki of seeing colors would still make Konoha unable to escape the result of being destroyed. Looking at Yagayu's side face, he saw the person he loved revealed. With an unprecedented serious look, Hineda's face gradually became serious. She followed Yagyu without saying anything and ran towards the high wall at the entrance of the village. Not long after they left, a figure came to the side of the Shura road that was cut in two. As Yagyu led Hineda to run towards the high wall, he released his haki and sensed the aura of Tsunade on the other side of the Hokage building. It may be too late to rush over now, but Yagyu has no guarantee at all whether he can stop it. Tiandeo Pei. And Super Shinra Tensei. Between the destruction of the village and Hineda's safety, he chose Hineda's safety. Although in the original work, Hineda did not die from the Super Shinra Tensei, there was no change at all. The original work, Yagyu didn't dare to gamble at all now. When they were about to reach the high wall, Yagyu kept looking at the corner of the eye of the Hokage building, and saw a small figure slowly rising from the Hokage building. The figure, continuously rising up, the familiar red clouds and black robes made Yagyu slightly narrow his eyes, and his running steps stagnated slightly. He bent down and hugged the princess, taking Hineda with him on moon steps, and flew to the top of the high wall. Standing on the high wall on the top, Hineda's eyes widened slightly. Yagyu-kun, those people who attacked Konoha suddenly disappeared. Yagayu's eyes were always on Tiandeo, and he said solemnly, because I didn't want to damage it, I ran away. Hineda didn't know why. Yagyu didn't say anything else. What followed was probably the largest and most powerful technique he had ever seen since time travel. From now on, the voice of the man in the sky is faintly heard in the ears, vague and unclear, but it makes people feel uneasy. Let the world feel the pain. The sun hangs in the sky, and the white light refracts down. Shinra Tianzhang. That's it now, Shua. Yagayu's pupils shrank. He held the hilt of the sword in his hand and suddenly pointed it into the air. He drew the sword and swung out a sword energy that was 50 or 60 meters long. Like a giant crescent moon, the sword energy roared towards the heaven. Everyone can see this. Crescent moon, the dark red light enveloped part of Konoha like a sky curtain. At the same time, it attracted Tiandeo's attention. He took a deep look at crescent moon, and his eyes fell on Yagyu at the top of the high wall through the dark red light. Yuzuk Yagyu, it's useless. Boom. An unprecedented loud noise exploded. Invisible repulsive force roars down like a hurricane. Limos, from the beginning of the Hokage building, a small cyclone spread and turned into an irresistible air wave, directly lifting all the people and buildings, leaving a barren land in the bustling village. The giant crescent moon flying into the sky seemed to be blocked by an invisible giant hand, unable to move. After only holding on for 10 seconds, it turned into a brilliance and disappeared. In such a short time, a mushroom cloud formed by dust and mist had already appeared on the wooden leaves below. The ruins of sand, gravel, wood, and houses hit like a tsunami, crashing the gate of Konoha and pouring out of the village. Even standing on a high wall, Yagyu and Hineda can feel the distance vibration under their feet. How come, village? Hineda was so frightened by this scene that she covered her lips and became distraught. The mushroom cloud lasted for a long time, and the dust mist slowly dissipated. When the sight of Yagyu and Hineda gradually became clear, the Konoha below appeared before their eyes. A huge circular pit is so conspicuous. Even ruins can't describe this scene. The entire village's buildings have been pushed under the huge wall. It looks desolate and has long lost its usual prosperity. In just a few minutes, Yagyu sensed many fluctuations in life through his sense of sight and color, and gradually disappeared. Someone is dying almost every second. This is the most tragic incident since the birth of Konoha. Even the Konoha collapse plan is not even 1/10 of its size. Yagyu-kun, our home. Hineda looked at Yagyu with tearful eyes and her tone was a little sad. Yagyu raised his hand and rubbed Hineda's head, comforting him softly. Don't be sad. The home can be rebuilt. That's when it will be our home, the home that belongs to me, you, and Hanabi. Yagayu's comfort was very effective. Not only did Hineda no longer feel sad, but she also had a sense of expectation. Touching her 540 hair, Yagyu warned, you stay here, I will go down and deal with the enemy. Yagyu-kun, you must be careful, the enemy is very powerful. Hineda would never stop Yagayu's decision, but her expression was worried and caring. Yagyu smiled slightly. Don't worry, such a powerful technique cannot be used unscrupulously by the other party. It will definitely be a big burden. Now is my most important time. Good opportunity. After finishing speaking, Yagyu jumped down below under Hineda's gaze. The figure walked through the air, stepping on the moon steps, and ran towards the direction of Tiandeo's landing. The art of mediumship. At the same time, two voices sounded in unison. Bang, bang. 2 pieces of white smoke, one large and one small, filled the air. 6 paths of pain, which had disappeared, and 5 other people appeared next to Tiandeo. And in front of them, 3 huge toads appeared. They were Gamabunta, Gamatake, and Gamahiro of Mayaboku Mountain. On Gamabunta's head, his son Gamakaki, Kteb, also sat, and above Gamakaki's head stood a figure wearing a god robe. It was Mio Naruto Uzumaki returned from Mt. Miao. At his feet, there was also the elder of MT Miao MT, Fukazakumata. In the dust and mist, Tendo Pain led the remaining 5 people to come out, looked at Uzumaki Naruto on the head of the toad, and said plainly as it finally appeared. It just saves you the trouble of looking for a room. Uzumaki Naruto in sage mode looked around and didn't react for a moment. What is this place? Bang. At this time, a sound of air explosion came over. Call out. Shuradeo, who was standing on the far left, opened his head like a machine, revealing a turret. He fired a dazzling laser cannon in the direction of the air explosion sound. Swish. A ray of sword light cut through the dust mist and cut off the incoming laser cannon. Yagyu came through the air. His icy blue magic eyes stared at Tiandeo in the 6 paths of pain, and said flatly, first time meeting, the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Tiandeo looked up at Yagyu, with his icy blue eyes. They looked at each other and said in the same calm tone, Yuzuki Yagyu, I have been paying attention to you since you killed the red sand scorpion. Even that person reminded me that you are very dangerous. It's our first time to meet you. It's a pleasure to meet you. It seems that the cost of your technique is not small. Yagyu held the sword in hand and said with a playful smile, the cooling time has not been restored yet, right? Hearing his words, Tiandeo's pupils shrank slightly. Any technique has risks. If I guessed correctly, you are in the weakest state now. Yagyu seemed to be stepping on invisible stairs, walking down from the air. His footsteps went from slow to flying, and suddenly turned into an arrow-like afterimage, rushing towards the heaven. Psychic art. Looking at Yagyu's approach, Tiandeo retreated behind the 5 people, and Beast Deo stood up, formed a seal with his hands, and patted the ground. Bang! Roar. A large white smoke filled the air, and a huge rhinoceros, with a pair of samsara eyes open, trampled the ground and crashed towards Yagyu. What? Yagyu, what are you doing? Seeing the 2 sides starting a fight at the slightest disagreement, Uzumaki Naruto looked confused and somewhat confused about the current situation. Naruto, this is Konoha. Shima, who was at Uzumaki Naruto's feet, began to tell him. Gamabunta looked at Yuzuki Yagyu, who was fighting with pain, and said in confusion, who is that brat? To face these guys who killed Jiraiya alone is so courageous. Naruto Uzumaki, who was supposed to be the protagonist, was reduced to supporting role. But at this time, neither Yagyu nor 6 Paths Pain had time to worry. Among the 6 paths of pain, the strongest is the heavenly path. Repulsion and gravity only have a 5-second cooldown. Just these 2 skills allowed him to absolutely suppress a cage level like Orochimaru. Even Yagyu's slashes may not pose any threat to him. Therefore, Yagyu wanted to seize the time and kill Tiandeo when he was at his weakest. And this is what Tiandeo is worried about now. Yagyu's swordsmanship is indeed the same as Kisame, Zetsu, and Madara Uchiha said, full of weirdness and alternativeness. There has never been such a swordsmanship in the ninja world, and even the former Konoha White Fang is definitely not as good as Yagyu. The weird way of death in Shuradeo is still replayed in Nagato's mind. Before Tiandeo's ability is restored, Tiandeo and Yagyu must not be allowed to get close. So, the animal path summoned a rhinoceros and blocked Yagyu's way. The animal path summoned another big bird, and the heaven path jumped on its head and flew into the sky. Without fighting me, you can analyze my abilities based on the current situation of Konoha. Yagyu Yuzuki, you are indeed a being that cannot be underestimated. Tiandeo stood on the head of the big bird and said indifferently, it seems that before capturing the 9 tails, you must be eliminated as a threat. You are not the only one who can fly. After finishing speaking, Yagyu looked at the trampling rhinoceros. Besides, do you think you can stop me with just this kind of thing? Swish. Yagyu sheathed his sword and stared at the rhinoceros with his icy blue eyes. Several sticky lines the size of fingernails formed crack-like traces and spread across its body. Breathing slightly, Yagyu's figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind the rhinoceros. Tear it off, poof. The sound of tearing cloth was heard, and large amounts of blood splashed out from the rhino's body. Boom boom. The heavy corpse fragments fell to the ground. The rhinoceros did not return to the spiritual world, but was directly killed by the corpse. In this process, Yagyu still did not capture the energy. He just drew the sword in an ordinary way, slashing. The rhinoceros fell apart, just like a master who returned to his original nature in basic swordsmanship. So awesome. Uzumaki Naruto, standing on top of Gameji, opened his mouth wide when he saw this scene, and exclaimed, Yagyu's sword skills have become even more terrifying. Even if you don't need to swing it, can the secret slash of that S-level ninjutsu be able to easily cut off a mountain-sized rhinoceros? Then, what kind of sword technique is that? Fukazaku and Shima were also frightened by the sword. Yagyu didn't even look at the scene behind him. After killing the rhinoceros, he ran towards the animal path. Seeing that Yagyu's target was him, the animal path quickly backed away. Shuradeo walked in front of him, his right hand turned into the shape of a cannon barrel, purple light condensed, and shot a purple beam towards Yagyu. Death was too obvious. Yagyu wasn't even interested in evading. He just swung his sword in an ordinary way and collided with the purple beam. The powerful beam seemed to have exhausted its energy and turned into a wisp of white mist, dissipating between the sky and the earth. There was no brilliance, it was like a misfire, like death. Call out. Although I don't know why you can be repaired, as a guy who died once, don't stand out and be an eyesore. As if teleporting, Yagyu appeared in front of Shuradeo. Under his wide eyes of reincarnation, the Tachi was not even covered with armor, and he gently cut across his body. Swish swish swish. After the sword strike, Yagyu didn't stop there, but kept waving the sword light. Snap. A piece of broken mechanical fragments fell from Shura. After Yagyu stopped swinging the sword, Shura Deo's body was no longer human except that it was intact. Bang. Yagyu kicked out and sent the Azura Deo member flying out. Immediately, the figure ran towards the Hell Deo. The expression of Tiandeo above changed slightly. This guy, he knows the information about the Hell Deo. As if thinking of something, Hineda's figure appeared in Tiandeo's mind. Did the girl see it when the Hell Realm was being repaired? Spirituality. Roar. While Tiandeo was muttering, the beastly Deo below once again used his psychic technique. As the white mist dispersed, a three-headed split dog with a ferocious expression and fierce eyes trampled towards Yagyu. After attacking, it will be divided, making it nominally immortal. But as long as you knock down the psychic, you can disappear. The animal path is the ability of the Samsara Eye, which can even be traced back to the Sharinon. Once the Samsara Eye degenerates, it will no longer have the power of the six paths. Your death is not just one. Just planting. Yagyu narrowed his eyes slightly. The split dog in his eyes had several dark lines spreading on his body, and they continued to expand. Shave. Phew, tear it apart. As soon as the sound of breaking through the air fell, the familiar sound of tearing cloth resounded. Once attacked, several heads of the three-headed dog that would split apart rolled to the ground. Blood spattered and the body was dismembered, telling others that it also did not return to the psychic world, but was directly killed. Call out. This scene seems to have not been expected by the beasts, the gods, or even Nagato. After all, the split dog is different from the rhinoceros. It is a psychic beast with special characteristics. Taking advantage of the few seconds when they were stunned, Yagyu's figure already arrived in front of the animal realm. Asking for flowers. Not good. The face of Tiandeo above changed with shock, and the beast below subconsciously jumped back. But her movements had been predicted by Yagyu in advance. The moment her feet just left the ground, Yagyu's eyes flashed with ice blue light. Magnify in her eyes. Swish, poof. The silver sword light flashed away. Zhu Shendeo's sight began to shake, and his lower body was looming, and finally fell to the ground. Bang. With the death of the animal realm, the big bird carrying the heavenly realm turned into a piece of smoke and disappeared. At this time, Yagyu had already approached the hell realm. 0. The strongest heavenly Deo is still cooling down, and the Shura Deo and the animal Deo, which are the next in strength, have both been killed by Yagyu. The remaining hell realms, hungry ghost realms and human realms are like lambs to be slaughtered. Clang poof. Hell Road subconsciously took a few steps back, and then the right hand hidden in the cuff stretched out a sharp black stick and rushed towards Yagyu. Yagyu swung the knife away, and the ordinary Tachi just scraped the metal with the black stick. The sound of collision penetrated through like a ghost, and then disappeared from the body of Hell Deo. A picture like a paper cut appeared again. Hell Deo's body was broken like a twisted model. Became two halves. Swish swish. Yagyu waved several sword rays one after another, dismembering the Hell Realm. After doing this, he turned his attention to the remaining human realms, hungry ghost realms, and the heavenly realms that came down from the sky. He chuckled and said, "If you want to kill me, such a small amount of strength is far from enough." So awesome. Naruto Uzumaki in the distance was already dumbfounded. Yagyu defeated 2 psychic beasts and instantly killed 3 people from 6 paths pain. It only happened in less than 2 minutes. This kind of battle without using any magic was simple and elegant. The pictures presented by the deadly sword skills are just like art, stunningly beautiful and destructive. Tiandeo looked at Yagyu deeply and said indifferently, "I didn't expect that you would be the biggest anomaly in my capture of the 9 tails this time." Call out. Yagyu ignored him, stepped on the ground with his feet more than 10 times in an instant, and teleported towards the way of heaven with the help of that explosive power. Seizing every minute and every second of opportunity is indeed a good strategy. But to disappoint you, my strength has returned. Tiandeo gave a plain appreciation, then raised his hand towards the front and said, "All things are guided by the sky." The unavoidable gravity, like an invisible rope, tied up Yagyu's figure, allowing him to reveal his true form after disappearing, and fly towards the sky with his feet floating in the air. Tisk. Although I had expected it, I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Yagyu didn't panic. He stepped forward gently with his feet. The clouds formed by the airflow bloomed. He was attracted by gravity and fell backwards. "Are you running in the air? Your way of flying is very unique, just like your sword skills." Tiandeo commented and increased his intensity, but it's useless. An even stronger gravitational force spurted out from Tiandeo's palm, like a whirlpool, sucking Yagyu's retreating figure back again. Aha! This time, Yagyu didn't resist, but followed the gravity and flew towards the way of heaven. The sword in his hand was quickly covered with a layer of black material, and he suddenly swung a dazzling dark red sword energy forward. Shinra Tianzhang. The sword energy, which was 7 or 8 meters high, was like a collapsed high-rise building, covering Tiandeo's entire sight. Without saying a word, the gravity in his hand suddenly changed to a powerful repulsion, and an invisible white light shield spread. The incoming sword energy was resisted. The moment the two energies touched, Tiandeo's expression changed slightly. Because he discovered that Shinra Tianzhang was unable to defeat the slash instantly. He could only use chakra to increase the repulsion like before. The output had just shattered the sword energy. At this time, Yagyu Shang suddenly shouted Naruto, now. Oh. Uzumaki Naruto reacted very quickly. Almost as soon as Yagyu finished speaking, the figure disappeared from Geimeji's head and turned into an arrow that hit Tiandao. Boom. An ordinary fist hit the ground, and the terrifying force instantly blasted the earth into a huge crack shape. Tiandao, who barely avoided it, seemed to have some gravel still frozen in front of him. Through the gap formed by the gravel, he saw Uzumaki Naruto with a confident smile. He appeared in front of him in a flash, with a pair of toad-like eyes, which made him subconsciously see the figure of teacher Raya. Got it. Uzumaki Naruto came into his ears, and one of his eyes was enlarged, as if he was going to be punched to pieces. However, 5 seconds had passed, and Tiandao said calmly Shinra Tensen. Boom. Uzumaki Naruto is different from Yagyu. He is like hitting a huge wall, and he is blown away by the powerful recoil. Tear it apart. But when Uzumaki Naruto was blasted away, Tiandao's expression also changed slightly. The familiar sound of tearing cloth reached everyone's ears. Not far away, I saw that the heads of both the human world and the hungry ghost world were separated, and they were cut into several pieces like slices. It turns out that while Uzumaki Naruto was attacking the heavenly path, Yagyu had already solved the final human path and the hungry ghost path. With Yagyu's eyes open, his sword skills became more concise and deadly. Not only did he not consume a trace of chakra, he didn't even use the secret slash of S-striking ninjutsu a few times. Even the Jinchuriki's tailed beast jade can be absorbed, and the hungry ghost path, which can be said to be invincible in defense, is like encountering an absolute nemesis, while the human path, which is good at gathering intelligence and fighting in close quarters, has no ability to resist at all. After cutting off the human realm and the hungry ghost realm, Yagyu faced Heavenly Deo with his sword and said, "Now, you are the only one left." Heavenly Deo didn't care at all. It's just gathering the chakra of 6 people into one. It's just a human body. I am stronger now than before. So, let me see it. Boom. Yagyu held the knife and drew it gently along the line of death in front of him. The killed airflow instantly lost its balance and turned into a sword energy nearly 10 meters long, sweeping out. Facing this astonishing slash, Tiandao raised his hand again. Shen Luo Tianzhang. The terrifying repulsion spurted out again, a bit stronger than before, and he easily resisted the sweeping sword energy. Even looking through the sword energy, Yagyu and Uzumaki Naruto could see that Tiandao was surrounded by an emerald green, like a light shield formed by the distortion of repulsion. Yagyu was not surprised, and murmured with a grin, "Ha, I finally saw it. It seems that in the future, we need to use the direct death demonic eye to fight more. It must be perfectly coordinated with the body." This is Yagyu's first time using the death eye to fight. His reaction ability and tacit understanding with the death eye were not very high at first. As the battle continued, he continued to kill rhinoceros, split dog, and the rest. After the 6 paths of pain, he felt that the ability of the death eye was getting stronger and easier to use. Yagyu knew that this was a reaction after getting familiar with the battle. Yagyu didn't know about the death understanding of repulsion, but he knew the Shinra Tensei and the all-seeing Tenjin are both techniques of the Samsara eye. Everything can be traced back to the Sherinon, and even the chakra fruit. As long as the Samsara eye degenerates or it is dug out from Nagato's eyes, it can be used. Shinra Tensen cannot use 4.1, and there is more than one understanding of death in Yagyu's mind. The advantage of the time traveler has successfully allowed the direct death demon eye to exert its maximum power. After becoming familiar with the ability of the direct death demon eye, Yagyu finally saw the power of repulsion. Death. Without even 1% progress, he could already see the death of the concept. The struggle between the sword energy and the repulsive aura did not last long before the sword energy dissipated. Buzzing. At this time, a harsh sound reached the ears of Tiandao and Yagyu. I saw Naruto Uzumaki not far away, separated into 2 shadow clones, using Senjutsu chakra to condense a huge Raiznon. The shape of a shuriken appeared around the Raiznon. Spiral shuriken. Uzumaki Naruto condensed the spiral shuriken very quickly, perhaps because he was full of confidence in Yagyu. After the repulsive light shield covering Tiandao slowly disappeared, Uzumaki Naruto held the huge spiral shuriken, throwing it towards Tiandao. Seeing that Uzumaki Naruto can actually throw such a huge chakra body, even Tiandao does not dare to underestimate it. The Shinra Tensen is on a 5-second cooldown, and Tiandao can only choose to dodge. However, when he jumped sideways, the spiral shuriken passing by him suddenly expanded. Tiandao's face changed with surprise. It can actually expand. Boom. The expanded Raisin shuriken exploded into a large area of dazzling white light, covering the sky. These are not rays of light, but the extreme evolution of wind escape properties. Every photon is a sharp blade. Shinra Tianzhang. 2 seconds later, Tiandao's voice rang out from the white light. A repulsive force dispersed the white light, revealing Tiandao with his upper body clothes torn. 5 seconds is a short time, but for us, it's enough. As soon as the repulsive force disappeared, Yagyu's voice reached Tiandao's ears. 23 An afterimage flashed in front of his eyes. A pair of ice blue eyes with colorful spiral patterns witnessed him at close range. No good, tear it apart. The moment Tiandao's expression changed, the familiar sound of tearing cloth reached his ears, and this time it appeared on his body. Smooth and straight cuts appeared on his waist, and his upper body seemed to have been touched by with a huge push. He slowly fell back to the ground, and his lower body was slowly reflected in Tiandao's eyes. Yagyu sheathed his sword, looked at Uzumaki Naruto, and said, "Naruto, this guy's true body will be left to you." "Oh, give it to me." Uzumaki Naruto answered immediately, then walked to Tiandao's corpse, pulled out a black nail from his body, and then pierced it into his palm. After a while, Uzumaki Naruto turned his head and looked at a place. The location direction is right over there. Yagyu said calmly, "I'll leave him to you to deal with. After all, he is the murderer who killed your teacher." Hearing Yagyu mention Jiraiya, the smile on Uzumaki Naruto's face faded slightly, and he nodded seriously, "Leave him to me." After saying that, Uzumaki Naruto ran in one direction. Go, very fast, the figure quickly disappeared from Yagyu's eyes. Yagyu didn't stop him, and he didn't know if Uzumaki Naruto could still convince Nagato with his intervention this time. If possible, then the casualties in this disaster in Konoha would be almost zero. If they cannot be persuaded, Kakashi and other ninjas who died in the battle will say goodbye to them. Protect Hanabi and Hinata, and no matter what the outcome is, he will have no influence at all. He even gave up Nagato, such a big experience package. As a member of Konoha, Yagyu is here. Back under the giant wall of Konoha, wherever Yagyu passed, the ninjas who came down looked at him with respect and admiration. On the deserted battlefield, the scene of Yagyu killing Six Paths Pain was seen by all the ninjas watching the battle. This young-looking boy is the hero who saves the village. Heroes, like geniuses, cannot be measured by age. In this world of ninjas, strength is paramount, and those who have made great achievements will be hailed as legends. For example, the legendary Sunin. Yagyu's great achievement in saving the village will definitely be recorded in Konoha's history forever. I believe that when Konoha is rebuilt and returns to a peaceful era, Yagyu will definitely become a big star in the village and be admired by countless men, women, and children. In the original work, Uzumaki Naruto is like this. He started as a hero of Konoha, then moved to the savior of the ninja world, and finally became the 7th Hokage of Konoha. Yagyu just stole part of it, and it should belong to Uzumaki Naruto's heroic halo. Yagyu-kun. When Yagyu arrived under the giant wall, a beautiful figure ran down from above and quickly jumped into Yagyu's arms. Hugging Hinata, who rushed over, Yagyu smiled and said, "Let's go find Hanabi." "Aha." Hinata nodded repeatedly, holding Yagyu's arm, and the two of them walked in the direction of Hokage Rock. At this moment, the girl's admiration for Yagyu seemed to have reached the extreme. Even if others were watching, she was not shy at all, but full of pride. Because the hero in her mind has truly become a hero. Yagyu didn't know Hinata's thoughts. The two walked towards the Hokage Rock, and after a few steps, they changed in order to teleport away. Not long after, Yagyu and Hinata arrived at the shelter. Following the sense of Haki, they walked into the shelter room where Hanabi was. "Brother Yagyu, sister." When she saw Yagyu and Hinata coming in, Hanabi, who had been carrying a storage scroll, immediately rushed over. Crouching down to catch Hanabi, Yagyu held her up with one hand and rubbed her head with the other. Hinata, on the other hand, smiled slightly and helped her remove the scroll from behind. After telling the Chuyunin guarding the refuge room about the situation outside, Yagyu held Hanabi in his arms and the three of them walked out of the refuge. The village, how could this happen? Coming down from Hokage Rock, Hanabi looked at the desolate land of the circular crater below. Her beautiful eyes 540 widened slightly. Her small face was filled with disbelief, and then she said with tears in her eyes, "Our home, there is no got it." Yagyu raised his hand and touched Hanabi's head, and comforted him with a chuckle, "Idiot. Our home is gone and we can rebuild it. Don't Hanabi want a new home that belongs to us?" Why? These words were as effective as they were for Hinata. Hanabi, who was about to cry, suddenly lost her tears and instead showed a look of surprise. Immediately, she seemed to remember something again, and said distressedly, "Then where should we live next?" Yagyu patted the storage scroll Hinata was holding and said, "Let's live in other towns for the time being, and wait until the village starts. After the reconstruction, we ask the best designers to build us a villa." "Uh-huh." Hanabi nodded repeatedly, full of expectation. Even Hinata had a look of longing on her face. The appearance of her future new home seemed to have appeared in her mind. Hanabi hugged Yagyu's neck tightly and asked, "Yagyu, are we leaving now?" "No, go see your father first." Yagyu shook his head and said softly in the direction where Uzumaki Naruto left, "And I want to confirm one thing. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo." More than 3 hours later, Konoha, which suffered heavy casualties after Pain's invasion, was suddenly broken by a green meteor shower. On the other side of the forest, the sky was filled with emerald green. During the day, a large amount of green light flew towards Konoha. Meteors poured down like a torrential rain. Rays of light fell on the dead ninja. As the emerald green light penetrated into the body, the heartbeat and breathing of the body, which had been silent, slowly recovered, and even the injuries were healing. Alive, came alive. Look, everyone is alive. What exactly is going on? One after another, the corpses opened their eyes or sat up. This sign made the people around them shout in disbelief and surprise. The sadness that had enveloped everyone's hearts was instantly dispersed by this picture. The child of destiny is indeed the child of destiny. On the high wall of Konoha, Yagyu and the three of them looked at the meteor shower in the sky, and Yagyu secretly thought in his heart, Regarding this scene, Yagyu was actually not surprised, even if he changed the plot. Because of Azura's emotional rendering power, Yagyu was in a few situations. He had already experienced this in the Chuunin exams years ago. He had to admit that Uzumaki Naruto was destined to become a hero and the savior of the ninja world. After looking deeply below, Yagyu suddenly faced Hinata and Hanabi said, "Let's go." Aha. The two Hinata sisters nodded repeatedly. The three of them ran down, flew into the forest, and rushed towards the nearest town. The time came a few days later. Although I don't know how Uzumaki Naruto persuaded Nagato, the Rinnegan's inherent reincarnation technique has minimized the casualties in Konoha. Everyone just needs to work together to rebuild Konoha. There is no need to worry about rebuilding the village. The Super Shinra Tensei did not so much destroy the village as it bumped it into rubble and then dumped it outside the village like garbage. Although there was a lot of damage, there were many properties in the ruins. Moreover, as Konoha is the military force of the Fire Country, the daimyo will stand by and watch. On the contrary, he will invest heavily in repairing Konoha and compensate the village for its losses in the name of the government. What the Konoha ninjas have to do now is to quickly relieve the fatigue caused by the war, then clean up the ruins, search out all valuable things, and then start rebuilding the village. In a world with ninjutsu, rebuilding a village is difficult. If we work together, it will only take a month or two to complete the appearance of the village. During this time, Yagyu, one of the heroes, did not help in the village. Instead, he took Hinata and the two sisters to a commercial street closest to Konoha and rented a small villa as a home for the three of them, a place of temporary residence. Yagyu didn't pay much attention to the affairs of the village. To be honest, although he felt a little sorry that his home was destroyed. But the reason he was worried and stayed in the village was because of Hanabi. If it weren't for Hanabi, Yagyu might have found a mission and left the village like Kaiban. Protecting the safety of the Hinata sisters comes first, and getting rid of the Six Paths pain is just Yagyu's duty as a jounin in the village. Yagyu won't care about what happens next. When the village is rebuilt, he will go back and ask for help to build a new home for him and Hinata. On the rooftop of the villa, Yagyu pointed a knife at a piece of wood. Swish, click dot. A silvery sword light flashed away. The sword in his hand swung down from top to bottom. The wood in front of Yagyu suddenly split into two. Sheathing the sword, Yagyu said calmly, "Hanabi, coming?" Hanabi next to him responded, and came over with a bucket of glue. He used a brush to apply a thick layer of glue on the wood with smooth and straight cuts. Then he aligned the two sides of the wood and glued them together. Wait until after the paste dried. Hanabi picked up the wood on one side and found that it was not glued at all. Hanabi couldn't help but look at Yagyu, who looked thoughtful, and said, "Brother Yagyu, it seems to be of no use." Hearing this, Yagyu's pair of ice blue eyes with colorful spiral patterns gradually returned to red, and he murmured slightly, "The characteristics of the direct death demon eye have not disappeared, so why can the Six Paths of Pain's Shura path be repaired? Return. Once the death seen by the death eye is killed, unless it is a very special immortal, once the hands and feet are severed by the death eye, or other places that are not fatal, even if the opponent uses the most advanced medical technology, there is no way to help him put back the severed part, because Yagyu has completely killed that part. Just like this piece of wood, if it is cut off normally, then use paste, or a highly viscous liquid, or nails, you can also stick them back. But the glue just lost its effect and cannot be glued at all, because Yagyu has cut off its life and death cause and effect. A few days ago, the situation of Shuradeo was the same as it is exactly the same. Logically speaking, things killed by the direct death demon eye cannot be repaired, unless this characteristic disappears. But judging from the situation of the wood, Yagyu's direct death demon eye, this characteristic has not disappeared. Is it because of worldview? Or is it my understanding that it is an alternative shortcut that prevents the effect of this feature, Lees, from being activated? Yagyu murmured slightly. Or is it the reason why I didn't hit Nagato himself or those black sticks? The black stick is a product created by Yin Yang Dun. It contains the outer power of the Rinnegan. It can have the effect of the Hyuga clan's soft fist, sealing the chakra acupuncture points. Nagato uses the black stick to allow himself to remotely controls the Six Paths of Pain. Without the black rod, the six corpses are actually dead objects. Since they are dead, they cannot see their deaths. Because of Yagyu's advantage as a time traveler, his direct death demon eye can see the Six Paths Pain's death is actually an alternative understanding. Gee, it's really complicated. Yagyu couldn't understand, so he shook his head to clear his thoughts. Forget it, as long as the characteristics of the death eye haven't disappeared. A few days later, the time came to the middle of May, 11:40 p.m. In the living room of the villa rented by Yagyu Shang. Sitting on the sofa, Yagyu's body is slightly bent, holding a pen in his right hand and writing on a notebook, with rows of Chinese characters appearing like flying phoenixes. Hinata was preparing lunch in the kitchen, while Hanabi was lying on Yagyu's back. The weight brought by the height of 1.5 meters had no impact on Yagyu at all. With her hands around Yagyu's shoulders, Hanabi's chin pressed his right shoulder. She watched Yagyu without any pause, writing those fonts that she couldn't see at all. She couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Brother Yagyu, what are you drawing?" Yagyu paused slightly, not knowing how to proceed. Then he continued to write and answered perfunctorily, "I am using a coded text to record important things." Oh, Hua Hui suddenly realized. There are code words in this world, and some important information needs to be replaced with codes and then handed over to the intelligence team for decryption. When Yagyu said this, Hua Hui understood. But she did not understand such profound things. Not interested at all. So I watched it for a while, then lay down on the sofa next to me, holding a book and started reading. Woof, Yagyu. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly 540 a dog barked, breaking the tranquility of the living room. I saw a familiar puppy suddenly flying in from outside the balcony. He was wearing a Konoha forehead protector, and it was Kakashi's psychic beast. Yagyu put down his pen and said in surprise, Parker. Finally found you, Yagyu, without any nonsense. Parker said the purpose of his coming. The fifth Hokage asked me to come over to convey the news of the summons to you. I know, I'll go back right away. Yagyu nodded, without asking Tsunade why she summoned him. Well, I'll go first. Bang. After passing the news to Yagyu, Parker turned into a cloud of smoke and returned to the psychic world. Yagyu closed the note, handed it to Hanabi, and then shouted in the direction of the kitchen, Hinata, let's go back to the village first. If it's urgent, I might not come back tonight. Parker conveyed the news that Tsunade summoned him, not Class 8. As a professional psychic beast and Hokage, it is impossible for such a problem to arise. Therefore, Yagyu does not intend to bring Hinata with him. Well, I get it. Hinata took her hand and walked out of the kitchen, then walked into the room, took out a tachi and a scarf, came to Yagyu, tied them on for him, and warned Yagyu-kun, you have to be careful. Yagyu lowered his head and pecked Hinata's red lips, touched her hair, and said with a smile, don't worry, it shouldn't be a combat mission. I want it to. At this time, Hanabi suddenly stood up from the sofa and asked Yagyu. Yagyu smiled slightly and leaned over to give Hanabi a slap on the forehead. However, after getting closer, Hanabi suddenly held his face and pecked his lips hard. Seeing this scene, Hinata immediately covered her lips and her face turned slightly red. But there was no anger in his eyes. Such behavior was indeed intimate, but Hinata didn't think wrongly. After all, the three of them had bathed together, and they often bathed together during this period. In her opinion, this should be a manifestation of Hanabi's dependence on Yagyu. Yagyu didn't expect that Hanabi would kiss him in front of her sister. Realizing that Hinata had not changed much, Yagyu rubbed her head carelessly, then raised the tachi at his waist, walked towards the balcony, and disappeared in an instant. After he left, Hinata educated Hanabi, girls can't do that to boys casually. Well, it's brother Yagyu anyway, so what does it matter? Hanabi said with an indifferent expression, then she covered her lips and teased with a chuckle, speaking of which, sister, don't you often secretly do things like that for brother Yagyu? Hanabi has seen it all, sister, you are so bold, you drink it every time. The extremely revealing words not only instantly defeated Hinata's sister's majesty, but also made her face turn red, and white mist emanated from her head. In terms of words, 100 Hinatas are no match for Hanabi. After saying goodbye to the Hinata sisters, Yagyu quickly rushed to Konoha. The commercial street is not far from Konoha. In just over an hour, Yagyu arrived at the place where he camped outside the village. Lord Yagyu. Seeing and hearing his haki released, Yagyu walked towards the location of Tsunade's aura. Along the way, the ninjas who saw him greeted him warmly. Yagyu nodded politely and came to a tent without any hindrance. Without saying hello, he opened the curtain and walked in. There was a simple table inside, with Tsunade sitting on the office chair and Shizun standing next to her. Seeing Yagyu come in, Tsunade's serious expression suddenly relaxed. Yuzuki, you came just in time. Lord Hokage. Yagyu nodded and stood silently in front of her, without asking about the content of the summons. Tsunade took out a letter from the drawer, put it on the table, pushed Yagyu gently and said, I didn't want to disturb you. It's my holiday, but not long ago, Kumigakure's envoy sent me a letter. Yagyu walked over, picked up the letter, opened it, and read it quickly. Then, with a slightly surprised look on his face, 5 Shadows Conference. Tsunade nodded and said with a troubled expression, it says Uchiha Sasuke. It seems he joined the Akatsuki organization, and also captured the 4th Raikage's younger brother, Kiribi of the 8-tailed Jinchuriki. The 4th Raikage wants we will give him an explanation and convene a 5-shadow conference. Hearing this, Yagyu became more and more confused. Shouldn't Danzo Shimura attend this conference? Because the village was destroyed and Tsunade was in a coma, Danzo privately removed Tsunade from the position of Hokage, then named himself the 6th Hokage and participated in the 5-cage conference. Could it be that he changed the plot so that this incident didn't happen? Thinking of this, Lu Sheng couldn't help but look at Tsunade, and said doubtfully, you came to see me. Tsunade nodded. I want to participate in this 5 Shadows conference, and I need a strong confidant to protect me. In my eyes, no one is more suitable for this position than you. Yagyu nodded slightly, without rejecting. I got it, Hokage-sama. When do we set off? Silence, some matters will be left to you. Outside the tent, Tsunade was wearing a green gambling robe and holding a Hokage hat in her hand. She told Shizun, who was holding a pink pig, save important documents for me to correct when I come back. If you don't understand something, you can correct it. Report to me with a slug. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Shizun responded loudly. Tsunade nodded, put on the Hokage hat, and said to Yagyu holding a red paper umbrella, Yuzuki, let's go. Yes. Yagyu nodded slightly and left Konoha with Tsunade in a low-key manner. Konoha has not yet begun to rebuild, so it is not suitable to bid farewell to the villagers in a hikey manner. Unlike other countries, where the whole country sends farewell. Walking in the forest road, Yagyu holding a paper umbrella, Tsunade was half a body behind, looking at the fiery Godame in front of him, and knowingly asked Hokage-sama, where is this 5-cage conference held? It is the Iron Country known as the Country of Samurai. Tsunade replied, with a smile on her face. Speaking of which, everyone in that country uses swords, and everyone is a master of sword skills. But it's not as good as you and Sakumo. Well, Sakumo is Konoha White Fang, Kakashi's father, and your swordsman senior. Yagyu nodded slightly and stopped talking. Tsunade took the initiative to find a topic, and said in a grateful tone, Yuzuki, this invasion of pain is really thanks to you? If it weren't for you and Naruto, the casualties in the village would have been very serious. Yagyu shook his head and said, it's nothing. This is just my duty as a jounin of Konoha. Tsunade said with a smile, you are no longer a jounin, you are now an elite jounin in Konoha. The level was upgraded again and he became the backbone elite of the country. Yagyu's mood did not fluctuate at all. Looking at him who was calm, Tsunade shook her head slightly and sighed honestly, you are the most unfaithful person I have ever seen in my life. A wonder that is exaggerated by fame and fortune? It is obvious that by joining Umbu, you can now seize the rights under one person, and can even practice the forbidden techniques of the Book of Sealing, but you refuse for the sake of comfort. Lu Shang pondered for a few seconds and said slowly, everyone has his own ambitions. My dream is not complicated. Unlike Naruto becoming Hokage, I pursue a stable life and fulfill my responsibilities as a member of Konoha. After reading the original work, Yagyu was an ordinary person in his previous life. He looked down upon fame and fortune. Others wanted to fight for hegemony and gain supreme rights. But after gaining this power, they would become suspicious and spend all their time. Spend money on management. However, no dynasty can be passed down forever. Sooner or later, it will decay one day and be overthrown by a new dynasty. Moreover, for the sake of temporary power, you will sacrifice your own life to stabilize the country for future generations. It's not worth it at all. Even if you don't become the overlord of the ninja world, a Hokage's life will not be happy. The future of Uzumaki Naruto in the original book fully tells Yagyu that it is so easy to do it. He who was once full of passion has become a man in power who works hard for his wife. Yagyu doesn't want to spend his life in that kind of life. It is true that everyone has their own ambitions, and that is a good thing for people to live in. Tsunade didn't know what Yagyu was thinking, so she nodded in agreement and sighed. You can see clearly. Yagyu didn't say anything else, and the two of them walked on in silence. When dusk fell, the two of them had left the country of fire and stayed in a commercial town for a night. Renting 2 rooms, Yagyu sat in the room and meditated with swords, meditating and comprehending the sound of breathing of all things. Tsunade, on the other hand, was addicted to gambling. After checking into the hotel, she went outside to look for casinos. I came back drunk at night, fell asleep in the room. But even though she drank, she woke up on time the next day. The two of them continued on their way. The Kingdom of Iron is known as the Kingdom of Warriors and the Kingdom of Neutrality. In this country, there is no profession of ninja, all are samurai who use swords. They have an independent culture, independent authority, and independent combat power. Asking for flowers. It does not belong to the 5 major countries, but it has a combat power that none of the 5 major countries dare to underestimate. Due to their neutral attitude, a pact was made with the ninjas long ago. This time, the 5 Shadows Conference was chosen to be held in this neutral country. The Kingdom of Fire is not very close to the Kingdom of Iron, nor is it far away. The only thing in between is the country of Taki, the country of Fields, the country of Moon, and the country of Soup. Just pick a route and pass through these 4 countries to reach the Iron Country. The Iron Country is a country covered in heavy snow all day long and has a very cold climate. When Yagyu and Tsunade walked out of the border of Yuno Country, they were greeted by a snowstorm, 0. Fortunately, Tsunade already knew the climate and environment of the Iron Country. When I crossed the border of Yunokuni, I bought a plush coat in advance. Yagyu, on the other hand, is still wearing the same kimono, holding a red paper umbrella, which cannot be shaken even by the storm. The two traveled for a day and finally arrived at a tall tower building. When they came to the door, several samurai wearing laminated armor, sabers on their waists, and gas masks came over. After looking at Tsunade's bamboo hat and finding out her identity, one of the samurai brought the two came to a hall. Pushing the door open, the scene inside came into view. The first is Gaara wearing a kaze cage hat. Behind him are the guards, Temeri and Kankuro, who are his sister and brother. Then there is the woman wearing the Mizu cage hat, with a mature figure, a charming temperament, and a cool and charming temperament. She is the 5th generation Mizu cage Terumi Mei. The guards on both sides behind her were Kojuro and Ao from the 7 ninja swordsmen. On her left and right sides, there were the 3rd Tsuchikage of Iwagakure village, 2-day hidden Onaki, and his disciples and granddaughters, Akatsuki and Kuratsuki. The other one is the 4th Raikage of Cloud Hidden Village, and the person who convened this 5-cage conference, Ai. Ai is not only his name, but also the name of all Raikage generations. His escorts were Darui and Shi. Too slow, Naruto. Seeing Tsunade and Yagyu coming in, the 4th Raikage made an impatient sound. Ahaha, sorry. Tsunade immediately forced a laugh and apologized. This was not the first time the two met. The fourth Raikage had asked her to save Darui before, and the two had an arm wrestling fight. Normally, Tsunade would not be outdone, but a large part of this Five Shadows meeting was for the fourth Raikage to ask for an explanation from Konoha. Although Uchiha Sasuke is a rebel ninja from Konoha, his momentum is already a little weaker than others. Snort. The fourth Raikage snorted, but did not immediately get angry. Tsunade sat down in her seat, and Yagyu and the other 5 cage guards consciously walked to the seat 540 behind them, without leaving any trace in their eyes. They looked at each other, looking at Yagyu, who was holding his arms with his arms closed and full of force with his eyes closed, except for Temari and Kankuro, who already knew Yagyu's power. Most of the guards from other countries had their eyes on him. People here, none of them are ordinary people. The ones in front are the 5 shadows, who can be the guardians of the shadow, and their strength is at least Jounin level. There are not a few people here who have the power to threaten the shadow, and Yagyu's temperament is the most outstanding. People who are good at gathering intelligence already know who Yagyu is. The secret slash of S-level ninjutsu? This move is just like Kakashi's Chidori, and it has long become Yagyu's symbol. Although people who have seen Yagyu are not, there is a lot of information about him, but the information about him has long been spread to the high-level hands of various countries. From the moment Yagyu came in, Mifune, the leader of the Iron Kingdom, cast his eyes on him from time to time. If the Iron Kingdom is not a neutral country, he will not establish diplomatic relations with any country. Now he really wants to come forward and ask Yagyu for advice about that mysterious slash. Yagyu doesn't know about this. After he sat down, the domineering energy spread quietly, seemingly sensing something. At the same time, Mifune also said, I am the leader of the Iron Kingdom, Mifune. I announce that the 5 Shadows talks will begin now. Ha! The 5 Shadows have really changed a lot. Onoki was the first to speak. He looked at the 5 cage present, and said in a tone that was either sighing or mocking, being a cage at this age is really formidable. When he said this, Onoki's thoughts were mostly focused on Gaara. In recent years, many changes have indeed taken place in the 5 major countries. First, the death of the 4th Kaze cage, and then the death of the 3rd Hokage. Death, a little further forward, is the death of the 4th Mizu cage. Except for the 3rd Tsuchikage and the 4th Raikage, there are no changes. Everyone here has changed. Thank you for the compliment. Gaara didn't seem to listen. Miu's words meant something, and he said expressionlessly, that's why I sit here as the Kaze cage. Ha ha ha, how arrogant. Onoki commented with a laugh. Terumi sat on the chair, interlocked his hands and said, so, what is the theme of summoning us this time? Is it a crusade against Akatsuki, or is it a negotiation to take back the tailed beast? As a Jinchuriki, I want to say something. Gaara said, I have been detained by the Akatsuki organization and died once. This organization is a very dangerous existence. I have also sent requests to the 5 Shadows many times, but except for Naruto, everyone seems to you ignored them, so much so that all the Jinchuriki of each village were captured. Bang! Click. Before Gaara could finish his words, the 4th Raikage punched the table and smashed it, shouting loudly, don't worry about it here. Swish. Call out, call out, call out. The moment the broken wood flew into the air, the guards behind the 5 Shadows disappeared one after another. When they reappeared, they were already standing in front of their respective shadow tables, facing off against the guards from other countries. The red eyes contained a strong chill. Yagyu's gaze fell on Kojuro, who was holding a flounder. Kojuro looked at him, his body tensed instantly, and a chill arose in his heart. An aura that seemed to have materialized vaguely emerged from Yagyu's body. Let the guards from other countries instantly analyze who among the guards here is the strongest and whose murderous intent is the most dangerous. Not to mention them, even the 5 Shadows cast a surprised look at Yagyu. Momentum is the best way to evaluate a person. In the original book, Madara Uchiha has such an aura that one can defeat 10,000. Even if his own side has a numerical advantage, no one in the ninja coalition is not sweating profusely. That is the embodiment of dominance? A look from Yagyu once almost frightened Hinata into losing consciousness. He didn't know if he had the qualifications to be a king, but as his sword power took shape, his eyes and aura could always scare the weak. The fusion of murderous aura and sword power made him shine brilliantly at this moment. Hey, this guy seems to be getting stronger again. Kankuro whispered, sweating profusely. Temari didn't dare to look directly at Yagyu. With a little cold sweat on her forehead, she nodded slightly in agreement. Yagyu. Yuzuk? I remember that's the name? Kuratsuki murmured slightly with a serious face. Darui was no longer as casual as usual, and looked at Yagyu seriously. It is rumored that he can swing out at will. Can he be called a man who even surpasses the S-class secret slash? It turns out that being famous is not as good as meeting, and meeting is worse than being famous. The atmosphere in the hall gradually became solemn. There was silence, but the picture was enough to make ordinary people feel suffocated and even collapse to the ground. After 10 seconds, Tsunade slowly spoke, Yuzuk, get out. Yagyu sheathed his sword and returned to his seat. Terumi also said, Changjuro, Ao, you should also step down. Yes. Changjuro nodded with a little cold sweat on his forehead, and retreated with some shame in his heart. He had clearly promised to protect Mizukage-sama, but he was frightened by the other party's look. He was really too weak? He seemed to be aware of it. Realizing his thoughts, Ching gently patted his shoulder and comforted him, don't be discouraged. After all, that guy killed the Red Sand Scorpion and the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Hehe. After the guards retreated, the five shadows talk continued to discuss. Konoha, Sand Ninja, Iwa Ninja, Mist Ninja. The Akatsuki organization is all made up of rebellious ninjas from your village. The fourth Raikage calmed down and said in a deep voice, not only that, I also investigated and found out that some of you have used the Akatsuki organization. Use? That Akatsuki organization? Gaara was slightly stunned. Such a dangerous organization is actually willing to be used? Oniki said calmly, getting the greatest reward at the smallest cost is the power that a village jade should master. The Akatsuki organization is originally an organization that makes money from war. I can let them help complete tasks at a low price. I can't find a reason to refuse. Moreover, at that time, the big country had not yet settled down, and it had never been thought that that organization had such a conspiracy. Snort? I don't believe you. The fourth Raikage snorted coldly. I am summoning you this time not to negotiate with you to take back the tailed beast, but to hold you accountable. Especially you, Naruto. The fourth Raikage pointed at Tsunade and shouted loudly, first it was Orochimaru, then Uchiha Itachi, and now there is Uchiha Sasuke, and he also caught my brother. You must give me an explanation. Explain? What's the explanation for you? Tsunade looked directly at the fourth Raikage without fear and said Sasuke Uchiha was classified as a traitorous ninja a few years ago. We have no control over what he wants to do, and we will not be responsible for his actions. What did you say? Sizzling. Tsunade's strong words made the fourth Raikage furious again. The whole body even flashed with electric light, and the powerful pressure spread out. Call out. An afterimage appeared behind Tsunade. Yagyu put his left hand on the sword at his waist, always ready to kill with one strike. His completely restrained energy gave people a feeling of gathering momentum. Please calm down, Raikage-san. Mifune spoke slowly to calm the atmosphere. Snort. Realizing what the occasion was, the fourth Raikage snorted again and sat down slowly. Tsunade leaned forward slightly, supported her chin with both hands, looked at the fourth Raikage, and said, tell me I can't give it to you, because the Akatsuki organization is not as simple as it seems, but I can provide you with a piece of news. Not long ago, Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, invaded Konoha and caused serious damage to Konoha. Although we were finally solved, it also brought us a very serious bad news. Tsunade said in a deep voice, there is another leader behind the Akatsuki organization, and that person is Uchiha Madara. As Tsunade finished speaking, the expressions of the five shadows suddenly changed in shock. Even Onoki, who had always been indifferent, gradually became serious. The name Uchiha Madara has meaning to Onoki. When he went to Konoha to sign the alliance agreement when he was young, he was humiliated by Uchiha Madara, and he is still the shadow of Onoki to this day. If the enemy is this ninja Shura, then he really cannot be underestimated. Terumime sat up straight, looked seriously and said, Hokage, are you sure? Ah, Tsunade nodded and said solemnly he was bewitched by Uchiha Madara. Gaara asked, is he really still alive? According to legend, didn't he die decades ago? Yes, that guy should be dead long ago. Onoki agreed with a somewhat skeptical tone. I think this news is extremely true. Tsunade shook her head and said with a serious face, you know that Pain has the Rinnegan eye. The legendary Six Paths Sage's eyes can even be controlled by people with the Rinnegan eye. Who else can it be besides Uchiha Madara? That guy, is he immortal? Onoki cursed secretly, what a monster. 80% of the people here believed Tsunade's words. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Everyone was consumed by the bad news brought by Tsunade. Although they were not people of that era, the god of ninja and Shura of the ninja world, these two legends ended the warring states period, making other countries afraid to start a war, and distributed tailed beasts to other villages. Even if they have not seen their glory, no one dares to underestimate them. Not to mention, Oniki is someone who has met Uchiha Madara and felt Susanoo. I thought it was just a meeting between politicians, but I didn't expect that a legendary figure was involved. And the other party was the Akatsuki organization, the leader behind the war group. Although I don't know what his conspiracy is, but everyone knows that it is definitely a shocking conspiracy. Hokage-sama, someone is coming. At this time, Yagyu behind Tsunade suddenly spoke and broke the silence. He said calmly, the breath seems to be that of Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke Uchiha? Where is that guy? This name immediately stimulated the fourth Raikage, and a roaring voice shook the entire hall. A large amount of blue electric light shone from his body. After a while, a layer of armor formed by thunder and lightning covered the fourth Raikage. Raikage's whole body. Such a dazzling change in the nature of lightning escape has never been seen before. Looking into his powerful tiger eyes, Yagyu said with an unchanging expression, the outside behind you is approaching. Boom. The moment he spoke, the wall behind the fourth Raikage was immediately devastated. The figure of the fourth Raikage has disappeared. Sorry. Darui scratched his head, apologized to the five shadows and Mifune, and then quickly followed with Nozomi. The heaviness brought by Uchiha Madara was instantly broken by this scene. Oniki's eyes fell on Yagyu, and he said flatly, such an amazing perception, as well as the rumored S-class secret attack, such ability at such an age. Hokage, you Konoha are really full of talents. Ah, Tsunade said with a smile on her face, Tsuchikage, you are very grateful. After saying that, Tsunade stood up and said to Yagyu, Yuzuki, let's go out and have a look too. Terumime said, in that case, let's go together. The leader of the Akatsuki organization is another person, the legendary Uchiha Madara. This five shadows talk has no meaning anymore. The shadow of a famous tree is not the time to hold people accountable, but the question of how to meet the enemy. The five shadows, the guards, and other people walked towards the location of the fourth Raikage unhurriedly. Following Tsunade, Yagyu couldn't help but feel doubts in his heart. The plot seems to have gradually changed since Tsunade was not deposed as Hokage. If I remember correctly, the plot of the original work seems to be that after Danzo proclaimed himself the 6th generation Hokage, he announced the execution of Uchiha Sasuke, and then was informed by Uzumaki Naruto that Team 7 came to the Kingdom of Iron and blocked the road where the 4th Raikage passed. Uzumaki Naruto personally knelt down and asked the 4th Raikage to forgive Uchiha Sasuke. At that time, Uchiha Sasuke rushed to Konoha. After learning from Uchiha Obito that Shimura Danzo participated in the 5-Cage conference, he changed his route and broke in here. The person participating in the Five Shadows conference now is Tsunade instead of Shimura Danzo. There is no reason for Uchiha Sasuke to appear here. Why did he break in here? Even though they haven't seen each other for more than 3 years, Uchiha Sasuke's aura cannot be concealed from his sense of domineering. Yagyu was very sure that the aura was Uchiha Sasuke, and beside him, there is an aura that shouldn't be here now, Uchiha Obito. Naruto Uzumaki convinced and redeemed Nagato to use the Rin Ninjutsu to resurrect those killed by pain. Nagato's sudden rebellion made Uchiha Obito full of curiosity about Uzumaki Naruto. In the original book, Uzumaki Naruto came to request the 4th Raikage, but Uchiha Obito went specially to see him. Yagyu remembered very clearly that if Uchiha Obito had arrived a step later, Uchiha Sasuke would have died at the hands of the 3rd Tsuchikage's dust release. It seems, the plot has gradually changed beyond recognition. Except for those important pieces of information, I can no longer rely on familiar plots to affect my judgment. Lu Shang thought slightly in his heart. When the group of people came to a wide hall, they found that the atmosphere there was particularly quiet. The grumpy 4th Raikage, with blue lightning flashing all over his body, a slightly clenched teeth expression, and a pair of tiger eyes that did not conceal his murderous intention towards Uchiha Sasuke. But for the first time, he was impulsive and did not attack. The reason is exactly opposite. Next to Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Obito wearing a whirlpool mask. Oh my god, the 5 shadows are here. Seeing the arrival of Yagyu and others, Suijutsu, who was standing behind Uchiha Sasuke, was trembling with fear, and cold sweat formed by water droplets rolled down his body. Xiangling and Zhongwu next to him also looked serious. As the strongest countries in the ninja world, the 5 major countries have amazing influence. But now the 5 shadows gathered together, it was like a collection of 5 weapons, and the aura they gave people was like a suffocation coming towards them. Have you all come? Just in time, I don't need to make the trip in vain. Uchiha Obito jumped onto a broken pillar and sat down, stepping on the broken kiri with his right foot. He put the other foot down, put his right hand on his knee, and looked through the whirlpool hole with his right eye. Xiang Wuying said calmly, my name is Yuji, I believe you have all heard of my name. What's going on? This man. After listening to Uchiha Obito's self-introduction, Tsunade and others' bodies tensed up. Only Oniki had a doubt in his heart. Could it be that the years have worn away his domineering, or was it because he had been with the ninjas in the past? He was seriously injured in the battle and has not recovered yet? This attitude cannot be Uchiha Madara. Although he was confused in his heart, Oniki did not speak out, but listened quietly to Uchiha Obito's next words. Madara, please stop. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly spoke, interrupting Uchiha Obito's next words. I have something to ask clearly. He looked like he was entering his home court, looking at the 5 shadows expressionlessly, his eyes almost falling on Tsunade, and said indifferently, Hokage, let me ask you, where is Danzo? Danzo? Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then asked in a deep voice, why are you looking for Danzo? I originally planned to go to Konoha to find him, but found that he had left Konoha. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly, Madara told me that that guy is an elder of Konoha. Only you, as the Hokage, know his whereabouts. There was a hint of doubt on Tsunade's face, and she murmured slightly, Danzo actually left Konoha? When exactly? Yagyu behind her raised his eyebrows, and from the corner of his eye glanced at Obito Uchiha, who looked like he was watching a show on the pillar. Is this guy lying? What if Shimura Dan was hiding in Konoha? If he had left the village, it would be easy to find someone with his extreme abilities. But thinking about Orochimaru, he has been able to escape the pursuit of the Akatsuki organization for so many years. Yagyu he was not sure. What puzzled him was, why did Danzo Shimura leave Konoha? Is this guy who would do whatever it takes to become the Hokage some conspiracy behind his back? As if aware of Yagyu's gaze, Uchiha Obito's right eye under the Uzumaki mask stared deeply at Yagyu. This young man who caused him to lose one of his left eyes will undoubtedly be one of the enemies of his Eye of the Moon plan. The two people's eyes were separated by space, looking at each other. At the same time, Uchiha Sasuke said coldly again, Hokage, tell me. Stop being so arrogant here, kid. Call out. An air blast suddenly appeared, and the 4th Raikage's uncontrollable roar shook the entire hall. He appeared in front of Uchiha Sasuke like a teleport in his thunder chakra mode. He raised his fist and struck it directly. Boom, click. Like a heavy hammer hitting wood, a clear cracking sound slowly sounded. A row of skeletons wrapped with purple flames enveloped Uchiha Sasuke. A large number of cracks appeared on some of the ribs in the front. His expression was originally expressionless and full of arrogance, but now his expression changed slightly, and his eyes turned into the six-pointed star of the Mangekyo Sharinon. Ouch! Susanoo? Uchiha call out. Seeing the fourth Raikage crack Susanoo with one punch, Uchiha Sasuke, who dodged the move in time, jumped back quickly and distanced himself from the fourth Raikage. Go to hell. The fourth generation Raikage in a furious state shot towards Uchiha Sasuke like a beam of light. The speed was extremely fast, like lightning, and it was fleeting. It was clear that a lot of distance had been opened, and Uchiha before Sasuke's feet even landed on the ground, the fourth Raikage appeared in front of him. Amaterasu. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes suddenly shed a trace of blood. Black flames covered the shattered Susanoo. This ominous flame made the fourth Raikage stop his fist from blowing down. After the two landed, Uchiha Sasuke was out of breath. Susanoo was still too forced for him. He didn't even master the mature body, he just unfolded a skeleton, and all the cells in his body were sending bursts of energy. Severe pain. He cast Amaterasu again, which was already a great drain on him. Originally, he wanted to inflict Amaterasu on the fourth Raikage, but a fatal sense of danger made him choose used for defense. Amaterasu actually still uses it in this way. It seems that his eye skills are not simple. Uchiha Obito murmured slightly. The power of Amaterasu's immortal black flame should not be underestimated. If Izanaga hadn't been used last time, I'm afraid even he would have felt choked. Except for Uchiha Ataka's attack, this is the first time he has seen Amaterasu use the 540 method. But it has to be said that the effect of this method is very significant. Susanoo, who is known as the absolute defense, has another layer of appearance. Amaterasu is simply a nightmare for those with strong physical skills. Thunder level. Boom. Just when everyone thought that the fourth Raikage was awakened by Amaterasu, a loud shout suddenly sounded. Then, as Uchiha Sasuke's eyes widened, the fourth Raikage suddenly struck him with a sword. The powerful force directly shattered the cracked Susanoo, and landed directly on Uchiha Sasuke's face. Puff. His face seemed to be shattered. Uchiha Sasuke vomited blood and flew backwards. Yi Lei Shen Fury Thunder Axe. After the attack was successful, the fourth Raikage took advantage of the victory and pursued the victory. Countless left hands stained with black flames jumped into the air, raised their right feet, and struck down from top to bottom towards the fallen Uchiha Sasuke. He actually planned to sacrifice himself. Hands and feet, in exchange for Uchiha Sasuke's life. No, stop him quickly. The scene of a sensual person losing control was unexpected by Wu Ying and Yato. The moment he saw him jumping into the air, Mew quickly shouted, "Bang!" Fortunately, Gaara reacted very quickly. With a wave of his hand, a large amount of yellow sand blocked the kick of the fourth Raikage. At the same time, Kteb, Uchiha Obito on the pillar disappeared. His figure was twisted, he disappeared and appeared next to Uchiha Sasuke, sucking Uchiha Sasuke into the different space of Kamui. Immediately, Uchiha Obito breathed in the fragrant phosphorus again. You go in and treat Sasuke. This is how the farce brought about by Uchiha Sasuke ended. Asshole, go to hell. The fourth Raikage refused to give up and punched Uchiha Obito. However, his fist and the person passed through Uchiha Obito's body. Uchiha Obito seemed to ignore the fourth Raikage. He jumped back on the pillar, looked down at the people below, and said in a helpless tone, "Well, I originally wanted to use Uchiha Sasuke to capture a few hostages, but now it seems a bit whimsical. Taking hostages, what do you mean?" Terumi Mei was stunned for a moment and asked, "Literal meaning?" Uchiha Obito shrugged. "The battle with Senju Hashirama back then caused me serious injuries. Now I have little strength. To put it bluntly, I am just a shell now, so I need the power of Uchiha Sasuke. Is this really the case?" After listening to his words, Oniki was slightly enlightened. Gaara said in a deep voice, "Then you collected the tailed beasts to help yourself recover." "Well, you could say that." Uchiha Obito nodded and gave full play to his acting ability, but it is not limited to this. To be precise, I am here to complete the 1-month Eye project. Project Eye of the Moon? What is that? If I elaborate on it, it would be quite long. Uchiha Obito said in a slightly playful tone, "Let me tell you something. I believe that after listening, all the 5 shadows here will understand. Everything becomes one with me, the unity of all perfection." Uchiha Obito raised a finger and smiled. 1 to 9 tails merge into one, and then I will become the unique Jinhyuriki. Uchiha Obito's words really made everyone lose control. Oniki even shouted in disbelief, "Are you kidding me? How could there be a container for 9-tailed beasts in this world?" "No, there is." Uchiha Obito said calmly, "The Uchiha clan has a stone tablet that has been passed down from generation to generation, and it is still underground in Konoha. That stone tablet records the secrets left by the Immortal of 6 Paths. You may not believe it, but the Immortal of 6 Paths exists, and the secrets he left behind are true. When the shell of the 10 tails absorbs 1 to 9 tails, it will be completely awakened, and the person who absorbs it will become the 10 tails Jinhyuriki." Uchiha Obito stood up slowly and said, "And I have found the 10 tails shell. I believe you already understand the purpose of the Akatsuki organization after hearing this." Onoki said with an ugly face, "You want to become the 10 tails Jinhyuriki. Good." Uchiha Obito replied, "The first 10 tails Jinhyuriki was the 6 Paths sage, and the gap between me and that man is now only 1 8 tails and 9 tails." The fourth Raikage roared, "What on earth are you talking about, guy? Don't you understand yet? Uchiha Obito stared at the fourth Raikage and said, "Your brother, the eight-tailed Jinchuriki rabbi, has not been captured. He is still somewhere in the ninja world." "What? Then, you bastard." The news brought by Uchiha Obito made the fourth Raikage even more furious. When the older brother heard that he had been captured and might be dead, he was so angry that he almost lost his life, but the younger brother was still outside, carefree. At this moment, the fourth Raikage could not wait to find Kiribi immediately and let him experience his brother's love. However, his joy could not be hidden under his furious appearance. "Don't be too happy, fourth Raikage." Uchiha Obito seemed to have seen his thoughts and said calmly, "Let me tell you another secret. The so-called nine-tailed beasts are just the products of the six-path sage who split them from the 10 tails. I want to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, and the 8 tails and 9 tails are inevitable." Uchiha Obito continued, "When I become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, I will use the moon as a medium to cast an illusion called Infinite Tsukuyomi on everyone on the earth, which I will control. All human beings in the illusion create a world without curtains and disputes. This is where everything becomes one with me, the unity of everything. The Eye of the Moon Project. Are you kidding me? How could the world be left in the hands of people like you?" Such a ridiculous plan was met with roars from the 5 shadows. "Then, just get ready for war." Uchiha Obito seemed to have expected it, and said indifferently, "The fourth war of the ninja world will decide the ownership of the 8 tails and the 9 tails. Next time we meet, see you on the battlefield." Uchiha Obito's whole body began to twist then. "Goodbye. Call out. Call out." As he disappeared, Suijutsu and Yugo also disappeared. At this time, no one paid attention to their departure. The 5-cage talks ended with the formation of the Ninja United Army. Kiribi was still alive, and the fourth Raikage did not object to the declaration of war brought by Uchiha Madara. For the first time, the 5 major powers have united to completely end their relationship with the Akatsuki organization and Uchiha Madara. At the same time, this is also a war to protect the 8 tails and 9 tails. They must not be allowed to fall into the hands of Uchiha Madara, let alone appear on the upcoming chaotic battlefield. After discussing, Yagyu and Tsunade left the Kingdom of Iron. At the same time, the fourth Raikage also began to search for Kiribi's whereabouts. They were going to send 8 tails and 9 tails to a safe place. As they walked back to Konoha, neither Yagyu nor Tsunade spoke. During the meeting just now, Yagyu barely said a word. It is not his style to interfere at will or to seek the limelight without permission. Accompanying Tsunade this time was just to fulfill his duties as a ninja. But I am a little interested in what is coming next, the fourth war of the ninja world. It was indeed a chaotic battlefield. Not only is it a war between the Ninja Alliance and the Jumanji White Zetsu, but it is also a war involving the dead. There have been many brilliant and powerful men in different eras, and they will return to the world in the form of dirt. The war that Yagyu had been looking forward to, the unbridled feast of killing, was finally coming. Thinking like this, the corners of Yagyu's mouth raised slightly. Yagyu's reaction was noticed by Tsunade. Tsunade, who rarely saw him smile, couldn't help but asked in confusion, "Yuzuki, what are you laughing at?" Yagyu shook his head. "No, it's nothing mysterious." Tsunade shook her head and did not continue to ask. No need to think too much, the thing that made him couldn't help but be happy must have something to do with that little girl from the Hyuga clan. The love of these young people is really enviable. The lover would have died long ago. Tsunade did have a little envy of the relationship between Yagyu and Hinata. But this time, she guessed wrong. Maybe she didn't expect that this man who pursues a stable life actually has killing hidden in his blood. Factor. It cannot be said to be a killing factor, but Yagyu's kendo, which is what it is. Before he received the second inheritance, Yagyu realized that he had a murderous kendo. With a pair of extra eyes of direct death, his sword just formed, the prototype was born. The feeling of tearing the human body apart with just one wave is so beautiful and wonderful. Just when the two of them walked for a while and left a mark on the snow, Yagyu suddenly paused in his steps, glanced sideways at the 5 o'clock direction on the right, and then drew out his sword very decisively. Swish! The silver-white sword light transformed into a dazzling dark red light, which looked so dazzling on the snow-white ground. Boom! The sword energy was like the tree roots entrenched in the ground, suddenly rising up from the ground and tearing a ravine 3 to 4 meters wide and deep on the ground. Puff puff. As the sword energy spread, the ground shook slightly. Dozens of dark figures emerged from the ground one after another, turning into afterimages and falling around Yagyu and Tsunade, surrounding them. These people were all wearing black tights and white overalls, with masks of different shapes on their faces. Looking at their clothes, Tsunade said with an ugly expression, "Root organization, are you Danzo's people?" Fire release big fireball technique. Several members of the Root organization, without any reply, directly directed towards Yagyu and Tsunade, using magic to spit out a wisp of fire, which quickly expanded into a hot fireball. Swish! Asking for flowers. And at the moment when several fireballs just appeared, a silver-white sword light turned 360 degrees like a silver plate. The next moment, the fireballs that had just emerged turned into flames and disappeared. Those scorching temperatures are as if they had never happened before. Tear it apart. Seeing this scene, several members of the Root organization were slightly startled. Then, a pair of ice blue eyes suddenly reflected through the Umbu mask into the eyes of a Root organization member. Immediately afterwards, the sound of tearing cloth sounded from his body and the companions next to him. Limbs splattered, flesh and blood flying everywhere. 0. The hands, feet, and waist seemed to be separated from the body. They fell to the ground before even a little pain could be felt. After the severe pain came, the vision began to gradually blur, and the other companions were vaguely seen, and the same was true. Call out, swish. An afterimage, a body bent and running in a circle. At an extremely fast speed, they passed by the members of the Root organization, and the sword in their hands penetrated through their bodies like a phantom. Every time his back was turned to a person, a column of blood would spatter from that person's body, smooth and straight, like limbs cut by a machine, which would fly and fall. The bright red blood soon dyed the silvery snow red. Yagyu's speed is very fast, and his killing moves are even faster. So fast that not only members of the Root organization can react. Even Tsunade may not have reacted for a long time. When she came to her senses, the ground was littered with corpses. The tragic death scene makes people feel scared in their hearts. At this time, Yagyu had already sheathed his sword, and the colorful spiral-patterned ice blue magic eye had returned to its normal red color. Ugh. Looking at Yagyu's back, Tsunade seemed to want to say something, but she couldn't express the blame that surged into her throat. Yagyu, you are indeed the biggest anomaly in my plan. The blizzard has stopped, and an old voice slowly rang out from the ground covered with heavy snow. As Tsunade's words fell, a figure suddenly appeared from the 11 o'clock direction, with a withered body as thick as a dozen people. He walked out from under the tree. The leader was an old man with white bandages on his forehead and right eye. Not even a finger was exposed in his right hand robe. He was holding a crutch in his left hand, followed by two people behind him. A man. One had orange hair and the other had black hair. Their clothing characteristics told Yagyu and Tsunade that they were members of the Yamanaka clan and the Abarame clan. They were the guards of Shimura Danzo, Yamabase, and Abarame Kagan respectively. Meeting Shimura when Danzo appeared, Suna's 540 hand did not hide the anger on his face and asked Duanzo, "What do you mean? Why do your Root organization members attack us without authorization? We've done it to this extent, don't you understand? Tsunade?" Danzo Shimura looked at Tsunade with only his left eye exposed, and said flatly, "It's what you think. Tsunade, you are no longer suitable to sit in the position of Hokage." Tsunade looked a little disbelieving. You want to kill me?" Although she knew that Danzo Shimura was not a good person, he often didn't get along with his teacher Hiruzen Sarutobi, and he had some obsession with the position of Hokage. But everyone was a part of Konoha, and she really didn't think about it. However, Shimura Danzo would want to kill her. After all, his teacher, the Nidaime Hokage, was Tsunade's second grandfather? "No, I won't kill you." Shimura Danzo's answer was unexpected, but very determined. "I need you to abdicate and let me become the 6th generation Hokage." Tsunade suddenly roared, "You are so delusional that Konoha cannot be handed over to someone like you. I knew you wouldn't abdicate obediently, so I could only make this last resort." Danzo Shimura said without surprise, "Don't worry. You were encircled and suppressed by Uchiha Sasuke and the Akatsuki organization, and then you were seriously injured. You were rescued by me in time. Because of Pain's invasion and the serious injuries you received at the Five Shadows conference, you knew that you could not continue to be Hokage and decided to support me. Become the 6th Hokage, with this eye of mine." The last words rang out from Danzo Shimura's heart. His right eye seemed to be shining with scarlet light through a layer of white bandage. You? After hearing Shimura Danzo's plan, Tsunade's eyes widened, and she was speechless with shock and anger. Choke. At this time, the sound of a sword being unsheathed sounded. Yagyu held the sword that shone with cold light, looked at Tsunade and asked calmly, "Hokage-sama, what is your decision? Call." Tsunade took a deep breath, threw away the Hokage hat, raised her sleeves and said in a deep voice, "Get ready to fight." She was not the 3rd Hokage, the kind of person who was indecisive because of her fellow villagers and companions. On the contrary, her character is very strong. Although she was severely shocked by Shimura Danzo's plan, after she realized what she was doing, she had already made an iron-blooded decision in her heart. Hearing this, the corner of Yagyu's mouth slightly raised. Snap. Shimura Danzo and the 3 people opposite seemed to hear Tsunade's words, and Fanfang clapped his hands. Call out, call out, call out. Dozens more afterimages came from all directions, surrounding Tsunade and Yagyu. Moreover, their aura was a bit stronger than the dozen or so people just now. It seems that the dozen or so members of the Root organization who were intercepted on the way just now were just cannon fodder or pawns for testing. I will deal with Tsunade, and Yuzuki Yagyu will leave it to you. Shimura Danzo threw away the crutch in his hand, and slowly stretched out his right hand hidden in his robe. It was a right hand covered with a yellow metal object, which seemed to be some kind of seal. Shimura Danzo removed the metal while he took out the sealing parts of the object and warned Yuzuki Yagyu cannot leave him alive, let alone let him escape. Wind, take the root, you all take action together. Yes. The wind in the mountain and the oil girl took root and echoed in unison. Swish. However, the moment they finished speaking, a seemingly comprehensive dark red light suddenly came into their eyes. A sword energy with a terrifying area and a half-moon shape roared in like a tsunami. Rumble. The sword energy flew out in a sweeping motion. It directly knocked down Yagyu and Tsunade, and the trees hundreds of meters in front of them. The terrifying air waves stirred up large amounts of mud, snowflakes, and dust mist. The dark red light covered Danzo Shimura and the other 3, as well as several members of the Root organization next to them. However, when the dark red light dissipated, there were only 2 unresponsive corpses on the snow, and a few splintered logs. Tear it apart. Yagyu seemed to have anticipated this scene, and before the sword energy dissipated, his figure had already turned into an afterimage and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in front of the members of the root organization who were frightened by the sword energy behind him. The eyes had turned into icy blue demonic eyes. Yagyu wielded the knife lightly, causing the familiar sound of tearing cloth. In this ninja world, sword energy is really only suitable for collision with a wide range of techniques. For some people who have rich experience in actual combat and are extremely calm, their sword energy is just a waste. The opponent most likely only needs a substitute technique or a teleportation technique to avoid a wide range of sword energy. It is more convenient to use melee slashes and direct death eyes. 4.1 When you appear in front of me, you are already dead. Yagyu's voice, like a breeze, slowly reached the ears of the members of the root organization. With blurred vision, one could vaguely see flickering afterimages, as well as scenes of broken limbs and flesh flying everywhere. The induction of the breathing of all things death does not even need to be wielded with much force, making each of Yagyu's swords a harvest of art. It is simple and beautiful, pleasing to the eye, and cruel and bloody with a fatal blow. When Shimura Danzo and the other 3 appeared again, there were already 3 people lying on the ground. There are 4 corpses. And those corpses were not ordinary people, nor genin or chinin. Fire release dragon fire technique. After Shimura Danzo and others appeared, a member of the root organization who had avoided the sword energy like them immediately formed a seal with his hands and sprayed a linear flame in the direction of Yagyu. The speed of the flame was very fast. The orange flames grazed the ground, and the goose feathers and heavy snow melted into water, showing that the power was also first-rate. The target of the attack was fixed on Yagyu, and the members of the root organization did not seem to care at all about the companions next to Yagyu. Their actions were as if it's already been discussed. As long as Yagyu can be killed, it doesn't matter no matter how heavy the price is. Swish. Unfortunately, for this powerful B-level fire escape, Yagyu just turned around and swung the sword from top to bottom. With the sudden appearance of the silver-white sword light, the long line formed by the flame seemed to have exhausted its energy. 23 Like a candle that had been blown out, it instantly turned into a wisp of smoke and dissipated. This scene once again made everyone around look slightly stunned. Poof, tear it apart. Taking advantage of the 2 seconds of daze, Yagyu launched another attack. The sword in his hand penetrated the body of a member of the root organization, and then with a gentle lift, the human body was torn apart. The scene of internal organs and intestines flying around, the blood almost splashed onto Yagyu. Fortunately, the moment the blood spattered out, Yagyu had disappeared. Not counting Shimura Danzo and his 2 guards, there were a total of 16 members of the root organization surrounding Yagyu and Tsunade. Sword the air took away 2 of them and lasted for tens of seconds. During this period, Yagyu killed a total of 8 members of the root organization. Now the snow is littered with corpses and broken limbs. The snow covered with goose feathers was like sprinkled with red gems, dyed with a rich bright red color, which was particularly conspicuous on the pure white earth. The pungent smell of blood filled the air. The only 6 remaining roots the members of the organization seemed to be frightened by Yagyu's strength, and they subconsciously stepped back. They looked at the young man standing on the snow, holding a sword, silver hair flying, his kimono not stained at all, and his scarf stained with a little red. The eyes under the umbu mask were full of fear. Not to mention them, even Shimura Danzo and his guards had a look of shock. Yagyu Yuzuki's information has been unclear since the Chunin examination a few years ago. It has entered the eyes of Konoha's senior officials. At the age of only 12, he has the power to threaten the shadow. His figure has entered the eyes of Shimura Danzo early. A genius like this who was born as an orphan is the most it met the selection criteria of the root organization. After learning about Yagyu's information, Shimai never wanted to take Yagyu under his command. Unfortunately, at that time, the 3rd Hokage had just died, and during the period when the village was sensitive, both Mitokaden and Kohara were watching his every move. After that period of time passed, Tsunade had come to succeed the 5th Hokage, and could not interfere. In the following years, Yagyu's reputation gradually grew, and he quietly entered the eyes of the top leaders of the 5 major countries. Akasaka the deaths of Scorpion and Pain proved that he was full. Danzo Shimura could not find a chance to recruit him, and he was regarded as the biggest anomaly in this plan. Although he knew that Yagyu was powerful and could use a super secret attack. But I didn't expect that his strength was so amazing. Even among the Umbu, he was an elite-level member of the root organization. He didn't even have time to dodge or cast the spell before he was killed by him. Those eyes. Danzo Shimura looked at Yagyu's ice blue eyes, and his left eye suddenly narrowed slightly. If I saw it correctly, his eyes seemed to be red before. Is it a pupil technique or a different pupil? In addition to the 3 major pupil techniques of Sharinon, Byakugan, and Rinnegan, Shimura Danzo had only heard of a red eye, and had never heard of the ice blue pupil technique with colorful spiral patterns. Thinking like this, Shimura Danzo said, "Wind, take the root, you guys go up together." Yes. Shan Feng and Abarame took root in response, and immediately ran towards Yagyu, and issued orders, "Everyone, come up together." After listening to their words, the frightened members of the root organization came to their senses one after another. They quickly suppressed the fear in their hearts, pulled out the short blade from behind, and attacked Yagyu. Since elemental ninjutsu will be used by the opponent, cut it off. Then use close combat. Moreover, as long as it cooperates with Lord Tijin's technique, Yagyu doesn't know what these people are thinking. Seeing them rushing toward him, Yagyu directly attacks them. Holding a knife, the figure was like an arrow, rushing towards the nearest member of the root organization. Clang crack. The tachi in his hand chopped out and collided with the short blade of the root organization member. A clear cracking sound was heard immediately. The material and quality were obviously many times higher than Yagyu's tachi, and the short blade was different from the short blade. After it collided, it shattered directly. Call out? Tear it apart. After cutting off the short blade, Yagyu turned into an afterimage and passed through the members of the root organization. When their backs were turned, the sound of cloth tearing could be heard from the members of root organization 540. The moment Yagyu stopped, a figure jumped on his head. Abarame took her right hand and made a fist. Her whole wrist was purple and she struck it towards Yagyu. In the sight of the death eye, his fists were covered with a large amount of death. It was not his death, but the death of other creatures. Nano-sized bugs die. Yagyu didn't wave his sword to meet the attack. Instead, he kicked his feet calmly, and his figure jumped back a certain distance. Good chance. His evasion made Shanfan's eyes light up. He made a gesture with his hands, aimed at the position where Yagyu landed, and decisively performed the technique heart-turning technique. Lu Sheng glanced at him indifferently and smiled disdainfully. You are seeking death. Any technique, unless it involves the chakra fruit of the samsara eye, or the pupil technique of the alien Atsutsuki clan, and the level of the blood successor snare. The rest of the techniques, in Yagyu's eyes, are life when they are used. The effect is over and it means death. The cause and effect of life and death are too obvious. The moment Shanfang cast the spell, rows of lines of death spread towards him. That was the death of Shanfan's spirit. Aha! Ah! As a silver light slid down from top to bottom, Shanfang, who thought he would succeed in controlling Yagyu, suddenly let out a miserable cry. Holding his head with both hands, his face first showed a look of collapse, and then this frightening expression slowly became dull at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a few seconds, the whole person fell to the ground. It was not that he fainted in pain, but that he died without any sound. His spirit had been killed by Yagyu. The concept of spirit should not be killed by Yanagi yet, but the alternative understanding and the power system of the ninja world allowed him to kill this concept. I saw Yagyu wielding a knife at Shanfang from the air, and then Shanfang died in excruciating pain. Originally, he was overjoyed and prepared to cooperate with Shanfan's mind-turning technique and use his nano-level poisonous insects to remove the roots of the abarame that Yagyu had killed, but he was unable to take a step forward. My heart was filled with doubts and fear. What exactly is going on? Why did the secret technique of the mountain clan not only fail, but also the mountain wind died so mysteriously? What exactly did he do to Shanfang? Swish, boom. While he was stunned, the sound of tearing the earth suddenly sounded. The dazzling dark red light came like a sky curtain. Looking at the spreading sword energy, Abarame chose to avoid it without saying a word. Except for Kaimimiro's strongest spear, which once blocked Yagyu's sword energy, those who fought against Yagyu all chose to avoid it. This is the power of the S-level secret slash, but under the appearance of powerful lethality, but it has a very obvious flaw, that is, it is easy to dodge. Especially in the world of ninjutsu, there are countless ways to avoid such linear sword energy. Because of this, Yagyu, in addition to dealing with large-scale jutsu collision, and as a bait to attract the enemy's attention, the reason why sword energy is rarely used. Poof, tear it apart. Waving his sword energy to distract the abarame from taking the root, Yagyu's figure disappeared in an instant, and the sword in his hand penetrated through the body of a root organization like a white sword. The next second, a familiar tear appeared. The members of the root organization present seemed to be strong in physical skills. They used ninjutsu to measure their strength. Once they did not have the opportunity to use ninjutsu, in Yagyu's eyes, they were as ordinary as having no power to bind a chicken. With the help of the ability of the Death Eye, Yagyu harvested the lives of the remaining members of the root organization. After a while, only Yagyu and Tsunade, Shimura Danzo and Abarame Tune were left on the snow. At this time, Shimura Danzo had not yet completely grasped the yellow metal object in his hand. Looking at the broken limbs and broken arms on the ground as a background, and avoiding the Abarame Taekjin who had just landed on the ground with his sword energy, a rare fear emerged in his heart. When he looked into Yagyu's ice-blue magic eyes, he only felt his body temperature and strength. All seemed to be drawn away by some kind of force. He knew that he was afraid. He has clearly made up his mind and is willing to sacrifice his life for Danzo-sama. But facing the murderer in front of him, his fear emerged uncontrollably. Secret technique, dust of poisonous dust. The fear in his heart did not defeat Abarame's courage to take the root. As if to strengthen his courage, he gathered nanoscale poisonous insects in his hands and blew out purple dust mist towards Yagyu. The dust mist was formed by countless poisonous insects and passed by on the snow. The pure white goose feather snow was instantly polluted. 1 or 2, if controlled freely, I would still be afraid of 1 or 2. Looking at the poisonous mist blowing in, Yagyu walked forward with a knife in his hand and said calmly, but if it's a technique, then even if it's 10,000, 100,000, or 1 million, it's no different from one in my eyes. Death, so obvious. Swish, tear it apart. After he finished speaking, Lu Sheng actually rushed into the poisonous mist that would kill him if he inhaled one breath. With the sudden appearance of the silver sword light, a Balian broke through the poisonous mist. But the area of Balian was even bigger than the poisonous mist. There is not even 1/10 of the area. Just like the appearance of Balian, the huge poisonous mist and the richly colored interior gradually became clear at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 3 or 4 seconds, the poisonous fog the mist disappeared. Seeing this, Abarame Taekjin was completely stunned on the spot as if his consciousness had been extracted. Not only him, but even Danzo Shimura's eyes widened. Unknown to others, the two of them were very clear. This is not a poisonous mist at all, but an attack formed by countless nanoscale poisonous insects. No matter how powerful you swing the knife, it is impossible to kill these insects instantly. Not to mention that Yagyu has already rushed in, and as long as he inhales it, it's like certain death. Those eyes, are they really pupil magic? Shimura Danzo's heart sank. The poisonous mist has happened more than once. Combined with the previous dragon fire jutsu and the strange death of Shanfang. Those eyes, if the guess is correct, should be killing ninjutsu. Poof. At this time, the sound of a sharp weapon entering the body suddenly reached everyone's ears. Abarame Tori looked at it blankly. Yagyu appeared in front of him out of thin air. He slowly lowered his head and watched the stabbing into his body. His mouth was twitching, and his lips were moving, as if he wanted to say something. Tear it apart? Yagyu's hand holding the sword suddenly raised, and the sword stuck in his body moved upwards without any hindrance, like a paper cut, and it was cut out of Abarame's head. Call out. The next moment, Yagyu's figure disappeared. A pillar of blood spurted out from Abarame's body. A huge crack cut his upper body from the middle to his head, and the whole person looked dead. He fell to the ground tragically. The bright red blood dyed the pure white earth red. The world of Shizuki fell into silence. Neither Tsunade nor Shimura Danzo could say a word. Hokage-sama, please leave it to me to deal with people like this who seek power and seize the throne. After killing Abarame and taking the root, Yagyu pointed the knife at Danzo Shimura and said with his back to Tsunade. Looking at his back, Tsunade felt more reliable than ever before. So, he nodded with a smile and said then leave it to you, Yuzuki. Your strength is unexpectedly amazing. Danzo Shimura didn't seem to care at all about the death of his men, and said in a calm tone the sharp sword skills remind me of a familiar person. He was talking about Heitake Sakumo, Kakashi's father. The name of Konoha White Fang has resounded throughout the entire ninja world, and almost everyone knows it. His reputation is even among the legendary Sunin. Above. He was so powerful that he had never been defeated in that era, and finally died in his own hands. He was a rare strong swordsman in the ninja world, and was a veritable senior of Yagyu. Anyone who came from that era would have seen Yagyu's sword skills can't help but think of Konoha White Fang. And the death of Konoha White Fang hides Shimura Danzo's conspiracy. That's why he sighed like this. Call out. Yagyu wasn't even interested in talking to him. 540 The figure quickly disappeared, running towards Shimura Danzo in a way of movement that was different from the teleportation technique. Click. Shimura Danzo didn't care. He removed the yellow metal object in his hand, revealing a pure white right arm with 10-3 Magatama Sharinon. His hands first formed a few marks, and then Shimura Danzo cast his spell forward and said wind release, vacuum jade. Boo-hoo-hoo. Like blowing out a breath, several transparent beams of light that looked like bullets shot out in a straight line. These beams of light successfully forced Yagyu's figure out. The running steps stalled slightly, and Yagyu slashed down with his knife. Aha! The concise white practice disappeared in a flash. The several beams of light that were fired instantly seemed to be annihilated by some kind of law and disappeared. Seeing this scene, Shimura Danzo murmured slightly it is indeed the case. Killing ninjutsu. Tsunade not far away looked at Shimura Danzo's right hand covered with Sharinon eyes and murmured with an ugly face this guy's bandage actually hides such a secret. When the Uchiha clan was exterminated, was he doing it just for the Sharinon? After knowing Shimura Danzo's secret, my personal impression instantly became worse. At this time, Shimura Danzo had no time to pay attention to Tsunade. He saw the wind escape that Yagyu killed him, and the one who met Yagyu. The horror of close combat, Shimura Danzo not only did not distance himself, but instead took out a kunao and faced the attack. Click. The sword slashed away, and the long soldiers and short soldiers collided. There was no sound of metal collision, and the kunao was cut directly by the sword. The sharp blade speed was still missing, and it slashed towards Shimura Danzo's neck. Shimura Danzo didn't dodge at all, and didn't seem to care at all whether the sword would chop off his head. The moment the Tachi cut off the kunao, Danzo Shimura raised his other hand and grabbed Yagyu's neck. The gap between the palms and the sword is almost the same as the distance between each other's necks. But the results were completely different. One just strangled his neck, while the other might be beheaded. If it were anyone else, he would never hide. However, Yagyu raised his eyebrows, not expecting Shimura Danzo to be so decisive. So, he slashed at Danzo Shimura with his sword, and it stopped mid-air. Bang! His right foot was covered with a layer of black material, and he kicked it out. The extremely fast change of moves left people unable to react. Even Danzo Shimura did not expect that Yagyu would give up such a good opportunity and choose to kick him. Fly. The strong power not only kicked Shimura Danzo out, but also destroyed his plan. Kteb. This once again proves the advantage that intelligence brings to people. In the original work, Shimura Danzo almost killed Uchiha Sasuke's, but it was because of the sealing technique. If Uchiha Sasuke's hatred had not become stronger, causing Susanoo to evolve into a mature form, Uchiha Obito was ready to take action. Shimura Danzo just wanted to use it in exchange for sealing Yagayu's life. He achieves the plan of killing him with one blow. Yagyu has never experienced the power of the sealing technique, but with his Jounin chakra, there should be a high chance that he will be attacked. Swish, boom. After kicking Shimura Danzo away, Yagyu raised the sword in his hand and swung a sword energy nearly 10 meters high at him. The dark red light was like a tsunami, completely submerging Shimura Danzo. Call out. When the sword energy dissipated, the figure that shouldn't have appeared unexpectedly rushed towards Yagyu without any damage. Looking at Shimura Danzo rushing in front of him, Yagyu was not surprised. He had already predicted this scene. Tear it apart. The sword in his hand was swung lightly, and it passed through Shimura Danzo's body like a shadow. The sound of cloth tearing was heard, and Shimura Danzo's running figure fell to the ground in 2 parts. Tsunade, who saw this scene not far away, was slightly startled. Just die like this. Wind escape vacuum wave. 10 seconds later, just as Tsunade was about to step forward, Shimura Danzo's voice suddenly sounded from behind Yagyu, and the body split in 2 on the ground disappeared like an illusion. Shimura Danzo, who was originally dead, still unscathed, he appeared behind Yagyu and magically spat out a Kamitachi wind escape attack at him. Sure enough, can't he be killed? Yagyu murmured slightly, turned around as if distracted, and swung down the sword in his hand. Boom. The astonishing sword energy roared out again. A sword energy 7 or 8 meters high directly shattered the vacuum wave and drowned Shimura Danzo. Yagyu turned around and looked at Shimura Danzo, who appeared in the original position, as if he had not moved, and murmured slightly in his heart, Izanagi is a jutsu. I also saw his death just now, but it can't be the same as killing other jutsus. The concept that directly killed Izanagi Death Eye is very lethal. As long as it cuts the line and point of death, it can kill even the hardest object in the world without any effort. Can be cut off easily. This alone is enough for Yagyu to say goodbye to the drain of energy and spirit brought about by the sound of all things breathing. You only need to kill the airflow, and you can continuously wield strong or weak sword energy. Although wanting to see large-scale airflow death requires a little bit of brain burning, but compared with the great swordsman's slashing, which requires an overdraft of energy, this price is negligible, and you can recover after a short rest. However, this is not the strongest point of the demonic eye of death. The strongest point of the death eye is that it can kill the concept of an object or a certain concept. For example, once the door of a house is removed with the death eye, a new door cannot be installed on the door of the house. But this requires a very deep understanding, at least understanding the concept of a door in order to kill the concept of a door. Otherwise, you can still kill the door, but the door you kill is just the wooden board. Because ordinary wooden doors are made of wood, the wood can be traced back to saplings and can be killed easily. But this door can still be installed with a new door. The concept is a deep understanding, while ordinary killing is a superficial understanding, and the effect is completely different. This understanding can also be applied to surgery. Because of the advantage of being a time traveler, Yagyu has his own understanding of life and death in the art. It is alive when released and is defined as cause. After the effect is over, it is dead and defined as effect. This is the superficial understanding. Yagyu can kill jutsu, so before, he killed countless nano-level poisonous insects with just a slight swing of the knife. Similarly, Yagyu can also do it. He only needs to kill one shadow clone to kill all the shadow clones. But he couldn't kill the concept of this technique from the caster. Even if he killed the technique, the caster could still continue to cast it. Only when he sees the death of the concept of the spell in the caster can he truly kill. But how did the concept of shadow clones come about? What inspired the creation of the second Hokage? How can one create shadow clones from chakra just by using seals, etc.? At least one needs to understand such a complex principle before he can create one. It can completely kill the technique from the caster, so that even if he has chakra and knows the mark and chakra distribution, he will not be able to cast the technique again. Although everything can be traced back to the chakra fruit is from the alien Otsutsuki clan. What is the reason why chakra fruit is in the Otsutsuki clan? Yagyu doesn't know anything? Now it seems that the superpowered deaths that Yagyu has seen so far are only the most superficial understanding. Unlike those ordinary things such as wood and paper, understanding the concept can kill them completely and cannot be repaired. After all, this world has no roots, and his advantage as a time traveler is just another shortcut to understanding. P.S. This is the final explanation. As I said before, Naruto has no such thing as a root. These eyes belong to the protagonist and make his swordsmanship even more powerful. Don't talk about Xingyu's stuff with me. Thank you. Although it is a pity that the concept of being unable to kill ninjutsu and pupil techniques, the kind of death that makes his kendo even more powerful, has made Yagyu very satisfied. Yanagori cleared his mind and turned his attention to Shimura Danzo. The sword in his hand was covered with a layer of black substance visible to the naked eye. At this time, 1 minute has passed. One of the 10 Sharingan eyes on Shimura Danzo's right arm slowly closed. His Izanagi is not authentic, and each eye can only last for 6 seconds. In other words, his Izanagi can only be invincible for 10 minutes. There are 9 minutes left. So, Yagyu ran towards Shimura Danzo again. Wind escape vacuum jade. Shimura Danzo formed a seal with his hands and spit out an air cannon towards Yagyu, which was similar to Hinata's Bagua air palm, roaring towards him. Then his figure, following closely behind the air cannon, ran towards Yagyu. He seemed to think that Yagyu doesn't know Izanaga's secret. He still wants to take advantage of the last 9 minutes to use the sealing technique on Yagyu. As long as he succeeds once within 9 minutes, it means Danzo Shimura wins. Asking for flowers. Unfortunately, his information was all in Yagyu's head. Facing the roaring air cannon, Yagyu still just waved his sword lightly. Aha! As the silver-white sword light fell, the air cannon split into two and disappeared instantly. There is no process from strong to weak. Wind escape kunao. Shimura Danzo took out a kunao again. Different from the previous one, this kunao condensed the changes in wind escape properties and formed a wind sword. Click. But it was still of no use. The moment the tachi collided with the kunao, the sound of shattering immediately sounded. But Shimura Danzo's purpose did not seem to be this. 0. When the kunao and the sword collided, his left hand grabbed Yagyu's neck again. Wishful thinking. Yagyu dismissed it, and didn't even kick him away this time. Instead, he kicked his feet, and the figure leaped up, flying over Shimura Danzo's head on moon steps. When he flipped, the sword in his hand went down. One stroke. Tear it apart. With the tearing sound, half of Shimura Danzo's shoulder was taken away, and the entire right arm fell to the ground. The next moment, Shimura Danzo's unkilled figure disappeared like an illusion. Call out. As soon as Yagyu landed, a familiar figure rushed in front of him. This weird scene would definitely put others under pressure. However, Yagyu didn't hesitate at all. The figure turned into an afterimage and passed through Shimura Danzo's body. Tear it apart. The sound of tearing cloth was heard. This time it was cut in two, cutting Shimura Danzo in the middle. The next second later, Shimura Danzo's figure disappeared again like an illusion. Yo, the two of you fought quite fiercely. This time, Danzo Shimura did not rush over. As soon as his figure emerged, a joking voice was heard by the people present. Turning his head, he saw Uke wearing a red cloud black robe and a whirlpool mask. Obito was already standing not far away. Madara, and Uchiha Sasuke. The appearance of Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Sasuke stopped the battle that was about to enter a fierce battle. Shimura Danzo formed a seal with his hands without leaving any trace, and silently closed Izanagi. Watching him grow on the right arm of Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke said with murderous eyes, "You guy, how much Uchiha's blood is stained on that arm?" Shimura Danzo said calmly, "They are all the hands of Uchiha Itachi." Uchiha Sasuke took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down the anger in his heart. He looked at Shimura Danzo with indifferent eyes and said coldly, "I ask you, is the destruction of the Uchiha clan caused by the high-level officials of Konoha, including you? An order given to Uchiha Itachi?" Shimura Danzo's face was still 540 calm, and he said expressionlessly, "Did Uchiha Itachi tell you this? I didn't expect him to be such a person. It seems that you are indeed the most special in his heart." The implication was that Uchiha Sasuke finally believed what Uchiha Obito said. His brother was still the same brother who loved him and had never changed. And Konoha made his brother bear the shame of genocide. And the hatred he had for many years, until the moment of death, he did not tell him the truth. If it weren't for Uchiha Obito, he would still be kept in the dark now, and because he killed the enemy who wiped out the clan, he felt deep in his heart feeling relieved. Hatred? Extremely strong hatred gradually emerged from Uchiha Sasuke's heart. Swish, boom. Just when he was about to take action against Shimura Danzo, a dazzling dark red light suddenly roared towards Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Obito. Looking at the drowned dark red light, Uchiha Sasuke, his face changed slightly. The three Megatama Sharingan transformed into a six-pointed star kaleidoscope, a skeleton wrapped with purple flames, shrouding Uchiha Sasuke. The astonishing dark red light instantly covered him and the Uchiha belt. Earth. The next second, Uchiha Sasuke and Susanoo were blasted away together. Click. The power of sword energy is far more amazing than imagined. The torn and twisted airflow produced shock waves one after another, blasting a crack into Susanoo's frame and spreading rapidly to the surroundings, quickly spreading to half of the frame. The difference between Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi can be seen from this point. Uchiha Itachi only used a substitute technique to avoid Yagyu's sword energy, while Uchiha Sasuke actually used Susanoo to resist. The gap between his psychological quality and Uchiha Itachi is not even the slightest bit. When the sword energy dissipated, what appeared was an unharmed Uchiha Obito, and a panting and frightened Uchiha Sasuke. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes finally noticed. Yagyu. Yuzuki. Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth slightly and read out the name he was once jealous of. Although 3 years have passed and his former classmates have grown older, Yagyu's clothes, silver hair and sword have not changed. Uchiha Sasuke recognized him immediately. Uchiha Sasuke, long time no see. Yagyu greeted him calmly, and then rushed towards him with a knife. "Since you appear as a rebel ninja and a member of the Akatsuki organization, please stay here. Don't be too arrogant, I'm not the same person I used to be." Uchiha Sasuke felt very unhappy with the way Yagyu looked down on him. The shadow of defeat left behind, and the trace of dissatisfaction that always remained in his heart, made him even forget about Shimura Danzo, his enemy, and wanted to be with Yagyu. Higher. However, the next moment, a scene that shocked his expression appeared. Yagyu, who was running towards him, suddenly disappeared. That kind of movement was completely different from the teleportation technique. Sharinon can see clear but tear it off poof. A silver-white sword light flashed across like Bai Lian. Bai Lian hit Susanna's frame. Susanna, known as Absolute Defense, was torn apart easily like a paper cut. Bai Lian it seeped into it and wiped past the waist of Uchiha Sasuke, who barely reacted and jumped to the side to avoid it. A pillar of blood spattered out from Uchiha Sasuke's right waist. A piece of minced meat 3 fingers wide fell to the ground. A cry of pain came from Uchiha Sasuke's mouth. When he landed, the Susanna that enveloped him immediately disappeared. He covered his right waist with one hand and felt that the contents inside were about to overflow. Not good. Uchiha Obito, who saw this scene in his eyes, suddenly disappeared with an unpleasant feeling. He did not expect that Uchiha Sasuke, who had activated the Mangekyo Sharinon, would be instantly killed by Yagyu. If he had known better, he should have killed him instantly. Yagyu Yuzuki's information was told to him in advance. The space behind Uchiha Sasuke gradually formed a vortex, and a black spot released strong gravity, sucking Uchiha Sasuke in. In this regard, Yagyu did not stop him. That knife, the damage caused to Uchiha Sasuke is far more than the surface. The human body is different from those special superpowers. Yagyu's knife just now cut off a piece of Uchiha Sasuke's waist. The characteristics of the direct death demon eye will it works on that wound, causing irreparable effects. Ordinary medical ninjutsu cannot be cured at all, unless it is other special means. If not treated as soon as possible, Uchiha Sasuke will bleed to death. Uchiha Sasuke will die of excessive blood loss. After being sucked into the alien space, Uchiha Obito looked deeply at Yagyu, and unexpectedly disappeared without saying a word to him. Hokage-sama, they all ran away. Yagyu sheathed his sword 4.1, walked up to Tsunade without any intention of fighting, and said. While he was fighting with Uchiha Sasuke, Shimura Danzo's figure had disappeared. Although he was domineering after seeing and hearing, he still remained. He could feel the moving aura, but he was too lazy to chase after it. Being targeted by Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Sasuke, and because he failed to seek power and seize the throne, he should not even dare to return to Konoha. If Obito wants to win over Uchiha Sasuke, he will definitely help him find Danzo and let him avenge the Uchiha clan. Confronting the reincarnation of Indra, Shimura Danzo's mortality rate will be extremely high. After all, Yagyu doesn't think that just with that sword, can kill Uchiha Sasuke. Due to the intervention of Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Sasuke, Shimura Danzo saved his life. Disdainful of hunting down the weak, and knowing the blood feud between him and Uchiha Sasuke, Yagyu allowed Shimura Danzo to leave. Anyway, he has gained a lot from this battle. Your 2 ritual inheritance template has been unlocked to 5.72%. A lot of time has passed since the second template was opened, but Yagyu didn't have much progress to unlock. Since he had killed Kakuzu so far, Yagyu had only fought against Six Paths Pain. Six Paths Pain is different from Kakuzu's mask heart in that he does not gain any experience after killing him. This nearly 6% progress was provided to him by several of Orochimaru's subordinates and members of the Root organization. Yagyu, who already had some understanding of the inheritance template given by the system, didn't care about his experience. The so-called inheritance is nothing more than a seed that gives him strength, 23 and an experience. For example, the inheritance of the hawk's eye gives him the sound of breathing of all things, the inheritance of the 2 rituals gives him a pair of eyes that can lead to death. But compared with Hawkeye's inheritance, the experience of the 2 rituals almost all comes from the understanding of death at the root. Those understandings of death are the deaths of ordinary things. The help to Yagyu was not of much use. On the contrary, Yagyu felt that this inheritance should be unlocked slowly. In this way, he can strengthen his understanding of death and record those understandings at the same time. His body is not connected to the root, and the death recorded by the root relies on the function of the inheritance template. As Yagyu absorbs more and more understanding of death, he will inevitably forget many things. It cannot be said that I have forgotten it, but that those things are hidden deep in the brain and it is difficult to remember them. Back to business. After the battle, Yagyu and Tsunade continued their journey back to Konoha. At dusk, Yagyu and Tsunade walked out of the Iron Country and arrived at the hotel where they came from. After staying overnight in a hotel, the 2 continued their journey the next morning. At noon, Yagyu and Tsunade separated in a forest not far from the village. Yagyu ran towards the commercial street without stopping. An hour later, Yagyu returned to the door of the villa he rented. Taking out the key he carried with him, Yagyu opened the door and entered. Brother Yagyu. As soon as he entered the door, Yagyu saw a familiar figure, running over quickly and pounced on him from a long distance. Opening his hands, Lu Sheng took the flowers that came to him into his arms. Holding her little nub in both hands, Yagyu lowered his head and pressed his forehead against Hanabi's forehead, and said with a smile, "How did you know that it was me who was back?" Hanabi hugged Yagyu's neck, holding his between her legs, and said with a sweet smile, "As soon as I heard the door open, I looked at it with my white eyes." Yagyu held Hanabi with one hand and squeezed it. With her little face, she praised, "This vigilance is very good." The sweet smile on Hanabi's face got even bigger. Carrying Hanabi back to the living room, as soon as Yagyu sat on the sofa, Hanabi couldn't wait to sit on his lap. Her red lips moved toward Yagyu, looking like she was burning in the flames, wanting to get Yagyu's love. Yagyu had no qualms about Hanabi's initiative. He simply grabbed the red lips and fought against the invading clove. The hands on her delicate back moved in and out of the golden brown kimono with ease, touching the 11-year-old girl's skin. It wasn't until the girl was about to suffocate that the two of them ended their passionate lovemaking. Looking at the blushing Hanabi, Yagyu asked with a smile, "Where is your sister?" Before entering the door, Yagyu sensed the atmosphere in the villa with his sense of knowledge. It was precisely because he knew Hinata was away that he did not reject Hanabi's initiative. "Brother Yagyu. He hasn't come back in the past 2 days. My sister knows that you must have received some mission." Hanabi felt the palm still inside the kimono, breathing a little faster, and said, "So today, my sister went back to the village specifically to learn about Brother Yagyu's mission and help rebuild the village." Yagyu was stunned for a moment and asked, "Has the village started to be rebuilt?" The new Hokage building seems to have been completed." Huahuo nodded. Xiao Ma began to twist slightly, raised his head and said, "Misty Brother Yagyu, I'm hungry. I want to eat." Lu Sheng laughed dumbly, then bumped his forehead against hers, and whispered softly, "Just right. My brother has been out for the past 2 days and misses Hanabi very much." Under laughter, 2 figures walked towards the room. "It's dusk." Hinata returned to the commercial street from Konoha, first went to the market to buy tonight's groceries, and then returned to the villa. When she saw a pair of familiar shoes placed at the entrance, her beautiful little face suddenly showed a hint of joy. 5:40. Hinata came to the kitchen with a slight smile on her face. After putting the dishes away, she couldn't wait to come to the room. The moment she walked into the room, the scene that greeted her eyes made Hinata's steps become lighter and lighter. Looking at the 2 sleeping figures wearing bathrobes and holding each other on the bed, Hinata smiled slightly and exited the room lightly. First she went to the kitchen to wash and cook rice, then Hinata walked out of the house and went to the market to add vegetables. Wait until night falls. In the room, Yagyu Sheng only felt a hand touching his forehead. The strong person's premonition of danger is very strong. Every move can wake him up. The only people who can get close are those who are close and undefended. Yagyu slowly opened his eyes, and Hinata's warm and gentle smile was immediately reflected in his eyes. There was no trace of Hanabi in the air anymore. Yagyu opened his hands and hugged Hinata into the air. Lying on top of him, Hinata didn't speak, but rested her head on his left crotch, listening to his heartbeat. Lu Sheng stroked her hair with one hand and hugged her waist and limbs with the other. "Brother Yagyu, sister, are out for dinner." Time flies, and 2 months pass by in an instant. Konoha 63, July 15th. Although during the 5 Shadows meeting, Uchiha Obito announced the 4th War of the Ninja World, making the 5 Shadows decide to unite to form a ninja coalition. But the coalition cannot be formed in just a few words or a few sentences. This requires the consent of the daimyo of each country, and it also needs to resolve the deep-rooted hatred between the various ninja villages. Before the 4th War, there were 3 wars in the ninja world. In these 3 wars, my family, my companions, my brothers, and sisters, all died in the hands of the enemy. Now asking them to join forces with the enemy is like betraying their former relatives, companions, brothers, and sisters. Therefore, in order to unite the front, in order to know whether the other party has changed their mind, the intelligence teams of the 5 major countries began to get busy. Information needs to be exchanged every few days, and even the big names from the 5 major countries have begun frequent video calls. P.S. There is a video call in the original work. Now it is a problem of the national government. We must wait until the daimyo agrees. As the military force of a country, the ninja village can be united. While the daimyo were negotiating, the 5 major ninja villages were also quietly acting. However, compared to the other 4 great ninja villages, Konoha is still working together to rebuild the village. 2 months is enough to make the barren land look brand new. Rebuilding begins with the new Hokage building, and restores buildings in all directions with it as the center. Divide each other's land according to the previous map. Then use elemental ninjutsu and start rebuilding the house. After the center of Konoha was rebuilt, everyone went to the forest and transplanted green plants, restoring part of Konoha's prosperity. Today, Yagyu returned to the village after a long absence. At the entrance of the village, both ninjas and civilians were carrying things, either peeling and cutting trees, or pushing carts to carry large trees dug out of the ground. Everyone comes and goes, they are all part of Konoha. In the village, there is an area under construction. Yagyu, wearing a kimono, negotiated in a low voice with a serious-looking foreman. Both of their eyes fell on dozens of drawings. The drawings above, from the outline of the house to the design of indoor and outdoor areas, are all very clear and detailed. After talking for a long time, Yagyu just turned his attention to the foreman. He said, "Don't worry about the funding. After deducting the compensation from the village, you can ask me for any amount. Lord Yagyu, don't worry." The foreman patted his hips and said with assurance, "I will make it beautiful for you. In a few days, you will be able to see a new house that is exactly the same as the drawing." Hearing this, Lu Sheng smiled slightly and said, "You guys, I will be here these days. If you have any questions, just ask me." "Okay, no problem." After a pleasant discussion, Yagyu left in a good mood. "Hello, Yagyu. When Yagyu walked out of the village, a familiar voice suddenly came to his ears. I saw Nara Shikamaru wearing a Chuyunin vest and walking over with a serious expression. Yagyu said with some confusion, aren't you helping out during this time? Why are you so free? In order to form a ninja coalition, the ninja village has to do much more than the daimyo. They need to prepare military food pills and ninja tools, and also compile a list of all ninjas. As early as 2 months ago, the 5 great ninja villages had been terminated and all tasks had been terminated. As one of the people with the highest IQ in the village, Nara Shikamaru and his father were naturally called upon by Tsunade for help. He should be very busy right now. Have time? Come get together. Nara Shikamaru came over, rarely getting straight to the point. Yagyu was stunned for a moment, and then nodded. With Nara Shikamaru leading the way, the two came to an open space in a forest. There were also 12 Xiaoqiang figures. Even Hinata, who was helping elsewhere, came over. Yagyu, is what Granny Tsunade said true? As soon as Yagyu came over, Uzumaki Naruto asked anxiously, Sasuke joined the Akatsuki organization and fought with you for the purpose of revenge against Konoha. Is this true? Looking at the anxious Uzumaki Naruto, Yagyu frowned slightly and reprimanded, calm down, you are a hero of Konoha now, don't be so reckless and anxious in doing things. However, Uzumaki Naruto didn't hear anything at all. His sky blue eyes were always staring at Yagyu's eyes. As if seeing his determination and questioning, Yagyu nodded helplessly, yes, these are all true. Before Uzumaki Naruto could speak, Yagyu continued, I originally wanted to get rid of him, but was stopped by Uchiha Madara, and he did join the Akatsuki organization and helped the Akatsuki organization capture the 8 tails, but it didn't work. Failed. There's only so much I know, and there's only so much I can say. Yagyu stared into Uzumaki Naruto's eyes and said calmly, no matter how deep his bond with you is, he has fallen now, and it is irreversible. You are a man who wants to become Hokage. In front of the village, your former companions, and today's traitorous ninja, you must make your own decision. Certainly, I'm not interested in what your, Lee's, choice is. It depends on what you think. After finishing speaking, Yagyu waved to Hinata and said, Hinata, come back with me. Yes. Hinata responded quickly and followed up with Yagyu. The two figures quickly disappeared from everyone's eyes. A small gathering broke up unhappy, but everyone knows Yagyu's character and Uzumaki. Naruto's persistence in retrieving Uchiha Sasuke didn't pay any attention to it. Only Sasuke, who was gradually integrating into the team, looked at the silent Uzumaki Naruto with a pensive expression, and then looked at the overwhelmed Harano Sakura, seemingly, what are you thinking about? Then, I will go back and continue working. Another 10 days passed in an instant. July 25th, this day is a very ordinary day for Konoha and even the entire ninja world. But for Yagyu, Hinata, and Hanabi, it was a day of great significance. Because, they are moving. Moving back to the village, even moving into a new home. After spending 10 days, Yagyu's new home was finally completed. In fact, it was completed 8 days ago, but the decoration smell needed to be removed and cleaned, so the 3 Yagyu people didn't move in. Everything was finally settled yesterday, and Hinata and Hanabi's sisters can't wait to move into their new home. Although their previous home held many years of memories between them and Yagyu, but that house was the inheritance left to him by Yagyu's parents. In short, it was not their home. And now the new home is a symbol of their home. It is the remuneration earned by Yagyu and Hinata from doing tasks, their future wedding room, and the home where they will live together in the future. For them, this new home means so much. So early today, Hinata and Hanabi took Yagyu to go shopping in a rare event. This is a commercial street with many things. 540. They want to buy goods for their new home and go shopping like crazy. Tables, sofas, large beds, refrigerators, wardrobes, and other furniture are indispensable. Then there are the rest of the electrical appliances, even clothes, etc. In one morning, the things Yagyu and the 3 bought could literally pile up into a small mountain. Fortunately, Yagyu and the others are all owners who are not short of money. As an elite jounin of Konoha, Yagyu has performed quite a few tasks in the past 3 years. After completing the tasks, he received a lot of remuneration, and after building a villa for his new home, there was still a lot left over. Even with Hinata's share, the two of them didn't feel any pressure at all. After buying furniture and other items, Yagyu and the others did not need the store to transport them. They directly used several large storage scrolls to store them in a different space. Then use a storage scroll to store these scrolls in it. After doing this, Yagyu went to the landlord to check out. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Yagyu and the other 3 packed up their belongings in the villa and started to rush to Konoha. Now in Konoha, civilian streets are being rebuilt. Since the places to be rebuilt are, first of all, the center of Konoha, and secondly the mansions of major families and ninja groups, KTEB. Taking into account the issues of funds and time, civilian streets are temporarily replaced with wooden houses to give the villagers a place to live, and will be slowly demolished and rebuilt in the future. In the world of ninjas, respect and inferiority are very serious. The villagers are not dissatisfied at all with giving good resources to Konoha's high-level clan and ninja groups. Not only was there no objection, the simple villagers were happy to do so. After all, when there was a war in the village, he was the first to stand up and protect everyone. Back in Konoha, the 3 of them couldn't wait to arrive at the door of their new home. An exquisite 2-story villa was built on 3 sides. Opening the iron door outside, Yagyu and the others walked in. The first thing that catches the eye is the cherry blossom tree planted in the courtyard, as well as a lawn and pavilion, as well as a pool and gymnasium. This is a villa in both Chinese and Western styles. It has a very ancient flavor and a strong sense of modernity. Although I have seen it many times in the past few days, I still think it is so beautiful. Hanabi raised her hands and shouted loudly, "The new home is great." Yagyu raised his hand and rubbed her head, smiling silently. Next to her, Hinata covered her lips and smiled softly, her eyebrows turning into crescent moons. Opening the door, the three of them walked into the house. The room was empty, but there was a chandelier hanging, which was obviously powered on. Yagyu took off the storage scroll behind him and took out several scrolls inside. The three of them began to work. First, they took out the furniture and arranged the theme of the living room on the first floor. Then the main room. After the room, kitchen, bathroom, room, were all arranged, Hinata and Hanabi started wiping and cleaning again. The three of them worked until dusk before getting everything done. Looking at the brand new home, the dirty three people were all exposed. Happy smiles. After decorating and cleaning the new home, the three of them went to the bathroom of the new home and took a bath together. The three of them took a bath together, starting from the villa on the commercial street. After more than 2 months subtly, it even became a habit for the three of them. In the white bathroom, Yagyu first enjoyed Hinata and Hanabi rubbing his back and washing his hair. 2 pairs of fingers moved on his back, shoulders, and head, gently but forcefully gave him the best massage experience. After the warm water washed his body clean, Yagyu stood up from the stool and walked into a bathtub that could accommodate 5 people. After a while, in the white mist, the beautiful figures of Hinata and Hanabi, one tall and one short, also stepped into it. Looking at the 2 sisters opposite, Yagyu tilted his head back with a smile and covered his face with a towel, quietly enjoying the quiet atmosphere. At this time, the 2 Hinata sisters came to the left and right sides of Yagyu in a tacit understanding, and gently squeezed his shoulders with their palms, one big and one small. The previous bathtub, if they want to massage Yagyu, they have to go outside. Now this big bathtub is not only unnecessary, but also provides Hanabi with an excellent opportunity. Not long after, Yagyu suddenly took off the towel on his face. First, he looked at his face. The serious Hanabi turned her gaze to Hinata's face, which looked confused. Sensing Yagyu's actions, Hinata asked doubtfully, "Yagyu-kun, what's wrong?" "No, nothing." Yagyu shook his head and covered his face with the towel again. But with his hand in the water, he gently patted the naughty little foot. However, the little foot didn't care at all, but instead intensified. A mischievous smile appeared on Hanabi's serious face. After more than 10 minutes, Hanabi suddenly suggested to Hinata's sister, "You can enjoy it too." After finishing speaking, Hanabi looked at Yagyu again. "Brother Yagyu, it's your turn to please your sister." Hinata quickly waved her hand. "No, I don't need it." "Hinata, please enjoy it too." Yagyu took off the towel, and his tone was a little hoarse because he didn't know if he had soaked it for a long time. Seeing what Yagyu said, Hinata responded softly. Taking the towel from Yagyu, Hinata didn't care that he had used it, and slowly covered her face. Yagyu sat next to her, both hands began to press her shoulders. Ahem. The three of them walked out of the bathroom in bathrobes, and the sound of Hanabi's coughing kept ringing in the room. Her little face was red, as if she was seriously choking. Hinata felt slightly distressed, and gently patted her delicate back with her small hand, and scolded her gently, "Idiot! The water in the bath is so dirty, why do you practice diving in it?" "Hee, sister, are you saying your body is dirty?" Hanabi covered her lips and snickered, glanced at Yagyu who had nothing to do with her, and joked, "I don't think Yagyu and I's taste is dirty." Hanabi drank it happily. Bang! After hearing what Hanabi said, Hinata's face turned red and he hit her on the head. Hanabi covered her head and cried out in pain, "It hurts so much. If you talk nonsense in the future, I don't want you to wash with me." Hinata blushed with embarrassment and could only threaten. Hanabi stuck out her tongue and stopped irritating Hinata. Watching Hinata educate Hanabi, Yagyu didn't help anyone and came to the bed with a comfortable look on his face. Go up. The face-to-face feeling just now was so exciting. Not only was the endurance time greatly reduced, but the body was even weaker than before. Back on the bed, Hinata and Hanabi were lying next to each other. Compared to the three of them took a bath together, and the three of them went to bed together earlier. Hinata's birthday had already started 3 years ago. After turning off the lights, the three of them began to sleep. Hanabi didn't mess around anymore, because she knew the right amount to do such a thing. The room is the best place, otherwise the smell will be easily discovered. She is still young now, but she knows that even if her sister discovers her relationship with her brother-in-law, her sister, who has a gentle personality, will not blame her at all. But Hanabi didn't want to be discovered, at least until a few years later. And she really enjoyed the sneaky feeling. Sleep gradually invaded the three of them in the dead of night. At noon the next day, in the living room of the villa, wearing yesterday's bathrobe, Yagyu sat on the couch, leaning forward slightly, holding a pen in his diary in his right hand, writing lines of Chinese characters in a flying pattern. The understanding of death recorded from the spiritual world of the second template was written on the blank page. Each understanding would take up several pages to translate in words, and the content would be extremely complex, just like writing a thesis. But the words on these pages record the deep death of things. Bada. I don't know how much time passed, but Lu Sheng's concentration was disrupted by a sudden voice. His consciousness returned to reality, and Yagyu glanced at the door. I saw Nara Shikamaru wearing a Chuyunin vest. While looking at the indoor environment, he walked to sit opposite him. Tisk. This house, you can tell it cost a lot of money at first glance. Nara Shikamaru smacked his tongue and sighed as expected of the village's elite jonin. He is indeed much richer than me. If you come less, your family will be short of money. Yagyu didn't believe a word of Nara Shikamaru's words. The Nara clan has raised deer for generations, and deer antlers are a precious medicinal material. Although the Nara clan is famous in the ninja world for its shadow binding technique and pig deer butterfly, their family but they are a veritable family of pharmacists. Just by providing medicines to Konoha or selling various medicinal materials, they are one of the richest families in Konoha. Don't look at the fact that pain destroyed Konoha and caused a lot of losses to the Nara clan. Phew, but those deer are outside Konoha and can't hurt their foundation at all. After listening to Yagyu's words, Nara Shikamaru said helplessly, well, that's the family's money, not mine. Sooner or later the Nara clan will be inherited by you, and the money will fall into your pocket sooner or later. Yagyu Sheng said calmly. All right, you win. Nara Shikamaru raised his hands and chose to surrender. Yagyu closed the note, looked at Nara Shikamaru, and asked, so, when you come here this time, you should not only visit my new home, right? After the defection of Uchiha Sasuke, Yagyu and the 12 Little Strong came into contact. Nara Shikamaru is the only one among the 12 Little Strong who is regarded as a friend by Yagyu. Asking for flowers. After the incident with Sarutobi Asuma, the relationship between the two was considered to be that of close friends. The two of them knew each other's personalities very well. If it was just a simple chat, Nara Shikamaru would most likely invite him out or bring him some gifts. But now, it's obvious that something is coming to him. But this time, Nara Shikamaru's answer was unexpected. You guessed it, I'm just here to view your new home. Hearing this, Yagyu suddenly showed a disgusted face. Let's leave early after watching this. Hey, do you want to be so realistic? Nara Shikamaru twitched his horn slightly and said helplessly, I finally took a vacation. My dad and the Godame went to Kumigakure for a meeting, so I can squeeze out some time to visit your friend. 0. What you said made me sad. Yagyu was slightly startled. Did the Godame go to a meeting again? Well, it seems that they are discussing the transfer of 8 tails and 9 tails. Nara Shikamaru nodded and said at the same time, we will do our best to collect information about Uchiha Madara and Akatsuki organizations. After all, the 4th war in the ninja world is coming. If the 5 major countries are still considering their own interests, we have a high chance of defeat big. After all, the other party is Uchiha Madara? Nara Shikamaru continued, I originally planned to call you, but the Godame said that the 5 major countries have formed a ninja coalition. Just put on their respective strategists. There is no need for guards to follow. Yagyu looked silent and didn't say anything else. When the second meeting of the 5 shadows begins, will the 8 tails and 9 tails be transferred? In other words, Uzumaki Naruto will soon learn how to control the power of the 9 tails. The ninja world's number 1 are the 4th world war coming soon? Thinking of this, Yagyu looked slightly serious. The war is coming soon. The enemy dares to declare war on us, which proves that the other party must have the confidence to face the ninja coalition. You should be careful then. August 12th. The calm before the storm seems to last longer than ever this time. From the 5 Shadows Conference to the present, the 5 major countries first obtained the consent of the daimyo, then began to prepare military food pills and ninja tools, and then compiled the list of all ninjas and resolved the hatred of each country, and then the second 5 Shadows Conference discussed the transfer the matter of 8 tails and 9 tails. Before I knew it, several months had passed. Now the 5 major countries have entered a state of emergency alert. Although the days are still the same as usual, the smell of war is getting stronger and stronger. Not long ago, Uzumaki Naruto was secretly entrusted with an S-level mission. The Konoha ninjas led by Metkai took him to the land of thunder by sea, and their destination was the resort of Kumigakure village, the Island Paradise. The Island Paradise is the same training ground as Konoha's Forest of Death. It was an isolated island that could move on the sea. Moving the 8 tails and 9 tails to it would be the best place to hide the 540 bodies. At the same time, it is also a place used to teach Uzumaki Naruto how to control the power of the 9 tails. Regarding this, Yagyu knew a little about this from Nara Shikamaru, who came here occasionally. But he didn't care and stayed out of the matter. After returning from the 5 Shadows Conference, Yagyu's life in the past few months has been the same as before, spending every day resting and practicing. He knew that in the past few months, many large and small things had happened in Konoha and even the entire ninja world. However, he did not participate and quietly waited for the 4th war in the ninja world. Today is just another ordinary day for everyone else. In Yagyu's eyes, the same is true. When Yagyu woke up in the morning, he unexpectedly did not see the 2 Hinata sisters. However, a hot breakfast was prepared for him in the kitchen. Having been together for 10 years since childhood, Hinata has a very good understanding of Yagyu's biological clock. After breakfast, Yagyu went to the new gym to start today's training. First, there are various exercises for the limbs, such as push UPS, frog jumps, pull UPS and other exercises. An hour later, Yagyu digested the food in his stomach and began to increase his intensity and perform various weight-bearing exercises. He has been doing this kind of exercise for several years. In terms of physical fitness, although he is not as good as Xiaoli, who specializes in physical skills among his peers, he is still much better than other peers. But compared to the physique of the pirate world, Yagyu is still far behind. If you are stabbed in the vital part by a kunao, you will still be seriously injured and may even die if you do not cover the armed haki. Yagyu didn't know if it was because he was born in this world that his physique could not reach the level of a monster in the pirate world. Even so, Yagyu did not give up his daily exercise. At 10:30 in the morning, Yagyu just finished training and went to the bathroom soaked in sweat. After taking a hot bath, he made a pot of tea and returned to the gym again. Sitting cross-legged on the futon, Yagyu's breathing gradually became even and long. Start breathing with everything around you, establishing a connection and letting your breath blend into it. The invisible network transformed from the breath quickly covered the pavilion, spreading in all directions at a neither fast nor slow speed. Not long after, everything in most of Konoha formed a tsunami-like sound, faintly reaching Yagyu's ears. If there were any outsiders here, they would definitely feel that there was a sharp and helpless sword power in Yagyu Sheng's body, which would make his eyes hurt if he looked directly at it. It is a kind of power that can cut everything with a sword in its hand. 10 minutes later, Lu Sheng slowly opened his eyes. A flash of ice blue light flashed across the red eyes. Rows of dark lines began to cover the entire eye, whether it's the floor or ceiling, or walls, props, etc. Even the invisible airflow has lines of death emerging. Yagyu doesn't need to move or even deliberately aim somewhere. As long as he is given a knife, he can kill everything in the gym. The sound of the breathing of all things combined with the direct eyes of death makes the line of death increase every second. Not only does a single picture become multiple screens, it is even cut into countless. Every picture is so small, shaking as the line of death increases, giving people a strong feeling of vomiting. Yagyu maintained this state for a long time. It didn't end until I was sweating profusely and couldn't hold it any longer. And when his eyes returned to their normal red color, the whites of his eyes were already covered with bloodshot eyes. A feeling of exhaustion from not sleeping for several days came over Yagyu's mind. After getting up and returning to the room, Yagyu didn't even have the motivation to rinse his body, so he fell directly on the bed and fell asleep. Yagyu-kun, Yagyu-kun. From this sleep, I slowly woke up to Hinata's voice in the evening. At this time, the sky was as dark as ink, and the room without the lights seemed dark. With the moonlight coming in from the window, Yagyu saw Hinata leaning over. Yagyu stood up sleepily, rubbed his eyes and said, "Hinata, what time is it?" Hinata helped Yagyu adjust the collar of his bathrobe, and said softly, "It's almost 9 o'clock, Yagyu-kun, you go and wash up first." One time. Yagyu nodded, and then asked where is Hanabi. Hanabi went home today, come back tomorrow, Hinata replied softly. Yagyu couldn't see clearly her red face in the dark. But he didn't care and nodded slightly, then I'll go wash it off first. Watching him enter the bathroom, Hinata's beautiful eyes contained a strong look of distress. When Yagyu came out, Hinata was no longer in the room. There was no light in the gap under the door, proving that there was no trace of light in the living room outside. He didn't turn on the light. With doubtful thoughts, Yagyu opened the door and walked out. Immediately, a candlelight came into view. In the dark living room, the cake with 16 candles looked so eye-catching. Happy birthday, Yagyu-kun. A pair of arms surrounded Yagyu's waist from behind, and Hinata's sweet voice came into his ears. A familiar scene appeared in advance. But this time, the protagonist was replaced by him. Looking at the cake on the table, Lu Sheng showed a smile and murmured slightly, "Is it my birthday? This is my first time." After hearing his words, Hinata Jiajun behind him trembled slightly, and said in an apologetic tone, "I'm sorry, Yagyu-kun. You remember my birthday every year, but I never remember yours. It's not that I don't remember, it's just that I didn't tell you." Yagyu turned around and hugged Hinata, resting his forehead on her forehead, staring into those beautiful eyes full of guilt. In the faint, the shadows of Hinata's childhood and girlhood flashed slowly, as if they were overlapping. Became what it is now. 4.1. Yagyu's expression gradually softened, and he murmured in a low voice unknowingly, "Hinata's most beautiful moment has arrived." Hearing this, Hinata seemed to have thought of something, and her beautiful face suddenly turned red. But her firm will suppressed her shyness. She hugged Yagyu tightly and put her small head against his chest. Responded as thinly as a mosquito, Pinching Hinata's chin with 2 fingers, he slowly raised her head. Yagyu lowered her head directly and touched the bright red lips. The 2 figures hugging each other in the darkness gradually became closer. Together. The sound of a zipper sounded slowly, and the candlelight that gradually burned out shone on the clothes that had fallen to the ground. White windbreaker, trousers, and bathrobe. When the 16 candles were burned out, the 2 figures in the living room had disappeared. The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning. Yagyu's biological clock rarely sounded. When he opened his eyes, the sun outside was already hanging in the sky, casting hot and golden light on the earth. There was a heavy feeling of warmth in his body. Yagyu looked down and saw Hinata lying on top of him, her smooth shoulders exposed from the quilt, and her sleeping face with a happy smile, as if she was doing something. Sweet dreams. Looking at her sleeping face, Lu Sheng recalled every detail of last night in his mind, and a smile appeared on his face. The hands under the quilt gently slid over the fragile skin, and Yagyu stroked Hinata's hair without disturbing her sleep. But I don't know if Hinata noticed Yagyu's movements. Not long after Yagyu woke up, Hinata's eyelids twitched slightly as she lay on top of him, and she slowly opened her sleepy eyes. Her eyes subconsciously looked towards Yagyu. Yagyu, who had been staring at her, had an appreciative smile on his face, which gradually turned into a dull expression. Hinata rubbed her eyes and said with a slightly hoarse voice, Yagyu-kun, what's wrong? Yagyu looked a little unbelievable, slowly raised his hand and touched Hinata's left eye. Hinata, what's wrong? Your eyes. What's wrong with my eyes? Yagyu's strange look and movements knocked away Hinata's last trace of sleepiness, and she suddenly woke up. He quickly touched his eyes and asked anxiously, is there something wrong? Looking at Hinata, who looked panicked, Yagyu was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly showed a smile and said sincerely, congratulations, Hinata. Why? Hinata was stunned for a moment, not knowing why. Yagyu opened the quilt and picked up Hinata, who was naked. He got out of bed and came to the dressing table. He hugged Hinata from behind and brought his hands to her eyes. His fingers gently crossed Liu's eyebrows, and blue and white patterns emerged from between his fingers. Looking at the eyes in the mirror, Hinata fell into a daze. Lu Sheng rested his chin on her shoulder and whispered softly, said, you have beautiful eyes, Hinata. Hinata's head went blank. She obviously didn't think of anything, but she couldn't say a word. She looked blankly in the mirror at those beautiful eyes with blue and white patterns that were different from the pure white in the past. After a long time, Hinata finally said. He looked up at Yagyu Sheng and asked blankly, Yagyu-kun, what's going on with my eyes? Lu Sheng held her waist and limbs and said without any concealment, do you still remember the white meatball I gave you to eat? Hinata nodded repeatedly. The full name of that pill is called Bloodline Evolution Pill. Yagyu continued, it is something that will greatly strengthen one's bloodline as long as it is eaten. Hinata, congratulations, you have exceeded the limits of the Hyuga clan. Yagyu's words made Hinata unable to recover for a long time. Perhaps she had never thought that her family's eyes could actually evolve. Hinata seemed to have remembered something, and suddenly asked, can it be said that my eyes during that time? Is the surge in strength due to the blood evolution pill? You can't say that. Yagyu didn't want to make Hinata sad, so he comforted him. Without Hinata's hard training, its effect would not be activated so quickly. No wonder. However, how could Hinata fail to hear Yagyu's comforting words? It is completely false to say that I am not depressed. But soon, the strong excitement and joy dispelled Hinata's depression. She turned around excitedly, not caring that she was naked, hugging Yagyu tightly, and said with rare excitement, Yagyu-kun, I will finally stop holding you back. Yagyu hugged Hinata back, feeling tender and smooth on his palms, but without a trace of evil thoughts in his heart. He nodded in agreement. Not only will it not hold me back, I may have to rely on Hinata to protect me in the future. Got it. After listening to Yagyu's words, a silly smile similar to Hanabi's appeared in Neri. At noon, in the gym, Yagyu sat on the futon, looked at Hinata in front of him, and asked curiously, Hinata, can you feel what your eyes are capable of now? Well, I'll give it a try. Hinata nodded, and then closed her eyes. Yagyu did not disturb her, but waited quietly. In this ninja world, the three major pupil techniques are supreme. The final evolution of the Sharinon is the Samsara Eye, and the Byakugan, the final evolution, is the Reincarnation Eye. But from the perspective of the Sharinon and the Reincarnation Eye, everyone's eye skills should have different abilities. And the ability of the eyes needs to be developed by oneself. It does not just can master all abilities. Everyone has the Mangekyo Sharinon. Why is there such a big gap between Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi? Everyone has the eternal Mangekyo. Why is there such a big gap between Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Madara? Some pupil techniques you can use it as soon as you wake up, but some need to be stimulated slowly, or realized naturally when the time is up. But Susanoo needs to be developed by itself, from semi-finished product to mature body, and then to complete body. Of course, it is stuck. Cassie's one-off ones don't count. Yagyu personally feels that Hinata shouldn't be able to activate the Tsenjiken Chakra mode yet, because the Tsenjiken Chakra mode is almost equivalent to the Susanoo of Mangekyo, at least until she is familiar with the Tsingtangen, and can only be used after having a great tacit understanding with the Tsenjiken. After Hinata closed her eyes for a while, she slowly opened her eyes and said with a joyful face, Yagyu-kun, I feel like I have two more ability. Lu Sheng answered curiously, what ability? It's repulsion and attraction. Hinata is like getting an interesting toy at this time to show off to her parents. Like a child, he looked sideways at the sword stand not far away, and suddenly waved to it from the distance, Yagyu-kun, look. As Hinata finished speaking, the sword stand placed on the tatami suddenly floated. It rose into the air and flew towards the two of them. In her excitement, Hinata forgot what the occasion was. She clapped her little hand forward, and an invisible repulsive force spurted out directly from her body. Not only did it blow away the flying sword stand, but also Yagyu in front of her was also ejected. Yagyu-kun, 1 month later. Konoha, once a small valley. After many years, Yagyu and Hinata returned to this place and used it as Hinata's training place. After a month of development, Yagyu had understood Hinata's reincarnated eye ability. Hinata's bloodline should not have evolved to the level of the Otsutsuki clan. However, due to the bloodline evolution pill, her Byakugan evolved into the Tenseigan. In terms of abilities, unlike Tonari Satsuki in the original work, he can directly turn on the Reincarnation Chakra mode, and he can even use the Golden Wheel Reincarnation Blast and Silver Wheel Reincarnation Blast. Hineda's current abilities are only repulsion and gravity. After Yagyu's test, the repulsive and gravitational force of Hineda's Tenseigen seems to be more effective and more convenient to use than the Shinra Tensei and Vientiane Tensei of the Reincarnation Eye. Not only is it better, it is simply many times better. In the original work, the gravitational and repulsive forces of the reincarnated eye are so powerful that they can even control the moon. With just 2 abilities, Hineda's strength is truly cage level. No one can get close to Hineda without special secret techniques, or as long as they don't meet a master of taijutsu who can withstand the repulsive force, and the ninjutsu of time and space. In addition to repulsion and gravity, Hineda has 2 other abilities. One is the state of free switching between the reincarnated eye and the white eye. Unlike in the original work, Satsuki Tonari's eyes are not his own. Hineda's eyes belong to her own, and her reincarnated eye can be opened and closed freely. Yagyu was not surprised by this. Judging from the fact that Uchiha Madara can switch the form of Sharingan and Rinnegan at will, it shows that his eyes can be controlled freely. Unlike Nagato and Kakashi, because the eyes were transplanted from others, chakra needs to be consumed all the time, and it is very difficult to master its pupil technique. After use, the consumption is even more exaggerated. In addition to free activation, Hineda's second ability is insight. The penetrating power of the reincarnated eye is far superior to that of the white eye. How powerful is it? Hineda's sentence "you can see the outside of the village" is enough to conclude the scope of the horror. Repulsion, attraction, insight. These 3 abilities are the powers Hineda can currently master. Although the repulsion and gravity, as well as the amazing insight, allowed her strength to reach the shadow level, even a very powerful shadow level. But these are only a small part of the reincarnated eye. There are several more powerful abilities in the Tsenjiken. For example, the green light ball has the power to interact with the hungry ghost path and can draw the enemy's chakra out of the body. It can also absorb the enemy's ninjutsu and fight back against the enemy. Uchiha Madara's hungry ghost path, dust release, and Senjutsu chakra's spiral shuriken. This ability should be bloodstain elimination and magical chakra absorption. However, celestial chakra may turn to stone if not controlled well. There is also a spirit ball, which not only obtains intelligence in a humane way, but can even control the will and actions of others. These 2 abilities are no less powerful than repulsion and gravity. But it's still not the Tenseigen, the strongest ability. The psychic technique can summon a large stone statue that can suppress the 9 tails. As long as the holder of the Tsenjiken is undefeated, the stone statue will not disappear. Even if it is shattered, the stone statue can still recover quickly. The ability to wirelessly control puppets. The controlled puppets have self-awareness. This ability is enough to kill all puppet masters instantly. There is also the Tenseigen Chakra mode, the Path-Seeking Jade, and the 2 ultimate moves, the Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion and the Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Just activate all these abilities. Hineda's final destination is the 6 paths level above Chao Cage. Therefore, Yagyu put aside his usual training and used his last free time to train Hineda and help her quickly become familiar with the power of the reincarnated eye. It would be better if Hineda's reincarnated eye could awaken another ability before the 4th ninja war begins. One more ability means that her strength has reached a higher level. Not only can she protect herself, but she can also become Yagyu's greatest help. Yagyu believes that Hineda is no longer a supporting role in this war, but a veritable main force. On the small lake under the waterfall, Yagyu and Hineda stood on the water. Yagyu folded his arms and looked at Hineda with her eyes closed quietly without speaking. In their ears, the sound of the waterfall and the sound of birds in the forest could be heard. Bang dot. Not long after, the sounds of waterfalls and birds were suddenly disturbed by a loud noise. I saw a large number of birds flying in the forest, which originally poured down like a white waterfall, but were blown away by a terrifying force, revealing the shattered stone surface inside. Click, plop. Pieces of large or small stones fell into the water, causing ripples. 10 seconds later, the waterfall restored everything. Hineda, who had closed her eyes, not only opened her beautiful blue and white patterned eyes, but also waved. She made the Bagwakong palm gesture. Just now, she blasted out a substantial stream of chakra in her hand, which actually distorted the airflow and formed a very powerful air cannon. It not only dispersed the waterfall, but also shattered the stone surface inside. Hineda, this move can't be called Bagwakongjong. Yagyu, who had been looking at her, slowly suggested, let's change it to a divine air attack. Divine air attack? Hineda read these words, nodded vigorously, and said with a smile, yeah, it's a nice name. In terms of chakra control, your chakra control has surpassed that of Sakura, who was inherited from the 5th generation. Yagyu expressed his appreciation without hesitation. Next, try repulsion and gravity. After practicing for so long, let's see if our conjecture can be established. Aha. Hineda nodded repeatedly. Please, then she closed her eyes again. After a while, the calm lake surface suddenly splashed with a huge ripple. The invisible repulsive force made the sleep beneath Hineda's feet sink downwards as if under great pressure. But Hineda's figure did not fall down, and her feet that were out of the water actually floated in the air. Half a minute later, her figure gradually grew taller, and Yagyu's figure seemed to be held up by a pair of invisible hands, and their figures gradually took off. When they flew up the valley, Hinata opened her eyes and said with joy in her eyes, Yagyu-kun, I succeeded. Ah, I see it. Yagyu looked at the lake below and nodded with a smile. Using repulsion and gravity at the same time, Hinata could not only fly, but also fly with him. This ability is indeed many times more powerful than the Rinnegan. Another dozen days passed, and the time came to the end of September. After Hinata awakened the Tsanjikan, the two began to get busy. During this time, Hanabi seemed to feel something and never came to disturb them. He only occasionally acted coquettishly towards Yagyu, and after seeing Yagyu looking a little tired, he deliberately used his own methods to make him happy again. The rest of the time, Hanabi went back to the ninja school to attend classes, and trained with the Hyuga clan or Yagyu's family. News of the Fourth Ninja War has spread throughout the ninja world. Everyone from ninjas to civilians already knew that war was coming. Countless people have been practicing hard during this period, hoping to use their last moments to improve their strength so that they can survive the war. Among them, Hinata is the most popular. If we say that more than a month ago, Hinata could only surpass Hinata and Hinata in quasi-shadow strength. So now, the difference between her and herself more than a month ago is as big as heaven and earth. After awakening the Tsanjikan, Hinata's progress was really fast. It was so fast that even Yagyu felt a little unbelievable. Today, the atmosphere at Mu 540 is extremely solemn. Yagyu and Hinata got up early and got dressed. In the room, Hanabi sat on the bed and looked at the two of them, and asked with a slightly trembling voice, Brother Yagyu, sister, can you promise Hanabi? You will never leave Hanabi alone. It seemed that the girl felt that the fear in his heart hit Yagyu, who was wearing a scarf. He raised his hand and touched her head. He rarely took the initiative in front of Hinata, lowered his head and pecked Hanabi's red lips, and said with a smile, Brother, I promise you, I will never do it. Throwing away fireworks. Hanabi hugged Yagyu's waist tightly and buried her head in his chest. Hinata stood aside, stretched out her hand to touch Hanabi's hair, and said nothing. After comforting Hanabi for a while, Yagyu and Hinata began to put on their clothes. Combat boots, put on their respective forehead protectors. Hinata seemed to remember something, took off the Konoha forehead protector in Yagyu's hand, then took out two forehead protectors with the word Nin engraved on them from the drawer, and handed one of them to. He asked Yagyu and said, this is what Miss Shizun sent here. We will all wear this forehead protector until the end of the war. Yagyu nodded slightly, took the forehead protector and tied it to his arm. After getting dressed, Yagyu and Hanabi chatted for a while, telling her to either go home after school or stay here and never leave the village. Then the two people walked out of their homes and gathered at the entrance of the village. Too slow, Yagyu. As soon as he came over, he met the figure of Nara. Looking at Nara Shikamaru and others who were getting ready to go, Yagyu looked like a noble prince. He pressed the tachi on his waist with his left hand and held a red paper umbrella in his right hand. He said calmly, Zele, it's just a country, don't talk like it's about to start a war. Tisk. You guy, you have to be so cool to start a war, not to travel. Inuzuka Kiba said in a sarcastic tone. Yagyu said mercilessly, don't use your short-sightedness to measure my outfit. The skin given to me by my parents has determined the gap between us. Inuzuka. Kiba choked on his breath. Instead of being angry, he seemed to have discovered something. Look. Yagyu's cockroach, when did it become so powerful? No, I don't think it's because his skin has become stronger. As a best friend, Nara Shikamaru stood decisively on Yagyu's side and said, maybe he is just telling the truth. I won't play with you anymore. Inuzuka Kiba, who was being ridiculed crazily, turned his head away. Seeing this scene, the rest of the little heroes laughed. As the 12 little heroes gathered, more and more Konoha ninjas rushed over. Kdeb, a large number of ninjas quickly gathered at the entrance of the village. They were all wearing green vests and forehead protectors from the Ninja Alliance. Only Yagyu and Hinata's kimonos and white windbreakers looked particularly unusual. But the white eyes, it is the symbol of the Hyuga clan, and Yagyu is one of the heroes of Konoha. This outfit and sword are also his symbols. No one will force him to wear a green vest. Is everyone here already? As more and more ninjas gathered, no one was seen for several minutes. Shizun, who was in charge of leading the team, suddenly appeared in front of the team and said with a serious face, captains of each team, please take charge of roll call. After the words fell, more than a dozen people, including Nara Shikamaru, took out a stack of white paper from somewhere and began to name and verify. Although war can make people scared, no matter what world it is, deserting is shameful. Yet did not allow this to happen. This was not the first group to gather. The roll call was completed in 10 minutes. Everyone, please follow my footsteps and set off to the Kingdom of Thunder. Yes. The loud voice almost spread throughout Konoha. Call out. The next moment, countless afterimages were like barrages, rushing towards a forest. The battlefield of the Fourth Ninja World War took place in the north, and its headquarters was established in the Land of Thunder. It will take at least several days for all countries to gather all their combat power, converge on the Kingdom of Thunder and form a ninja coalition. The teams gathered one after another, and Yagyu's group traveled for more than a day before arriving at Union Village in the Kingdom of Thunder. As soon as they arrived at Cloud Hidden Village, Shizun approached Yagyu alone. Yuzuki, Tsunade-sama, and the 5 shadows are looking for you. Come with me immediately. Yagyu, who was talking softly to Hinata, was slightly startled, and then clicked, nodding, I understand. Passing the paper umbrella to Hinata, Yagyu and Shizune left the team and came to the Five Shadows Conference Hall in Hidden Cloud Village. Inside, he saw the shadows of the 5 great nations, as well as Mifune from the Iron Kingdom, as well as Kakashi, Darui, Narashikaku, and Huangtu. They seemed to be talking about something. Seeing Yagyu and Shizune coming in, Tsunade took the initiative and said, Yuzuki, you're here just in time. I have something to tell you. Yagyu walked over in confusion. After a while, his voice sounded in the hall. No, I refuse. No, I refuse. Yagyu's decisive voice resounded in the hall. He shook his head and rejected Tsunade's proposal. If it is an assassination mission, or support, or even a frontline mission, I am willing to accept it, but to become the commander of the coalition forces, please allow me. I refuse. Tsunade frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice why. I don't know how to command, and I'm not made to be a leader. Yagyu didn't belittle himself, but told the truth. In his past life, he was so lonely that it was appalling. The extremely indifferent and self-centered Yagyu didn't care about anything except Hinata and Hanabi, even the 12 Xiaoqiang, except Nara. Except for Shikamaru, who might reach out to rescue him, even if the rest of the people died in front of him, Yagyu believed that he would not be sad at all. He would not rescue the people around him. Therefore, let him serve as one of the commanders of the coalition forces. It was absolutely impossible. This was the first time Tsunade saw Yagyu rejecting her, and his expression was more determined than ever before. Tsunade felt embarrassed and couldn't speak. With Yagyu's strength, he was enough to serve as one of the commanders of the coalition forces. Even the strength he displays will definitely bring great morale to his men. And letting Lu Shang become an ordinary combatant is really too humiliating. Naruto, forget it. At this time, Oniki next to him said everyone's talents are limited, and they are good at different things. His will is so determined, so don't force him. Alas. Okay. Tsunade sighed, put her hand on her forehead and waved towards Yagyu. Yuzuki, go get ready. Yes. Yagyu nodded and retreated from the hall. Yagyu's refusal was just an interlude and did not affect the 5 shadows. They quickly continued to discuss while the troops have not yet arrived. Allocate the 80,000 ninjas as soon as possible, bringing together all their strengths. They must be perfectly distributed before October 8th. Tsunade glanced at Narashikaku and said this task will be left to you, Shikaku. Yes, Hokage-sama. In the past few days, we must frequently contact the Pioneer Investigation Team and ask them to seize the time to find the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization and Uchiha Madara, launch a surprise attack force, and take the initiative to attack. Time jumps to October 7th. The ninjas from the 5 great nations and the Iron Kingdom have all gathered. Under the towering mountain peaks, tents have been set up since the first. Some ninjas from various countries are interacting with each other, while others dislike each other. Although everyone worked together to form a ninja coalition to deal with Uchiha Madara. But as mentioned before, except for the neutral Ironji, the hatred of the other 5 major countries has long been deep-rooted. It is not possible for one person or one organization to make them put aside their hatred and shake hands to make peace. It takes a speech that can arouse his anger and passion in order for this team to resolve their hatred and work together. War is coming soon, and Yagyu has already smelled it. Because Uzumaki Naruto's birthday is the day after tomorrow. Although he does not remember all the plots of the 4th war, Yagyu still has not forgotten certain things such as Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Madara, the past Hokage, and the Night of the 10 Tails. In the more than a week since he came to Union Village, Yagyu has been waiting for the war to come, but he has not stopped practicing at the same time. Even Hinata was like that. Yagyu is improving every day. The sound of breathing of all things and the tacit understanding of the eyes of death always exhaust all his energy. Hinata, on the other hand, used repulsion and gravity to control a stone, crushing it with repulsion and letting gravity float it in the air until it turned into powder that was invisible to the naked eye. Then this practice is repeated in cycles, and the number gradually increases. In the early morning of October 9th, Shizune suddenly summoned everyone, and the heads of other ninja villages, and led her own ninjas to a vast and desolate place under an extremely tall mountain. There, a coalition of 80,000 ninjas had gathered. The crowd was very large, and if you looked down from above, a black shadow was very conspicuous. Shizune and Nara Shikamaru began to allocate their teams. Although the ninja alliance is divided into 5 units. But now on this occasion, it is no longer just the fellow countrymen who take sides, but the 5 major countries must unite together. Asking for flowers. Therefore, people from the 5 major countries who are good at the same type of skills must be allocated together. The first unit, the mid-range joint army detachment, composed of ninjas who are good at concealed weapons and weapons. The second unit, the close combat combined army unit, also known as the frontline stormtroopers, is responsible for the team fighting on the front line. The third unit, the combined army unit for close and mid-range combat. It is mainly responsible for protracted battles. Only ninjas with both physical strength and speed can join this team. The fourth unit, long-distance combat joint army unit, mainly responsible for supporting frontline and rear troops. The fifth unit, combat special unit, a team composed of samurai and ninjas who are good at secret ninjutsu and proficient in tactics. 0. Yagyu's strength is enough to lead the 1st, 2nd, and 4th troops. Tsunade asked him the same way, but he was rejected by Yagyu. Which unit to assign him to is a very nerve-wracking matter. Shizen and Nara Shikamaru did not make decisions without permission. Even Tsunade and Gakage did not make decisions without permission. Instead, Shizen and Nara Shikamaru asked Yagyu what he meant. Without hesitation, Yagyu chose the second unit. First, this unit is responsible for fighting on the front line, and second, Hinata is also in this unit. Although Hinata awakened in a blink of an eye and her strength increased dramatically, Yagyu still worried about her in case something unexpected happened. Moreover, Hinata's strength has skyrocketed, and she can just fight side by side with him. When the two of them cooperate, they will definitely have a sense of spiritual connection, and their combat power will definitely skyrocket. After seeing Yagyu's decision, Shizen and Nara Shikamaru assigned him to the second unit. After the 80,000 ninjas were allocated, the ninja coalition formed 5 rows and stood in a straight line, looking towards the stage in front and above. When the commanders of the 5 major armies appeared, the 80,000 ninjas below all fell silent. The members of each unit are a mixture of ninjas from the 5 major countries. When a young man comes to lead them, the people in their village will naturally feel excited. The ninja who does not belong to the commanding village will feel unhappy. Even because they were once an enemy country, they do not trust each other at all, let alone their teammates. Such distrust is very fatal on the battlefield, because no one dares to entrust their descendants to the other party with complete confidence. Gaara, the youngest among the 5 commanders, faced this situation. The people below were all whispering their dissatisfaction, and then their voices were accidentally overheard by the sand ninja next to them, and the quarrel almost turned into a fight. Such scenes of 410 occurred not only in one army, but also in many of the 5 major armies. This scene was all seen by Gaara using the Eye of Sand. Just when the quarrel turned into a fight, a ball of yellow sand appeared out of thin air and blocked all their attacks. Gaara above recalled how he hated the world when he was a child, and then thought of Uzumaki Naruto as his enemy, crying for him, letting him gradually change, and then becoming the Kazekige's self-salvation, and then thinking of himself being organized by Akatsuki. If this war fails, his friends will also suffer such pain, and the world will be destroyed. As the jade of the village, he suddenly lowered Feng Ying's head to the 80,000 allied troops, made a speech for friends, and successfully resolved the hatred and estrangement between the 5 major countries with his unparalleled leadership charisma. If you still can't forgive the sand ninja, then wait until the war is over and chop off my head. And now, the enemy is trying to take away the friend who redeemed me. Once the enemy gets his hands on him, the world will be completely over. I want to protect my friends and the world, but I am too young and too shallow to do such a thing. So, please give me a helping hand. Oh. After a sincere and passionate speech, the whole scene became a sensation. The calls of 80,000 ninjas resounded through the sky, an extremely pure emotion, rendering the whole world. Standing in the second unit, Yagyu once again felt the same atmosphere as when Gaara returned. But unlike that time, this time it was the unity of the 5 major powers, and the emotional assimilation after resolving hatred. The level of shock was far greater than Gaara's. Yagyu pressed the sword with his left hand, looked at the Kazekage who was loved by countless people, and sighed in a rare way. The guy whose eyes were full of hatred and wanted to kill everyone in front of him has grown to this level without knowing it. Abarame Shino of the second unit adjusted her sunglasses and said, he is a hero just like you and Naruto. Hinata nodded in agreement. Everyone who agrees with me, come with me. The 4th war of the ninja world has begun. As the declaration of the coalition commander fell, the 5 figures turned into an afterimage and disappeared. When they appeared again, they were already behind the ninja coalition, leading the way, and 5 straight-line teams gathered together, following the 5 people on the battlefield. The battlefield of the 4th Ninja World War is the intersection of the Land of Fire and the Land of Thunder. There are coasts, forests, land, and zones. Each unit has its own mission. So after running to a place, the commanders responsible for leading their respective troops changed their running direction. The second troop followed Huang Tu, leaped into a forest, and rushed towards the opposite side of the forest. About an hour later, a group of the people just rushed out of the forest and gathered on a cliff. Below was a green grassland, and there was no enemy. Spread out and those with strong senses go below to ambush. Lois gave the order. After he finished speaking, some afterimages flew away in all directions. Among them were Yagyu's 8th team, as well as Inuzuka Kiba and Hyaganiji. Hinata, get ready for battle. Yagyu reminded him, frowning slightly. His mind was blank now, and he didn't know what he had forgotten. In the original book, besides Baizetsu, who else was the enemy of the second unit? I can't remember the plot at all, which made Yagyu feel a little bit worse. But he didn't care, and he quickly cleared his mind. Anyway, in the end, the only opponents of the entire coalition were Obito Uchiha and Madara Uchiha. Yes, here we go, there's a lot of them. Hinata didn't know Yagyu's thoughts. After listening to his words, her pure white eyes instantly turned into blue and white patterned reincarnated eyes. Her amazing insight allowed her to see through the ground and see a lot of things going on. Moving ferns. At the same time, Huang Tu also received intelligence from the headquarters. So he and Kuratsuke, father and daughter, jumped down from the high cliff. Earth escape opened the earth and dig. Boom. As the voices of the father and daughter fell, the whole earth shook violently. Not long after, a huge and towering volcano rose from the ground, with countless white ferns, like a volcanic eruption. Spurt, gush out. The quantity is about 20,000. Hinata reported an astonishing number. Swish. At this time, a dazzling dark red light rose into the sky. A 30-40 meter crescent moon, like a meteor passing through the day, hit a part of Baiju in the sky. Baiju, who was overwhelmed by the sword energy, died on the spot. A large number of corpses fell to the ground, announcing the beginning of war. Boo-hoo-hoo. The Aberame Shino, Inuzuka Kiba, and Hyaganiji beside them turned into afterimages and disappeared. After a while, only Yagyu and Hinata were left in the gathering place. Yagyu didn't rush forward, but held the sword in his right hand and pressed the scabbard with his left hand. He said lightly, Hinata, I'll leave them to you? Yes. Hinata instantly understood what he meant. With her blue and white patterned eyes open, she randomly picked a position for Baizetsu, and raised her small, white, and jade-like hands slightly. The invisible gravity immediately separated her from the distance. The distance attracted 7 or 8 Baiju. Swish. A flash of ice blue light passed through Yagyu's eyes. The death of the airflow immediately appeared before his eyes. With just a slight swing of the knife, all the flying Baiju was drowned. Yagyu walked up to Hinata and said in a calm voice, everyone in Konoha, as well as comrades from other countries, in order to prevent accidental injuries, from now on, no one should appear in front of me. Swish, boom, boom. The sword energy is so powerful and irresistible. Wherever it passed, it not only tore the earth apart, but the scattered sword energy also made the faces of those around it feel painful. What kind of concept is the sword energy of 16 or 70 meters? It is like a tall building. A person who is only 1 or 2 meters tall is as small as an ant in front of it. The roaring sword energy drowned out several Baiju flying towards them, and also swallowed up the Baiju ahead who had no time to dodge. In just an instant, 20 or 30 Baiju died in the destruction of the sword energy. When the sword energy dissipated, there was no Baiju corpse on the ground, but there were many white things lying in the ravines on the ground. Sure enough, you have no experience? Yagyu murmured slightly. Yagyu had already guessed that he might not be able to gain experience by killing Baiju. Although he doesn't know the reason, it may be that he became the product of infinite Tsukuyomi, so 23 and the others are no longer considered life forms recognized by the system. The previous sword energy soaring into the sky confirmed his suspicion. The second sword energy was completely confirmed. Although Yagyu was disappointed, he didn't care too much. After swinging that sword energy, his figure finally entered the eyes of his comrades. It turned out that the spell that soared into the sky just now was also performed by him, very young. For those who don't know Yagyu, the first thought is to lament Yagyu's appearance. So strong? The rumors are indeed true, that guy can wield S-level or even superior mystical slashes at will. People who knew Yagyu, such as Huangtu and Kuratsuka's father and daughter, felt extremely shocked. Inuzuka Kiba shouted loudly, everyone, listen, don't enter Yagyu's attack range. Yes. His words received responses from Konoha ninjas. Needless to say, everyone in Konoha will listen to Yagyu. He is one of the heroes who saved the village. And ninjas from other countries, no matter how stupid they are, understand at this moment that the silver-haired the boy was a very scary person. Suddenly, the people who were close to Yagyu moved away. In front of him, there was not even a single member of the ninja coalition. Yagyu said calmly, Hinata, continue. Since you can't gain experience, let's treat it as a clearing movement. Yes. Hinata responded quickly. The inside of the reincarnated eye almost ignored all obstacles. The gravity far above all things, like invisible chains, once again tied up dozens of people in the distance, with their feet floating on the ground, flying towards Yagyu. Swish. Yagyu didn't even need to move, he just raised the sword in his hand, made a slight stroke, cut the death line of the airflow, and then unleashed an astonishing sword energy. The sword energy several meters high once again drowned the flying Baiju. The two men's overwhelming strength and unique abilities once again attracted the attention of their comrades around them. Hinata, what ability is that? Inuzuka Kiba rode on Akamera's back, muttering at first, and then his eyes widened. Why did her eyes change? Really, could it be said that the eyes of the Hyaga clan can evolve like the Sharinon? Aberame Shino, who was standing behind him, also said in rare shock. Hinata Niji, who was harvesting white zetsu, looked a little worried. Hinata-sama. The Zong family's eyes have changed, and they don't know whether they are good or bad. Neither Yagyu nor Hinata knew what they were thinking. The two are working together to eliminate these white zetsu with a supreme tacit understanding. After the Byakugan evolved into the Tsengugan, Hinata really became Yagyu's help. There were about 20,000 Baizetsu, and even if Yagyu spent a day killing them, he still wouldn't be able to kill them all. If it weren't for Hinata, he would definitely waste a lot of unnecessary energy on this fern. Now with Hinata's assistance, Yagyu doesn't need to move. Not only can he save his energy, but he can also harvest easily. The consumption of gravity and repulsion is not great for Hinata. As long as she doesn't move far away or use a big move like Super Shinra Tensei, her chakra is enough to last for a long, long time. Boom. At this time, a loud noise suddenly came from behind Yagyu. I saw several white zetsus sneaking into the ground and moving behind Hinata, trying to get rid of her. However, Hinata's Tenseigan captured their traces early. The moment they emerged, a powerful repulsive force, like a heavy hammer, blasted half of their bodies into a ball. Flat creature. Yagyu glanced at Hinata and said calmly, Hinata, don't waste unnecessary chakra on these things. Just leave them to me. Yes. Hinata responded obediently and continued to focus on helping Yagyu absorb more white zetsu. Then, the plain outside the forest continued to light up with dazzling dark red light. Slashes, large or small, continued to wreak havoc. A ravine, which was originally only a few meters wide and deep, formed a ferocious abyss. It was unknown how many white zetsu corpses were piled inside. And after the pair of Yagyu and Hinata ruthlessly harvested at that time, the battle situation in other battlefields was not optimistic. The opponent of the second unit was only about 20,000 Baiziju. The coalition forces in other battlefields not only had to face Baiju, but also faced the reincarnation of Yakushi Kabuto. The dead came out. When the horn of war sounded, people died almost every minute and every second. Especially on the battlefield of the first unit, they were responsible for the coast and to prevent the enemy from landing on the beach. The opponent was Wuchien Baiju. There are also Golden Horn, Silver Horn, and other powerful men who killed the second Hokage. There is also Kakashi of the third unit, leading the coalition force to fight against the 7 ninja swordsmen. The fifth unit led by Mifune is continuously supporting various battlefields. Only the fourth unit led by Gaara has not started fighting yet. The Fourth Ninja World War is the largest war in history with the highest casualty rate. At the same time, it is also the fastest war to end. It is only the first day. Unknowingly, dusk has arrived. The sun sets in the western mountains, and the evening clouds burn the sky red. At the intersection of the Land of Fire and the Land of Thunder, fierce battles are taking place on the coast, forests, and plains. The scale of the war was unprecedented and the intensity of the war was unprecedented. Advanced ninjutsu, which is usually hard to see, frequently appears everywhere on the battlefield. Explosive symbols, collision of ninja tools, and screams resounded through the sky. Boom! A loud noise that shook the earth reached the second unit across the distance of a battlefield. What happened over there? Yagyu and others, who were harvesting Baizetsu, were briefly attracted to the coast. If I remember correctly, the first unit was in charge of the coast. With such a loud noise, what happened there? Tear it apart. The sword in his hand flashed a silvery sword light. The sound of tearing cloth cut several Baiju flying over into 2 pieces. A little sweat appeared on Yagyu's forehead, and his eyes had turned red, and the whites of his eyes were covered with a little bloodshot eyes. Fighting from morning to dusk, even if the opponent was the White Ju army, which he looked down upon, there were too many enemies. Although the direct death eye is not needed and consumes energy such as magic power and chakra, it will be taxing on the brain if used frequently. The spirit and thinking are the 2 major systems of the brain. When the brain is burdened, the spirit will feel tired and the thinking will appear confused. Now Yagyu feels like he has stayed up all night, and his head is a little heavy. 10 minutes ago, he closed the death eye and used the sound of breathing of all things to cut off Baiju. Just as tired as him was Hinata behind him. Although the effect of the bloodline evolution pill allowed Hinata's chakra to reach the quasi-cage level a few months ago, it skyrocketed to the cage level shortly after awakening the Tenseigan. But the constant use of gravity still caused her to consume a lot of chakra. Of course, she had never taken Bingliang pills. However, under the exhaustion of the 2 people, it was a breathtaking achievement. With them as the center, they were surrounded by piles of white corpses. In the small abyss that was more than 10 meters wide and deep in front of Yagyu, one could see the pure white color inside. The Baiju army numbered approximately 20,000, and the number who died in their hands was as high as 7,000 to 8,000, nearly 1/3 of the quantity. As a husband and wife team, they minimized the casualty rate on the battlefield in the second part. The ninjas around them, whether from Konoha or from Japan, looked at them with eyes full of admiration and passion. I believe that after the war is over, their achievements will definitely make them sit on the throne of heroes and strong men. As night fell, the remaining thousands of Baiju suddenly chose to retreat. At the same time, Baiju and Huisheng's army in various battlefields also left one after another. The sudden ceasefire left countless people at a loss, but it did give them time to rest and take a breath. After the enemy retreated, the corpses of teammates began to be collected in various battlefields. The sensing troops at the command headquarters silently calculated the number of casualties. The result is a staggering, breathtaking figure. There were about 4 casualties, of which nearly 30,000 people died on the coastline of the first battlefield. Some of them were killed by the White Ju army and the reincarnation army of the Dirty Soil. But more often than not, they died at the hands of the heretic demons that Uchiha Obito raided. On the Baiju side, nearly 50,000 people died, and the number of people on both sides dropped by almost half. This is only the first day. The cruelty of the war can be seen from this. Seeing the White Zetsu army retreating, Yagyu and Hinata sat on a White Zetsu corpse and rested on the spot. Just like them, there are other ninjas. After fighting for a day, everyone was exhausted, not only in physical strength and chakra, but also in the mental impact after the killing. Solution bang. Abarame Shino, Inuzuka Kiba, and Hayaganiji came to the Yagyu too. Abarame Shino folded up her sleeves, lightly touched her wrist with 2 fingers, and scratched the word seal on the portable seal paper. As a puff of smoke appeared, a larger storage scroll appeared in his hand. Then he opened the scroll and made another hand seal. Some mineral water and dry food are presented. Abarame Shino adjusted her sunglasses and said, "Everyone, let's have something to eat." Hearing this, Yagyu and Hinata nodded. There was no surprise that Abarame Shino carried the storage scroll with him. They had done this not once or twice. Picking up a bottle of mineral water, Lu Sheng washed his face, pinched the corners of his eyes with 2 fingers, and reminded the enemy's retreat is a bit strange. Those white things can escape from the ground. There may be a surprise attack in the evening. You should be careful. A little. Yes. After listening to Yagayu's words, Inuzuka Kiba and the others nodded quickly. They ate dry food and drank water without talking. Their physical strength gradually recovered, and their fatigue faded a little. At this moment, Yagayu's face looked a little strange. Hinata, who had been paying attention to him, suddenly asked in confusion, Yagayu-kun, what's wrong? Yagayu ate the last dry food in one gulp, chewed it up and took a sip of water. After swallowing, he said slowly, I may have to leave. It's a battlefield. What happened? Inuzuka Kiba asked quickly. Abarameshino and Hinata Niji also cast doubtful, glances. Yagayu took a drink of water and said, just now the headquarters used a secret technique to talk to me. First the troops were attacked by Uchiha Madara and suffered heavy casualties. They needed the support of Commander Lois of the 2nd unit. Most of the casualties in the 1st unit were transferred from the 4th unit. Now, we have completely eliminated the 20,000 white things. The Hokage-sama and the 4th Raikage asked me to support the 4th unit. Yagayu stood up, pulled Hinata up next to him, looked at Inuzuka Kiba and the others and said, I want to take Hinata away too, and I will leave this place to you. Abarameshino said, are you leaving now? Not taking a break. While we are on our way, we will rest on the road. Yagayu turned his back to Inuzuka Kiba and the others, and led Hinata into the dark forest. Lord Yagayu, poof. In the dark forest, a man wearing a Konoha vest and a Ninja Alliance forward protector was cut into 2 pieces by Yagayu's sword. With a look of disbelief on his face, the ninja fell to the ground, and then the body turned into a white fern at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking at Bai Zetsu's corpse on the ground, Yagayu said impatiently, Tisk, you move so fast. Haku Zetsu's aura is almost the same, and that weird and unpredictable transformation technique can't hide Yagayu's domineering power. However, not long after he left the 2nd battlefield, he encountered the Ninja Alliance of White Zetsu's transformation. Let's make it clear. The Zetsu army has begun to take action. I don't know how many people will be assassinated tonight without any precautions. Of course, Yagayu doesn't care at all. He is just a little impatient with these white Zetsu who are trying to assassinate him. Hinata opened her eyes with a pair of reincarnation eyes. He reported to Yagayu, Hui Yagayu-kun, there are many such things underground and they are moving quickly. Lu. 540 Shang sheathed his sword and said calmly, don't worry about it, just clean it up one by one. Hinata nodded, and then closed the reincarnation eye. The 2 of them walked towards the direction of the 4th unit. They were not in a hurry. The main thing tonight was other people's war, and Yagayu and Hinata were just. From being a frontline combatant, it was now just a support. According to the message from the headquarters, the opponents of the 4th unit are the shadows of the past. They are all in a state of reincarnation from the dirty earth and have been taken back by Yakushi Kabuto. It won't come out until at least tomorrow. The 4th unit is resting now anyway. Yagayu and Hinata have been clearing out the soldiers all day long, and the consumption is not small at all. It just happens that they are walking slowly and resting slowly at the same time. Let the state return to its best. When passing a lake in the forest, Yagayu and Hinata stayed for a while to use the clear water to cleanse their bodies. Their perception and insight abilities are both at the top level, and they are not afraid that someone will peeping. After cleaning their bodies, Yagayu and Hinata felt that the fatigue of the day had been swept away. However, Yagayu's head was still a little heavy. Near midnight, the 2 walked out of the forest and came. Arriving in a deserted area, there were large and small rocks everywhere. They chose a rocky hill full of devastation, and Yagayu and Hinata set up tents there. Both of them wore portable sealing papers on their wrists. This kind of seal paper is usually used to store shurikens, kunao, and other weapons. But Yagayu used his forward thinking to try to store storage scrolls in it. After discovering that it could be done, almost everyone in Class 8 brought it. With a portable seal paper, put food and water, as well as tents, quilts, and other items. After setting up the tent, Yagayu couldn't wait to sleep. In the tent, Yagayu lay on Hinata's bed, breathing under her knee pillow, became even and long. After a while, he fell into sleep. Before his consciousness fell deeply into sleep, Yagayu felt a little vigilance in his heart. Today's deal with the White Zetsu army taught him a big lesson and the demonic eye of death, which cannot be used wantonly. At least it cannot be used for a long time. That thing will unknowingly add a little bit of fatigue to the brain. When the fatigue value accumulates to a certain level, it will completely explode. Just 20,000 White Zetsu, Yagayu normal people wouldn't take it seriously. But he only killed 7 or 8,000 people, and he was already feeling tired. The reason was that he had used his direct death demonic eye for a whole day. Almost every sword energy was from him. It is formed by the killing airflow. The sound of breathing of all things is only used to induce the death of the airflow. It was not until the last hour that he used the swordsman's slash. Because the ability to kill the evil eye is so easy to use, he can kill at will. The airflow will swing the sword energy for several meters or tens of meters. Unlike the swordsman's slashing, which requires the consumption of energy and energy. But now it seems that he has entered a misunderstanding. In the short term, it is okay, but if it is long in terms of time, the burden brought by the death eye seems to be greater and more serious than the consumption caused by the sound of breathing of all things. It cannot be abused in the future, unless it is used to deal with powerful enemies, or to allow oneself to minimum cost, maximum convenience. After Yagyu fell into a deep sleep, Hinata slowly raised his head and placed it on the pillow. After covering him with a quilt, he began to keep vigil and practice. Fighting all day today was not without any gains for Hinata. She seems to feel new abilities. Tonight was a relatively peaceful night for Yagyu and Hinata. Except for one Baizetsu at the beginning, no Baizetsu came to bother them in disguise. But for other battlefields, tonight is a night of panic. That kind of unpredictable transformation technique makes them full of distrust of the people around them. However, since there is specialization in the art, the trouble caused by Baizetsu's transformation art will definitely be solved. At the same time, tonight is also a day to seek recognition for Uzumaki Naruto and Kiribi. Tomorrow is the time for Uzumaki Naruto to join the battle. It's also the moment when the war heats up. The next morning, Yagyu woke up from his sleep. The first time he opened his eyes, he looked down at Hinata, who was sleeping soundly on top of him. Yesterday's warning did not trigger anything, and it seemed to be a peaceful night. However, Hinata seemed to be keeping vigil for a long time. Thinking of this, Yagyu gently touched her hair, and then instead of letting her continue to sleep, he pushed her to wake up. Hinata, wake up, we have to continue on our way. Under Yagyu's voice, Hinata slowly opened her eyes and nodded sleepily. The two of them quickly got up, put away the tent and took out the water source, washed a little, and after eating a few pieces of dry food to fill their stomachs, they started to continue on their way. This time, they no longer walked slowly. Instead, they asked Hinata to use repulsion, and due to the force of gravity, the two people floated into the air and flew towards the direction of the fourth unit. As the sun gradually rose, the two entered a desert area. The ability to fly is very rare in this ninja world. The arrival of Yagyu and Hinata instantly attracted the attention of the ninja coalition, but after seeing them protecting their foreheads, the army was not confused at all. On the contrary, Gaara and Oniki looked at Yagyu and the two with a little surprise. Gaara said with a puzzled expression, Yagyu and Hinata, what are you doing? It doesn't look like the light rock technique. Is it some kind of secret technique of flying? Onoki was concerned about the flying abilities of Yagyu and the two. Looking at Hinata's blue and white patterned eyes, he thought to himself, Hinata, is this girl from the Hyuga clan? But those eyes are wrong. The two landed on the rocky mountain where Gaara was, and Yagyu said, we are here to support you. Gaara didn't ask any more questions, but nodded and thanked please. Without any further words, the four of them turned around to face the endless desert, waiting for the four stagnant breaths to move. Gaara reminded the enemies are the shadows of the past, the third generation of Lei from Union Village. Kage, the second generation Mizukage of Kirigakuer Village, the second generation Tsuchikage of Iwagakuer Village, and the fourth generation Kazekage of Sunagakuer Village, my father. Among them, the second generation Tsuchikage controls the ninja world's blood successor, Dust Release. Mr. Oniki came here specifically to help stop him. Yagyu nodded slightly and said Hinata and I are in charge of the third Reikage. After quickly dealing with him, we will go over to support you. Before Gaara could speak, Oniki said I have heard about you more than once. Although I have never seen your strength, I believe the rumors will not exaggerate too much. But would it be too reckless for you to ask a little girl to deal with the third Reikage who once single-handedly defeated 10,000 ninjas and fought for 3 days and 3 nights? Yagyu looked forward and ignored him. Hinata took the initiative to explain, Grandpa, I will not hold back Yagyu-kun. Looking into those beautiful eyes, Oniki's eyes could see the determination of the girl at a glance, and he nodded with a little doubt in his heart. Okay, since you insist so much, I won't say anything else. They moved. Suddenly, Gaara pressed his left eye with 2 fingers. He spoke. The atmosphere suddenly changed. The 4 people stopped talking and looked ahead quietly. After a long time, 4 figures loomed in the dust and mist, walking towards this side. Quicksand waterfall. When they approached a certain distance, Gaara took action without saying hello. The yellow sand formed a violent sand wave and rushed forward. At the same time, Onoki flew into the sky with tacit understanding and hid behind the sand wave. And Yagyu gave Hinata a wink. Hinata understood instantly, using repulsion and gravity at the same time. The 2 figures also flew into the sky, hiding on the other side of the sand waves. It's a trick to fake sleep. Looking at the roaring waves of sand, the 4th Kazekige's expression changed slightly and he said, did you use the power of one tail so soon? Immediately, Yakushi Kabuto left him with the resistance technique, and immediately asked the 4th Kazekage to form a seal with his hands, squat down and slap it on the ground. In the next moment, placer gold, which was heavier than yellow sand, formed a sand that was no less than a quicksand waterfall. Waves, crashing up. Boom. There was a loud noise, mixed with golden sand, falling down. The figures of Oniki, Yagyu, and Hinata who were hiding behind were revealed one after another. Dust Escape Original Realm Peeling Technique. Onoki clasped his hands together, opened his palms to create a cone-shaped white light wave, and shot down towards the second generation Tsuchikage below. Looking at you like this, you have a long life, Oniki. The second generation Tsuchikage below put his hands together without panic, and also created a cone-shaped light wave, heading towards the dust escape that was shooting down. Boom. The power of the blood successor's elimination was unleashed instantly. The dazzling white light, with the terrifying power of turning everything into molecules, spread out to the surroundings. The covered rock mountains and earth, as well as the land mixed with yellow sand and placer gold, all showed a huge circular pit under this blow. While the two were fighting, Yagyu and Hinata had already moved away. Hinata raised her hand slightly and waved to the third Raikage below. The third Raikage, who was watching the battle, was suddenly trapped by an invisible gravity, and floated into the air with his feet off the ground. He looked at Hinata and exclaimed in admiration, "Gravity? Little girl, your technique is very good. In my current state, my body is beyond my control. I hope you conceal me." The third Raikage warned, "What I'm good at is thunder escape. If I don't know earth escape and time and space ninjutsu, I'll end up staying in the air because I..." Phew. Before he finished the sentence, the body of the third Raikage was covered by a layer of blue lightning armor, and his figure turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards Hinata. So fast. Hinata's face changed slightly, and then she pressed her hand down. Boom. The blue figure gradually enlarged in his eyes and fell at a faster speed. The heavy object hit the ground and created a sand pit. Hinata, Yagyu Yuzuki's childhood sweetheart. In a dark place, Yakushi Kabuto used the vision of the third Raikage to see this scene in his eyes. His snake-like face showed a look of contemplation, and he murmured slightly, "Those eyes are in the shape of blue and white patterns. I'm sure it's not a blank look. Is it a new pupil technique? Are her eyes transplanted, or do they evolve from Byakugan?" Sure enough, that guy A-Fei was right. Yagyu Yuzuki is one of the enemies that cannot be ignored in this war. Looking at the unharmed third Raikage coming out of the sand pit below, Yagyu didn't do anything, and his eyes turned into ice blue demonic eyes. Dark lines soon spread all over the world. Whether it was the ground or the rocks, or invisible airflow, countless lines turned Yagyu's vision into multiple screens. His eyes were fixed on the third Raikage looking up at Hinata. Each line was big or small, thick or thick. Thin lines appeared on his body. After gravity, is there repulsion? Little girl, you are very capable. The third Raikage looked up at Hinata, first praised him, and then continued to remind him, "You must be careful. The resistance spell in my body has been activated, and I will fight back next." Zizzy. Phew. The moment he finished speaking, the lightning armor around the third Raikage seemed to shine a little brighter, and with a shrill sound like 1,000 birds singing in unison, he disappeared in an instant. Hinata's face changed slightly. It was really fast. Yagyu closed his eyes, seeing and hearing the domineering energy spreading quietly, and murmured slightly, "Although he is an undead, his breath can still be felt." Swish, boom. Drawing the sword with his right hand at an extremely fast speed, Yagyu swung the sword towards the 540 void on the right. The airflow was cut off and twisted to form a huge dark red light, roaring like a tsunami. Down. The next second, a strong explosion sounded. I saw the figure of the third Raikage appearing in the air. At a speed exceeding the limit, he clenched his fist and collided with the sword energy that appeared out of thin air. The terrifying airflow came from him and the sword energy spread out around him. For a moment, the sword energy that was 7 or 8 meters high was unable to move. His reaction and speed made Yagyu slightly shocked. The second ninja who could withstand the slashing attack finally appeared. He was worthy of being a legendary ninja who once single-handedly fought thousands of ninjas for 3 days and 3 nights. However, his reaction was still too slow. Boom. The third Raikage only stood in a stalemate with the sword energy for more than 10 seconds. Without a foothold, he was quickly knocked down from the air by the strong impact contained in the sword energy. The ground shook violently, and dust and mist filled the air. Yagyu stood up in the air. He whispered to Hinata, "When you find an opportunity later, use the strongest gravity to restrain him for a few seconds to gain a chance for me." Speed has been Yagyu's flaw so far. Opponents like the third Raikage, fourth Raikage, and Metkai are things he never wants to face. And the third Raikage's strength was that he could tie the 8 tails during his lifetime. After Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, he is one of the strongest ninjas in the ninja world. His Hell Thrust, Thunder Escape Chakra Mode, and Black Lightning are all very tricky abilities. Yagyu has never had a head-on confrontation with an enemy. Idea. His swordsmanship is murderous, and he pursues the simplicity and fatality of killing with one strike. Therefore, he directly asked Hinata to help. Yes. Hinata nodded quickly, looking at her face seriously. The inside of the Tsenjigangan, through the obstruction of the dust and mist, has been locked on the third Raikage. Call out. The dust mist has not dissipated yet, and the familiar sound of breaking through the air sounded again. It's now. Hinata opened her eyes and pressed down with her right hand. The extremely terrifying gravitational force turned into invisible waves, forming an inescapable net that instantly trapped the third Raikage rising into the sky, imprisoning his body. The powerful gravity, like a giant's hand, tightly grasped the third Raikage, freezing his figure in the air. Swish, tear it apart. Yagyu stepped on the moon step, and his figure turned into an afterimage and rushed down. The sword in his hand was like a white sword, cutting through the body of the third Raikage. The sword seemed to be a phantom, penetrating through his waist and arms, and passed. The next moment, the sound of tearing sounded. The body of the third Raikage, who was imprisoned by Hinata, was cut in two, and his hands also fell down. When Yagyu wielded this knife, the familiar gravity pulled him back in the air. Standing side by side with Hinata in the air, Yagyu looked at the third Raikage who landed on the ground again. Even the spiral shuriken could not hurt the powerful body. Not only was it easily cut in two, but even the arms of the strongest spear was also chopped down by Yagyu. At this time, the third Raikage was lying on the ground as if he had been cut into pieces, unable to move. After a long time, the familiar white dust was not seen. Impossible? Unable to recover. Yakushi Kabuto's screams rang out in the dark and silent place. At this time, he no longer looked like a calm conspirator facing Uchiha Obito, and his face was not only full of horror, his eyes were even more trembling. The invincible technique of reincarnation from dirty soil has failed. The art of reincarnation in the dirty earth is one of the most powerful ninjutsu in the ninja world. Unless it is the power of the samsara eye or the blood successor snare, even the dust release eliminated by the blood successor cannot unlock this technique unless the sealing technique is used. It was originally developed by the second Hokage to use the explosive talisman technique, but it was improved to this level by Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto. After the ninja sect, since the concept of ninjutsu was born, Jutsu Tensei is indeed the #1 ninjutsu. Even Yagyu thought so. Its power lies in its immortality and infinite chakra. A strong man in this state can continuously use forbidden techniques that could only be used as a trump card during his lifetime, or ultimate moves that can kill the enemy together. If you are not proficient in sealing techniques, fighting against such an opponent is asking for trouble and committing suicide slowly. But now, the invincible immortal body of the Dirty Land reincarnation has not taken effect. As a master of the Earth reincarnation jutsu, Kabuto Yakushi clearly felt this. No matter how hard he tried, the body of the third Raikage would never be repaired. After being shocked, a pair of eyes appeared in Kabuto Yakushi's mind. Those were ice blue eyes with colorful spiral patterns, and their eyes were like thousands of years of ice. When you looked at him, even though you were 4.1 meters away, in a dark cave, you could feel your body temperature being taken away. A few years ago, Kabuto Yakushi remembered Yagyu's eyes, which were like rubies. That's what kind of pupil technique? Kabuto Yakushi said with a slightly trembling tone, and his girlfriend, Hinata's eyes. Where did they get them? Yagyu Yuzuki was born as a commoner. His father was a special jounin of Konoha and died in the Ninetales Rebellion. His mother was also a commoner and died in depression because she cared about his father. They are not a family with limited blood inheritance at all. Yagyu Yuzuki, Hyuga Hinata, what secrets are you hiding? Yagyu doesn't know Kabuto Yakushi's thoughts. After seeing that the third Raikage, who had been killed by the Death Eye, could not be repaired, he turned to look at the fourth unit behind him, and said in a calm voice, "Sealing squad, come out to work." Yes. The battle between Yagyu and the third Raikage has been watched by thousands of ninjas. Seeing that the third Raikage has not recovered, the sealing squad holding huge scrolls quickly came out in response. Boo-hoo-hoo. Bandages are flying in the air. As if controlled by a puppet string, he rolled up the body of the third Raikage on the ground and wrapped it into a ball, and then put a sealing talisman with the word seal on the outside, successfully sealing it. The art of reincarnation from dirty soil. A color-changing word suddenly resounded throughout the audience. I saw the second-generation Tsuchikage fighting with Oniki, who did not know when he appeared in the distance, with his hands forming a row of seals on the ground. Rumble, bang bang. 23 The coffins broke out of the ground, and the sounds of rising from the ground were heard one after another. The coffin lids fell to the ground one after another, and a large number of unknown undead formed an army of reincarnations from the dirty soil and came out. Boo-hoo-hoo. The next second they appeared, they turned into a large number of afterimages and leaped into the air. Everyone's eyes looked dull and lifeless. This is what it looks like to be deprived of consciousness and become a puppet controlled by Kabuto Yakushi. Their behavior is also obviously seeking death. Yagyu understood instantly and raised his eyebrows. Tisk. This kind of thinking is really annoying. Needless to say, Yakushi Kabuto must have discovered that he had a problem with the Devil's Eye. It's just that smart people are suspicious, so they specially sent some cannon fodder-level reincarnated armies of dirty soil to test whether the guesses were correct. In this regard, Yagyu directly satisfied Yakushi Kabuto. Swish. The clouds bloomed beneath my feet, and the willow trees ran down. The sword in his hand was not covered with any aura of armament and domineering. It was just a very ordinary swing of the sword, bringing out a silver-white sword light under the scorching sun. Tir-la-la. The sound, like paper being torn, resounded continuously. Those reincarnated armies of dirty soil that leapt up were easily cut into 2 pieces, and several pieces fell to the ground without a trace of blood. Broken body, cut smooth and straight. Not a trace of white dust emerged from the air above and around them. The so-called reincarnated army of dirty soil is naturally a difficult enemy for ordinary ninjas. But in Yagyu's eyes, there is almost no difference from Baizetsu. Having lost their immortality, they had pieces of paper floating in the air, and all they needed to do was cut them off. Just like when I was a child, I just mastered the breathing skills of all things. It's just reliving it after a long absence. Not long after, the sand below was filled with various severed limbs. None of the reincarnated people who were cut off by Yagyu had recovered. His sword is like a sealed sword, like the Ten-Fist sword. 2 minutes later, Yagyu returned to the air, looked at the pile of corpses below, and said calmly, "Sealing squad, take action." Yes. After hearing his words, the stunned sealing class quickly responded loudly. One by one they ran over holding scrolls, their eyes filled with silent heat. That was a kind of substantive worship? Just like Gaara and me. A speech can gain the admiration of the ninja coalition. Yagayu's strength and aura give people a feeling of being extremely safe and powerful. It is a temperament that can make people obey the arrangements without speaking. Sure enough, it is a seal, no. Yakushi Kabuto, who confirmed his guess through the sight of the reincarnated army of the dirty soil, murmured solemnly, "It's an eye that can kill Jetsu." After saying that, Yakushi Kabuto glanced down and saw what was outside the chessboard. A chess piece, with a fearful tone. Yagyu Yuzuki, just like Uchiha Itachi. One is an uncontrollable chess piece, and the other is a formidable enemy that cannot be ignored. Stretching out his long snake-like tongue and head, the pharmacist spoke. Kabuto licked the corner of his mouth and said in a playful tone, "Do you want to use your trump card to play with them? Forget it. Wait a minute, that guy A-Fei has already led the Jinchuriki army to set off. Let's use these trash fish to consume them first." After dealing with the reincarnated army of the dirty soil, Yagyu closed the demonic eye of direct death. This thing can't be abused without restraint like yesterday. If it weren't for the third Raikage, who was the type to restrain Yagyu, he wouldn't even want to open the eye of death. Just use the slash to defeat the enemy, and then leave it to the ceiling squad to finish it off. Yagyu sheathed his sword and said to Hinata, "The most difficult enemy has been solved, and the second Mizukage will be left to you, Hinata." Hinata nodded and said confidently, "Yagyu-kun, take a rest and leave the rest to me." Yagyu nodded slightly. Driven by Hinata's gravity, the figure landed on a rocky mountain. The automatic cleaning function of the kimono allowed Yagyu to sit down casually and look at the battlefield below. Onoki was talking to the second generation of soil. The shadows fought fiercely. And Gaara has successfully sealed his father, the fourth Kaze cage. Of the four shadows summoned by Yakushi Kabuto, only the second soil shadow and the second water shadow are left. Just like the five elements attributes mutual restraint, whether it is the ninja world or the pirate world, attribute restraint is very serious. The speed of the third generation Raikage restrains Yagyu, Yagyu's direct death demon eye restrains the reincarnation of the earth, and the reincarnation of the earth restrains the ultimate move of mutual destruction. The second generation Mizukage is a fighting maniac, proficient in water escape and illusion. But he encountered his nemesis, that is Yagyu and Hinata. Yagyu's domineering power of seeing, hearing, and illusion can ignore all visual deception, the sound of breathing of all things and the direct death demon eyes, and can kill all elemental ninjutsu. And Hinata's Sansegan, like the Sharingan and Rinnegan, is completely immune to this illusion, and the repulsion and gravity allow her to rebound all ninjutsu and capture the ability of distant enemies. Coupled with the greatly enhanced soft fist. "Hinata, let me see your performance." Yagyu's left foot was hanging down in the air, his right foot was bent upright, and he put his hands on his right knee. He looked at Hinata flying towards the second generation Mizukage and murmured softly, "No, you can't hit me like this." On the battlefield where the second generation Mizukage was, he stood there and allowed the ninja coalition to attack him, but his figure was like a mirage, and all the attacks passed through. No, the attack can't hit at all. Ninjutsu too? The second generation Mizukage is too strong. Dozens of ninjas surrounded the second Mizukage, panting. Everyone was sweating profusely, looking in awe at the second generation Mizukage who looked like he hated iron. "Everyone, leave this to me." At this time, a pleasant female voice suddenly sounded in the sky. Looking up in the direction of the sound, I saw a beautiful girl wearing white trousers and long lavender hair floating in the air. A pair of beautiful blue and white patterned eyes stared at the second generation Mizukage who was also looking at her. It's Lord Yagyu's girlfriend, Hinata. The female ninja who just dealt with the third Raikage with Master Yagyu. "Quick, everyone, retreat back quickly." After seeing Hinata, one of the dozens of Konoha ninjas immediately recognized her identity. The other coalition members who didn't know Hinata all reacted differently. But the ability to fly was enough to prove that Hinata Tien's power. In addition, he and Yagyu just joined forces to defeat the third Raikage. Dozens of people immediately retreated and quickly gave up the battlefield. Ignoring those who left, the second generation Mizukage looked at him with a gentle temperament. Hinata, who didn't look like a powerful person at all, held her forehead with one hand and said, "What are the ninjas of this era like? How dare they send a little girl to deal with me?" After listening to his words, Hinata was not angry, but said seriously with a smile, "Don't worry, I will seal you soon." Well, the second generation Mizukage choked on his breath, and then the corners of his mustache were slightly different, and he showed a playful smile. "It's interesting. Then how are you going to seal me? You know, the attacks from those people just now were not able to hit me. Pointing his finger at the big clam next to him, the second generation Mizukage continued, "Unless you knock this thing down, it can't attack me." Hinata smiled lightly and said, "It means the big clam behind you clams. Ouch, you can see it." The second generation Mizukage smiled with interest. "It seems that your eyes are not simple. Divine airstrike." Hinata didn't answer, but stood in the air, assumed a soft fist posture, and suddenly slapped her right hand downwards. Boom bang. The dazzling blue chakra mixed with the twisted airflow formed a substantial air cannon, which hit like a beam. The air cannon hit the second generation Mizukage, and the surrounding ground immediately shook violently. For a few seconds finally, a piece of white smoke exploded out. Bang bang. The second generation Mizukage clapped his hands and said with appreciation, "Amazing? You can knock the mirage back to the psychic world with one blow." Is the move you just made the soft fist of the Hyuga clan? But your eyes are not good. Before he finished his sentence, the second-generation Mizuki's expression changed and he quickly reminded the resistance technique in my body has been activated. Little girl, please be careful. Almost at the same time, the ground appeared under the second-generation Mizuki's feet. A large number of colorful bubbles, fragile in appearance, shot towards Hinata in the sky at extremely fast speeds. It's a water balloon, it will cause a powerful explosion when hit, so be careful. The second-generation Mizuki reminded again. Hinata seemed not to hear, and raised her right hand slowly. Green photons condensed from the palm, like a spiral pill, and quickly formed a green ball of light. Holding the ball of light, Hinata sent it down. Call out. The green ball of light suddenly flew down. The small ball of light collided with a large number of bubbles. There was no explosion. The light ball was like a black hole, emitting absolutely strong gravity and sucking all the bubbles in. Boom. The bubble is like accumulating energy, enhancing the power and speed of the light ball. It turns into a laser and instantly hits the body of the second-generation Mizuki. The terrifying energy bursts into a dazzling orange light. The surroundings, the ground shook violently again. A small mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Yagyu on the rocky mountain in the distance raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, this is, when did Hinata awaken this ability? Yagyu, who was deeply impressed by the Tsanjikan, saw Hinata's ability at a glance. It was a green ball of light similar to the Hungry Ghost Path of the Rinnegan. It was even more powerful than the Hungry Ghost Path's ability. Because not only can it swallow ninjutsu, it can also extract the enemy's chakra from a distance without any limit on distance. Unless they are of the blood of the Otsutsuki clan, as long as others have chakra and do not have special secret techniques such as time and space, it means Hinata's move is almost invincible. However, this move seems to have met its nemesis as soon as it came out. The infinite chakra of the reincarnation of the earth just restrained this green ball of light. But the characteristics of the reincarnation of the earth, Yagyu had already mentioned it to Hinata. I believe she has always remembered it. So, she insisted on using this ability, obviously not for this reason. Sure enough, when the dust mist dissipated, what appeared was the second-generation Mizuki, with a tattered body. The scars around and on the body, there are a lot of tiny white dust floating in them. Although her body was shattered by one move, Hinata has not yet sought the Tao Jade, nor can she escape from yin and yang. The green light ball is ineffective against the characteristics of the reincarnation of the dirty earth. Hinata opened her right hand and pointed downwards. He murmured in a soft voice. Yagyu-kun said that the more serious the damage suffered by the reincarnation of the dirty land, the slower the recovery speed will be. Then, just don't give him time to recover, please. Boom boom boom. As the sound fell, Hinata's palm condensed a golden light ball, which was different in size and color from the green light ball. The light ball turned into a beam of light and shot down like a laser. One after another, it contains with terrifying power, it bombarded the second-generation Mizuki who was being repaired. Dust and mist filled the air, and streaks of orange-red light flashed continuously. The violent shaking of the earth, and the unparalleled powerful posture, made Hinata the most eye-catching figure in the sky. Scenery. Guru. Those people looked at the land being bombarded continuously and Hinata releasing balls of light. Their heads shrank slightly and they swallowed subconsciously. It is really inconsistent for a girl with a gentle and virtuous temperament to gather together with a terrifying power. Hinata continued to bombard for 30 or 40 seconds, and the golden light ball in his palm stopped condensing just now. When the thick dust mist dissipated, the figure of the second-generation Mizuki, except for the head that avoided the attack, had disappeared. But as Hinata's attack stopped, a large amount of white dust quickly gathered from his neck. Ha ha ha, awesome, so awesome. The second-generation Mizuki who lost his body laughed loudly and said, a little girl as powerful as you has the power of a shadow at such a young age. This is unprecedented. You flatter me. Hinata smiled modestly, then looked at the coalition forces behind, and said softly, well, is the sealing squad here? Please seal him as soon as possible before he recovers. Yes. Hinata's words woke up the sealing team behind. A man holding a scroll quickly responded loudly. Then several people ran over, and the fluttering bandages quickly rolled up the second-generation Mizuki, then attached the sealing talisman, and it was sealed. Looking at Hinata flying back, Yagyu asked, when did you awaken? Hinata replied with a smile, yesterday night. No. 540 actually, during the battle yesterday, I felt something strange in my eyes. Yagyu nodded and commented, very strong ability. Hinata, you are really getting stronger and stronger. After hearing Yagyu's compliment, Hinata immediately giggled. She worked so hard not to hold Yagyu back, and she dreamed of fighting alongside him. Yagyu's compliment was like a dream come true, and his heart felt as sweet as honey. Immediately, Hinata seemed to remember something and suddenly asked Yagyu-kun, are we going to help that old man? The old man Hinata mentioned was Onoki. The 4 undead summoned by Kabuto Yakushi, the 4th Kaze Cage, the 3rd Reikage, and the 2nd Mizuki, have all been sealed, and now only the 2nd Tsuchikage remains. The blood successor was also eliminated, and Onoki was at a disadvantage when he fought against the 2nd-generation Tsuchikage who was reincarnated in the dirty soil. Especially as he is older, he simply cannot last. Not long ago, Gaara had gone to help after sealing the 4th Kaze Cage. Because in front of Chendan, the number of people is completely meaningless. The battlefield between the three of them has already moved to a distant place. Yagyu shook his head and said in a profound tone, "We don't need to go there. Someone has already gone to help." Hinata was slightly startled, then her blue and white eyes lit up, and she said in surprise, "That person is Naruto? He has changed so much." Spiral shuriken, boom. At this time, a shout came. Then the sound of howling explosions resounded. On the battlefield between Oniki and Gaara, I saw a figure, with orange light all over the body, joining the battlefield. The huge spiral shuriken seized the best opportunity and hit the second Tsuchikage with one blow. "Naruto!" Gaara shouted in surprise. The Ninetales Jinhyuriki? Onoki was panting, looking at the golden figure and smiling. "Can you finally control that power?" "That's right. The one who joined the battlefield was Uzumaki Naruto." "No, it can't be said to be Uzumaki Naruto. This is just a shadow clone of him." After mastering the Ninetales chakra and entering the Ninetales chakra mode, Uzumaki Naruto's strength, just like Uchiha Sasuke who obtained the eternal kaleidoscope, has been greatly improved. It can even be described as reborn. He is now a legion by himself. A large number of shadow clones have been divided, each one they are all extremely powerful aids. In this state, his combat IQ has also become very amazing. Seizing the best opportunity, he defeated the second Tsuchikage with one Raisin Shuriken. When the Raisin Shuriken after the hurricane formed by the sword dissipated, the broken body of the second Tsuchikage appeared. Seeing this, Gaara held up his hands. Without giving the second Tsuchikage a chance to repair, a large amount of yellow sand rolled away, and the second Tsuchikage was thrown away. Diet Tsuchikage was buried inside, quickly forming a small pyramid. A piece of sealing talisman paper was pasted on it. "Yoshi, it's done." Looking at the pyramid, Uzumaki Naruto immediately raised his hands and shouted loudly. Gaara and Oniki also breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Only Yagyu and Hinata in the distance had different reactions. Hinata Yanime frowning slightly, he asked with a somewhat uncertain tone, "Yagyu-kun, the reincarnated body of the dirty land is sealed, will the clone be released?" Yagyu stood up slowly and said lightly, "If it was the shadow clone created by the second generation, it should be released. But the shadow clone jutsu is a B-level ninjutsu exclusive to Konoha. Other villages do not have this ninjutsu, and the clones in each village have different effects." Without waiting for Hinata to speak, Yagyu spoke again, this time with a hint of excitement and solemnity in his tone, and warned, "Take a rest now, a strong enemy should appear soon, and it will not be these shadows that are so easy to deal with." "Got it." "Yes." Hinata knew that Yagyu had also discovered it, so she nodded obediently. The two sat down again to recover the energy and chakra they had consumed just now. At the same time, the dark place where Yakushi Kabuto was hiding. After the elimination of Blood and Dust escape, the former one-tailed Jinchuriki and the nine-tailed Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto, Yakushi Kabuto Nagasaki's tongue gently licked his lower lip, and murmured in a low voice, "There are also jutsu that can kill, including the reincarnation of the dirty land, and the 2-eye spells that can absorb ninjutsu and rebound." Although 4 powerful chess pieces were lost, the desired information was obtained. Yakushi Kabuto said with a strange smile, "Then, it's time to use the trump card." A desert far away from the 4th unit. Under a rocky mountain, the second-generation Tsuchikage who was supposed to be sealed actually appeared there. He formed a seal with his hands, slapped the ground, and used the technique of reincarnation from dirty soil. Boom! The ground shook, and a coffin rose from the ground. Click bang! The next second, a few cracks appeared on the coffin lid, and it was blown away by a huge force. Around 1540 in the afternoon, the desert battlefield of the 4th Army. Here comes the very powerful chakra. Hinata, who was sitting with Yagyu, suddenly opened her eyes and said with a solemn expression. Yagyu, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyelids and looked ahead, on an extremely tall rock mountain. There, 2 figures slowly appeared. One was the second-generation Tsuchikage who was covered in bandages and should have been sealed at this time. The other was wearing a red armor on his upper body, a black tight-fitting combat uniform underneath, and a shawl that reached his waist. Long black hair. A pair of black eyes with the characteristics of the reincarnation of the earth. Sharinon with 3 Megatama. He holds his arms and looks down expressionlessly. The 4th unit is processing the seal and preparing to move the battlefield. Looking at the figures that appeared all showed expressions of disbelief. Especially Onoki, whose face changed with shock and shouted, "Impossible, that's Uchiha Madara." "What?" Gaara, who was next to him, immediately looked at Uchiha Madara, who was next to the second Tsuchikage, and said solemnly, "Is this what he looks like under that mask?" etc. Oniki interrupted, with a face covered in cold sweat, both shocked and full of confusion. Look at his eyes. After hearing his words, Gaara looked into Uchiha Madara's eyes, and his pupils shrank slightly. This state is the state of reincarnation from the dirty soil. Oniki nodded and said in a deep voice, "His appearance is exactly the same as before." The shadow clone of Uzumaki Naruto released the Ninetales chakra mode, and his tone was full of doubts. "Could it be said that the one wearing the mask before Madara, is he an imposter?" "That's right. Reincarnation in the dirt can only summon the dead back to this world." Gaara said with a heavy tone, "If this Uchiha Madara is genuine, then that Uchiha Madara is someone else." Onoki affirmed, "There is no doubt that this one in front of you is the real thing. I fought against him when I was young and I would never admit his mistake." Uzumaki Naruto said at a loss, "Then, who is Madara?" I don't know, but he must be with Uchiha Madara. Onoki had no time to pay attention to this. He looked at Uchiha Madara with vigilant eyes. When several people were communicating, Uchiha Madara on the rock mountain was also looking at the ninja coalition below. Uchiha Madara held his arms and said calmly, wearing a forehead protector with the word nin in it, but wearing different attires. Is it the new army of the coalition? It's war now. The second generation Tsuchikage replied. Well, it's that guy after all, he must have his considerations, the plan probably didn't go smoothly. Uchiha Madara didn't care. He glanced at the second generation Tsuchikage lightly and said, then, who is this filthy earth reincarnated magician? Have no idea. As soon as the second Tsuchikage finished his answer, his demeanor suddenly changed, and his pupils turned pure white, showing that he was under the control of the magician. Looking sideways at Uchiha Madara, Yakushi Kabuto took advantage of the second generation Tsuchikage's body and smiled. My name is Kabuto, and I am his assistant. Uchiha Madara said nonchalantly, I am reincarnated in the dirt with me. What a shady guy. Your filthy reincarnation is specially prepared for you, Yakushi Kabuto said, and then reminded him, because your body is the most special, please don't let anyone destroy it. Oops. Uchiha Madara finally became interested and said, listening to what you said, is there any ninja in the ninja coalition below who can restrain the reincarnation of the dirty land? Yes. Yakushi Kabuto nodded and said, in this war, there are two major anomalies. In addition to the three major pupil techniques of Sharingan, Byakugan, and Rinnegan, they have two unknown pupil ninjas. One has ice blue eyes that can kill all ninjutsu, including the reincarnation of the earth, as long as it is cut. The other is blue and white eyes that can absorb ninjutsu and bounce back. Yakushi Kabuto shared the information. They are a boy and a girl, only 16 years old. Snort? It turned out to be just two brats. Uchiha Madara snorted softly, and his originally aroused interest was suddenly reduced by half. Zero. Asking for flowers. The so-called unknown pupil technique is just something like red eyes, which is not well known. Kabuto Yakushi agreed. That's right. After all, your power now is even greater than in your heyday. Uchiha Madara glanced sideways at Kabuto Yakushi and asked in a deep voice, have you seen me? Heyday? No, so now, please show me. Whoosh. As the words fell, a sound that broke through the air suddenly reached his ears. A pile of yellow sand was like a wave, attacking them from the side. Just when they were about to touch, the two figures suddenly disappeared. Uchiha Madara's figure leaped into the air and landed from the rocky mountain. 00. As soon as his feet landed, his three Megatama Sharingan looked at the tens of thousands of ninjas in front of him and said domineeringly, as you wish. Uchiha Madara, who was just about to take action and show off the power of the battlefield, rose, suddenly stagnated slightly with his suffocating and terrifying momentum that rushed towards the tens of thousands of ninja allies. As he stepped forward into the air, his figure suddenly floated into the air. Get up. The familiar and unfamiliar force sucked him to a place. Gravitational. Uchiha Madara raised his eyebrows, and the three Megatama Sharingan glanced in one direction. Not far from the ninja coalition, he saw a tall rocky mountain. A pair of young and girl figures stood on it. One of them was in white. The girl in trousers is opening her right hand towards him, and the gravity that has imprisoned her body is obviously released from her hand. Blue and white eye skills, so that's it. Is it you? Uchiha Madara smiled disdainfully. Two brats who don't know the heights of heaven and earth, they are too young. Well, as a reward for being able to move me, let me show you the Uchiha clan's fire release. Uchiha Madara's tone showed a hint of appreciation again. He formed seals with his hands slowly and suddenly spit out a wisp of fire in the direction of Yagyu and Hinata. Fire release. How? Fire extinguishment. Boom. Swish. Seeing the wave of fire roaring like a tsunami with the help of gravity's suction, Hinata's pupils shrank and she was about to use repulsion to launch an attack. At this moment, Yagyu next to him suddenly rushed out. The sword in his hand flashed a dazzling silver-white sword light. The surging fire wave was immediately extinguished at an extremely fast speed, turning into a wisp of flame and dissipating between heaven and earth. There are no signs of being torn apart, and there is no water vapor from the collision of water and fire. It was as if it had never appeared before, dissipating without any warmth. Uchiha Madara, who broke away from the gravity and landed on the ground, hugged his arms and said with a slight smile, are these eyes that can kill jutsu? It does have some 540 ability. Whoosh. Yagyu jumped down from the rock mountain, and then ran towards Uchiha Madara. Watching his approach, Uchiha Madara murmured slightly, the ninja who uses the sword, and those weird eyes, mean that he cannot be beaten. Is he close? If that's the case, let's be a little more serious. Boom. As the words fell, Uchiha Madara erupted with a dazzling blue flame, quickly forming a Susanoo holding two swords. Susanoo raised his right hand high and suddenly moved forward, waving a small but not small blue sword energy. The sword energy tore through the ground and spread towards Yagyu. Tear it apart. In response, Yagyu still just waved his sword. The next second, the spreading sword energy disappeared immediately. Madara Uchiha, whose eyes turned into kaleidoscopes, finally frowned slightly. Can even Susanoo's attack kill him? Then, what is its limit? The sword swung to kill Susanoo. After getting angry, Yagyu's dead eyes turned back to their normal red eyes. He continued to run forward, sheathed his sword, and assumed the posture of drawing the sword. Swish, boom. With the flash of cold light, a sword energy that was 16 or 17 meters high suddenly rose from the ground, tearing the earth and roaring away. The sword energy spread very quickly, and with Uchiha Madara's the distance was not far. In just a few seconds, the dark red sword energy hit Susanoo. An extremely strong force pushed Susanoo and Madara Uchiha inside, and they were pushed back by nearly 100 people. Meters distance. Click. In the process of retreating, Uchiha Madara was enveloped, and a clear cracking sound was made. Looking up at the shattered Susanoo, Uchiha Madara's face was dull. The fluctuations of natural energy were just slashes formed by simply cutting the airflow. Unprecedented sword skills, no wonder the chakra capacity in his body is not as good as that little girl. Uchiha Madara showed an arrogant smile and praised, "This is the first time that I have fought against such a strong swordsman. I have to admit that you successfully aroused my fighting spirit." After finishing speaking, Uchiha Madara turned his head and glanced to his right, where the Ninja Alliance army was. Call out. The figure suddenly disappeared, and Uchiha Madara turned into an afterimage and rushed into the ninja coalition. Bang 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 bang. A few seconds later, the sound of punches and kicks could be heard continuously from the coalition detachment of the 4th unit. Regardless of their level, whether they were Chunin or Jounin, whether they were strong or weak, they were all easily knocked away by Madara Uchiha. Click. The figure flew in front of a knife-wielding ninja. Uchiha Madara grabbed his neck, crushed his neck without any effort, then took away the knife in his hand, and the figure rushed out of the Ninja Alliance. Chi. On the way out of the siege, Uchiha Madara took advantage of the characteristics of a straight kaleidoscope and his unusually agile speed, making him like a farmer harvesting straw. The knife in his hand kept spinning, leaving the sounds of armor shattering and human bodies being torn apart on the surrounding ninjas. Ah! Screams continued to be heard from the ninja coalition. Uchiha Madara's surprise attack didn't even show the slightest reaction from cage levels like Onoki and Gaara. When they were preparing to counterattack, Uchiha Madara had already rushed out of the coalition troops and ran towards Yagyu with a long sword in hand. The speed was so fast that it even dragged up the exhaust gas formed by the dust mist behind it. Hateful. The gesture of leaving in an understatement, as if entering a deserted place, made Gaara grit his teeth slightly. "Everyone, please get out of here." Just when he was about to take action, Hinata's voice suddenly came from the sky. Hinata flew over and said softly, "Leave that man to Yagyu-kun, you go to support other troops." "Hinata, what are you talking about?" Gaara shouted loudly. "That guy is Uchiha Madara. Now is not the time to be alone and show off your strength." Hinata said seriously with a small face, "This is Yagyu-kun's will. If he can't deal with it, no matter how many people are sacrificed, it will be in vain." "You." Gaara was speechless. Hinata is good in everything, the only bad thing is that when it comes to Yagyu, she can completely change into a different person. After 10 years of getting along, the pure white girl took on the color of Yagyu at a very young age. After 10 years of growth and the stimulation of the reincarnated eye, something called the heart of the strong has been formed. There is a touch of strength in the weakness. Never mind. Onoki said with an ugly face, "Let him deal with it first. If that doesn't work, we can only let the 5 shadows take action together. When 2 masters fight, the scene must be extremely exaggerated." Onoki continued, "We can't let their attack spread to 4.1. Kaze Cage, go organize their retreat first." I know." Gaara looked hesitant, but finally nodded. He rode on the cloud formed by the sand pile and flew back to organize the evacuation. At this time, Yagyu and Madara Uchiha were already fighting fiercely. Clang 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 clang. The sound of metal clashing kept ringing. Sparks flew past their faces. During the fight, Yagyu did not close his eyes, but looked directly at Uchiha Madara's Mangekyo Sharinon, not afraid of him using genjutsu at all. Feeling his lack of confusion and pure fighting spirit, Uchiha Madara praised the enemy without hesitation. "Look at your age, you were not even born before I died. I didn't expect that in such an era, talents like you will still be born." The sword in his hand attacked him from various tricky angles. The red eyes occasionally glowed with an icy blue light, seeming to be searching for Uchiha Madara's flaws. Uchiha saw through his thoughts at a glance and said with a domineering smile, "It's useless. Your swordsmanship is indeed very strong, but your movements can't hide from my eyes." Yagyu smiled disdainfully, his red eyes turned into demonic eyes. Through the collision of blades like afterimages, he stared at Uchiha Madara and said flatly, "You are very interested in your swordsmanship and your eyes. Confident look." Looking at the weird smile on Yagyu's face, Uchiha Madara had an unknown premonition in his heart. Clang crack. The next moment, the long swords in the hands of the two collided again. The sound of metal clashing just sounded, followed by the sound of breaking. The long sword in Uchiha Madara's hand broke into 2 pieces. Swish. Yagyu, who cut off Uchiha Madara's long sword with a horizontal slash, suddenly slashed towards his body with the sword in his hand. That kind of ominous premonition, as the sword approached, became more and more intense in Uchiha Madara's heart. Boom. Without hesitation, he used Susanoo again. The blue flames formed a skeleton, resisting Yagyu's attack, and Uchiha Madara's figure jumped back. Tear it apart. Almost the moment he jumped back, the sound of tearing cloth immediately sounded. Susanoo, who was known as an absolute defense, was cut in 2 by Yagyu. Putting some distance away from Yagyu, Uchiha Madara looked down at the broken sword in his hand, and then looking at the torn Susanoo, he frowned slightly and said, not only can it kill jutsu, but it can also kill steel. Tisk. I almost fell into his trap. Uchiha Madara threw away the broken sword in his hand, started to form seals with his hands, looked at Yagyu and commented, I approve of those eyes of yours. It can indeed threaten me in my current state. The close combat is over, and as a reward for making me feel a little stressed, let me give you a glimpse of the good stuff. Would escape. The plain voice made Oniki, who was watching the battle not far away, look shocked. Could it be that the tree world is coming? Uchiha Madara slapped his hands on the ground. Rumble. The extremely wide area of the earth immediately produced a strong vibration. The desert was like a turbulent sea. Thick and huge tree roots shot up from the ground, forming a forest in an instant and heading towards the willow cover. Bang bang bang. Facing this legendary wood escape move, Yagyu was impatient and used slashing attacks to resist. Instead, I step on the moon, blooming in the sky, and the clouds formed by the airflow quickly rise up. Can actually run in the air? Uchiha Madara, who was behind the forest, came out of the tree world and came into the attack range. The figure rising into the sky chuckled, this kid has quite a lot of weird abilities. However, the arrival of the tree world is not for burial and restraint. Uchiha Madara formed a seal again and said it is used to create a home field. Would release wood dragon technique. Groan. As soon as he finished speaking, a wooden dragon transformed into the turbulent forest, soared into the sky, let out a harsh roar, and stalked towards the willow tree. This is a wood release ninjutsu specially used to suppress tailed beasts. Once entangled, chakra will be absorbed. Although the wood release is rather special, those eyes are obviously not ordinary pupil techniques. I just want to take advantage of the state of the reincarnation of the dirt, and use that move to get rid of you at once. Uchiha Madara murmured slightly, and the Mangekyo Sharinon rippled in circles and turned into the form of the Samsara Eye. Boom. The familiar blue flame spurted out again. Susanoo formed instantly, covering Madara Uchiha. This time, Susanoo's form changed slightly. The front face disappeared, replaced by a face on the left and right, and two pairs of arms grew, forming three-hand seals with Madara Uchiha in Susanoo at the same time. That is, Hinata, who was far away in the sky, suddenly looked up at the blue sky. The insight of the reincarnated eye allowed her to see at a glance the ability of Uchiha Madara's jutsu just now. Not long after, a shadow suddenly covered the sky and sun. Then, what is that? Meteorite? That's a meteorite. So big. The area of the shadow was so huge that even the ninja coalition that had evacuated to the distance was instantly attracted. They all turned around and looked up, looking at the huge falling meteorite. Everyone's face was filled with shock, fear and joy, shocked by the size of the meteorite, afraid of the person who summoned the meteorite, and even more thankful that he escaped from the coverage area. No, old man. The ninjas of Iwagakure village seemed to have remembered something, and some of them looked shocked. Since Onoki is in charge of the rear, he is still on the battlefield between Yagyu and Uchiha Madara. Thinking that he is still at the place where the meteorite fell, the ninjas of Iwagakure village suddenly looked worried. Uchiha Madara looked at the sky, where there were wooden dragons entangled below, and meteorites falling above Yagyu, and smiled playfully. Then, how are you going to deal with them? However, at this time, Yagyu did not imagine that he was in a desperate situation in 540. On the contrary, Yagyu felt extremely calm in his heart. He stepped on the moon steps and continued to rise high. The sword in his hand returned to the sheath, and his eyes fell first. Looking towards the wooden dragon below, the dark lines in the eyes spread. The vision becomes multi-screen, the wooden dragon seems to be glued together, and its body is covered with graffiti-like cracks. Whoosh, whoosh. The figure rose a few meters higher again. Yagyu suddenly changed his avoidance and rushed downwards. He stepped on the void with his feet and shifted his position as if walking on flat ground. As he passed by the wooden dragon, Yagyu drew his sword in one direction. Tear it apart. The familiar tearing sound sounded again. Like a living wooden dragon, it fell in two pieces. With his feet gathering chakra, Yagyu stood on the wooden dragon, raised his head and stared at the falling meteorites, sheathed the sword again, and assumed the posture of drawing the sword. Phew, plop, whoosh. The demonic eyes of death turned back to their normal red eyes, and there was silence in Yagyu's ears, and the sound of slight to violent breathing and the sound of his heartbeat began to be heard. Arm yourself with a sword, boom. A huge dark red light like a tsunami, like a crescent moon suspended in the night sky, rose into the sky from bottom to top, and collided with the huge falling meteorite. Click, 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 boom. Whether it is from below or from a few miles away, it can be clearly seen that after the huge dark red crescent collided with the meteorite, a large number of cracks appeared on the meteorite, which spread rapidly. Then there was a shattering sound, and the red light passed through the middle of the meteorite and split it into two. After cutting the meteorite in half, the huge crescent moon continued to rush towards the sky without seeming to lose much power. Boom. Not long after, there was another loud noise like an explosion, exploding from higher in the sky. I saw that high in the sky, the white clouds that had just condensed were scattered again, and two boulders that also looked like they had been cut into pieces fell down. Boom. A few seconds later, a dark red light shone down from high in the sky, adding a hint of dark red to the daytime world. Ha ha ha. Looking at the glowing dark red light above the two broken meteorites, Madara Uchiha not only did not have a trace of anger, but instead laughed. The smile was not only full of excitement, but also full of appreciation and domineering. He said absolutely this feeling of incomparable nostalgia is correct. In addition to Hashirama, there is actually a second person who gives me such a feeling. It's really great. After a few seconds, Uchiha Madara's smile changed from he was so excited that he kept a smile on his face. He stared at Yagyu in the sky and said, I recognize you? You are a being that transcends shadows and is worthy of my full efforts, Uchiha Madara. The dazzling blue light, with the strong air current, Uchiha Madara's long black hair was blown into the sky, and a giant figure, looming, took Uchiha Madara into the sky, almost as high as Yagyu in the sky. Looking directly at Yagyu with a pair of domineering Rinnegan eyes, Uchiha Madara said calmly, I will use my perfect Susanoo to give you the most gorgeous funeral. Looking down, under Uchiha Madara is a tall blue giant, wearing a cloak in the form of a high-nosed tengu, holding a blue katana in each hand. And his location is inside a crystal on the giant's forehead. It can be seen that the height of this giant is at least more than 17 meters, about 20 meters. P.S. According to official information, Gamabunta is 17 meters tall, and Shikaku is slightly taller than Gamabunta. Then the nine-tailed beasts are similar in size, and the standing height of the nine tails is almost the same as that of the complete Susanoo. It can be concluded that the complete Susanoo is at least 17 meters tall, probably more than 20 meters tall. Yagyu's height of 1.8 meters seems too small in front of this giant. Yagyu-kun. Hinata, who saw the complete Susanoo for the first time and had never seen such before, finally couldn't help but flew over and said with a worried look on his face, let's fight side by side. No, stay away and save as much energy as possible. Lu Sheng shook his head and refused, not panicking at all, and said in a calm tone, the power of the technique cannot be proven by its size. On the contrary, being large can sometimes be a drag. The ice blue light in Yagyu's eyes flashed slightly, and he said, in front of my eyes, unless it is unparalleled speed, no matter how strong the defense is, no matter how large the size is, it will not be enough. Please be careful. Seeing Yagyu's determination, Hinata knew she couldn't refuse, so she left a word of concern and retreated from the battlefield. Madara Uchiha stood on Susanoo's forehead, clasped his hands and said, Essay, continue your dance. Bar. Susanoo at his feet split another pair of arms, holding the katana in his left hand, and slowly unsheathed the sword, splashing a dazzling blue light. Call out. At the same time, Lu Sheng turned into an afterimage and rushed towards him. The sword in his hand was covered with a layer of black substance and turned into a famous sword that was completely black. Swish, boom. Sheathed the sword at an extremely fast speed, and unsheathed the sword at an extremely fast speed. Raising the sword high in the hand, he slashed it down violently. In the next moment, a scene of the collision of the Minitachi and the real sword appeared. The result was not one-sided, but a hurricane-like airflow erupted from Yagyu and Susanoo. A few miles away, the ninja coalition could feel a strong wind roaring in. Not far away, Onoki's short body was directly lifted off. When he finally used the light rock technique to stabilize his figure, his old face was full of horror, and he looked at the sky with cold sweat on his forehead. He spoke in a trembling voice that is, Guru. A few miles away, Gaara and Uzumaki Naruto's eyes also trembled, and they swallowed subconsciously. The sky was split open. Haha, hee, is that the power of God? Our power and theirs are not of the same dimension at all. Fortunately, we still have Mr. Yagyu. The ninja coalition forces at the rear also had different reactions. I saw that the sky above me was no longer blue. Just when the blades of Yagyu and the perfect Susanoo collided, the white clouds in the sky seemed to be subject to strong suction, all gathered into a ball, and instantly became extremely black. The airflow at 1,000 meters altitude was cut off, causing the clouds to form a ravine like a natural moat, which was extremely deep. The human body blocked Sen Luo's, Li Mo's, Wang Xiang's blow. Looking at Yagyu blocking Susanoo's sword, even Uchiha Madara couldn't calm down. Even his close friend and old enemy, Senjo Hashirama, couldn't do it without using wood release. He was shocked. Why wasn't Yagyu, the great swordsman's slash, was actually blocked? Obviously, Susanoo's energy has been captured. As long as Susanoo's katana is cut off with the sword just now, unprecedented sword energy will burst out and fly out of the altar. Unexpectedly, Susanoo's katana will be blown away. The katana actually blocked his own slash. However, Yagyu was just surprised for a moment. The great swordsman's slash would be blocked by the super cage level complete Susanoo. This had already appeared in the simulation in his mind a few years ago. Now it is nothing more than confirming the conjecture. And his purpose has been achieved. Phew, tear it apart. While Uchiha Madara was dazed, a figure passed by like a kamaita. Yagyu stepped on the moon steps and ran downwards. The sword in his hand turned into a white sword and wiped it from the waist of the complete Susanoo. Past. The complete Susanoo, who was able to fight against the Kyuubi and crush it, instantly let out a crisp tearing sound. A tiny gash gradually tore open from small to large, from narrow to wide. Come. The perfect Susanoo, who was more than 20 meters tall, suddenly split into two parts at an extremely fast speed like a deflated balloon, and began to gradually dissipate. Uchiha Madara, who was standing on his forehead, appeared from the air. Falling down. His face looked slightly ugly and he said, "Can even the complete Susanoo be killed easily? This brat should not be underestimated." In the previous fight with Yagyu, Uchiha Madara always had the mentality of playing with children. It wasn't until he used his amazing slashing weapon to cut off 2 meteorites one after another that Uchiha Madara became serious. He saw Yagyu again. With a human body, the Senra Ichijian, which currently symbolizes the power of destruction, and the ease of killing the complete Susanoo, in Uchiha Madara's heart, he has become an enemy that may hinder the plan. In a short period of time, from a kid to a junior worthy of seriousness, to an all-out opponent, and finally an enemy that needs to be faced squarely, Yagyu's status in Uchiha Madara's heart has jumped one after another. Even Senju Hashirama's younger brother, the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Madara did not regard him as an enemy. Even when he let Oniki go, he was so arrogant that an adult would not be angry with a child. Yagyu is Uchiha Madara, except for Senju. Apart from Hashirama, he is the only one who treats him like this. Because of Yagyu's strength. Yes, strength can gain Uchiha Madara's attention. Just like in the original work, Metkai's 8-gate armor formation completely made Uchiha Madara remember it. Regardless of Uchiha Madara, he is currently in the state of reincarnation and cannot use the unique eye technique of the Rinnegan. But his strength is also worthy of the name of Super Shadow level. In the fight with Yagyu, Uchiha Madara's trump card in this state is, all of them, Kteb, have been used. Except that there is one missing 9 tails. This battle is the same as the Battle of the Valley of the End. But Yagyu blocked them all, and also killed his complete Susanoo, becoming after Senju Hashirama, he was the second person to destroy the complete Susanoo. Even Uchiha Madara had to admit that if he hadn't been in the state of reincarnation, possessing unlimited chakra, his condition would not be very good. Uchiha Madara is a person who dares to admit his inner feelings, and he will not hesitate to give praise and respect to opponents and enemies who deserve recognition. When he looks at Yagyu and regards him as a person who can do something, the infinite Tsukuyomi plan after meeting his enemy, Uchiha Madara had murderous intention towards Yagyu. He decided to kill him at all costs. So, Uchiha Madara looked at Yagyu who was slowly falling from the sky, put his index and middle fingers together, and said in a deep voice, "Boy, what's your name?" Yagyu pointed the knife at Madara Uchiha and replied, "Yuzuki Yagyu." "Yuzuk? I remember." Uchiha Madara directly used the title that people who are close to him would call, looked at Yagyu and said, "I admit that you are the most amazing and beautiful talent of this era, and even I need to pay attention to it. So next, I will kill you by any means necessary." Wood escape wood clone. Around Uchiha Madara, more than a dozen pieces of wood appeared on the ground, and they quickly condensed into the image of Uchiha Madara, turning into a clone that could not be distinguished from the real one. Boom. The next moment, all the clones, including Uchiha Madara, erupted with a dazzling blue flame and transformed into the mature Susanoo. Uchiha Madara's lips raised slightly and he said, "The biggest benefit of reincarnation in the dirt, besides immortality, is the infinite chakra. Although you didn't consume much chakra after swinging so many slashes, I can already hear your chaotic aura." Uchiha Madara continued, "And those eyes of yours don't consume chakra, but your spirit or brain, right? The shape of your eyes keeps changing and has been completely exposed. You can't use those eyes arbitrarily, and you can't get close enough to hurt my body. How are you going to face these dozen Susanoos?" "Ah, it's true that we can't help each other." Yagyu nodded in recognition. He didn't expect that the information provided by Kabuto Yakushi would actually put him in such a situation. If he had known better, he would not have exposed the ability of the demon eye to Kabuto Yakushi. The high level with Uchiha Madara AO, if he did not know the intelligence of the Death Eye in advance and could not dodge the attack, he would never use Susanoo to resist it, but let Yagyu attack. In that case, Yagyu could rely on the advantage of the intelligence to defeat Madara Uchiha. It was solved. Knowing the ability of the Death Eye, Uchiha Madara would not get close to him. Now he had murderous intention towards him, and even used the infinite chakra of the reincarnation of the dirty soil to use rogue tactics. Yagyu understood. Unable to continue alone, he shouted in the direction of Hinata. Hinata understood instantly, and flew over with a happy face. She had watched the battle from beginning to end, and she was on tenterhooks just now. If she had never violated Yagyu's will, Hinata would have wanted to join in and fight with Yagyu, fighting side by side. Now after listening to Yagyu's words, he immediately flew to Yagyu's side, and faced with him a dozen Susanoos who were approaching. With a beautiful little face, he said firmly, "Absolutely not, let you hurt Yagyu-kun." After saying this, Hinata raised her right hand, and green photons condensed out, forming a green ball of light in her palm. The moment the green light ball condensed, Uchiha Madara and his wooden clone, and the Susanoo on their heads began to sway like candles blown by the strong wind. The blue flames, like light smoke, came from Susanoo. Susanoo's body radiated, as if attracted by magnetic force, floating in the direction of Hinata. The green ball of light lasted for a long time, and the candles that would extinguish when more than a dozen Susanoo followed were swaying unsteadily. But after a long time, they did not disappear. The green ball of light, which can absorb even Uzumaki Naruto's chakra, is obviously helpless to Uchiha Madara, who was reincarnated in the dirt. Hinata already knew this, and her purpose of condensing the green light ball was not to destroy Susanoo. After absorbing a large amount of blue energy, she suddenly held a green ball of light and sent it forward, and a green beam of light shot out. Swish. Uchiha Madara, who had never seen such an ability before, subconsciously let a wooden clone control the mature Susanoo to slash towards the beam with his sword. Boom. A loud noise that was enough to make people's ears ring, shook the entire earth. Like a huge mushroom cloud formed by dust mist, mixed with orange light, rising up. From a distance of several miles, you can still see the mushroom cloud, which is so huge. The remnant power of the explosion turned into strong winds, and the ground underfoot shook slightly. After Yagyu and Uchiha Madara, another strong man who was not in the same dimension appeared in the eyes of the ninja coalition. No one would have thought that that gentle and virtuous girl could possess such terrifying power, even though she had defeated the second-generation Mizukage before. The mushroom cloud lasted for a long time, and after it dissipated, what appeared was a huge circular crater. More than a dozen wooden clones and Susanoo have disappeared. Only Uchiha Madara, who noticed something was wrong, was at the rear and jumped out of the attack range in time. Uchiha Madara, who was standing under Susanoo, looked at Hinata with a hint of surprise. This little girl. I didn't expect that I would slip up sometimes. With just one move, Hinata, that's it. Uchiha Madara looked at him squarely. Uchiha Madara's combat IQ is extremely high. Just from the appearance of the green light ball to the attack, he could see the ability of this light ball at a glance. It can absorb chakra, including Susanoo, equal to the absorption level, with almost no limit. If he hadn't been reincarnated in the filthy land, I'm afraid he wouldn't be feeling well now. Then there is the attack power. The green light ball the size of a fist contains no less power than a meteorite. Combined with the previous scene of absorbing chakra, if Guoguo had guessed correctly, it should have absorbed the enemy's chakra and then released it all at once, causing a terrifying bombing. That magician who was reincarnated from the dirty earth was completely wrong. This ability is not a power similar to the hungry ghost path at all, but a magical skill that integrates offense and defense. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara's heart sank rarely. The eyes that kill all skills, the pupil skill of gravity and attack and defense. Judging from their appearance, they should be a couple in love. Among them, the female is led by the male, and the tacit understanding between the two can be seen from the surface. Each one is an existence beyond shadow. When the two of them join forces, the effect is not that of 1+1. I thought that after Hashirama and I, the ninjas were just a bunch of little brats playing house. Uchiha Madara spoke calmly, the Susanoo on his head slowly disappeared, and the index and middle fingers of his hands came together again. I didn't expect that decades later, two geniuses would appear at the same time, and they were a match made in heaven. Then, I can't let you live even more. Wood escape wood clone. As the sound of the spell fell, more than a dozen pieces of wood appeared, quickly condensing into a clone that was difficult to distinguish between true and false. Boom. The familiar blue flames burst out again. This time, the arrogance was even more dazzling and huge, like a giant lying on the ground, slowly standing up. Not long after, a dozen blue giants more than 20 meters high stood on the ground. The ninja coalition forces in the distance looked like ants looking at humans, and they only felt that they were so insignificant. The perfect Susanoo just now made people feel that the power of each other was not of the same dimension at all. There are now more than a dozen complete Susanoos, which shows how shocking the picture is. At the same time, it also fully demonstrated Uchiha Madara's murderous intention towards Yagyu and Hinata. In the original work, he was forced to exit the full Susanoo state because of the release of the Earth reincarnation before he could kill the 5 cages after he used it. That kind of arrogant attitude as an adult would never be angry with a child made him let go. But now, he not only resorted to rogue tactics, but also used the infinite chakra from the reincarnation of the dirt to create more than a dozen complete Susanoos. Asking for flowers. This shows how high the threat from Yagyu and Hinata is in Uchiha Madara's heart. Swish, boom. After more than a dozen complete Susanoos appeared, Hinata was not given a chance to continue to condense the green light ball. 2 of the Susanoos quickly pulled out the katana in their hands, bringing out a dazzling blue light, turned into a powerful slash that only Yagyu could wield in the world today, and roared towards Yagyu and Hinata. Seeing this, Hinata did not hesitate at all. Gravity and repulsion were used at the same time, and the 2 of them flew into the sky. Raising the height at an extremely fast speed, he quickly flew out of the attack range of the slash. 0. In response to this, Madara Uchiha said calmly, "You are not the only ones who can fly." After saying this, behind a dozen complete Susanoos, a pair of blue wings immediately spread out and soared into the sky. Rise. The scene of more than a dozen blue giants over 20 meters tall flying in unison is like a roaring tsunami, which can easily make people feel a sense of suffocation with nowhere to hide. However, both Yagyu and the others looked extremely calm. After the figure rose to a certain level, the 2 of them didn't even exchange a word, and acted together as if they were connected. Hinata and Yagyu were seen flying away, one to the left and the other to the right. As the figure retreated, green photons condensed in Hinata's palm again. There are a total of 5 exclusive magical skills for the reincarnated eye. The green ball of light is one of them. Its ability is also, as Uchiha Madara guessed, it has abilities far beyond those of the hungry ghost path. Not only can it swallow chakra, but it can also swallow chakra to form attacks of varying power. The more chakra it swallows, the more terrifying its power becomes. In the original work, the green ball of light swallowed all of Uzumaki Naruto's chakra and even blasted a huge hole on the surface of the moon. What's even more fatal is that as long as you have chakra but are not of the Otsutsuki clan, you will not be able to avoid its lock unless you have a special secret technique or infinite chakra like the reincarnation of the earth call-out. The green light ball condensed very quickly, almost as soon as Susanoo was chasing after him from below, it had already condensed into one. The green ball of light that did not swallow chakra was not very fast, but flew towards Susanoo unhurriedly. Facing the flying green ball of light, Susanoo's disadvantages of large size and large number were immediately revealed. The Susanoo who was targeted had clones on his left and right, soaring into the sky or falling down, and there was no time to avoid the green ball of light. It was so huge that it was unable to draw the sword and accurately hit the tiny ball of light. So, I could only watch helplessly as the green ball of light hit Susanoo's body. The light ball was like a pebble hitting a person, but it was not rebounded by force. Instead, the moment it touched, it seemed to liquefy and seep into Susanoo 540 Noho's body. It wasn't considered penetration, but it penetrated Susanoo. The next second after penetration, the complete Susanoo's chakra solidified and stabilized, and it instantly became chaotic. It's like an object falling into a whirlpool, and like Uchiha Obito's divine power that distorts space. Susanoo twisted into a ball, moved from large to small at an extremely fast speed, and was absorbed by the green ball of light. Boom. Immediately afterwards, an orange-red light, like a volcanic eruption, exploded from high in the sky. The extremely intense high temperature and hurricane-like airflow hit the clone next to him and caught him off guard. Click, click, click. After receiving horrific explosions at close range, the Susanoos who attacked Hinata were torn apart one after another. The wooden clones standing on their foreheads all turned into broken wood and fell from the air. Hinata, who was also in the blasting range, raised her hand to block the front, and the repulsive force formed a barrier, blocking all the high-temperature airflow that was coming. Was completely restrained. Uchiha Madara's body below was staring at Hinata. After seeing her kill all the Susanoos in one move, he said with a slight fear in his eyes, "That's right, those eyes are on the same level as the Rinnegan. Gravity, repulsion, absorption, and attack rebound of the Hungry Ghost Path. These abilities are all very similar to the Samsara Eye. There is no doubt that this little girl's eye skills are at the level of the Samsara Eye. It's just, in the ninja world, is there anyone else who is not well known, but has an eye technique that is as famous as the Sage of Six Paths?" Uchiha Madara couldn't think of it at all, because he had never heard of the word Sanjikan. Apart from Moon's Tonari Otsutsuki and Black Zetsu, perhaps only Hinata Hinashi seems to know a little bit about it. Even Hinata herself doesn't know the origin of the Sanjikan. She just knew that her eyes had evolved and become extremely powerful. Back to business. Unlike Hinata who used the opportunity to kill all enemies with one move, Yagyu's situation was exactly the opposite. After separating from Hinata to the left and right, Lu Uebyo ran down towards Uchiha Madara's body below. There is no need to struggle with these clones, because not only is it difficult, even if you kill them all, the next wave will come. Uchiha Madara, who possesses unlimited chakra, can easily create as many perfect Susanoos as long as his body is not harmed. Just like capturing the king first when capturing a thief, Yagyu's target is Madara's true form. With his back turned to several Susanoos behind him, Yagyu used all his strength to unleash the power of seeing and hearing the Susanoo, predicting the Susanoo's attack behind him, and then used his short body and lightness, as well as his ability to walk on the ground, to easily dodge, completely, every attack of Tai Susanoo. Uchiha Madara raised the corner of his mouth slightly and chuckled, "Is the target me?" It seems that he is not frightened. But, how do you dodge this move? Whoosh. As Madara Uchiha finished speaking, several Susanoos taller than Yagyu suddenly dispersed. One facing left and one facing right, two soared into the sky and blocked the top of Yagyu's head. The last one continued to chase. Counting Uchiha Madara's body below, Yagyu's top, bottom, left and right were surrounded by Susanoo. Swish. Without a trace of hesitation, Susanoo, including Uchiha Madara himself, drew out their samurai swords, brought out a dazzling blue light, and struck at Yagyu with a slash that could level mountains and peaks. Yagyu still ignored this. The figure running down speeded up. At this time, Uchiha Madara, who swung a slash, frowned slightly. I saw Susanoo below him, suddenly moving uncontrollably. The tall figure dragged his feet out on the desert a trace, with an extremely weird posture, moved with the heel in one direction. Looking along the direction, Hinata opened her hands and faced the figure here, looking so focused. Vientian Tianyin? No, this gravitational force is stronger than the universal gravitational force. Uchiha Madara first murmured, then his face changed slightly, because he tried to regain control of Susanoo, but found that he failed. That gravitational force is gradually increasing. Tear it apart. At this moment, a familiar tearing sound suddenly came from above. The blue slash that swung upward turned into a piece of brilliance and disappeared. Yagyu's figure fell from the sky, followed by the background of the blue airflow generated by the collision of several slashes. With the help of the airflow, Yagyu rushed to the top of Susanoo's head. Not good. The gravitational force imprisoning Susanoo has become stronger than ever before. Uchiha Madara seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly changed slightly. At this moment, Lu Sheng had already wielded a familiar Bai Lian. Tear it apart. The crystal-shaped forehead was torn open by Yagyu as easily as a blade cutting through tissue paper. The complete Susanoo was only scratched out, but his tall body was strangely out of control and turned into a blue flame, dissipating. Tear la la la. At the same time, all the Susaноos behind Yagyu disappeared. Just like the art of seeing multiple shadow clones, as long as you see the death of one shadow clone, you can kill all the shadow clones. Susanoo, although it is the exclusive pupil technique of the Mangekyu Sharinon, it also belongs to the category of jutsu. And this skill, even if Infinite Chakra 4.1 is used to be used by clones, as long as one is killed, all of them are indirectly killed. It's now. Seeing the Susanoo disappearing over Uchiha Madara, Hinata in the distance suddenly pressed her hands down, and all the gravity that originally imprisoned Susanoo fell on Uchiha Madara. Swish. With the tacit understanding of spiritual connection, Yagyu had already slashed at Madara Uchiha with a knife. The blade was aimed at the line of death on the right shoulder. As long as it fell along the line of death to the left waist, it would definitely be able to cut Uchiha Madara in two. Looking at the blade that was getting closer, Uchiha Madara suddenly opened his samsara eyes and used Yagyu's familiar power, Shinra Tianjang. Boom, tear it apart. The repulsive force turned into an invisible strong wind, flying Yagyu away. But on the way to flying upside down, he picked up another arm. When he was blown away, Yagyu's sword just hit the line of death on his right shoulder. Used repulsion to blast away Yagyu, and Uchiha Madara landed from the sky. Uchiha Madara looked at the disappeared right arm, and no white dust appeared. He frowned and said it has not recovered. It seems that what the magician said is true. Then, Uchiha Madara cast his eyes into the air. I saw Yagyu, who had been blown away by the repulsive force, being held up by a large hand that turned invisible due to gravity. The figures of a man and a woman stood together again. The first battle with this pair ended with Uchiha Madara suffering a big loss and losing an arm. Uchiha Madara was not very angry about losing an arm. He has been crushed by Senju Hashirama since he was a child. No matter how his eyes evolved, he has never defeated him. In his heart, Madara simply admitted that he was not as good as others. Since one's skills are inferior to others, then defeat or death are all caused by oneself. If Yagyu and Hinata don't have that strength, they will be the ones who die. Moreover, Uchiha Madara did not think that he had lost. The combination of Yagyu and Hinata is indeed very powerful. His strength should not be much different from Senju Hashirama, but he is not the Uchiha Madara he used to be. As long as he is resurrected, regains the Samsara Eye, and becomes the Ten-Tails Jinhyuriki, Uchiha Madara believes that these two brats will not be his opponents. But now, they have the power to threaten themselves. And this body of mine doesn't seem to be a sacrifice, but my own body. Uchiha Madara raised his left hand and touched the position of his left crotch, his expression slightly solemn. Losing his right arm still had some impact on Uchiha Madara's strength. He hasn't gathered all the information about that girl's eye skills yet. If he continues to fight and gets hit by that boy Yuzuki again, he may be in a very unfavorable situation even if he is resurrected. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara gave up the idea of killing Yagyu and Hinata. So, Uchiha Madara shouted to the sky Yuzuki, and that little girl, you win this round, but, next round, you won't win so easily. Uchiha Madara, that man actually gave in. Hearing Uchiha Madara admit defeat with his own ears, Oniki, who was watching the battle from a distance, suddenly showed an expression of disbelief. He didn't expect that the two children Yagyu and Hinata actually defeated the legendary Uchiha Madara. A ninja. This is simply an incredible thing. Yagyu in the air frowned slightly and said, do you want to escape? Say whatever you want. Uchiha Madara said casually, but still domineeringly this time, it's your fault that my skills are inferior to others. But when I get all my power back, you will see what the power of the Sage of Six Paths is. Hinata couldn't understand what he said, and Yagyu, who looked solemn next to him, said, Yagyu-kun, is he planning to escape? Should we stop him? Yagyu nodded and was about to speak, letting Hinata use gravity to imprison Uchiha Madara. At this time, Uchiha Madara, Onoki in the distance, and the ninja coalition a few miles away all looked at it. In the sky in the distance. In the far distances of southeast, northwest, northeast, southeast, northwest, and southwest, transparent white light pillars suddenly appeared in the sky. The light pillar closest to them was where Uchiha Madara was. At this time, Uchiha Madara is surrounded by a large amount of white Chen AI. Transparent white light emanates from the cracks on his body, vaguely forming a pillar of light that rises into the sky. This is a sign after the filthy earth reincarnation technique has been lifted. Uchiha Madara lowered his eyes and glanced at the left hand that was gradually disappearing, and said in a light tone, it seems that there seems to be a problem on the magician's side. Neither one of them can be relied on. After finishing speaking, Uchiha Madara quickly formed a few hand seals with his left hand, squatted down and slapped the ground, the art of turning around in dirty soil. The moment the words fell, the transparent white light that enveloped Uchiha Madara's body seemed to be subject to a strong suction, and all returned to Uchiha Madara's body. The dust that had originally dissipated resolidified Uchiha Madara's form. Whoosh. The next second after he recovered, Uchiha Madara's figure immediately disappeared. Hinata, who had been staring at him, quickly said, Yagyu-kun. He ran away. He was so fast, and his position kept changing, and gravity couldn't lock it at all. Forget it, the other party is a legendary ninja after all. If he wants to escape, it will be difficult for us to stop him. Yagyu raised his hand and pinched the center of his brow, and said with a tired look. Sensing the change in Yagyu, Hinata asked with a caring look, Yagyu-kun, are you okay? I'm fine, it's just that the consumption is a bit heavy. Yagyu shook his head, his eyes had returned to their normal red color, and continued, Hinata, take me down to have a rest. Yes. Hinata responded quickly and used gravity to bring Yagyu down. The two figures landed on a rocky mountain. As soon as 540 got off, Yagyu and Hinata sat back to back. Hinata untied the sealing talisman on her wrist. He took out the storage scroll inside, took out some dry food and mineral water, handed it to Yagyu who was behind him, and said softly, Yagyu-kun, eat something and drink some water first to recover. Yagyu nodded, took it and said, when you recover chakra as soon as possible, tonight may not be as peaceful as yesterday, and there may be a bad battle. If there are no accidents, tonight and tomorrow morning should be the final battle. With the resurrection of Naruto, Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, and Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke obtained the Six Paths from the Six Paths Sage power, and then decisively battle Uchiha Madara, and then seal Kagaya at Satsuki. Finally, Ashura and Indra ended the fateful battle that has lasted for thousands of years. Tonight and tomorrow will be very lively. When Uchiha Madara becomes after the Ten Tails Jinchuriki regains his eyes, he will use the infinite Tsukuyomi that covers the entire ninja world. In this battle, Yagyu cannot stay away. Therefore, he must speed up his recovery. Be prepared for the final battle. Yes. After listening to Yagyu's words, Hinata nodded quickly and responded with a serious face Yagyu, and little Hinata girl. While Yagyu and Hinata were resting, Onoki suddenly flew over from a distance. Looking at the two tired-looking people, he didn't know what to say. After the battle with Uchiha Madara, Onoki knew that the strength of Yagyu and Hinata was above his, and they were existences that transcended the shadows. Even if the other party was a ninja from Konoha, it was difficult for Onoki to ask the doubts in his heart. Yagyu seemed to know what he was thinking, shook his head, and said in a regretful tone, the other party is very strong, especially with the immortal body and infinite chakra reincarnated in the dirty earth. If he wants to run away, Hinata and I can't stop him. Live. Moreover, Uchiha Madara seems to have chosen to retreat for a certain purpose. Otherwise, if we continue to fight, we may not be able to attack him. Yagyu continued, after the battle just now, Hinata and I were severely exhausted. In the next battle, we may not be able to help for the time being. Onoki was slightly stunned, and then said, leave it to our five shadows next. After Uchiha Madara's resurrection, it is no longer a war to protect the 8 tails and 9 tails, but a war that concerns each of us. You guys should rest as soon as possible, I'm leaving first. After saying that, Onoki flew in the direction of the ninja coalition. Yagyu didn't pay attention, he had his own ideas. After eating dry food and drinking most of the bottle of mineral water, Yagyu lay directly on Hinata's legs, closing his eyes to establish contact with dreamland. His breathing soon became even and long. It can be seen that Yagyu must be exhausted. Indeed, the battle with Uchiha Madara is the most difficult thing Yagyu has faced so far. In the battle, Yagyu slashed twice with just the great swordsman's slashes. The demonic eye of death did not stop functioning for a moment. The consumption of energy, and brain made Yagyu feel endless after he relaxed. Tired. But after this battle, Yagyu's strength level became clear. Super Cage level? Beyond the 5 shadows, it is the same level as Uchiha Madara and Senjo Hashirama. And it is higher than their levels. There are so many above, at the level of pseudo 6 paths. Because as long as it is a jutsu, Yagyu can kill. It is the same whether it is the reincarnation of the dirty land or the complete Susanoo. Including the previous wood release, arrival of the tree realm, wood Yagyu can even see their death with the wood release technique. Wood release. I believe that Senjo Hashirama's wood release, True Thousand Hands, can kill Yagyu. And the experience feedback after the battle makes Yagyu understand if Uchiha Madara hadn't been reincarnated from the earth and possessed infinite chakra, he would never have been so exhausted from the battle just now. As for why it was at the pseudo 6 paths level instead of the 6 paths sage level, Yagyu had never seen the jade of seeking paths. I don't know if the immortal body of the 10-tailed Jinchuriki can be restored if I cut it off. If you can't see the jade dade and immortality, then Yagyu, who doesn't know senjutsu, can't hurt the 10-tailed Jinchuriki at all. Unless, try to use that move. But after that move, Yagyu basically has to bid farewell to the battlefield. If he cannot kill the opponent, he will have to face a desperate situation. The true division of strength will have to wait until the final battle. From 10 the final Jinchuriki has to prove it. Compared with Yagyu who is exhausted, Hinata is in excellent condition. There are specializations in the techniques and mutual restraint. The Tsangskargan and the Rinnegan are at the same level, and they were the last to join the battle just now. Hinata's consumption not big. After awakening the green ball of light, Hinata's strength is already at the super shadow level. And she is still at the super shadow level like Madara Uchiha, who awakened the Rinnegan. If it weren't for the fact that there are not enough trump cards, Hinata's strength is even the same as Yagyu on PAR. But now, she is still not as good as Yagyu. Because Yagyu doesn't use chakra often and has been exercising his body, even if the chakra is suddenly drained, he will not feel exhausted or even exhausted like others. And Hinata, who has not mastered the Tsengagen chakra mode, cannot defeat Yagyu at all. But now, her eyes seem to be moving again. As night falls, the full moon changes from its usual silvery white color to a strange blood red color. Stars dotted the night sky. At the intersection of the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Thunder, the barren desert area with a large number of rocky mountains stood in silence. The moonlight shines on a rocky mountain, and two voices sit and lie down. The woman sat upright and closed her eyes as if she were meditating. The man rested his head on her lap, closed his eyes and fell asleep. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions faintly reached my ears. It seems that a fierce battle is going on somewhere far away from here. But none of these voices can affect this man and woman. I don't know how long it took, but the sky became darker and darker. Yagyu, who was lying on Hinata's lap, suddenly murmured and slowly opened his eyes. His voice brought Hinata's consciousness back to reality. She opened her pure white eyes, looked at her sleepy lover, and said in surprise, Yagyu-kun, are you awake? Yagyu dismissed his sleepiness instantly, sat up, and asked, Hinata, how long have I been sleeping? Hinata shook her head and said, I don't know either, but today's war seems not to be over yet. Is this like it? Forget it, let's eat something first. Yagyu didn't care, but took out the dry food and water from the storage scroll first, washed his face, and ate something to regain his strength. After the two of them finished their dinner, they stood up. Under the moonlight, Yagyu looked at Hinata in front of him and was suddenly startled. Hinata, you. Yagyu-kun, what happened to me? Hinata put her hands behind her back, leaned forward, and asked questions with her head slightly tilted. Yagyu thought it was an illusion and quickly shook his head. No, it's nothing. Let's go. After saying that, Yagyu immediately jumped off the rocky mountain. Behind him, Hinata clasped her hands slightly, with a confident smile on her face. Her whispers, as thin as mosquitoes, dissipated in the cold wind of the desert at night. Yagyu-kun, this time, let me protect you. This is what happened over there. In a deserted land closer to the coastline, Yagyu and Hinata were on their way when a violent strong wind blew in their faces, mixed with a large amount of dust, mist, and gravel, making it difficult to open their eyes. Both Yagyu and Hinata put their hands in front of their eyes. Through the gap between the fingers, you can see far ahead. The sky is thundering and lightning, dozens of small tornadoes, sweeping up, like a doomsday scene where the earth is shattering. Hiss. The pitiful roar could faintly reach his ears from an extremely far distance away. It seemed that on the battlefield ahead, there was a savage beast that destroyed the world and was venting countless years of resentment and hatred. Next to her, Hinata opened a pair of reincarnated eyes with blue and white patterns, and shouted loudly against the storm, Yagyu-kun, there is a monster over there. It seems to be the heretic demon we saw before. Only it can possess this kind of power. You don't need Hinata to think too much, Yagyu can guess it. If there is no mistake, the heretic golem should be evolving now. The storm lasted for a long time before it dissipated. But Hinata's face became even more ugly. Yagyu-kun, the monster's form has changed, and it is condensing a very huge 540 chakra bodies. The energy is very strong. It is the largest and strongest chakra body I have ever seen. That's the tailed beast Jade? Hinata, let's speed up. Yagyu replied lightly, then sped up and ran away. Yes. Hinata responded and then, boom. The two of them had not been running for long when a sound suddenly came from the distant coastline behind them. It was like an explosion ringing in their ears no matter how many miles away they were. Another strong shock wave roared from behind. This time, neither Yagyu nor Hinata paid attention. Instead, he used that shock wave to speed up his journey. On the way, Hinata continued to report information to Yagyu. Yagyu-kun, there are a few more powerful chakras on the battlefield, and their appearance seems to be that of the previous Hokages on the Hokage rock. Their situation is the same as Uchiha Madara before, they are both in a state of reincarnation. By the way, there is also a very familiar chakra, it seems to be Uchiha Sasuke. I see. Yagyu responded without changing his expression, and warned when we get to the battlefield, don't work too hard for the time being. Now that the Hokages have joined the battlefield, our side should have turned the tide. Unless there is a critical moment, don't waste unnecessary chakra. Yagyu knows very well that this is just the moment. The plans of decades and the conspiracy of millennia will be revealed tonight and continuously. What follows will be a long-lasting war. Yes. Hinata nodded, saying nothing about Yagyu. After a long time, Yagyu and the two finally arrived at the battlefield. Ninja technique 4 Yang Red formation. As soon as they arrived, the ears of Yagyu and the two men immediately heard 4 shouts in unison. They saw 4 red walls of light, forming an upright rectangular barrier, surrounding a monster with a flower-like object on its face. Sealed inside. The person who cast this barrier is the past Hokage of Konoha. The first Hokage, the man known as the god of the ninja world, Senju Hashirama. The second Hokage possesses the fastest speed in the ninja world, the man named Senju Tobirama. The third Hokage, the man with the title of ninjutsu professor, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The fourth Hokage, the man honored as the Golden Flash, Namikaze Minato. Tisk, are these two brats here too? The arrival of Yagyu and Hinata did not attract the attention of many people. The only one who noticed them was Uchiha Madara, who was sitting cross-legged on a cliff watching the battle. At this time, Uchiha Madara was still missing his right arm, holding a Uchiwa fan in his left hand. Having suffered a loss from Yagyu and Hinata, he had already remembered these two brats. Uchiha Madara's sight was immediately caught by Yagyu's aura of seeing and hearing. Followed by looking in the direction of his eyes, Yagyu and Uchiha Madara looked at each other. With a dull face, he was making a decision in his mind. Should he fight with him in the past and completely destroy Uchiha Madara's body while he was at his weakest? Or wait for the situation to change? Immediately, Yagyu glanced across the battlefield. He released all his haki, seemingly searching for that familiar aura on the battlefield. As a result, he found that Uchiha Obito's aura had disappeared. At the same time, and there is no aura of Kakashi. It seems that they are all fighting in the Kamui space now. When Uchiha Obito comes out, it will be the moment when he becomes the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. However, Uchiha Obito and Yagyu don't care. This person's true nature is still there. Although he has wiped out his emotions over the years, he claims that he no longer cares about the real world and wants to create a fantasy world that can realize everything. But when faced with Uzumaki Naruto, who has the same nature as him, seeing Uzumaki Naruto people have things they don't have, that kind of extremely real bond, and the true love for Lin in their hearts. In the end, the inner emotions still deny the world of Genjutsu and complete their own redemption. As long as they are redeemed, the will of this ninja world is the strongest. A strong man will become a great help to his side. In the final analysis, the three major enemies of the Fourth Ninja War are Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, and Otsutsuki Kagaya. Yagyu can eliminate Uchiha Obito, the remaining Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya are the biggest threats. But compared with Uchiha Madara, although Otsutsuki Kagaya is strong, his combat IQ is simply not comparable to Uchiha Madara. In the original work, if Uchiha Madara was not attacked by Black Zetsu, the crisis faced by Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke was even greater than that of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Thinking of this, Yagyu had already made a decision in his heart, regardless of whether he could be resurrected later, but now it was time to kill a chance to kill Uchiha Madara. Call out. The next moment, Yagyu's figure disappeared. A blurry afterimage swept across the battlefield and towards Uchiha Madara on the cliff. Tisk, are you still being targeted? Uchiha, this time, I won't let you succeed again, Yuzuki. Uchiha Madara stood up slowly, glanced down at the Uchiha fan in his left hand, and suddenly threw it aside, and said nonchalantly that Boy Yuzuki's sword skill is to cut off the airflow to form a slash. Without any chakra fluctuations, and eyes that kill all jutsu, the Uchiha fan will not have any effect on him. In this case, let's use yin-yang to escape. As the voice fell, a black liquid suddenly oozed from the palm of Uchiha Madara's left hand, and quickly condensed into a slender black rod. Phew, boom. The moment the black rod was condensed, Uchiha Madara immediately threw it towards Yagyu. The blue flames quickly formed a mature body of Susanoo in the second after the black rod was released. He opened his hands and condensed several. A blue Megatama was also thrown towards Yagyu, Shang 8-foot Megatama. Divine Airstrike. Before Yagyu could take action, a shout came over. An air cannon formed by the distortion of airflow and chakra struck like a beam of light, directly colliding with the black stick and Megatama. Rumble. When the two collided, an astonishing wave of energy erupted. The storm formed by the energy kicked up a cloud of dust, mist, and gravel. Standing behind the dust mist, Uchiha Madara looked up at Hinata floating in the air, and murmured with a serious face, "This little girl has become stronger again." Yagyu put his right hand on the handle of the knife at his waist. Calmly he said, "Hinata, go over and help, leave this place to me." Yes. Hinata was very obedient to Yagyu's words. She wanted to fight side by side with Yagyu, but her figure landed downwards. Uchiha Madara condensed another black rod in his left hand and said doubtfully, "I don't plan to fight with you. My little girlfriend, do you want to join forces to deal with me? Although you alone can pose a great threat to me, the effect is far less than that of two people working together." Yagyu unsheathed his sword and asked without answering, "Will you give us a chance?" "Won't?" Uchiha Madara answered without hesitation, and said with a slight smile, "It's enough to suffer a loss once. I won't be as naive as I was during the day." Boom. The violent blue flames surged crazily. A terrifying air current caused Uchiha Madara's long hair to stand on end, and his figure rose into the air. Susanoo, who was originally a mature form, has become a complete form of Susanoo. The blue giant, which is more than 20 meters tall, looks so conspicuous in this battlefield. Countless people came to pay attention, and none of them changed their color. That's the complete Susanoo. Thousand-hand Tobijian of the Vying Red Formation said with an ugly face, "Is that guy Madara coming to cause trouble?" The third Hokage said in a deep voice, "Then, can Susanoo rewrite the map? So big." Namikaze Minato also had a look of surprise. Only Senju Hashirama, who had entered the immortal state, frowned slightly and murmured, "Madara is actually serious. Who is that boy?" Regarding Uchiha Madara's temperament, character, and strength, Senju Hashirama, who knew both of them very well, rarely saw his best friend so serious when facing someone other than himself. Judging from the appearance of that boy, he should be about the same age as the Uchiha boy from before. At such an age, he was treated like this by Madara. There are so many talented people in this era? Senju Hashirama felt inexplicably relieved in his heart. Therefore, Senju Hashirama was full of fighting spirit and opened a small door in the barrier of the Four Suns Red Formation. Looking at the 10 tails sealed by his own Myojin gate inside, he shouted loudly, everyone attacks at the same time and solves it in one go. Lose. Oh. The arrival of the past Hokage greatly boosted the morale of the ninja coalition. Although the power of the blue giant is amazing, they also have the first Hokage, past Hokages, and the current 5 shadows. Filled with confidence, countless people rushed towards the open door of the Seiyang Red Formation. You see. Uzumaki Naruto touched his fists together, looked at the absent-minded Uchiha Sasuke next to him, and said with a smile, Sasuke, let's go too. Uchiha Sasuke didn't seem to hear, and kept staring at the cliff with the figure. Compared with the blue giant, the figure in kimono looks so small. Asking for flowers. The pain in my waist is looming. Uchiha Obito's words seemed to still ring in his ears. If it weren't for Baizetsu, you might be dead. Just cutting off a piece of flesh is not a serious injury to a ninja. But just such a wound almost caused Uchiha Sasuke to bleed to death. If Uchiha Obito hadn't discovered that White Zetsu's limbs could heal the irreparable wound, Uchiha Sasuke might have died. Uchiha Sasuke will never forget the man who suppressed him since he was a child, almost killed him when he grew up, and seemed to never be able to catch up with him. Hello, Sasuke. 0. It wasn't until Uzumaki Naruto urged again that Uchiha Sasuke came back to his senses and was about to nod in agreement. A strong gravitational force instantly restrained his movements. Not only him, but also Uzumaki Naruto and the ninja coalition stopped advancing, and their steps stagnated slightly. When their expressions changed slightly, they thought it was an enemy attack. Suddenly, a soft female voice came from the sky. Please wait a moment. Hinata, who was floating in the air, looked up at the night sky with a bloody full moon, and said softly, after my attack is over, everyone can start taking action again. After hearing Hinata's words, everyone subconsciously followed her example like that. Looking up at the night sky, a black spot suddenly appeared in the full moon, and it gradually enlarged at a speed visible to the naked eye, eroding the full moon like a lunar eclipse. The brothers Senjo Hashirama and Senjo Tobirama opened their eyes slightly. This is, oops. Not to mention them, even Uchiha Madara, who was about to start the second round with Yagyu, showed a look of surprise, and then looked at Hinata's figure, without concealing the admiration on his face just after watching it once. It's amazing. Have you learned my trick? Among women of this age, even Mito can't match her. What an amazing little girl. The moment the words fell, she was above the night sky. A huge meteorite fell from the sky. Boom. Huge meteorites fell from the sky. The size just reached the limit of the Yang Red Formation, and it fell from top to bottom, like a huge mountain hitting the 10 tails. The strong vibration shook the heaven and the earth. The violent shaking was more serious than an earthquake, making many people almost unable to stand. The endless morning mist filled the air from the barrier, making only a patch of sand and dust visible on the 4 transparent red walls. When the dust mist dissipated, the picture that emerged was of the 10 tails buried in pieces of broken boulders. Only the head of the huge 10 tails is left, which is still exposed. The other parts of the body are continuously suppressed by the Myojin Gate and the Tianzhen Star, and cannot move at all. It's now, everyone. Senjo Hashirama shouted loudly, and opened a small door in the barrier again. But this time, the small door was not from below, but at a slightly higher place. Because the bottom was already blocked by a large number of stones. Living. Oh. The shock on the faces of the Ninja Alliance disappeared, replaced by a look of intense excitement. Each one seemed to be bursting with blood, running behind Senjo Hashirama, and then turned into afterimages, leaping into the barrier. But the stronger person looked at Hinata deeply. People who knew her seemed to be getting to know her again. People who don't know her remember her deeply. For example, the past Hokages and the current 5 cages. Because of Yagyu and Hinata, the coalition detachment of the 4th unit escaped the disaster in the original work. The 5 cages did not join forces, nor were they seriously injured by Uchiha Madara. So much so that they were not absent from tonight's war. No one felt the gravity and meteorite more strongly than Wu Ying just now. With that kind of strength, Hinata not only possesses the power of the shadow, but also becomes a being that transcends the shadow. However, their understanding is not as clear as the Thousand Hands brothers. While maintaining the Yang Red Formation, Senjo Tobirama looked at Hinata in the air, and said in a deep voice, brother, have you noticed that girl's eye skills? Senjo Hashirama nodded and replied, it's not the Samsara eye, but a brand new pupil technique that I have never seen before, and I have never even heard of the secrets. Hearing this, Senjo Tobirama turned to look at the 3rd Hokage and asked, Monkey, which village is this girl from, do you know? Well, the 3rd Hokage looked at Hinata in the air, shook his head and regretted, it's a bit familiar, but I don't know. Boom boom boom. At this time, a series of explosions suddenly disturbed them. I saw dazzling blue lights exploding on the cliff in the distance. Yuzuki, I won't let you get close this time. If you can, defeat me with air. Uchiha Madara used Susanoo to soar into the sky, condensed blue Megatama in his huge hands, and threw them downwards. Facing his attack, Yagyu, who was walking in the air below, easily carried out the attack. Avoid. Yuzuki. So that's it, it's him. Uchiha Madara's voice resounded throughout the battlefield. Not only did everyone hear it, but even the 3rd Hokage suddenly realized it. He looked at Hinata in the sky again, and the shadow of a young girl instantly overlapped with her and said, then this girl must be Hinata. After hearing this, Senju Tobirama raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion, could it be possible that the Byakugan clan's pupil technique can evolve like the Sharingan? But that's not right. Throughout history, there has never been any sign of evolution in the Hyuga clan's eye skills, not even any surprises of mutation. Senju Hashirama also heard it, and said with joy on his face, oh, that powerful girl is also from our village, she is really powerful. Hinata didn't know about the battle and conversation below, because all her attention was focused on Yagyu and Uchiha Madara. She promised Yagyu, but in fact Hinata was always staring at Uchiha Madara. I want to use my own eyes to find flaws and then create the best opportunity for Yagyu. It's now. Not long after, Hinata saw Madara Uchiha with his Megatama naked again. He suddenly raised his slender hand, spread his fingers and gave him a slight squeeze. An invisible and powerful gravity immediately enveloped him. I've been paying attention to you for a long time. Hinata's behavior was noticed by Madara Uchiha. He opened his Rinnegan eyes wide, and a terrifying repulsive force suddenly burst out from Susanoo's body. The repulsive force that was opposite to gravity immediately changed the trajectory of gravity. Hinata. A familiar voice came to her ears, and Hinata looked at Yagyu standing in the air. Seeing his calm expression and shaking his head to herself, Hinata remembered Yagyu's words asking her to save her energy, and just stopped her attraction. Only then did Yagyu nodded with satisfaction, giving up the idea of pursuing the victory, and his figure slowly fell from the sky. Uchiha Madara would use rogue tactics, which was completely expected by Yagyu. If he doesn't use it, then Uchiha Madara will be in danger. Now that the Ten Tails is close at hand, his plan is just short of being resurrected and becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. How could Madara Uchiha let go of this opportunity? In addition, after fighting against Yagyu and Hinata, he should know that his own strength is not the result of the two of them joining forces. Rogue tactics, using Black Zetsu for sneak attacks, or joining forces with Uzumaki Zetsu. These tactics were all expected by Yagyu. 4.1 Seeing Uchiha Madara adopting aerial combat tactics, Yagyu knew that his idea was probably going to fail. But he didn't care. Uchiha Madara is certainly troublesome, but Yagyu believes that even if he becomes the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he and Hinata will not be unable to fight together. Moreover, after Uchiha Madara becomes the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and uses the infinite Tsukuyomi, it will be his time to die. By then the enemy became Atsutsuki Kagaya, and to some extent, she was easier to deal with than Uchiha Madara. So there is no need to waste energy and just wait and wait. After Yagyu landed on the ground, he used the Haki of Insight to predict Uchiha Madara, and his perception ability penetrated the earth to prevent Black Zetsu's surprise attack. His eyes were always staring at the boundary of the Four-Yang Red Formation. Have you given up? Well, smart move. Seeing that Yagyu gave up fighting him, Uchiha Madara did not pursue the victory, but landed from the air with a smile. However, the landing location this time was not on the cliff, but flying to the desolate land far away from the battlefield. Call out. Looking at the direction in which he landed, a wooden clone of Senju Hashirama suddenly disappeared. Yagyu's domineering attitude made him see all this. He ignored it, and changed his standing posture to a sitting posture, on the cliff. Looking down from a high position, looking through the red light wall, Yagyu stared at the new Sunin who were showing off their skills. After the 7th team was reorganized again, everyone's strength was at the cage level. But no one could imagine it. The strength of two of them will surpass the Super Shadow tomorrow, surge by 23 to the 6 paths level, and become the saviors of the ninja world. Yagyu-kun. Hinata's figure fell from the sky and stood behind Yagyu. Looking up at Hinata, Yagyu didn't look serious about war at all, and asked with a smile, Hinata, when did you learn that move? The move in Yagyu's mouth refers to the Tianzhen Genshin. In the state of reincarnation, you can use the exclusive eye technique of Mangekyo Sharinon. This can be seen from Uchiha Itaka's ability to use Amaterasu. However, in the state of the reincarnation of the Dirty Earth, the exclusive eye technique of the Samsara Eye cannot be used, but the standard power of the 6 paths and the Earth Explosion Star can still be used. Tianzhen Genshin looks very strong, as if it has a special eye technique. However, this is not the case. The so-called Tianzhen Genshin was actually caused by Uchiha Madara using the all-seeing sky trap to pull down meteorites from space. The reason why it is so powerful that it must be formed at the same time as Susanoo is probably to increase the intensity of gravity. But Hinata doesn't have to do this, because the gravitational pull of the reincarnated eye is far higher than the all-powerful sky. After hearing what he said, Hinata smiled slightly and replied, actually, I don't know whether it will succeed, but I still tried it and found that it is quite simple. Yagyu looked at her deeply and said meaningfully, he smiled and said, Hinata, you have changed. Hinata blinked her beautiful eyes, not knowing why. Yagyu didn't say anything more, but returned the light to the battlefield, feeling happy for Hinata's change in his heart. This weak girl finally learned to sell herself to him. It seemed that the sense of disobedience she felt before coming here was not a fault. So, just how strong have you become, Hinata? Seeing Yagyu diverting his attention, Shen Tian covered his lips with a smile and sat down next to him obediently. The two of them stood aside and looked down, admiring the feast of ninjutsu brought by Team 7 Kazuto. Although the Ten Tails was suppressed by Senju Hashirama's Myojin Gate and Hinata's Ten Tails Shock Star, its body can split at will, gather the 7-tailed beasts, and possess part of the chakra of the 8 tails and 9 tails. The power of these split bodies cannot be underestimated. Of course, this power poses no threat at all to Uzumaki Naruto, who has mastered the Nine Tails Chakra mode, and Uchiha Sasuke, who has activated the Eternal Kaleidoscope. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke using the combination of Wind Release Spiral Shuriken and Amaterasu to directly attack the Ten Tails head, Hinata commented in amazement, Yagyu-kun, Naruto and Uchiha-san, they have changed so much. Lu Sheng smiled slightly and said, no matter how great the changes are, they can't compare to you. Lu Sheng's words came from the bottom of his heart. Hinata's strength, at this period in the original work, was only at the Jounin level, barely squeezing into the elite Jounin level. But now, it jumps directly to the Super Shadow level. They are much stronger than the current Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Judging from her mysterious appearance, she might have mastered the Sansagan Chakra mode. Most of the supreme pupil skills in the ninja world do not need to be developed. They can be awakened and understood instantly when time comes or when emotions change. Whether it was Hinata using the Tensei Genzi or suddenly mastering the Sansagan Chakra mode, Yagyu would not be surprised. Yagyu's compliment made Hinata smile again. This smile looks more and more like Hanabi. As her strength becomes stronger, this girl becomes more and more confident and her light becomes more and more dazzling. Yagyu suddenly raised his eyebrows. His eyes shifted from Team 7 to behind the 10 tails. Yagyu-kun, that is, time and space ninjutsu. Hinata also discovered instantly, with amazing insight, she could see even more clearly than Yagyu. Uchiha Obito fell out of the twisted space, suddenly stood up and let out a lung-splitting cry. It was clear that a hole had been opened in the crotch, but the man was still not dead. Now that the right half of his body is invaded by Yin-Yang Release 540, Uchiha Madara remotely controls Uchiha Obito, trying to activate the spell in his body and use the reincarnation technique to resurrect himself. However, Uchiha Obito had already used Kakashi's Reikari to remove the confining talisman from his body. Not only did Uchiha Madara fail to succeed, but he even turned against an army. Under the bursts of miserable shouts, Uchiha Obito's clasped hands suddenly changed the hand seals of the reincarnation technique. In the next moment, the sealed ten tails seemed to be absorbed by the divine power, twisted to form a vortex, and poured into Uchiha Obito's body like a fluid. The huge body was soon reduced to a ball, turning into a ball-shaped membrane, wrapping Uchiha Obito into a ball. A white sphere floats into the sky. Chakra, huge chakra gathered together. Hinata said with a solemn expression. He opened his reincarnated eyes with blue and white patterns, and his eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the skin and see Obito Uchiha inside. Yagyu stood up slowly and said softly, Hinata, do it. Get ready for battle, click. Just as Yagyu and Hinata jumped down, several small cracks suddenly appeared on the white sphere floating in the air, spreading to the surrounding area. After a while, the entire sphere was like a floor-to-ceiling mirror, falling apart. Pieces of skin like scales fell down. Uchiha Obito, who looked completely changed inside, was revealed. The skin and hair are albino, with feather-like crystals flying all over the body. There are 10 protruding scales up and down the back. On the back of the naked upper body, there are 9 black Megatama and the symbols of the Rinnegan. The left eye is Rinnegan, and the right eye is Sharingan. His eyes were full of confusion, as if he had forgotten something. However, the instinctive warning caused the 5 scales behind Uchiha Obito to ignite with red flames, turning into 5 palms to grasp the 4 red sun formation. The 4 red sun formation, which even the tailed beast Jade could not break, was easily destroyed by these 5 palms. Immortal Laming Shen Gate. Boom. Seeing Uchiha Obito breaking through the 4 red sun formation, Senju Hashirama reacted very quickly and used the sealing technique. 1 horizontal and 2 vertical red columns crashed down instantly. This is a sealing technique specially used to suppress tailed beasts. This alone is enough to kill 9 tailed beasts instantly. Similarly, this sealing technique is also very effective against Jinchuriki. Click. But after Obito Uchiha was shot from the sky, he only resisted instinctively. The huge column, 1 horizontal and 2 vertical, instantly shattered and turned into dozens of pieces scattered on the ground. Call out! Call out! 2 after images fell next to Uzumaki Naruto, and he said with joy on his face, Yagyu, Hinata, are you here? I've read all the messages sent back by the shadow clones. You guys are really amazing. If you want to chat, let's put it aside for now. Yagyu looked forward and said calmly, the plan now is to get rid of this monster first. He moved. Hinata's face changed slightly, and she quickly warned Sandaime-sama, please be careful, his goal is, bang. Before Hinata could finish her reminder, the sound of a balloon exploding immediately sounded. The third Hokage, who was closest to Uchiha Obito, turned into countless white dust and scattered on the ground. And behind him, there were 2 hands holding 2 masses, like black fluid with superimposed ripples. Hinata looked at Yagyu next to him, his eyes turning from red to icy blue as if it was nothing to do, and said in a low voice, Yagyu-kun. Yagyu stared intently and shook his head. Don't take action yet, let the Hokage and the others test it out. That's right, don't do anything yet. Kinju Tobirama said, we are all dead now. Reincarnation in the dirt is a trick used to die with the enemy. Let us first test the enemy's details. Namikaze Minato, who was next to him, also said, go and help. After the words fell, the 2 figures who were the fastest in the ninja world disappeared in an instant. Yagyu ignored it. His eyes were extremely focused now, staring at Uchiha Obito, who had remained motionless after smashing the third Hokage. The ice blue magic eyes in the eyes, the colorful streams of light in the patterns, are like light turning in turns. The brain is like an engine, and spirit and thinking are its two major systems. The understanding of death about the Ten Tails Jinhyuriki and the path-seeking jade emerged from the depths of the brain, turning into chains, pulling the eyes as gears. In the ninja world, any chakra and ninjutsu, as well as blood successor limits and blood successor eliminations, and even blood successor snares, everything can be traced back to the chakra fruit. After the Sage of Six Paths founded the ninja sect and passed chakra onto the world, these chakras are alive, and if the owner of these chakras dies or is recaptured by the sacred tree, it means that they are in a state of death. Going further, the living state of chakra can also be attributed to the ancestral chakra Kagaya Atsutsuki. After the infinite Tsukuyomi recovers the chakra, it can be regarded as a dead state. These two are the cause and effect of life and death of chakra, the most basic understanding. But using this as the source, we can understand the death of other things, such as blood succession snare, seeking Tao Jade. Chakra is divided into the attributes of yin and yang and the 5 elements. When someone changes and fuses 2 of these attributes, blood inheritance limit will be born. The fusion of 3 nature changes is blood inheritance elimination. When the nature of these 7 attributes changes and they are all integrated, an entity will be born that transcends the blood inheritance limits blood succession elimination above blood succession snare. If there is no change in nature, if you fuse them all together, you will obtain a technique that transcends the limits and elimination of blood successors. Seek Tao Jade. Although the Kyudeo Jade is also a product of the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements, it does not belong to the blood successor snare. It is the only technique that suppresses the reincarnation of the dirty land and is truly the number 1 ninjutsu in the ninja world. It is known that the seeking jade is the product of the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements, so the moment of its fusion is alive and is defined as cause. As long as the magician loses one of its attributes or the magician dies, it cannot be condensed and is defined as death. Or if chakra is recovered, it can be regarded as death. There is a cause for living, and there is more than one effect for death. With the birth of Yagyu's understanding of death, the engine of the brain began to start, and the ice blue magic eye with colorful spiral patterns rotated at a rapid speed like a gear. Lines symbolizing death began to fill the eyes, cutting the vision into multiple screens. Dark lines began to appear on the 2 black fluids in the shape of superimposed ripples on Uchiha Obito's hand, and on his albino body. I understand the death of Deidama, not to mention the death of the Ten Tails Jinhyuriki. Lee's sacred tree comes from aliens. It is a seed that absorbs the natural energy of the ninja world before growing into a sacred tree and bearing chakra fruit for thousands of years. It is a collection of natural energy and the source of chakra. There are also more than 2 causes and effects of life and death. The most basic seal and the absorption of the tailed beast can be defined as its altar of life and death. The cause and effect of life and death of the Ten Tails Jinhyuriki is even simpler. 6 Paths mode is the symbol of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. It will only exist if you absorb the 10 tails. If the 10 tails are extracted, it will be nothing. With this understanding of death, even the 10 Tails Jinhyuriki, like Uchiha Madara's filthy earth reincarnation, was also seen dead by Yagyu just like an ordinary person's body. The moment the thread of death appeared on Uchiha Obito, Yagyu's strength level was finally determined. Ha, you can see it. After catching the deaths of Uchiha Obito and Kyude Adama, Yagyu's mood immediately improved. Before that, although his strength was strong, there was still a slight gap between him and the level of the 6 Paths Sage. Especially the inheritance template, only gave him the seeds of power, and he needs to find the direction of the road by himself. The end of the road may be different from the owner of the inheritance, stronger or weaker. His first inheritance, due to physical reasons, was weaker than Eagle Eye. The second inheritance, and because the ninja world has no roots, the Death Eye has become a disabled version. Even he has no confidence that he can see the death of the 10 Tails Jinhyuriki. After all, chakra seeds come from aliens. Yagyu doesn't even know what this seed is in the Atsutsuki clan, and what its principle is. And now, Yagyu can see the death of the 10-tailed Jinhyuriki and Kyujidama, which means that he has obtained the qualification to participate in the final battle. Quan. So, Yagyu changed his observation and looked ahead at Uchiha Obito, who instantly killed Senju Tobirama and blew half of his body apart, and asked Hinata, let's do it together. Seeing that Yagyu was planning to join the war, Hinata was slightly happy at first, and then nodded seriously yes. Hello, Yagyu. Phew choking. Yagyu's sudden change made Uzumaki Naruto a little uncomfortable. Just when he was about to speak, Yagyu's figure had disappeared, leaving only an echo of the sword being unsheathed. At the same time, Hinata's figure followed closely behind. Unlike Uzumaki Naruto who is very nervous, Uchiha Sasuke pays attention to more things. His eternal Mangekyo Sharinan stared at the backs of Yagyu and Hinata turned into afterimages, and murmured solemnly their eyes. Although they had not seen each other for several years, the impression Yagyu left on Uchiha Sasuke has never been forgotten. Silver hair, red eyes, kimono, and sword, these are Yagyu's trademarks. The most impressive thing is the pair of red eyes that are as cold as ice and as noble as rubies. But just now, Yagyu's eyes turned into ice blue. Speaking of which, the last time he was in the land of iron, Yagyu's eyes had the same shape. What kind of pupil technique is that? And Hinata, why did the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan become like that? Seeing Yagyu and Hinata participating in the battle, Uzumaki Naruto immediately looked at Uchiha Sasuke and said, Sasuke, let's do it too. Uchiha Sasuke came to his senses and nodded. Immediately, one of the two entered the Nine-Tails chakra mode, and the other activated Susanoo, followed Yagyu and Hinata, and participated in the battle. Namikaze Minato, who escaped from Uchiha Obito's attack range with Senju Tobirama, looked at Yagyu and Hinata again, and said in amazement, what an amazing aura. Are they the same class as Naruto and Sasuke? Snort. Senju Tobirama hummed softly, with a smile on his serious face. Konoha in this era is really brilliant. 1 Kyuubi and 3 pupil techniques, this combination is indeed invincible. Although he didn't know much about the other 2 eye skills. But of these 2 people, one made Madara Uchiha take him seriously, and the other summoned meteorites. They are both existences that transcend shadows. Yagyu ran towards Uchiha Obito with a knife and commanded Hinata, try to immobilize him. Yes. Hinata nodded quickly, raised her hand, spread her fingers, and grasped Uchiha Obito's palm. The terrifying gravity instantly imprisoned Uchiha Obito, who had an early warning response and was about to take action. Feeling that his body was imprisoned, Uchiha Obito was behind him. A few scales ignited the red flames again. Whoosh, whoosh. Before he could take action, Yagyu's figure had disappeared. The movement method that was different from the teleportation technique made the eyes of Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato not far away brighten. A familiar white sword came from Uchiha. It crossed Obito's body. Tear it apart. Only magic and natural energy could damage the body, which made a crisp tearing sound like tissue paper. I saw Uchiha Obito's body cut off from the middle and divided into 2. Withdraw. With this sword swing, Yagyu immediately took Hinata away. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, who were following behind and wanted to come up to help, were also slightly stunned by this scene and subconsciously retreated. Come on. Well, Uchiha Obito, who was cut into 2 pieces, did not die like that. The body that was split into 2 did not even fall to the ground. The lower body was still standing, while the upper body was floating in the air. Suddenly, Uchiha Obito's expressionless face bulged slightly, as if he was sick, showing an uncomfortable expression. The next second, his upper and lower bodies expanded crazily and condensed into a sphere again. Hinata, who stood shoulder to shoulder with Yagyu, said solemnly, Yagyu-kun, his chakra has grown again. Yagyu did not speak, but looked at the sphere with a slight frown. On it, the lines of death can still be seen. I don't know if Uchiha Obito's body can be repaired from the knife just now. Unrepairable is the best case scenario and has a huge advantage for Yagyu. If it can be repaired, then the situation is slightly worse. Wait. Yagyu raised his eyebrows and asked, did it grow? Hinata, what did you see? His chakra was originally cut into 2 pieces by Yagyu-kun, but one of the pieces grew back. Hinata replied. Yagyu continued to ask what about the other part? Well, it turned into that sphere. Hinata pondered for a moment and pointed at the squirming sphere. Hearing this, Yagyu finally smiled. Although the non-repairing feature has been cracked, the situation is not that bad. The 6-path mode has already involved the source of chakra seeds, and even involves the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan. Unless the principle of chakra seeds is thoroughly understood, the properties of the direct death demon eye will fail, which is completely within Yagyu's expectation. But Hinata's words illustrate the damage caused by the direct death demon eye. It does not disappear completely. The irreparable characteristics have been cracked, but part of it that has been severed is equivalent to being scrapped. If it is reborn, the price required should not be low. The abilities restrain each other, so you can fight. The sphere squirmed for a long time before gradually shrinking and reforming Uchiha Obito in the 6 paths mode. At this time, Uchiha Obito looked completely different from before. His eyes no longer looked dull and lifeless as before, and he regained his energy. Wearing the robe of the 6 paths sage, he has the Rinnegan in his left eye and the Sharingan in his right eye. There is a Tau Jade on the back of his left hand. There are 8 more floating on the back, the same number as the 9 Megatama on the back. He holds a black tin staff in his right hand. It's finally done, this time thanks to you, Yuzuki Yagyu. Uchiha Obito spoke slowly, looking at Yagyu. Whoosh. The moment his eyes collided with Yagyu's, the seeking jade in Uchiha Obito's left hand suddenly turned into an afterimage and shot out. Senju Tobirama reminded loudly, boy, be careful not to be touched by that thing. The power of the Deo seeking jade can be seen from the scene where the 3rd Hokage and Senju Tobi were instantly destroyed. Moreover, the Deo seeking jade at that time was not yet complete. After the reincarnated body of the dirty earth was blasted to pieces, can still be repaired. The current seeking jade is already a finished product. Not only can it turn anything it touches into nothingness, but it can also easily destroy a forest after an explosion. There is no need for Senju Tobirama to remind Hinata's reincarnated eye. It can be seen how terrifying the energy contained in the seeking Deo jade is. Swish. Just when Hinata was about to take action, Yagyu suddenly slashed out with a knife. The blade turned into a white line, flashing from top to bottom. Kayudeyu, who was able to defend even Shi Xiang from the 8-gate Dunjia formation, did not make a sound and was divided into 2 halves. The incision is so smooth and straight. What? Yagyu's sword made everyone's eyes widen. including Uchiha Obito, who became the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. His calm face changed slightly. The sword Yagyu just made was very easy to identify. It did not contain a trace of energy, just swinging the sword down in an ordinary way. The material of Itachi forged from ordinary steel is not even as high-end as a kunao, let alone the three-pronged kunao of Namikaze Minato. Even the three-pronged kunao of the Flying Thunder God is not included in the original work. It was easily shattered by the tin staff. Logically speaking, Yagyu's sword should have been shattered as soon as it touched the Taoist jade. But it was such an ordinary sword, swung down in such an ordinary way. It contained the power of all things. The Seeking Jade, the veritable #1 ninjutsu in the ninja world, was cut off like this. This scene was simply horrifying. Could it be that this boy's eye technique, Senju Tobirama, who has a very high combat IQ, came up with a method? Can it kill the existence of Shu? Uzumaki Naruto was startled and exclaimed, "That's amazing. How did Yagyu do it?" Uchiha Sasuke's face was a little ugly. Yagyu's knife made him feel a sharp pain in his waist. This boy is so outstanding. He opened his eyes slightly, and then thought to himself, well, just like my son. Call out. While these people were surprised, Yagyu had already taken advantage of the victory to pursue him. The cut-off jade of Seeking the Way, just like its effect, gradually turned into nothingness, and Yagyu himself had already rushed towards Uchiha Obito with a knife. Yagyu Yuzuki is indeed a formidable enemy. Uchiha Obito came back to his senses and glanced at Yagyu with fearful eyes. A Seeking Jade floating behind moved to the back of his left hand and turned into a black fluid that passed through his palm, forming 3 layers of ripples. In the shape of a figure, the figure rushed towards Yagyu, with his left hand asking for the Way Jade, and his right hand with the 6-pointed tin staff. Uchiha Obito's attack was full of strong killing intent. Yagyu's eyes were mixed with the flow of ice blue light, and he did not look at Uchiha Obito. Instead, he kept staring at his Kyudeo Jade and 6 Paths tin staff. The shape of the Kyudeo Jade changed, and there seemed to be more deaths on it, perhaps because of its enlarged size. Call out. However, Yagyu chose to avoid this time. Because of his domineering attitude, he seemed to predict something. The figure turned into an afterimage and disappeared. Uchiha Obito rushed to the place where he disappeared. A Taoist Jade behind him. Suddenly he broke away from the group and flew to a place. During the flight, the black Seeking Jade shone with bright white light, and there was a hint of colorful colors in the white light. The picture of surging energy was seen by Hinata. He quickly warned Yagyu-kun, "Be careful." Asking for flowers. Hinata didn't need to remind him. Yagyu had already predicted the danger due to his knowledge and domineering attitude. After using Shaver to appear in one place, he stepped on the moon and his figure soared into the air. Boom. The Deo Seeking Jade, which had a range of only 70 meters, exploded when it reached its limit, turning into a white energy shield that annihilated everything around it. But before it exploded, Yagyu had already flown out of the attack range. Right now, Raisin Shuriken. At the moment of the explosion, Uzumaki Naruto's voice resounded. I saw him holding a huge spiral shuriken and throwing it towards Uchiha Obito. Boom. The spiral shuriken hit Uchiha Obito head-on, creating a huge whirlwind that swept away. Zero. When the whirlwind dissipated, what emerged was an unscathed Uchiha Obito. Nanny. Seeing this scene, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes widened. How is that possible? At this time, Yagyu, who fell from the sky, said, "Naruto, use Senjutsu to attack him. This guy's body energy is different from your original Sage mode. Very similar. Magic? I see." Uzumaki Naruto was stunned for a moment, and then nodded with great trust. The 9-tailed chakra pattern on his body disappeared, and he closed his eyes to absorb natural energy. When he opened his eyes again, the shape had changed into the eyes of a toad. Senjufei. He opened his mouth and said, "Boy, try again." Ah, Raisin Shuriken. Uzumaki Naruto nodded and used Senjutsu Chakra to condense the spiral shuriken. Flying Thunder God's technique, boom. The next moment, Senju Tobirama's palm was pressed against Uzumaki Naruto's back, and both of them disappeared. Uzumaki Naruto, who entered the Sage mode, reacted instantly with his amazing perception, and cooperated with Senju Tobirama's Flying Thunder God technique. He smashed the spiral shuriken into the back of Uchiha Obito. The speed was so fast that even the Kyudeo Jade did not react. When the wind whirlpool spread again, the figures of Senju Tobirama and Uzumaki Naruto had already returned. The original position. That boy's eyes can actually detect this? Could it be that he not only has the ability to kill, but also has amazing insight? The attack worked. Uzumaki Naruto cheered, and Senju Tobirama looked at Yagyu's eyes again. Judging from the reactions of Uchiha Sasuke and the girl, they didn't seem to see this, only the boy did. Senju Tobirama couldn't help but think too much. Does Yagyu's pupil technique have other abilities? Little did he know that Yagyu already had information about the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. After falling to the ground, Yagyu looked at the only 7 Tadama left behind Uchiha Obito. Commanded again. Naruto, try to use your Sage mode together with the mode just now. This guy's condition is similar to yours, and you should be able to do it at 540. Hey, is it true or false? Uzumaki Naruto was a little in disbelief, but because of his trust in Yagyu, he nodded seriously. I know, I'll give it a try. Yagyu didn't say much, but ran towards Uchiha Obito with a knife. Hinata, cover me. Yes. Hinata on the opposite side nodded immediately. Uchiha Obito, who was lying on the ground, stood up, gritted his teeth slightly and said, "Damn it, you actually have such a weakness in this state." Swish. At this time, the familiar Bai Lianhui came. Uchiha Obito, who was well aware of the strangeness of Yagyu's eye skills, chose to avoid it. Just when he sighted away from the approaching Bai Lian and was about to fly into the sky, Yagyu came into view and suddenly the corners of his mouth raised slightly. The sword that was slashing was suddenly raised with a backhand. The blade penetrated the body of a Tao-seeking jade. In the next moment, the Tao-seeking jade split into two, turned into nothingness and disappeared. Uchiha Obito's expression changed slightly. Is his goal the Tao jade? The tin staff in his hand transformed into a strange black sword, and Uchiha Obito slashed at Yagyu. Certainly. Hinata's voice suddenly sounded, and a very strong gravitational force caused Uchiha Obito to pause for 2 seconds. Swish. Yagyu's domineering look seemed to have predicted this scene. He didn't pay attention to Uchiha Obito's attack at all, but disappeared in an instant and appeared behind Uchiha Obito. The sword in his hand turned into a shadow and passed through the two seeking jade very quickly. The two Tao seeking jade split into two again. Whoosh, boom. Just when Yagyu was about to cut off the third Taoist jade, the scales on Uchiha's belt burned with red flames and formed a palm to grab him. Call out. Lu Shang did not dare to underestimate this kind of person who could even scratch the 4 red sun arrays. He quickly stopped the attack and chose to retreat with a sha. The palm formed by 6 immortal fires penetrated through the afterimage left by Lu Shang. Passed by, leaving a powerful blow on the ground. Yagyu suddenly returned to Hinata's side, looking at Uchiha Obito who only had 5 seeking jade left, the corner of his mouth raised slightly. It seems that there are no 8 tails and Kyuubi's chakra. His strength is no more than this. After some tests, Yagyu had a preliminary understanding of Uchiha Obito's strength. After absorbing the incomplete 10 tails, Uchiha Obito's current strength is only at the level of pseudo 6 paths, or even the super shadow level. Of course, this super cage level strength is for Yagyu. In his eyes, Uchiha Obito in this state is far less threatening than normal. Because after entering the 6 paths mode, Uchiha Obito becomes he can no longer use his divine power. His direct death demonic eye also has the power to ignore the defenses of the Seeker Jade and 6 paths mode, as long as he is not touched by the Seeker Jade and 6 paths fairy fire. But in the eyes of others, Uchiha Obito is full of helplessness. Solution. Only Senjutsu can hurt him, and he must be protected from being touched by the Kyudatama. Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Sasuke are no match at all. Perhaps only Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Naruto can fight with them. But what was left behind by Senju Hashirama was only a wooden clone, which had been killed by Obito Uchiha just now. Uzumaki Naruto's strength is still far behind Senju Hashirama. It can hurt people here. Uchiha Obito only has Yagyu and Uzumaki Naruto. If Hinata has mastered the Sansagan Chakra mode, then there are 3 people. Yoshi, it's done. Uzumaki Naruto's voice came to his ears, and he closed his eyes and entered the 9 tails chakra mode again, opening a pair of eyes that changed from vertical pupils to horizontal crosses. Senjutsu and 9 tails chakra mode, perfectly blended together. Naruto. His change was seen by Uchiha Sasuke next to him, and his palm subconsciously clenched slightly. The battle scene with Gaara once again appeared in his mind. Naruto, have you become so strong? Although there is no longer the jealousy in the past, Uchiha Sasuke is still unwilling in his heart at this time. Yuzuki Yagyu, Hinata, and Naruto Uzumaki. Uchiha Obito, who was flying in the air, looked deeply at Yagyu and Hinata, as well as Uzumaki Naruto in the 9-tailed chakra mode. He was not angry at all after losing the 4 seeking jade, but instead regained his composure. He said in a calm tone, "You are all anomalies that hinder infinite Tsukuyomi, and I cannot let you survive. Now that you have found the weakness of this state, let me solve you all with one move." After saying this, Uchiha Obito threw 6 black sticks, and then 6 fairy fires were lit behind his back, wrapping the black sticks and shooting into the distance in different directions. First is 4.1, 6 red sun formation. Uchiha Obito formed a seal with his hands, and the familiar red wall of light quickly formed a barrier, covering Yagyu and the others, including the distant ninja coalition. And then, the sacred tree. Uchiha Obito's figure dropped rapidly. After landing, he squatted down and slapped his hands on the ground. Boom boom. The ground began to shake, and an extremely thick and huge tree root broke out of the ground, quickly forming a tree tens to hundreds of meters tall. The big tree sprouted 4 flower-shaped red muzzles, which began to condense red and blue chakra, forming a huge-tailed beast jade. In this case, it's all over. Hey, boy. The condensation of 4 huge-tailed beast jade made the entire battlefield become silent. Everyone looked at the summoned sacred tree with a look of despair. The word finished appears in most people's minds. The morale of the previous Hokage's support dropped to the lowest point in an instant. At this time, Senju Tobirama suddenly walked up to Yagyu, looked up at the 4-tailed beast jade, and asked, "You can even kill the black balls with several types of chakra properties, then you kill the tailed beast Tama, or the 4 red yang formation?" Senju Tobirama's words made Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Namikaze Minato all look at Yagyu with cold sweat on their foreheads. However, Yagyu's eyes actually didn't even look at the tailed beast Tama, and kept staring at Uchiha Obito who was wrapping himself in the path-seeking Tama. The superficial answer is a piece of cake. Yes, a piece of cake. Yagyu can kill even the Chudama, let alone the tailed beast Dama who can't even break the Chudama's defense in the original novel. Being able to kill the number 1 ninjutsu, the 23 concept of ninjutsu can hardly touch Yagyu's eyes. As for the barrier, it's even more of a joke. Although he could be killed, Yagyu had no intention of taking action. It was not that he wanted Uzumaki Naruto to use the original trick, using the principle of shadow clones to distribute the Nine Tails chakra, and then use Namikaze Minato's flying thunder god technique to teleport everyone outside the barrier at once. It's just a few tailed beast jade, and Yagyu doesn't need to take action at all. Naidame-sama. As soon as Yagyu finished speaking, Hinata interrupted the words that were rushing to the throat of Senju Tobi and said proactively, leave these tailed beast Dama to me to deal with. You. Senju Tobirama's eyes widened, and he looked into Hinata's blue and white patterned reincarnated eyes. A kind of pressure that only his elder brother and Uchiha Madara could bring to him actually radiated from this girl's body. His heart was suddenly shocked, but Senju Tobirama nodded superficially and said seriously, okay, then I'll leave it to you. Without Senju Tobirama's permission, Hinata started taking action after finishing her words. Xiao Dian raised his hand slightly, green photons condensed in his palm, like a spiral pill, and quickly formed a green ball of light. The next second, the green ball of light came out of his hand, breaking away from gravity and rising into the sky. Just as the green light ball was released, a large number of green photons began to condense again. 2, 3, 4. In just a few seconds, Hinata condensed a total of 4 green light balls and threw them into the sky. 4 fist-sized green light balls formed a circle, and like wireless beads, they rotated and flew towards the sky. After flying a certain distance, they slowly separated and approached the 4-tailed beast jade that were about to complete their momentum, approaching at an unhurried pace. When they came into contact with the tailed beast jade, the green light ball suddenly turned into a pool of green fluid and seeped into the red-tailed beast jade. A few seconds later, the huge tailed beast jade was seen shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, like pulling out the water plug in a bathtub, and being absorbed by the infinite gravity. It was all integrated into the green fluid. After absorbing all the energy of the tailed beast jade, the fluid condensed into a green ball of light. Go. Hinata raised her index finger to the sky, and 4 green streams of light rose into the sky. In just a few seconds, they flew out of the barrier of the 6 red sun array, and a dazzling light bloomed extremely high in the sky. Of orange light. Boom. 4 unprecedented roars all merged into one sound, resounding across the sky. Ah! The next moment, the unparalleled airflow turned into a hurricane and roared down, pressing 95% of the ninja coalition to the ground. Even Oniki, who could fly, was pushed to the ground. Strong people bend their knees, and some even kneel down. Even Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and even Senju Tobirama had to put their hands in front of their eyes, and the hurricane was so strong that they couldn't even open their eyes. Only Yagyu and Hinata, Uchiha Obito who was hiding in the Seeking Jade, and Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama who started fighting at some point, were not affected at all. The reason why Yagyu was fine was because Hinata raised her hands high and released the repulsive force to form a hemispherical emerald green light shield, blocking all the storms whizzing down. When the storm became weaker and weaker, Yagyu suddenly shouted Hinata. Yes. Whoosh. The two of them had such a tacit understanding that there was no need to finish a sentence. As Hinata fell in response, Yagyu's figure flew up out of thin air, and was sent to the Seeking Jade of the sphere in the air by the strong gravity. Swish. Taking advantage of Obito Uchiha inside, before turning the condensed jade into 5 again, Yagyu unsheathed his sword at an extremely fast speed, bringing out a silvery sword light. The blade flashes from left to right like a stream of light. The next moment, the spherical Tao Seeking Jade split into 2 from the middle, and then gradually disappeared into nothingness. Uchiha Obito, whose expression changed with shock inside, was revealed as the Seeking Jade disappeared. Bang! Tear it apart. While he was in shock for a few seconds, Yagyu stepped on the void, and a cloud appeared in the airflow. The figure suddenly passed by Uchiha Obito, and the sword brought a familiar tearing sound on his body. His waist. A piece of albino meat fell from the air. Yagyu was struck from behind, sending Uchiha Obito flying downwards, and shouted loudly, Naruto. Oh, got it. Buzz buzz. Almost as soon as Yagyu's words fell, Uzumaki Naruto had already condensed a spiral shuriken in his hand. Phew, boom. In Nine Tails chakra mode, he soared into the sky at an alarming speed. The spiral shuriken fell on him again, but this time it was aimed at the wound cut by Yagyu. With a loud explosion, a wind the whirlpool floated in the air, and strong air currents roared. This time, Uzumaki Naruto did not use the force to fall, but stayed in the air and stared at Uchiha Obito in the whirlpool. Saw it. Not long after, Uzumaki Naruto's face became happy. He saw 9 emerald green spirits surge out from Uchiha Obito's waist. Uzumaki Naruto directly entered the tailed beast transformation, and the 9 tails tried to turn these spirits into however, he only has the chakra of 7 tailed beasts and the other 2 spirits, no matter how hard he tries, he can't catch them. Everyone, come and help. Uzumaki Naruto shouted without hesitation. Give me 1 tail. Ouch, leave the 8 tails to me. Uzumaki Naruto, who had already won the hearts of the entire ninja world, immediately received a response from the people led by Gaara and Kiribi. Countless figures gathered to help Uzumaki Naruto grab the 9 spirits and start. Tug of war. Call. Yagyu-kun, are you okay? After Yagyu was born, Hinata immediately came over and asked with a caring look, is the consumption of the eyes serious? Lu Shang shook his head with a smile, don't worry, I'm fine. Uchiha Obito, who is unable to use his divine power, has exposed his death in front of Yagyu's eyes due to his path-seeking jade and six paths mode. Yagyu, who has the intelligence of the Ten Tails Jinhuriki, and Uchiha Obito in the battle with two, he was eliminated without even waving a sword energy. And with the help of Uzumaki Naruto's power and charisma, he defeated Uchiha Obito in six paths mode with minimal consumption. Meeting Yagyu not as if he was lying, Hinata breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who was having a tug-of-war with Uchiha Obito and the ninja coalition behind him, and said, Yagyu-kun, should we go over and help? No, we don't need to take action on this, but wait a minute. Yagyu shook his head first, then leaned into Hinata's ear and whispered softly, as if he was giving instructions. Hinata listened carefully, her face gradually becoming serious. 10 seconds later, she nodded vigorously, yes, I understand. Uchiha Obito was in a very bad state now, as if he was confused. Yes, confused. In other words, it was a feeling of regret. In this ninja world, it is really incredible that the man with the strongest will would fall into confusion. If the enemy was Yagyu, or anyone else including Kakashi, Uchiha Obito would not have such emotions. But his opponent happened to be the child of destiny, Uzumaki Naruto, who was very similar to him when he was a child. In some aspects, he was almost identical. The existence of Uzumaki Naruto awakened his hidden nature deep inside. Just like no matter how kind a person is, there will always be invisible darkness in his heart. Just like evil, no matter how dark a person's heart is, there will always be a light in his heart. The most representative people are Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Obito. Uzumaki Naruto wants to become Hokage, a hero and the savior of the ninja world. Under the seemingly lively appearance, there is also hatred in his heart. Therefore, he only sees his dark side at the real waterfall. Uchiha Obito, as the mastermind behind the genocide and division killing, can be said to be the mastermind behind the annihilation of humanity. He can be said to be a symbol of darkness. But under the dark appearance, he is as bright as Uzumaki Naruto, and no less than Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Itake's purest love for their younger brother, the Uchiha clan. That is the love for Nohara Rin, the love for the old man, the love for the village. As Uchiha Madara once said, the greater a person's love, the purer it is. When he falls, the darkness is equal. In the entire original work, the most miserable person is Obito. And now, Uzumaki Naruto should appear in his inner world, and the light of that senior saved him from the darkness. Yagyu doesn't know the ratio of time in the spiritual world to the real world. After he warned Hinata, he sat down and began to recover his little energy. Uchiha Obito's battle was just this final battle. He was just a pawn in Uchiha Madara's decades-long plan. And Uchiha Madara is the victim of a millennium conspiracy. But the strongest enemy is Uchiha Madara. Certainly, Yagyu was referring to Madara Uchiha in Six Paths mode. Knowing this, Yagyu naturally would not stand idly by and let Uchiha Madara complete his plan. But now, there is nothing Yagyu can do. The two sides were in a tug-of-war, and it would be useless to attack Obito Uchiha himself. It might even be self-defeating, forcing the spirit bodies of the nine-tailed beasts back into Obito Uchiha's body, allowing him to further master the Six Paths mode. As long as the goal can be accomplished, Yagyu doesn't care how much time it takes or whether he joins forces with others. He just didn't want to be exposed to the white light of infinite Tsukuyomi and leave his fate in the hands of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. The process doesn't matter, the result is important. Yaxi is out. After an unknown amount of time, the excited shouts of Uzumaki Naruto suddenly came to the ears of Yagyu and Hinata. Naruto Uzumaki, who had transformed into a tailed beast, won the tug-of-war and pulled out all the spirit bodies of the nine-tailed beasts from Obito Uchiha's body. After the emerald green spirit body landed on the ground, it was quickly dyed in various colors and transformed back into the seven-tailed beasts. The chakra of the other 8 tails and 9 tails all returned to Uzumaki Naruto and Kiribi. The chakra of the 9-tailed beasts was extracted. Uchiha Obito's body lost the ability to float and slowly fell from the air. His albino body returned to normal skin, and he looked at the whole ninja with distracted eyes. Naruto Uzumaki, who was cheering in the world, didn't know what he was thinking. Hinata, right now. At this time, Yagyu and Hinata, who had been standing by and watching, took action. Boo-hoo-hoo. Without a trace of hesitation, Hinata raised her hands, and golden photons quickly condensed in her palms, turning into golden light groups. The target was aimed at Uchiha Obito's head, and it shot out like a laser. Yagyu rushed over with a knife, and his figure turned into an afterimage. Their goal is to destroy Obito Uchiha's left eye. Wood Escape Tree Realm is coming. However, just as Yagyu and Hinata took action, 2 black and white figures that seemed to have been hidden for a long time suddenly burst out of the ground. One of the white figures suddenly slapped his hands on the ground and used wood release, which only 3 people in the ninja world can do. Boom boom. A large number of thick and thin tree roots rose up from the ground, quickly forming a forest and flooding out, blocking all Hinata's attacks. The figure of Lu Shang rushing forward could not help but step on the void, and, limos, rose into the sky. Yagyu Yuzuk, Hyaga Hinata. I already know your purpose. Black Zetsu separated from Uzumaki Zetsu and attached himself to Uchiha Obito. Looking at Yagyu rising into the sky and running through the air, he chuckled hoarsely. You want to prevent Madara-sama from being resurrected, right? But it's already late. The purpose that Faye and I have been hiding all this time is for this moment, the heretical and reincarnated art world. After listening to his words, Yagyu didn't care at all and continued to rush down from the air. Not good. His real purpose is the Samsara Eye. Black Zetsu, who used the magic to resurrect Uchiha Madara, suddenly woke up and shouted, Faye, run away. Divine power. Black Zetsu didn't care about Uzumaki Zetsu, and directly controlled Uchiha Obito's figure, using his divine power to hide in a different space. Tisk, Yagyu-kun, what should we do next? Hinata flew over and said with a serious face, Uchiha Madara has been resurrected. Should we kill him before he gets his eyes back? Yagyu looked in the direction of Uchiha Madara, nodded slightly and said, although it may be a little late, this is the only way. Hinata, let's go. Yes. The two people immediately moved in the same direction, ready to leave in an instant. Hey, Yagyu, Hinata, what happened just now? What is that black guy? Just when the two were about to leave, Uzumaki Naruto's voice suddenly came to their ears. After pulling out the nine-tailed beasts, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and others were about to go to support the Senju pillar. In a short period of time, after sealing the last enemy Uchiha Madara, the war ended. Unexpectedly, this happened just after Uchiha Obito landed, and it also led to the long-hidden Black Zetsu and Uzumaki Zetsu. Uzumaki Ming the person looked confused at this time and didn't know why. Yagyu ignored Uzumaki Naruto and reminded him with a slight 540 frown, here he comes. Why? Uzumaki Naruto became even more confused. What is coming? Who is coming? Whoosh. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, an afterimage came to the battlefield from far to near at an extremely fast speed. The figure landed on the cliff where Yagyu had been confronting him not long ago. There were no cracks in his naked upper body. He had a strong figure and fair skin. Senju Hashirama's face was engraved on his left crotch, and his eyes had a sage eye shadow. This person is Madara Uchiha. Hinata looked at Uchiha Madara on the cliff, and suddenly her face changed slightly, and she said, Yagyu-kun, look at his right arm. Ah, I've seen it. You don't need Hinata to remind you. Yagyu can see at a glance that Uchiha Madara is different from before. It's not because of his resurrection or absorbing Senju Hashirama's Senjutsu chakra. It's because his right arm was destroyed by the direct death demon. The right arm whose eye was cut off actually grew back. The right arm is completely white, just like Baiju. So, can the product of infinite Tsukuyomi resolve the irreparable characteristic of the demonic eye of death? Yagyu secretly thought, slightly enlightened. It seems that the reason why Uchiha Sasuke did not die is also because of White Zetsu. Yagyu and Hinata looked at Uchiha Madara, and Shiha Madara was also looking at the battlefield. Yes, looking at. Use his right eye. Only Uchiha Madara's eyes were visible. The left eye was closed, and a purple Rinnegan eye was open. He looked down at the ninja coalition below. His eyes first swept over the seven-tailed beasts and the two human pillars. Power, then glanced at Yagyu and Hinata, and finally glanced at the current 5 cages lightly, and said with a domineering smile, are the nine-tailed beasts, the current 5 cages, and all the ninja coalition forces here? What a nice picture. Hey, his condition. Madara, could it be? Uzumaki's color changed slightly, and he suddenly remembered the vague words that had just descended from the tree world. The image of Nagato using the reincarnation technique appeared in his mind, and he said in a trembling voice, that guy has been resurrected. Uchiha Sasuke said in a deep voice, don't be nervous. Although we don't know how that guy was resurrected, his current state is an advantage for us. Next to him, Yagyu adjusted the scarf around his neck and whispered to Hina. Tien said, wait for my signal and let's take action together. Hinata nodded seriously with a small face. After sizing up the ninja coalition, Uchiha Madara began to look for Uchiha Obito, and asked in confusion, those guys Black Zetsu and Obito, where did their auras go? Madara-sama. A white figure suddenly appeared on the ground next to Uchiha Madara. The Uzumaki face that was different from the ordinary White Zetsu showed his identity, but his voice was as disgusting as the other White Zetsus. He said, Kdeb, as if he was teasing. Black Zetsu took Obito and hid in a different space. He seems to be afraid. Yagyu Yuzuki destroyed the Samsara Eye. Different space, is Obito's original ability? What a nice eye. Uchiha Madara commented and said with a slight smile, hey, Zetsu's decision is very good. It is precisely because of this that I rushed here in a hurry. Yuzuki and his little girlfriend are indeed the biggest threat in the plan. Uchiha Madara's eyes fell on Yagyu and Hinata again, and he said domineeringly, but now, I am stronger than them. Uzumaki Zetsu did not greet him, but struck a blow. I'm not sure, Madara-sama, you only have a Rinnegan now. If you are cut by Yagyu Yuzuki, will you have to transplant White Zetsu's flesh and blood again? Tisk. Ah Fei, your words are as ugly as ever. Uchiha Madara was very helpless with this kind of subordinates. Uzumaki Zetsu continued, in addition to Yagyu Yuzuki and Hyuga Hinata, the opponent also has the 7-tailed beasts, the 8-tailed and 9-tailed Jinchuriki, as well as the current 5 shadows and ninja alliance. I always feel like Madara-sama, you can't beat them. Snort? Uchiha. Madara snorted disdainfully and said, those gravels are not worthy of my action, so I will leave them to you, Fei. Understood, then I'll leave first. Uzumaki Zetsu finally didn't raise his voice, and after replying, he sneaked into the ground. After Uzumaki Zetsu left, Uchiha Madara looked at the ninja coalition forces below who were waiting in formation and did not dare to take the initiative at all, and murmured with a smile then, what kind of opening should be used? Suffer death, product of the old times. Uchiha Sasuke's voice suddenly resounded throughout the battlefield. Uchiha Madara raised his eyes and looked at Uchiha Sasuke, who jumped into the air, activated his mature Susanoo, and shot a black flame arrow at him. Curling his lips with disdain, Uchiha Madara said without taking him seriously, is it the eye power of the eternal Mangekyo? Just gravel, not half as good as me. But it is a good opening salute, let you experience the power of reincarnation that transcends eternity. Uchiha Madara's gaze fell on Uchiha Sasuke through the incoming arrows, and his right eye widened slightly. Run tomb border prison. Booma. The next moment, there was a loud noise in the sky. Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo, without even the sound of breaking, was shattered by a powerful force and fell on him. The huge force came out of thin air, beat him until he spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face fell from the sky in pain. Sasuke. Looking at the falling Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto rushed over with a look of great concern. At the same time, Yagyu shouted, Hinata, let's go. Yes. The two figures disappeared in an instant and rushed towards Uchiha Madara on the cliff. A single technique, no matter how wide its range or how powerful it is, has no threat to Uzukai's technique. In this case, looking at Yagyu and Hinata running towards them, Uchiha Madara did not dare to underestimate them even if he got back a Rinnegan. So, he formed a seal with both hands and performed the technique Fire Release Dragon Flame Release Songjutsu. As the sound of the technique fell, Uchiha Madara put two fingers in front of the scorpion and blew out a wisp of orange-red flames, and instantly turned into 4 mini fire dragons, roaring towards Yagyu below. The speed of the fire dragon is extremely fast, and the temperature it contains is also higher than that of the giant fire. From a long distance away, Yagyu has predicted that if it is touched, it will be burned into a ball of ashes by the high temperature of the explosion. Call out, call out, call out, call out. Just when Yagyu was about to use the direct death demon eye to kill this fire escape in the most effortless way, the sound of laser suddenly came from his ears, and the beams of 4 golden light groups passed by from the left and right sides and hit him. 4 flying fire dragons. Boom boom. The sound of fireworks exploded, and a few orange lights shone in the already early morning night sky. Hinata, who was following behind Yagyu, shouted, Yagyu-kun, keep moving forward, try to reduce unnecessary consumption, and leave the rest to me. Yagyu nodded slightly, then I'll leave it to you, Hinata. It's a divine airstrike. Hinata nodded, quickly speeding up and passing Yagyu, her white jade hands slapping in one direction. The air cannon formed by the distortion of chakra and airflow immediately hit an invisible barrier. There was nothing in front of him, but Hinata's air cannon was blocked. Madara Uchiha on the cliff frowned, staring at Hinata, who was making a soft fist gesture, and murmured, Yuzuki, that little girlfriend, can you see the wheel tomb? Speaking of which, what kind of pupil technique is used in those eyes of hers? After finishing speaking, Uchiha Madara smiled nonchalantly. Well, Run Tomb is not that easy to deal with. The me I am now is not the one who was reincarnated in the dirt. Call out. The sound of breaking through the air reached his ears. Madara Uchiha looked at Yagyu, who was leaping up. He clapped his right hand forward, and a sharp black stick stretched out from his palm and stabbed towards Yagyu. Clang bang. The sound of metal clashing just sounded, and the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground followed closely. I saw the right feet of Yagyu and Uchiha Madara kicking each other's calves. Strong airflow spread out from their bodies. Your physical fitness is quite good. You can even resist this kick mixed with magical chakra. Uchiha Madara exclaimed in admiration. You must know that he is not inferior to Uzumaki Naruto in sage mode at all. Yagyu didn't speak, and stared at Uchiha Madara's right eye across the sword and black stick. It was like a ruby. The noble eyes transformed into ice blue magic eyes. Looking into these eyes, Uchiha Madara suddenly felt that the temperature around him had become much warmer. No, it should be body temperature. Ha ha ha. I see, this is your eye power, it's so strong. Uchiha Madara laughed loudly and praised him. In his dirty state, he couldn't feel the pressure brought by the direct death demon eyes. Now facing Yagyu with a human body, that kind of fatal threat, Uchiha Madara's fighting spirit and excited. His expression suddenly became ferocious. Then, I, Uchiha Madara, will go all out. Boom. The familiar blue aura emerged, instantly forming the mature form of Susanoo. The body floated into the air, and Uchiha Madara was enveloped by Susanoo. With a thought, Uchiha controlled Susanoo to hold a blue lightsaber and slashed at Yagyu. Arm yourself with a sword. Yagyu sheathed the sword, and suddenly swung out a silver-white sword light mixed with black, which instantly turned into a sword energy 17 or 8 meters high, and hit Susanoo at close range. The two of them were no longer the first. They have fought against each other for the first time, and their combat IQ is enough to understand the opponent's abilities. Not to mention, Yagyu already has information about Uchiha Madara. What? To swing out such a slash casually. Looking at the oncoming dark red sword energy, Uchiha Madara's face changed slightly. Click. The dark red sword energy hit Susanoo's body. In the mature body of Susanoo, some cracks instantly appeared and spread to the surroundings. Asking for flowers. Seeing that the mature Susanoo was about to break, Uchiha Madara raised his right hand and opened it forward, speaking softly Shinra Tensei. The next moment, a terrifying repulsive force roared out. The sword energy shattered the Susanoo and collided with the repulsive force. The sword energy that shattered Susanoo's so-called absolute defense was blocked by the most basic Six Paths Jutsu. Swish. Just as the power of the sword energy gradually weakened, a figure suddenly fell from the sky. A dazzling silver blade slid down from top to bottom, aiming at Uchiha Madara's head. It turned out that Yagyu took advantage of Madara Uchiha to resist the sword energy and rose into the sky on moon steps. Fire release dust hidden technique, 0. Looking at the glint of the sword sliding down, Uchiha Madara snorted lightly, and directly spit out a large piece of grey dust mist without forming any seals. The next moment, orange-red light shined from the dust and mist. Boom! A huge explosion resounded throughout the tear it apart. Almost the next second, the familiar sound of tearing cloth sounded softly. The dust mist of the explosion was torn apart, and 2 figures jumped out from it. Looking at Yagyu across from him, Uchiha Madara teased with a smile, I almost got into your trap again, but you got your way. Yagyu still didn't speak, and he didn't think that just one blow could kill Uchiha Madara. Kill. So, Yagyu continued to rush towards Uchiha Madara with his knife. Looking at the oncoming Yagyu, Madara Uchiha showed a meaningful smile and said after several battles, I found that the secrets of ninjutsu and kaleidoscope are of no use to you. There is only one basic ability that I don't even bother to use, but it seems to have a very significant effect on you. Uchiha Madara opened his right hand again and whispered softly Shinra Tensen. The familiar repulsion roared out, like invisible waves, trying to drown Yagyu. In response, Yagyu said calmly, this move has long been useless. Swish, tear it apart. With the familiar light of the sword, it suddenly appeared. After cutting off the repulsive force, Yagyu continued to rush towards Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara didn't seem to expect that Yagyu's repulsive force could cut him off. I still remember that when Yagyu wanted to cut off his body during the day, he was clearly thrown away by the repulsive force of Shinra Tensen. But now, even the repulsive force can be cut off. Could it be that? Suddenly, an idea came to Uchiha Madara's mind. Yagyu's pupil technique can't kill just by touching it, but it needs to hit a weak point that even the user is not aware of before it can kill. As this idea emerged, Uchiha Madara suddenly felt that it was very possible. Then an arc slowly rose from the corner of his mouth. If the guess is true, then not only the ninjutsu and eye skills, Yuzuki's eye skills are also needed on the body, and he can only kill if he sees a flaw. But, is that flaw the 540? Uchiha Madara's heart sank slightly. That flaw can only be seen by Yagyu's pupil technique, not by himself. Doesn't it mean that even if he knows the weakness of Yuzuki's eye skills, he can't do anything about it? After all, I can't gamble at all. Tisk. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara curled his lips helplessly. Boom. Looking at Yagyu rushing towards him, Uchiha Madara used Susanoo again. The figure rose up and was shrouded by the mature Susanoo. This time, Uchiha Madara did not fight Yagyu head-on, but controlled Susanoo to jump. The straight-type Mangekyo Sharinon possesses extremely agile speed, and Uchiha Madara's Susanoo's movements are not clumsy at all. Just as Susanoo jumped into the air, Uchiha Madara seemed to feel something, and his eyes suddenly turned downward and fell on Hinata. Looking at Hinata, who seemed to have ended the battle, Uchiha Madara said with a little helplessness, it seems that I can only get my eyes back first, or become a Ten-Tails Jinhyuriki before I can fight them. I thought I had gotten back one. With his eyes, he can use the exclusive pupil technique of the Samsara Eye. Yagyu and Hinata will definitely not be his opponents. But unexpectedly, Hinata's eyes could actually see the wheel grave. Now that the duration of the ring tomb has expired, the shadows fighting Hinata below have also disappeared. Uchiha Madara knew that even if he was resurrected and extracted Senju Hashirama's Senjutsu chakra, he would still not be a match for Yagyu and Hinata. Therefore, Madara Uchiha cast his eyes on the 7-tailed beasts who were watching the battle in the distance, and whispered to himself, it's better to recover these beasts first. The art of mediumship. After Susanoo fell under the cliff, Uchiha Madara prepared to summon the heretic demon. Bang! Roar! After a few seconds, a large cloud of white smoke appeared behind Yuban out of thin air. A violent roar dispersed the white smoke. The chakra of the 9-tailed beasts was extracted, and the heretic demon that almost completely degraded to its original state appeared out of thin air. Certainly. Just when Uchiha Madara was about to take action, a gravitational force far above the universe imprisoned his figure. Looking at Hinata, who raised his hand towards this side, Uchiha Madara smiled nonchalantly, if you don't get your eyes back and Hashirama's chakra, maybe your ability can still affect me. Now, this mere gravity has no effect on me. Shinra Tianzhang. The repulsive force shook off the gravitational pull of the restraint. Uchiha Madara cancelled Susanoo and jumped on the head of the heretic demon. Without taking any immediate action, Uchiha Madara first turned around and looked at Yagyu, who came through the air, and then his right eye slightly open, your eyes wide, wounded tomb border prison. Call out. Yagyu, who was running, shrank his eyes slightly, and his figure suddenly disappeared in the air. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Madara's expression changed slightly. Can Yuzuki's eyes also see the wheel grave? What are these 2 eye skills that I have never heard of before? As everyone knows, Yagyu didn't see the wheel tomb, but just sensed it. Bang 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 bang. At the same time, 7 loud blows sounded from the battlefield. The 7-tailed beasts were attacked by unknown forces and fell to the ground one after another. Wow. Before Yagyu and Hinata could disturb him, Uchiha Madara formed a seal with his hands, and 7 chains shot out from the open mouth of the heretic demon. These 7 chains, just like the immortal technique Mingshenman that specializes in suppressing tailed beasts, have irresistible power against tailed beasts. The moment I'm tied up, I'm destined to be unable to break free. Swish, boom. The 7-tailed beasts were instantly killed, leaving no one except Yagyu to react. Sensing that the ring tomb was not coming, Yagyu swung out a dark red beam of nearly 20 meters from the right rear of the outside demon statue. Sword energy. As soon as the chain was put on the necks of the 7-tailed beasts, Madara Uchiha staggered and almost fell from the head of the heretic demon. After stabilizing his figure, Uchiha Madara smiled playfully. It's already too late. Damn it, I will never let you succeed. Just when Madara Uchiha was about to drag the 7-tailed beasts over, Naruto Uzumaki's angry voice resounded. A golden light shone, and he actually entered the tailed beast transformation directly. Ouch, I'm here to help too, damn bastard. Naruto Uzumaki, who transformed into a tailed beast, had 9 tails and 2 claws on the chain, trying to have a tug-of-war with Madara Uchiha. Not far away, Kiribi also transformed into a tailed beast and came to help. Well done. Instead, the voice of praise came from Uchiha Madara's mouth. He laughed and said, I originally thought I could capture you as soon as possible, but I didn't expect you to seek your own death. Wow. The moment he finished speaking, 2 chains shot out from the mouth of the heretic demon like arrows. The speed of the burst was so fast that Uzumaki, Naruto and Kiribi didn't have a chance to escape, and it hit the heads of the 9 tails and 8 tails. Let's all go back to the cage where you belong. Uchiha Madara formed a seal with both hands, controlled the chains of the heretic demon, and pulled all the 9-tailed beasts over. At the same time, Hinata, who had sensed something was wrong in the distance, suddenly raised his hands and quickly formed a few mark. Swish. 4.1 A piece of emerald green light dyed her long hair, and quickly turned into a dress, covering her whole body. It was like every part of her body was covered with fireflies. Several rosary-like luminous spheres floated behind her. At the same moment, the sword energy just now could not hurt the heretic demon, so Yagyu sheathed the sword and made a gesture to draw it. The world around him was silent, and the sound of breathing roared like a tsunami. It was the breathing of all the people and dead things on the battlefield. From these breathing sounds, Yagyu captured the breathing of the heretic demon. The palm holding the handle of the knife suddenly pulled. Swish. Phew. A sword energy of more than 50 meters, like a moving hill, roared out boom. When the sword energy and the rosary beads collided with the heretic demon, there was an explosion far above the tailed beast jade, and a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Even under the early morning night sky, it was particularly eye-catching. The deafening roar rang in the ears of the ninja coalition. Success. Was it successful? Is Uchiha Madara dead? Dead. Look, the tailed beasts are all gone? They won't be sealed again, right? After the sound dissipated, the thick dust mist still filled the air. The ninja coalition looked at the dust mist that enveloped the heretic demon statue and the 9-tailed beasts that had disappeared. They said with expectant faces and uneasy feelings. At this time, a green figure flew over. Hinata, who was in Sansagan Chakra mode, looked at the ninja coalition below and said, Everyone, please leave here immediately. The next battle is not something you can touch. Fighting? Does this mean that Uchiha Madara is not dead yet? The person who reacted very quickly, his face suddenly turned ugly. After taking a deep look at Hinata who had changed his form, 23, Oniki used the light rock technique to float up and gave an order, everyone evacuate here. Please don't. If you are affected by an attack, you cannot die in an unknown manner. Yes. The ninja coalition, which had not planned to leave at first, thought of the blow just now by Yagyu and Hinata, and had no choice but to retreat unwillingly. Seeing someone organizing the coalition, they began to evacuate. Hinata's figure flew over Yagyu and landed. Standing side by side with him, his eyes seemed to be through the dust fog, seeing the scene inside. The dust fog lasted for more than a minute before it dissipated, and the heretic demon inside was no longer human-like. There was an extremely deep crack, from the back of its head to the bottom. The wood inside was crawling like flesh and blood, repairing the body at a slow speed. Half of the face on the head was blown away, and the one above it was Tao figure, seriously damaged. Ha ha ha. I was almost killed by you, little girl. Uchiha Madara transplanted Zetsu's right arm, which was blown away by the rosary just now. His naked upper body was covered with scars, as if scratched by some knives, exuding white mist, and slowly repaired with that. Uchiha Madara Tensei looked at Yagyu and the two of them, and said in an embarrassed yet domineering tone, It's a pity that you still failed. 6 lines and 10-tail coffin seals. Whoosh. With a cry, the Uchiha Madara demon statue instantly turned into a huge fluid, like a bathtub with the water plug unplugged, rushing towards Uchiha Madara as the spring. When all the heretic demons poured into the body, Uchiha Madara's whole body emitted white mist, his hair and skin turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his naked upper body appeared. The robe of the Sage of 6 Paths, and 9 black seeking jade appeared out of thin air. Now, floating behind him, the originally broken right arm not only came out, but also held a 6-path tin staff. Madara Uchiha's demeanor has completely changed. Sure enough, it still failed. Looking at Uchiha Madara in Six Paths mode, Yagyu was not surprised at his success. With just a glance at him, Yagyu looked at the retreating ninja coalition, as well as Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke who fell on the ground in the distance. Immediately, Yagyu said softly, Hinata, I will find an opportunity later to kill all his seeking jade. I will leave that Shadow's pupil technique to you to deal with. If you find a good time, I will take action and inflict heavy damage on him. Yes. Hinata's little face in Tensagen Chakra mode nodded seriously. Call out. Without a trace of hesitation, Yagyu rushed directly towards Uchiha Madara. Is this the power of the Sage of Six Paths? Uchiha Madara felt the improvement brought by the Ten-Tails Jinhuriki, which is the Six Paths mode. Looking at Yagyu running towards him, he slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said, I have been suppressed by you all day, and I can finally enjoy the pleasure of fighting. Pleased. Now that I have your trump card, do you finally dare to confront me head-on? Yagyu spoke calmly, and made a gesture to draw his sword while running. Snort. Uchiha Madara snorted softly and said, Don't get me wrong, I'm just killing time with you while the heretic demon is evolving in my body. His dream is peace, and this dream is also the dream of countless people in the ninja world. It's just that their thoughts on peace and the actions they take are different. But at the same time, Uchiha Madara is also a fighting maniac and loves passionate battles. He had been avoiding him before because he understood the threat of Yagyu and was afraid of those eyes that could kill everything. But now that the Ten-Tails Jinhuriki's ability makes Uchiha Madara no longer afraid at all. Before the Ten-Tails evolves and gets back the other eye, enjoy the fun of fighting Yagyu head-on. Swish, boom. Yagyu didn't understand Uchiha Madara's thoughts. After running and getting within a certain distance from Uchiha Madara, he suddenly drew his sword out of its sheath and swung a sword energy 3 to 4 meters wide and nearly 10 meters high towards Uchiha Madara, tearing apart the earth and spreading. Facing the roaring sword energy, Uchiha Madara raised the Six-Path Tin Staff with a calm expression, and just blocked it in front of him. The Six-Path Tin Staff, which has the same properties as the Kyudeo Jade, has the ability to withstand everything. Ninjutsu, the power that will destroy any steel that collides with it. Boom. However, when the sword energy spread and collided with the Six-Path Tin Staff, there was no picture of being unable to move forward or being shattered by the Six-Path Tin Staff. On the contrary, Uchiha Madara seemed to be affected by a huge force, and his whole body was blown away. What? How can it be? While flying upside down, Madara Uchiha shouted with a shocked face. Not to mention him, even Yagyu, who was following closely with a slashing attack, looking for a chance to cut off the Dade-seeking Jade, couldn't help but pause in his running steps. Brain. Deep in the depths, it seems to have evoked vague memories. It was the battle in the original book that made Metkai famous. The Six Paths mode has an immortal body that is far beyond the reincarnation of the Dirty Land, and a physique that ignores all ninjutsu. Unless they master the power of the Six Paths, there are only 2 ways for a ninja to hurt the Ten-Tails Jinhuriki. One is the senjutsu of natural energy, and the other is a physical attack that breaks defenses. For example, Metkai's 8-gate armor formation. I still remember that the Zixiang of Metkai's 8-gate armor formation is an air cannon formed by hitting the air with his fist. And Yagyu's slash is also a sword energy formed by cutting off the airflow, another type of air cannon. How to use it? The sword energy can damage the Six Paths mode. This discovery made Yagyu feel better. When the sword energy dissipated, Uchiha Madara also discovered this and said in a deep voice, I almost forgot, your kid's slashing attack is not chakra at all. Does the Ten-Tails Jinhuriki actually have such a weakness? Swish, swish, swish boom. Yagyu didn't speak. He opened a pair of ice blue magic eyes. The sword in his hand was like a phantom, crossing the depth of the air that only his eyes could see. Whenever Yagyu's sword passed by, there was a dark red streak. The sword energy roared out. In just a few seconds, 5 sword energy with the same width and height tore through the ground again and spread towards Madara Uchiha. Immortal method, Landungguanja. Uchiha Madara looked at the spreading sword energy, formed seals with his hands slowly, gently spit out a purple laser, and turned his head to the right. Tear it apart. The familiar tearing sound sounded from above the sword energy this time. The roaring sword energy was cut in the middle, and the compressed force slowly dissipated like a deflated balloon. Call out. At this time, an afterimage appeared out of thin air next to Uchiha Madara's left hand using a movement method that was different from the instant body technique. The sword in his hand took advantage of Madara Uchiha's blind spot without his left eye, and slashed out. Boom, boom. When the blade was still more than 10 centimeters away from Uchiha Madara's head, Yagyu's sword was suddenly blocked by an invisible barrier. This scene made Uchiha Madara's mouth slightly raise. But the next second, his expression changed. There was a slight change. I saw a dazzling dark red light, shining suddenly, occupying his eyes in a few tenths of a second, and completely submerging him like a wave. On the desolate land, an extremely tall the sword energy tore a hole in the ground, bringing up a thick dust mist that spread 200 to 300 meters in diameter before dissipating. I've found your weak point in your kid's eyes. After the dust mist dissipated, Uchiha Madara's voice rang out. He was hit head-on by the sword energy just now, and his figure looked slightly embarrassed. There were wounds in several places, and he was slowly recovering. However, this injury had no impact on Uchiha Madara at all. Instead, he said with a smile, your pupil technique should be able to see some things that we ordinary people cannot see, and then as long as you hit that thing, you can cause a causal attack on top of the physical attack. That pupil technique, you have to hit it to trigger it. So it's hard for you to kill the faster thunder release, right? What I'm good at is killing with one hit. Yagyu pointed the knife at Madara Uchiha and said intriguingly, I never said I would fight you one-on-one. Uchiha Madara's expression changed instantly. He turned his head and looked at the emerald green figure who appeared behind him at some point. At this time, Hinata controlled 9 green rosary beads with both hands and made a circular push. Jiao shouted Yinlun reincarnation explosion. Rumble. A huge flow of air instantly formed a huge tornado. With irresistible gravity, it swept up Madara Uchiha in the 6 paths mode and mercilessly raged towards the land ahead. The whole earth was shaking violently, and the strong wind stirred up endless dust mist and gravel. A long distance away, Namikaze Minato, who was treating Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura all felt the strong wind whistling, and their eyes can't even open it. Yagyu stepped on the moon steps and soared into the sky, flying out of the range of the tornado. Looking at the people below who were like small boats on the sea, he shouted, Sakura, take Naruto and the others away immediately. This is not a place where you can interfere. Got it? Yes. Haruno Sakura responded quickly. Senju Tobirama looked deeply at Yagyu and Hinata, and suddenly said to Namikaze Minato, although I don't want to admit it, that boy is right. We can't stay here to drag them down. Yondaime, use the Flying Thunder God technique with me to take Naruto and the others away from here. Yes. Namikaze Minato nodded seriously. The tornado destroyed hundreds of meters of ground, making the already ragged ground even worse. Looking down from above, you can see large or small, or convex, everywhere. There were rocks that were raised or sunken. There were also many ravines with different widths and depths. In the early morning night, the dust and fog made people blind, and there was almost no rest for a quarter of an hour. When the tornado disappeared, the earth was full of scars. Lying down was Uchiha Madara's figure. He was now in a much more embarrassed state than before. The 6 Paths Sage's robe was in tatters, his body was covered with large or small, thick or thin scars, and his albino skin was stained with filth. Jinlun reincarnation explosion is a move derived from the ultimate secret of gravity. The tornado just now was not so much formed by twisted airflow as it was composed of countless wind blades. Not only did it have an irresistible impact, but it also had an astonishing lethality. Uchiha Madara has a saying that is right. Yagyu and Hinata are indeed a match made in heaven. Not only their feelings, but also their abilities perfectly make up for each other's shortcomings. Yagyu has the direct death demon eye and the breath of all things. Invincible in close combat, almost invincible. Although his long-range attacks and the great swordsman's slashing power are also amazing. But attacks with a diameter are too easy to avoid. No matter how powerful it will still miss. Emo is useless. And it consumes a lot of money. Hinata's Tsanjiken just makes up for his short-range shortcomings. Moreover, the power of the Tsanjiken is very powerful and its destructive power is astonishing. It is exactly the same as Yagyu's simple and fatal blow. Killing, forming a contrast. With Hinata's assistance, Yagyu is even more powerful. The two of them join forces, and the husband and wife team is not inferior to the gay friend group of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke in the original work. Damn it, are the abilities of those light balls similar to those of the Seeking Deo Jade? Uchiha Madara stood up from the ground in embarrassment, looked at Hinata in the chakra mode of the reincarnation eye, and said in a deep voice, no wonder it can hurt me, those eyes are indeed on the same level as the reincarnation eye. Call out. Seek Tao Jade. After listening to Yagyu's words, Uchiha Madara's face condensed slightly. 3 of the 9 Seeking Jade floating behind him quickly changed their forms and turned into a black round cover, wrapping him up. The cooling time of the wheel tomb before it was over, he could only defend himself in this way. The 3 Taoist Jade turned into black shields for defense. Before the black shield completely closed, Uchiha Madara drove another Taoist Jade to fly out from the gap and attack Yagyu. Whether it is in defensive or offensive form, the Kayudeo Jade is extremely threatening to Yagyu. After all, even he does not know whether the sword covered with armed domineering energy can resist the Kayudeo Jade and turn the things it encounters into the characteristics of nothingness. Yagyu didn't even dare to gamble, he just gave up an opportunity. The sword that was slashed down stopped in the air, and Yagyu disappeared in an instant. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Poof. The next second after Yagyu retreated, Hinata's figure had appeared on the other side of the black hood, holding a sparkling rosary in his hand, pinching out a piece of golden light, forming an ever-extending long sword, and stabbing the black hood. Seeking Deo Jade, which could even be defended by Shi Xiang, was as fragile as tissue paper in front of this golden long sword. It was penetrated from the outside to the inside in an instant, and the sword tip emerged from the other side. From the perspective of others, Hinata looked like she was holding a golden bamboo stick and stringing together a black meat ball. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion, a move derived from the ultimate secret of repulsion. How much the gravitational and repulsive forces of the reincarnation eye are superior to the samsara eye can actually be seen from the ultimate secret of gravity, the Jinran Reincarnation Blast, and the ultimate secret of repulsion, the Golden Reincarnation Blast. The power of the Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion is so powerful that it can slice through the moon in the sky. However, just like the silver wheel reincarnation blast, it needs to be used with a rosary similar to the Seeking Jade before it can be used. This golden long sword is only 3 or 4 meters long because Hinata only used one rosary and may not have used her full strength. Swish. While Hinata pierced the Seeking Jade, Yagyu's figure appeared again, and the sword in his hand turned into a white stream of light, penetrating through the black mask's body. The black mask formed by the 3 Seeking Jade did not make a single sound, and gradually turned into nothingness, allowing Madara Uchiha, who looked in disbelief, to be revealed. Kteb. Uchiha Madara looked at the golden sword that penetrated his body and said, "Is this your exclusive eye technique? Tear it apart." Hinata didn't answer. He held the rosary and the golden sword and lifted it up. The sound of tearing cloth sounded, and Uchiha Madara's body was cut open and divided into 2. Immortal method, Yindun Lei Sect. Uchiha Madara, who was cut in half, was still able to make sounds and raised his hands, releasing a large amount of purple thunder and lightning, attacking Yagyu and Hinata. Seeing this, Hinata her face changed slightly. She suddenly appeared in front of Yagyu. Among the several prayer beads floating behind her, 2 of them turned into hemispherical black masks, protecting her and Yagyu. When the branch-like purple thunder and lightning disappeared, afterwards, the hemispherical black mask that protected Yagyu and Hinata had just returned to the form of a rosary. But Uchiha Madara, who was cut in half, had returned to his original form. At this time, Uchiha Madara was no longer there after becoming the Ten-Tails Jinhuriki. He despised everything, but looked at Yagyu and Hinata with solemn expressions, thinking to himself during the day of the fight, these 2 brats were still letting loose. Of this little girl's eye skills, those 2 moves are her trump cards, right? It seemed that before they had both eyes together, they were no match for the pupil technique. Whether it is the Sharingan or the Rinnegan, the strongest state is the combination of 2 eyes. Although Uchiha Madara has become the Ten-Tails Jinhuriki, his state is no better than Uchiha Obito. How much? First, the heretic golem has not yet evolved, and second, he still lacks the other half of the Nine-Tails chakra and the left eye of Uchiha Obito. Yagyu and Hinata don't know what he thinks. Standing in front of Yagyu next to him, Hinata whispered, "Yagyu-kun, his immortality is a bit troublesome. If we continue, we may not be able to use him up." Yagyu nodded slightly and said softly, "First kill all his Tao-seeking Jade. I have a move that should be able to inflict heavy damage on him. This time I will be the main attack. Yagyu-kun, you find an opportunity to take action." Hinata believed Yagyu's words extremely, so she rushed towards Uchiha Madara. They have changed the way they fight. What do they want to do? Uchiha Madara narrowed his right eye slightly, and faced the attack with a 6-pointed tin staff. The golden wheel reincarnated and exploded. Turning the 2 rosary beads in the palm of her hand, Hinata suddenly raised her hand and clapped it forward. A dazzling golden light turned into a shining beam of light and roared towards Uchiha Madara. Is this a diffusion attack? Uchiha Madara did not dodge, but stood in front of him with a 6-pronged tin staff. This time, the roaring golden beam split into 2 after hitting Uchiha Madara. In the golden light, Uchiha Madara's front, back, left and right were golden. The waves. 10 seconds later, the golden waves dissipated. Uchiha Madara's gaze was not directed at Hinata at the first moment, but at the position where Yagyu was standing. Call out. When the familiar sound of breaking through the air came from the left rear behind him, Uchiha Madara's face sank slightly. Swish. The silver sword light struck, and Uchiha Madara just wanted to use the wheel tomb to block it. However, he discovered that this time the sword light did not have any killing intent, and it fell away from him. The doubts in his heart had not lasted for a few seconds when Uchiha Madara's expression changed again in shock. No, his target is the path-seeking Jade. I saw 6 path-seeking Jade floating behind Uchiha Madara, and 2 were missing in an instant. Swish bang. When Yagyu was about to slash at the 3rd Dao-seeking Jade, a shadow that ordinary people couldn't see attacked him. The sword temporarily changed its moves in the air, and Yagyu waved out a dazzling dark red light, and the figure relied on the sword energy. The impact force caused him to fly backwards. But his movements were still a little slow, and the flying figure seemed to be hit by a huge force from the air, turning and flying to another place. At the same time, Uchiha Madara the figure was also submerged in the dark red light. Yagyu-kun. Seeing Yagyu being shot down from the air, Hinata quickly flew over, helped him up, and asked in a worried tone, "Are you okay?" "Ahem, don't be nervous, I'm fine." Yagyu coughed a few times, lowered his eyes and rubbed his crotch, and said, "Although I couldn't see the shadow, I predicted his attack. When he attacked me, he had already used armament haki to cover it body. That's good." Hinata breathed a sigh of relief, and then said seriously with a small face, "Yagyu-kun, you must be careful next time, and you must not show off your strength." "Ah, don't worry, if I don't find an opportunity next time, I will choose to retreat." Yagyu nodded and replied. Yagyu was indeed a little greedy just now. Otherwise, he would have killed 2 Tadama and run away, and Uchiha Madara's ring would not be able to hurt him. With Hinata's support, Yagyu stood up. The 2 of them turned their gazes to where Uchiha Madara was. The dust mist raised by the sword energy dissipated. Uchiha Madara's only 6 robes were slightly damaged, and there were a few stains on his face. The insignificant scars had long been repaired. He looked at the slightly injured Yagyu and said, slightly surprised, you were hit in the front by a blow from the tomb of the wheel, but your thin body can still stand up. Rin Tomb Border Prison is the exclusive pupil technique of Uchiha Madara's Samsara Eye. It can separate shadow clones with almost the same power as the main body. After gathering the eyes, it can split into 4 shadow clones. Even these shadows can also activate the main body's special skills. Jutsu. The shadow attacked Yagyu just now. Although he did not use ninjutsu to attack Yagyu in order not to give Yagyu a chance to react, his power cannot be underestimated. After all, Uchiha Madara's current physique and strength are stronger than those before he absorbed Senjo Hashirama. When using Senjutsu Chakra, it becomes even more powerful. In the original work, Uzumaki Naruto smashed Shuradeo with one punch. Uchiha Madara's powerful blow is no less powerful when hit head-on, even more powerful than Uzumaki Naruto's. And Yagyu's physique is only considered to be of the upper middle level among the group of Taijutsu ninjas. The blow just now should have caused serious injuries? Yagyu didn't answer. He looked at Uchiha Madara with a sword in his hand and spoke in a light tone. Hinata, let's go together this time. Yes. Swish. Hinata nodded vigorously, and one of the 9 beads floating behind her floated into her hand. With a squeeze, a 3-foot-long golden lightsaber instantly appeared in Hinata's hand. Call out! Call out! The next second, 2 figures rushed towards Uchiha Madara. Was it a pincer attack this time? Uchiha Madara looked at him seriously, the palm holding the 6-path tin staff tightened slightly, and the other hand made a single-hand seal without leaving any trace. Immortal method, Landungwanja. When Yagyu and Hinata approached, Uchiha Madara Yagyu spit out a purple light. His right eye was locked on Yagyu, and he controlled the laser to move with Yagyu's movement. Floating behind him, the last 4 beggars' jade turned into a hemispherical black mask, blocking Hinata's attack direction. Tear it apart. The extremely fast thunder release is indeed the most difficult ninjutsu for Yagyu to kill and the one he least wants to kill, so he chose to avoid it. The Rinnegan has amazing insight, and Yagyu's ability to predict haki is not inferior. Uchiha Madara had a good idea, but Yagyu still used Shaver and Moonstep to avoid the attack of Arashi's Light Fang. The Kayadeo Jade that protected Uchiha Madara was not so lucky. Faced with the ultimate secret of repulsion after the Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion, the black mask formed by the Seeker Jade was still as thin as tissue paper and was torn apart easily. After cutting off the Seeker Jade, Hinata's speed did not slow down, but instead input more chakra into the rosary, causing the golden sword to increase in size. As she rushed past, she cut Uchiha Madara's body in 2 from the waist. Wheel Tomb Border Prison. Uchiha Madara didn't dodge from the beginning to the end, allowing Hinata to cut off his body. After catching her flaw in the corner of his eye, he did not hesitate to use the ring that had just cooled down. Just when Hinata turned his back to Uchiha when Habara was about to escape, a shadow attacked her. Little did she know that the Tsanjigan's inside ability was also 360 degrees without any blind spots. Asking for flowers. Divine Airstrike. Hinata turned around and shot out a violent airflow, which hit the invisible barrier. Call out. While Uchiha Madara's body was not repaired, Yagyu's figure suddenly disappeared from the sky. The familiar silver-white sword light suddenly appeared. Uchiha Madara, who had not yet connected with his lower body, had no way to dodge. However, this sword, the target was still not his body, but the only 4 Deo-seeking jade remaining. The silver-white sword light passed through the blind spot on the left side of Uchiha Madara, penetrating through the 2 Deo-seeking jade floating on the left. Call out. 0 after 1 blow, Yagyu learned the lesson and disappeared directly. However, at this time, the extremely strong gravity pulled Uchiha Madara over. Watching Hinata soaring into the sky, racing against the shadow of the ring tomb while using gravity to attract him, Uchiha Madara had an ominous premonition in his heart. The tacit understanding between these 2 people is really terrible. Although the immortality of 6 paths mode kept him from being injured. But the ominous premonition in my heart became more and more intense. What will be their next move? Boom. Being dragged a certain distance into the air by gravity, before Uchiha Madara could fight back, the huge gravitational force instantly turned into a huge repulsive force, pushing Uchiha Madara towards the ground at a faster speed. After doing this, Hinata raised his other hand, summoned 3 rosary beads, and blasted a cylindrical golden beam downwards. Golden Wheel reincarnation explodes. Arm and draw sword. At the same time, Yagyu below also made a gesture of drawing his sword, and swung a huge crescent moon tens of meters long toward the sky. The dazzling dark red light not only illuminated the early morning night sky, but also made people from several miles away the ninja coalition could clearly see the 2 colors of gold and dark red. Facing the attacks of the 2, Madara Uchiha once again passively used the Tao Jade to wrap his body in it. Boom. The golden light beam and the dark red sword energy hit the black sphere up and down. The energy of the 2 colors mixed instantly bloomed into a flower of gold, black and red mixed in the dark night sky. Fireworks. The sound, like the explosion of tailed beast jade, resounded throughout the sky. The loud sound made even Uchiha Madara in the Chudeo Jade feel a ringing in his ears. Whoosh, whoosh. Using the cover of the sound, a figure ran up through the air, swung the sword in his hand, first cut off the 3-color light that wrapped the black sphere, and then turned into an afterimage and passed by the black sphere. Only the next silvery sword light flashed away like a shooting star. 5:40 As the sword light disappeared, a black sphere floated in the air. It was like filtered sewage, gradually becoming clearer and turning into nothingness at a speed visible to the naked eye. Swish, boom. When the Deo-seeking jade disappeared, Yagyu turned around suddenly and swung a huge sword energy downwards again. The huge crescent moon hit, and Uchiha Madara immediately fell down. But if you look carefully, you will find that Uchiha there was an invisible barrier between Madara's body and the sword energy, and the sword energy did not hurt him at all. After blasting Uchiha Madara down, Yagyu and Hinata also fell from the sky. Standing at a distance from Uchiha Madara's landing, there were 100 meters away, Yagyu's breathing seemed a little rapid. Unlike Hinata's use of chakra, his battle from beginning to end was all about physical skills and swordsmanship, and almost no chakra was consumed. During the day, Uchiha reincarnated with the dirt Madara fought, then Uchiha Obito in the Six Paths mode, and now Uchiha Madara in the Six Paths mode. Just now he was hit by another move Tombstone, and Yagyu was sweating profusely. But Uchiha Madara was still except for the robe of the Immortal of Six Paths and a few stains on his face, there were no injuries at all. Awesome, really awesome. After the diffuse dust mist dissipated, Madara Uchiha showed no anger at all for begging for all Deidama to be killed. Instead, he showed an excited smile and praised loudly except for Hashirama, no one has ever been able to suppress me to this extent. I, Madara Uchiha, recognize your strength. Shit, can you still dance? Before the Ten Tails evolution is completed, please continue to please me. Looking at Madara Uchiha, who was almost crazy, Hinata looked at the panting Yagyu, and said with a worried tone Yagyu-kun. Uchiha Madara. Yagyu ignored Hinata. After taking a few breaths, his breathing suddenly became calmer. He put the sword into its sheath, looked directly at Madara Uchiha with his ice blue eyes, and said, the next step is the last one. Hit. Ouch, are you going to use your trump card? Madara asked with interest, but his eyes became serious. Yagyu's words should not be underestimated. After seeing the couple's eye surgery, Uchiha Madara felt unprecedented pressure. Of course, the reason he has such strength because his state and strength are stuck at a bottleneck. And Yagyu and Hinata's strength are also at this level. But after they joined forces, they broke through this bottleneck and performed at a higher level. The power of the levels. This bottleneck is the pseudo Six Paths Sage. It is mentioned in the original book that there is a huge gap between the pupil skills of one eye and two eyes. Uchiha Obito, who has only one right eye, even Uchiha Madara had no chance to use his divine power in front of him and hide in another space. It was not until he joined forces with Kakashi and used his divine power with both eyes that he successfully entered the different space. Similarly, Uchiha Madara's current strength is why he is stuck in at the level of the pseudo Six Paths Sage. In addition to the heretic demon, half of the 9 tails is missing, and it is also because he did not get his left eye back. In the original work, Uchiha Madara, who did not get his left eye back, was killed by Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Completely beaten, the effect of the ring tomb and the border prison was halved. After he took back his left eye, the pupil power released by the Samsara eye could make the shadow level Harano Sakura feel trembling with fear. The number of shadows split from the ring tomb not only did he reach 4, but he also created multiple earth blast stars at will. Only by gathering his eyes, Uchiha Madara's strength is at the level of the Sage of Six Paths. Therefore, Uchiha Madara does not dare to underestimate Yagyu. Call. Yagyu breathed out a heavy breath and slowly closed his eyes. There are specialties in the techniques and restraints on each other. This sentence is indeed not wrong at all. I thought I wouldn't use this move, but facing Uchiha Madara in Six Paths mode, someone like Yagyu who doesn't have the power of Six Paths and doesn't have the blood of the Otsutsuki clan. Only like Metkai, using the 8-gate armor formation can severely damage it. Otherwise, if you fight against the immortal body, you will be consumed to death sooner or later. Yagyu had already thought of this. A year after he traveled through time, he activated the strongest heritage system and obtained Hawkeye's heritage template. Yagyu was already thinking about it. But Hawkeye's strength is a bit weak after all. No matter what Yagyu thought, he couldn't think of any way for ordinary ninjas to fight against the Six Paths level other than the 8-gate armor formation. It wasn't until he unlocked the second inheritance and obtained the demonic eye of direct death that Yagyu thought he saw hope of being able to kill the Six Paths level. However, the disabled version of the death eye without its origin cannot give Yagyu the strength to surpass the Six Paths. But it was because of the advantage of the time traveler that he saw the death of Shu. Coupled with the sound of breathing of all things, 4.1 Yagyu can see the death of a large number of things without unlocking much of the second inheritance. Especially the death of airflow. Let Yagyu start simulating a move several months ago. No, that can't be said to be a move. It should be secret. Yagyu's swordsmanship is simple and deadly. Before he obtained the demonic eye of direct death, he was already pursuing the killer swordsmanship that can kill with one strike. After possessing the demon eye of direct death, this kendo took shape. Due to his physical condition, Yagyu's strength has always been inferior to that of Hawkeye. The great swordsman's slashes made him exhausted after just a few strikes. But today, he was going to unleash a super swordsman slash. Airflow refers to the flow of air, invisible wind, and is a term in meteorology. Ordinary people can feel it, but they can't see it, just like they can't see the wind. With Yagyu's direct death demon eyes, he actually does not understand the death of Chi Lu, But because of the sound of breathing of all things, Yagyu could hear the sound of airflow and cut it off with a knife. Hearing the sound and cutting with the knife are already a cause and effect of life and death in the airflow. Thanks to this ordinary understanding, Yagyu could see the death of Qi Lu as soon as he obtained the demonic eye of direct death. Especially after increasing the scope of listening to breathing, the dead airflow that Yagyu saw became larger, and there were more and more lines of death, and he could even see 1 or 2 dead spots the size of rice grains. Before the 4th Ninja War began, Yagyu had been doing the same thing for several months besides training Hinata. That is, in addition to physical exercise every day, all time is spent cultivating the tacit understanding of the sound of breathing and the eyes of death. Listen quietly to the breathing of all things, and observe their death with the 23 direct death demon eyes. It lasts until your head is sweating profusely, the whites of your eyes are bloodshot, your head is extremely heavy, and your energy are exhausted until it is dry. Yagyu did this not only to train the death eye so that he could keep up with the sound of breathing of all things, but also to create a secret move. In reality, Yagyu closed his eyes. The sound of the breathing of all things turned into an invisible net, covering an area of a kilometer in radius. The airflow, the earth, the gravel, etc. were all emitting the sound of rough or thin breathing, coming from all directions and reaching Yagyu's ears. After a few seconds, Yagyu opened his eyes. What comes into view are dark lines with unprecedented length and height. The lines are like graffiti cracks, spreading thousands of meters away and thousands of meters high, presenting a puzzle-like scene. This is the ultimate result of the combination of Yagyu's breath of all things and his demonic eyes of death. Because of the death of airflow, Yagyu now only understands listening and cutting. There is only one understanding of death, which can only allow Yagyu to see the death of Qi Lu. If you want the dying line to grow to such a length that spreads for thousands of meters, you need to pay a lot of price, and that is, burning your brain. If you don't understand enough, you have to burn your brain to make it up. This is the consumption of the evil eyes. When Yagyu saw such an exaggerated line of death, beads of sweat the size of mung beans began to appear from his forehead, across his temples with bulging veins, and fell on his dusty face. Yagyu gritted his teeth slightly and said in a deep voice, "Hinata, get behind me." Yes. Hinata quickly retreated behind Yagyu, looking at his back worriedly. Yagyu's reaction was also noticed by Uchiha Madara. Since he didn't understand Yagyu's trump card, Uchiha acted without authorization and looked at him seriously. Watching Yagyu's next behavior. Swish. Asking Hinata to step back, Yagyu assumed the familiar stance of drawing his sword. His eyes were not fixed on Uchiha, scanning the lines that filled the world. The next moment, a white drill swept out. Aha! Bai Lian did not disappear, and did not even give it a chance to reveal the true form of the blade. Yagyu held the sword in one hand instead of holding it in both hands. Like a layman, he held the sword and slashed at the air in front of him. He slashed horizontally. Slashing, lifting, all are basic swordsmanship movements, and they seem so rough. But just these few actions made Hinata and Uchiha Madara seem to have seen something terrifying, and their expressions suddenly changed. Mysteries. Yagyu's hands were like afterimages, constantly waving the sword. His ice blue eyes looked at Madara Uchiha through the white training, and said calmly, "Gi." Click. The sound of the blade breaking reached Hinata's ears. The sword, which had accompanied Yagyu for many years and killed many powerful men, finally broke under the load. Before it broke, Yagyu wielded a total of 73 swords. He listened with all his strength to the sound of the breathing of all things, and swung the sword with all his strength. In conjunction with looking directly at death with the eyes of death, Yagyu could deliver an astonishing slash with every sword strike. But now, 73 swords are reduced to one sword. Boom! The roar, enough to deafen the entire world, could be clearly heard by the ninja coalition that had evacuated several miles away. Dark clouds gathered, blocking out the stars in the sky, and even the strange red full moon was covered with black cloth. An extremely dazzling dark red light pillar rose into the sky and pierced through the sky in an instant. As soon as the cylindrical hole appeared, the beam of light began to compress, turning into a tsunami that was 1,000 meters long and 1,000 meters wide, roaring away in one direction. This is an unparalleled blow, a blow that cannot be avoided. I approve of this kind of attack. Seeing the dark red light that really turned into a tsunami, Uchiha Madara felt suffocated like never before. At the same time, he shouted with great excitement in terms of sword 540, "Among the people who have fought against me, there is no one in the entire ninja world. No one can be as good as you. I, Madara, would like to call you the strongest." As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Madara was drowned by the oncoming dark red light. He did not avoid it, and he could not avoid it. When he was submerged, he did not even make a sound, just like the sand and stones involved in the tsunami. The same, it seems so inconspicuous. What is the concept of a slash that is 1,000 meters high and 1,000 meters wide? It is just like a 1.8 meter human being and an ant crawling on the ground. There is no comparison at all. Bang! As soon as the secret weapon was swung out, Yagyu fell towards Hinata. Hinata, who was in extreme shock, quickly caught Yagyu, who fell to the ground. Feeling the violent trembling body in his arms, Hinata shouted anxiously, "Yagyu-kun, are you okay?" "Ha, I'm fine, I'm just seriously out of strength." Leaning in Hinata's arms, Yagyu's eyes have returned to their normal red color. The whites of his eyes are bloodshot. His whole body is soaked with sweat. His arms are still shaking and moving, but his face at this time is. With an excited smile on his face, he looked at that outrageously exaggerated slash. A blow that exceeded the limits of his body, stretched his energy, and burned his brain. The secret that had been simulated for several months was born. Returning slash lasted for a long time, with a diameter of more than 2,000 meters. The power gradually weakened, began to shrink slowly, and finally completely dissipate between heaven and earth. When the last ray of dark red light disappeared, an abyss appeared on the ground that was astonishing even if you looked down from a god's perspective. Yes, the abyss. The natural chasms and ravines, which are 3 to 4 kilometers long and 1,000 meters wide and deep, are no longer suitable to be described as sword marks or ravines, but are veritable abyss. This abyss will also become the history of the ninja world. This was the one shot that really changed the map. Hinata. Seeing that the slash disappeared, Lu Shang forced himself to sit up, looked at the bottomless abyss in front of him, and said, "Use your eyes to see his condition." Yes? Hinata nodded quickly, and the blue and white patterned Tensagen began to look for Uchiha Madara. After a few seconds, Hinata opened her eyes wide and screamed in shock that is. Hearing these two words, Yagyu's face suddenly changed and became ugly. After the secrets were unified just now, Yagyu thought he was not inferior to Yakai of the 8-gate Dunjia formation, or even superior to Yakai. Could it be that even that secret could not defeat him? Roar. At this moment, shouts that sounded like anger and excitement suddenly sounded from the bottomless abyss. It was the roar of a wild beast. Immediately, a white object emerged from the darkness of the abyss, expanded and grew at an extremely fast speed, and floated out from the bottom of the abyss. When the white object broke out of the abyss, its appearance instantly caught Yagyu's eyes. The head is like a heretic demon, and the 10 tails below are in the shape of the 9-tailed beasts. Except for the 9 Magadama's reincarnation Sharinon, the whole body is pure white. Seeing this, Yagyu showed a smile. We won. Well done, Yagyu, leave the rest to us. Uzumaki Naruto's familiar voice suddenly came into my ears. Call out, call out. 2 harsh sounds broke through the air, and 2 figures appeared out of thin air above the top of the pure white 10 tails. Astonishingly, the 9 tails were extracted by Madara Uchiha, and the other one was seriously injured by Tobirama Senju and Minato Namikaze, who jointly led Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke left. At this time, their appearance did not change much. The only thing that changed was theirs. Uzumaki Naruto did not enter the 9 tails chakra mode, but he had cross eyes horizontally and vertically. And Uchiha Sasuke, his left eye became a purple 6 magnitude moon eye. It can be seen that they all received gifts from the immortal. After Uzumaki Naruto came out, he first said hello, and then looked at Uchiha Sasuke opposite. Grinned. Sasuke, let's do it. Uchiha Sasuke nodded expressionlessly. Immediately, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke stretched out their left and right hands towards the white 10 tails. 6 paths Earth Explosion Sky Star. The moment they touched the 10 tails, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke both shouted. Boom, click. An extremely huge gravitational force caused the entire earth below to shake violently. The 2 sides of the abyss seemed to be broken out of huge stones by a pair of giant hands. Roar. The strong gravity imprisoned the body, causing the 10 tails to roar again. Tir-la-la. However, facing the earth-exploding star exerted by the power of yin and yang, no matter how angry it was, it had no power to resist. As a sharp sound came out of its mouth, the 10 tails below it all broke apart. They were not attracted by the gravity of the earthburst star and fell to the ground. They were painted with their original colors and turned into 9 large tails. Tailed beast. Looking at the 9-tailed beasts who had escaped from trouble, Uzumaki Naruto shouted loudly, 9 llamas, take everyone out of here. Got it. 9 llamas responded, and then led the other 8-tailed beasts who understood and ran towards the distance. Call out. After the 9-tailed beasts escaped from the trap, the last tail of the 10 tails also cracked a hole, like a mouthful, and spit out 3 things. One was Uchiha Madara, and the other 2 were from the 6 Paths Sage. Ninja. Naruto, go destroy Madara Uchiha's eyes. Yagyu stood up with Hinata's help, looked at Uzumaki Naruto in the sky, and shouted loudly, the Rinnegan eye is the only eye that can channel the heretic demon. It must be destroyed, otherwise you will have sealed it for 10 years. Sooner or later, today's scene will be repeated. Uzumaki Naruto nodded seriously. Oh, I know. Stepping on a boulder floating up, Naruto Uzumaki's figure turned into an afterimage and rushed down. At the same time, he formed a seal with his hands, shadow clone technique. Bang, bang. As 2 clouds of smoke exploded, Uzumaki Naruto and his 2 shadow clones went to take away all the people and 2 objects spit out by the last tail of the 10 tails. Yagyu put his right hand on Hinata's shoulder and said, Hinata, let's leave here right away. Hinata nodded, held Yagyu's waist with both hands, exited the reincarnation chakra mode, and used repulsion to fly up. The weight of his body pressed against Hinata, and Yagyu turned his head to look at the huge meteorite behind him, feeling a rare emotion in his heart. After all, his arrival changed the outcome greatly. Uchiha Madara lost, Black Zetsu also lost, and the reason why they lost was because of Hinata, Yagyu, and the 10 tails. It is not yet complete evolution, and Uchiha Madara's left eye, these 4 factors. The immortal body of the 10 tails Jinchuriki is obviously not an immortal altar in the true sense. If it does not exceed the limit, maybe how big all injuries can be recovered. But if it exceeds the limit, not only will it be impossible to recover, but it will be counterattacked by the 10 tails. Obviously, the reason why the 10 tails appeared just now is because Yagyu's secret worked. The extremely serious injury made the 10 tails in Habara's body rioted, turning into an uncontrollable tailed beast like Kagaya Atsutsuki in the original work. Maybe Uchiha Madara can be like Uchiha Obito, who can suppress the 10 tails in his heart and regain his strength, entering the state of the 10-tailed Jinchuriki. But with the arrival of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, the 6 Paths Earth Blast Star was directly eliminated. Uchiha Madara's last hope. The Earth Explosion Star is a trick derived from the ultimate secret of gravity of the Samsara Eye. This move can be regarded as an attack or a sealing technique. It can attract a part of the earth and then form a meteorite to fall, or seal people and attack targets inside. The 6 Paths Earth Blast Star can only be activated by those with both yin and yang powers. It is the ultimate ninjutsu that can create the moon. Of course, it didn't create the moon directly on the earth. The power of 6 Paths Earth Explosion Star is mainly that after it touches the target of attack, it will generate a gravitational source in space, attracting the target and part of the earth to the sky, so that the target sealed inside loses all its power, and at the same time, the Earth Explosion Star will gets higher, and finally moves away from the earth and into outer space. It continues to absorb meteorites from the universe, and when it continues to grow to a certain size, it will turn into a moon. This is the origin of the 6 Paths Sage who created the moon. It's not like using the 6 Paths Earth Explosion Star or directly using the Earth's earth to create the moon. If this is the case, then creating a moon would take up a lot of land on the earth. After the 6 Paths Earth Explosion Star formed a meteorite as huge as the Tianjin earthquake star, it began to rise into the sky, and the gravitational force that attracted the earth gradually dissipated. The 1,000-meter abyss on the ground is still so eye-catching, and the black spot that keeps getting higher is also so conspicuous. 540 At least most of the eyes of the Ninja Alliance are focused on that black spot. Yagyu, are you okay? That light just now was probably caused by you. It was so powerful. Not too far away from the Ninja Coalition, Uzumaki Naruto and 2 shadow clones, carrying Uchiha Madara and 2 ninja tools holding 6 Paths Sage, looked at Yagyu who needed Hineda's support, and shouted excitedly, said Sasuke, and I have seen it from a long distance away. It's so dazzling and powerful. Uchiha Sasuke didn't speak, but kept staring at Yagyu, with a hint of unwillingness and fighting intent in his eyes. But after seeing Yagyu so weak, Uchiha Sasuke finally didn't speak. Yagyu didn't talk to Uzumaki Naruto, but looked at he touched Madara Uchiha on his shoulder and said, how is he? Uzumaki Naruto shook his head and said there was still a little breath just now, but now he is dead. This is the result of the Jinchuriki being extracted. There is no need to pity such people. Uchiha Sasuke interjected. Yagyu didn't care whether Uchiha Madara was dead or not, and continued to warn, remember to dig out his eyes and destroy them, not even seal them, so that future generations can't use them. Well, I get it. Uzumaki Naruto nodded again. He has already fully realized how harmful the reincarnation eye is. Too many people died in this war. Today's scene must not be repeated in the future. Yagyu nodded, and then said there is another eye on Uchiha Obito. He was possessed by Uchiha Madara's companion Black Zetsu. He used Uchiha Obito's pupil technique and hid in a different space. He had no idea of the actual situation. Therefore, he will come out of another space sooner or later. Naruto, you have the strongest perception. You must be careful later and don't take away the other eye for Black Zetsu. Yes. Uzumaki Naruto nodded seriously. He had no trust in Yagyu's words. Huh? Is this Kakashi-sensei's aura? However, just as he nodded, Uzumaki instantly turned his head and looked in one direction. Lu Sheng immediately said go over and take a look. With Hineda's help, a group of 4 people ran to a place. After a while, they saw Kakashi slumped on the ground hundreds of meters away. Kakashi-sensei. The moment he saw Kakashi, Uzumaki Naruto sped up and ran away. Yagyu and the other 3 followed closely behind. Naruto, Sasuke, and Yagyu, you guys. Looking at the 4 people coming over, Kakashi came back to his senses and asked with doubtful eyes, why are you here? Where are everyone else? Let's not talk about this for now. Kakashi-sensei, where is Obito? Uzumaki Naruto asked anxiously, why didn't he come out with you? And what about that Black Zetsu? Several questions came to mind, and Kakashi suddenly woke up. That's right. Pouch. A bloody scene appeared, making Hineda, who was supporting Yagyu, look unbearable. Gdeb. Zizi, bang. I saw Kakashi without hesitation, gouging out his left eye with his hand. A dazzling lightning flashed in his left hand, and he suddenly crushed the eyeball in his palm. Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing? His actions completely shocked Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Hehe. Kakashi smiled weakly and comforted, don't worry, this is Obito's last will. What's the meaning? Looking at the confused Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, Kakashi told the story about the different space. Black Zetsu's biggest mistake was to possess Obito Uchiha and control him to use his divine power. He hid in the different space where Kakashi was already there. How could he control the man with the strongest will in the ninja world? In the original work, if Gaara and Haruno Sakura hadn't arrived, Kakashi would have been, if he couldn't bear it anymore, he, who was as rational as Uchiha Itachi, would destroy Uchiha Madara's left eye. If Kakashi hadn't been outside, Uchiha Madara would have taken the opportunity to dig out his left eye, and in the different space, Haruno Sakura would hesitant. It is difficult for Uchiha Madara to get his left eye back. As long as Uchiha Obito is given some time to recover, he can completely resist Black Zetsu's control with his will. After listening to Kakashi's story, Yagyu finally understood why Uchiha Obito has not appeared since he and Hinata fought with Uchiha Madara. The reason is that Black Zetsu controlled Uchiha Obito and met Kakashi after hiding in the Kamui space. He was originally extremely weak. Uchiha Obito cheered up immediately after seeing Kakashi, confessed to Kakashi about the past, and bluntly said that the person Lin had been looking at was the former Obito, not him now. In the end, under Uchiha Obito's resistance, Kakashi destroyed Uchiha Madara's left eye, and at Uchiha Obito's request, destroyed Uchiha Obito's right eye. Then he told Uchiha Obito say a final farewell, use Kamui to return to reality, and seal Uchiha Obito's body and Black Zetsu in a different space. As long as Kakashi's left eye is destroyed, no one can enter the different space. However, this seal is not thorough enough and has huge flaws. If someone also activates the time and space pupil technique, it is very likely that they can also find the Kamui space. Just like in the original work, Uchiha Obito used Kamui to find Teruo Tsutsuki. The rest of the night space is the same. But, just do it. Anyway, if Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan eye is destroyed, the Ten Tails will not be able to come out. Over the past 1,000 years, there have been only 2 pairs of complete Rinnegan eyes. One pair is the Sage of Six Paths, and the other is one pair belongs to Madara Uchiha. Even if Black Zetsu has a chance to escape, it will take many years to resurrect Kagaya at Satsuki. By then, Yagyu and Hinata may have died of old age. This is what happened. Did you defeat Madara Uchiha? After Kakashi told the 4 people, he looked around at the quiet surroundings, looked at Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, and asked curiously, is the war over? Ah, we have sealed the 10 tails. Uzumaki Naruto nodded, and then woke up and said, by the way, I want to find the 9 llamas and the others first. Kakashi covered his left eye and interrupted Naruto, let's go together. Wait, I almost forgot. Uzumaki Naruto patted his head again and said with a smile, Kakashi-sensei, let me help you treat him first. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto walking towards Kakashi, and Uchiha Sasuke who was silent beside him, Yagyu suddenly said to Hinata, let's go home. Hinata showed a slight smile and nodded vigorously. Why? Hearing Yagyu's words, Uzumaki Naruto, who was treating Kakashi, turned around and said, Yagyu, Hinata, are you leaving? Yagyu nodded slightly and said the war is over, and the subsequent handling is a matter between the 5 shadows and you. As a member of Konoha, I have done my duty. Remembering to destroy Uchiha Madara's other eye, Hinata and I left first. As Yagyu's words fell, he and Hinata's figures floated into the air. They did not go to the ninja coalition, but flew in the direction of Konoha. The biggest threat, Uchiha Madara, was dead. The 10 tails was the seal, the Samsara eye was destroyed, and the 2 conditions for resurrecting Kagaya at Satsuki were gone. What happened after that was nothing more than the aftermath of the war, and the final fateful battle between Ashura and Indra. These have nothing to do with Yagyu. Yagyu has been working hard to prevent Infinite Tsukiyomi from being exposed, and has accomplished his goal. No matter how the situation changes, as long as Konoha is not destroyed and it does not affect the lives of him and Hinata, Yagyu will not go pay attention to. Under the night sky, 2 figures were flying high in the sky. Hinata carried Yagyu on her back and flew in the direction of Konoha. She said softly, thank you for your hard work, Yagyu-kun. Please stay on my back and sleep for a while. No, it's not hard at all. Yagyu put his hands around Hinata's neck, and said softly with a look of no dependence on macho chauvinism. On the contrary, I have benefited a lot from these 2 days of fighting. The bottleneck in kendo that had been stuck for several years was finally broken through. Since awakening the system, obtaining the Eagle Eye template, and hearing the sound of breathing of all things, Yagyu's strength has soared like taking an elevator. His progress was rapid. At the age of 13, Yagyu mastered the Great Swordsman. He just stood there weakly. It wasn't until he unlocked the 2nd inheritance template and obtained the Demon Eye of Direct Death that this bottleneck was loosened. But his swordsmanship strength remained unchanged. After completing the secret of unification, Yagyu's the bottleneck was finally broken through. Although his physical fitness is still not as good as that of Hawkeye, Yagyu's swordsmanship level has surpassed Hawkeye's. He is a being who is superior to the Great Swordsman. Yagyu-kun's sword was indeed very terrifying. Hinata nodded with deep understanding. The dark red light like a tsunami is still flashing in her mind. Then, Hinata seemed to remember something and said, but, Yagyu-kun, your sword there is none left. Ah. Yagyu nodded and said with a slight regret, an ordinary sword, even if it is wrapped with armed haki, can hardly withstand the compression of Gi. Originally, I planned to swing 100 swords, but after 73 swords, that sword can't hold on any longer? It seems like I'll have to find a famous sword in the future. Logically speaking, he has the demonic eye of death. Even with a knife, as long as the death of the object can be seen, Yagyu can easily cut it off, even if the target is steel or minerals. However, the unification is the secret of the fusion of a great swordsman's slashing attack and the direct death demonic eye. Those 73 swords were all struck by the great swordsman at the smallest cost. Asking for flowers. Slashes cannot be superimposed, especially when the 73 swordsman's slashes are merged into one, it is almost impossible to achieve. As a price, Yagyu not only overdrawn his energy, but also suffered severe brain burn. The unification of mysteries can be said to be a blow that he tried his best. If the enemy is not dead, then Yagyu is dead. It has the same nature as Yakai, the only difference is that after being unified, Yagyu will not die. Even if he died, he would be killed by the enemy. After finishing speaking, Yagyu tightened his hands around Hineda's neck, lay on her back and slowly closed his eyes, murmuring softly, "Hineda, I want to sleep for a while, wake me up when you get home." Hineda responded carefully, turned her head to look towards the east where the glow was gradually appearing, and suddenly smiled. "The war is over?" These 5 words were passed to the ninja coalition by Konoha's elite Jonin Heitake Kakashi. The surviving coalition forces all shouted excitedly. And as the 4 biggest contributors to this war, no, only 3. That is the couple Yagyu and Hineda, and Uzumaki Naruto, because Uchiha Sasuke's identity is too sensitive. In addition, Uchiha Madara was defeated by Yagyu and Hineda without gathering his eyes, and the 10 tails was sealed by Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, preventing him from using the infinite Tsukuyomi like in the original work. Although Uchiha Sasuke also made great contributions, he could only erase the things he had done before and his identity as a rebellious nin. That kind of achievement is not enough to become the savior of the ninja world. Only Yagyu, Hineda, and Uzumaki Naruto were held up to the altar. After the war, the ninja coalition was disbanded, and ninjas from various countries began to collect the bodies of their companions. The sad atmosphere does not affect Yagyu and Hineda who have returned home. The aftermath of the 4th war in the ninja world is believed to have an impact for a long time. Yagyu didn't care at all about this point. 2 days later, Konoha's cemetery. All the ninjas who participated in the 4th Ninja War, as well as the families of the ninjas who died gloriously, came to the memorial service wearing long black clothes and trousers. The number of casualties in this war reached nearly 50,000. From the beginning to the end of the war, it only took 2 days. On average, 1 person will die in just over 3 seconds. This battle will teach the entire ninja world a profound lesson. The fear of war will last for many years at least. Until the next generation, or the descendants of the next generation, forget the fear caused by the 4th war in the ninja world, they will continue to sound the clarion call for war. But for this generation, peace has truly arrived. Because of the existence of Uzumaki Naruto, the ninja world began to understand each other and entered the 540 era of peace that was somewhat similar to the first generation Hokage, but different. After the 2nd day of the memorial service, Konoha seemed to have overcome its sadness and returned to its usual lively and prosperous state. The temporary troubles after becoming famous are finally over. The 3 people who became the saviors of the ninja world, Yagyu and Hineda, as well as Uzumaki Naruto, have become famous celebrities and heroes in Konoha and the entire ninja world. Every day, people from all over the world come to visit us. As a result, Konoha had to set up a defense line at the entrance of the village to prevent unrelated people from visiting. Fortunately, the villagers of Konoha had experienced the incident of pain entering the village before, and had already adapted to the heroic identities of Yagyu and Naruto Uzumaki. Now there is just another Hineda, whom countless boys are obsessed with and worship as the white-eyed princess and goddess. At the same time, the relationship between Yagyu and Hineda was completely exposed. After learning about the relationship between the two, almost everyone praised them. This is a match made in heaven. Their childhood sweethearts' romance is the envy of countless people. It also attracted many authors to write the stories of Yagyu and Hineda into books and prepare them for sale. The celebrity effect begins to spread. It is worth mentioning that Uchiha Sasuke was brought back to the village and imprisoned for a period of time before all bad records were erased and released. After regaining his freedom and no longer a rebellious ninja, he chose to leave the village and travel around the ninja world to investigate the mystery of Kaguya mentioned by the Sage of 6 Paths. As for Uzumaki Naruto, he began to cooperate with the medical ninjas at Konoha Hospital and prepared to receive a new right arm. This day is an extraordinary day. It is not the birthday of sisters Yagyu and Hineda, but the day when Yagyu is about to visit the Hyuga clan. The relationship between Yagyu and Hineda has been in the eyes of Konoha's top management and major families since the Konoha collapse plan a few years ago. But for some unknown reason, the Hyuga clan did not invite them to be guests, but instead acquiesced in their association. Now, the relationship between Yagyu and Hineda affects the entire ninja world. They have also reached the age of discussing marriage, and they have become well-matched. The Hyuga clan finally extended an invitation to Yagyu. Today, Yagyu was dragged out by Hanabi very early. First, he pulled him into the bathroom and helped him wash his hair and rub his back. Without even doing any other tricks, he pulled Yagyu in front of the full-length mirror in the room. Yagyu was naked and only wearing shorts. He looked at Hanabi who was playing with a suit beside the bed and said helplessly, "Is it necessary to go to such trouble? I can just wear a normal kimono." "No, today is Yagyu-san's first visit to my house. You must wear formal attire," Hanabi said without looking back. "Well." Yagyu sighed helplessly and walked over. "Let me do it." The technology tree in the ninja world is very weird, and it is also developing very fast. Some things like cameras actually existed 2 years ago, but they just haven't been introduced to Konoha yet. Yagyu and Hineda met many times when they traveled. There is no shortage of modern and antique clothes such as suits and kimonos. In fact, Yagyu's kimono is also a type of formal wear. No problem at all wearing that outfit for a visit. But probably because he had seen it too much, Hanabi always felt that Yagyu's kimono was like a vest worn by a ninja when performing a mission. So, she specially bought a suit for Yagyu. This is the first time Yagyu wears a suit. Fortunately, his figure is a natural fit for clothes, and coupled with his top-notch looks and temperament, Yagyu shines brightly as soon as he puts on a white suit. Gentle and elegant, a mature person with the elegance of a scholar. Wow, so handsome. Hanabi's eyes were shining, and she held her face with both hands and shouted. Yagyu stretched out 2 fingers with a smile and tapped Hanabi's forehead. Let's go. Aha. Hanabi nodded repeatedly, took Yagyu's left hand, and skipped out. After walking out of the house, Yagyu and Hanabi walked towards the direction of the Hyuga clan. Along the way, the villagers who passed by him all greeted him enthusiastically. He said hello. Many young women couldn't help but scream. It was a kind of fanaticism for idols. Although they knew that they and Yagyu could not be together, Hanabi next to Yagyu still raised her eyebrows in dissatisfaction. The two of them quickly arrived at the door of the Hyuga clan's mansion. Hanabi opened the door and walked in with Yagyu. Walking on the road to the courtyard, Yagyu met many members of the Hyuga clan. Wherever he passed, everyone bowed to him. Pairs of white eyes looked at him with either heat, admiration, or respect. Wait until Yagyu when Hanabi walked towards a house. Hinata in a kimono and 4.1 Hinata in a white kimono had been waiting there for a long time. Seeing their clothes, Yagyu squeezed the little ones in his hands. This girl actually dared to lie to him. All 3 of them were wearing kimonos, and he was the only one wearing a suit. It was too unconventional. Sure enough, Hanabi gave him a mischievous smile. Yagyu silently gave her a look, and you will know you were wrong in the future. This is roughly what I want to express. Yagyu-kun, welcome to Hinata's house. When Yagyu came to the front, Hinata suddenly bowed slightly to him and said with a sweet smile. Yagyu nodded slightly, and then bowed slightly to Hinata. Hinata, excuse me, uncle. It is also the attitude expressed by the Hyuga clan to the outside world. Yagyu and Hinata have known each other for many years and have become a couple. If the Hinata family did not invite Yagyu to be their guest, it would easily leave a snobbish impression. This meal was not welcomed by the entire clan. It was a very simple lunch, with only Yagyu, Hinata, and Hinata Hanabi. During the meal, Yagyu and the other 3 were unusually quiet. The reason is that Hinata and Hinata are nearby and must cater to the atmosphere of the Hyuga clan. After finishing the meal, Hinata and Hanabi cleared away the dishes, while Yagyu and Hinata Hinashi came to the tea room. The 2 of them sat facing each other on their knees. Yagyu looked at Hinata Hinzu's skillful tea-making skills and said nothing. Hinata Hizu also remained silent. After making a cup of tea for Yagyu and himself, Hinata Hizushi put down the teapot, raised his head and looked directly at Yagyu, stretched out his hand to signal please. Yagyu nodded slightly, picked up the teacup and blew away the mist. After taking a sip, he spoke again. Nod 12. Seeing his reaction, Hinata raised her eyebrows slightly, and finally said, is it you who caused Hinata's eyes? There is some reason, but it is mostly due to Hinata's efforts. Lu Sheng nodded first, then shook his head and made up a lie. Actually, there are still many secrets hidden in the ninja world. When I was a child, I discovered 2 things in the secret room at home. One is an unheard of swordsmanship skill that requires people with swordsmanship skills to practice, the other is a secret medicine that can improve bloodline. Since I don't have the bloodline limit, I gave it to Hinata. It's impossible to tell the truth. The system is Yagyu's biggest secret. It's not impossible to tell Hinata. After all, with the characters of Hinata and Hanabi, they won't tell it even if they know it. But if this secret is told, Yagyu will feel that he is an alien, and he will also feel that others regard him as an alien. Only by hiding this secret can Yagyu deceive himself and live with Hinata and Hanabi as an indigenous people. But Hinata's reincarnation you really have to make up a lie to deal with it. What other people think, Yagyu doesn't care at all. Faced with Hinata Hizu's doubts, Yagyu should give him an answer no matter what. After listening to his words, Hyuga Hizu fell into deep thought. When Yagyu was making up lies, his eyes were evasive and his expression was extremely serious. Hinata couldn't find the reason for his deception and believed 80% of it. Recalling the 4th war of the ninja world, the unprecedented 10 tails and the one who should have died, Uchiha Madara. There are indeed many secrets hidden in this ninja world. So Hinata took the initiative and said the eyes are actually called reincarnation eyes. Tensagan. Lu Sheng raised his eyebrows, looking confused. Hyuga Hizu nodded and said in a deep voice, this is a secret that only as the leader of the Hyuga clan can peek into. I thought it was just a false legend, but the evolution of Hinata's eyes seemed to confirm that the legend was not false. Our Hyuga clan is descended from the clan of Sage of 6 Paths. Hyuga Hizushi said to be precise, he is the younger brother of 6 Paths Sage and the direct bloodline of Hamura Atsutsuki. According to legend, the Byakugan of our clan can evolve into a more advanced eye just like the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Hyuga Hizushi continued, but the method of eye evolution has not been handed down, and only the word reincarnation eye is mentioned. I see. Yagyu pretended to be surprised. Compared with the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan is indeed at a disadvantage in terms of congenital conditions. Although they are also the direct bloodline of Hamura Atsutsuki, compared with the direct bloodline who inherited the name of Atsutsuki on the moon, Hinata it's more like a declining branch. The synthesis methods of advanced soft fist and reincarnated eye are all on the moon. After Atsutsuki Hamura's death, they naturally belong to the bloodline of the moon. Hinata and Hinata also know the 3 reincarnated eyes. This word is already very impressive. After telling Yagyu some of the secrets of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga and Hizu seemed to have accepted Yagyu, and said with an even bigger smile, the secret medicine you gave Hinata is probably related to the 6 paths. The ninja tools left by the immortals are the same as the secret treasures from thousands of years ago. Maybe they were prepared for some blood successors. They happened to be eaten by Hinata and awakened the legendary pupil technique. Yagyu nodded slightly and said, I was also surprised. Those 2 things should have been obtained by my father accidentally. Unfortunately, he did not have the talent for swordsmanship and the limit of blood inheritance, so he left them to me in the end. Hinata nodded, and he was convinced. Then Hinata changed the subject in seconds, looked at Yagyu and asked, when do you and Hinata plan to get married? The topic changed a bit quickly, and Yagyu 373 didn't react for a while. There was no ripples on his surface. As if deep in thought, Yagyu pondered for a few seconds before answering, about 19 years old. The age of 19 is the peak of a person's appearance. That was when Hinata was most beautiful. Yagyu wanted to marry Hinata at the most beautiful moment. 19 years old? That is 3 years later, which is indeed a good time period. Hinata nodded with satisfaction. In that case, let me hold your wedding in 3 years. Hyuga Hizu, who knew Yagyu's family situation, took the initiative to take over the wedding. Yagyu put his hands on his legs and leaned slightly towards him. Thank you, uncle. You're welcome. Remember to come here often in the future. Hinata Hizu shook his head and said with a smile, I will continue to stay here tonight and stay here for a while. Yes. Yagyu nodded in agreement. From now on, Yagyu can be regarded as half-son-in-law of the Hyuga clan. After chatting with Hinata and Hinata in the tea room for a long time, Yagyu just came out and went to Hinata's place. Hinata's room in the mansion of the head of the Hyuga clan. At this time, Yagyu was visiting Hinata's room. As a white-eyed princess, Hinata's boudoir explains what it means to be a rich lady. A fusion of modern and ancient styles, Japanese tatami mats, modern soft beds, Japanese tatami mats, technologically advanced chandeliers, tea sets, and tea tables, as well as various furniture, vase decorations, etc. Her room, at least 2 or 3 times larger than Yagyu's room. On Hinata's big bed, Yagyu took off his suit and wore a simple t-shirt. His hands were scratching Hanabi's armpits. Ha ha ha. No, brother Yagyu, please spare my life. Ha ha ha. Hanabi's delicate body wanted to struggle as she was being tickled by Yagyu, but except for the lower legs that could shake and move, her hands were already clamped by Yagyu's feet. She had no way to resist and could only keep shaking. With his head down, his hair disheveled, he cried and laughed, begging for mercy. Yagyu-kun. Hinata on the side looked a little distressed and wanted to speak for Hanabi. Let's see if you dare to trick me next time. Yagyu wasn't angry, he just gave Hanabi a simple punishment, then walked around Hanabi, leaving a snap on her forehead with 2 fingers, and hummed softly. Ho. I don't dare anymore, not anymore. Hanabi panted and shook her head, complaining a little. I just want to see Yagyu-san wearing a suit once. Lu Sheng pinched her nose and said, if you want to see what brother is wearing, just tell me directly from now on. Brother will not refuse Hanabi's request. There is no need to use unnecessary tricks, got it? Hanabi nodded repeatedly and lay weakly on Hinata's bed, panting with sweat. Hinata felt a little distressed and wiped the sweat from her forehead and face. Yagyu glanced around the room and suggested, let's take a bath together. Yeah. After hearing his words, Hinata and Hanabi were different. Hinata's face turned slightly red and she responded as thin as a mosquito. Hanabi cheered. The Hyuga clan is covered with barriers everywhere. This is for it prevents clan members from accidentally peeking into other people's privacy when practicing Byakugan. Such a barrier is not only owned by the Hyuga clan, but also by many families. After all, Byakugan, one of the 3 major pupil techniques, is too famous in the ninja world. Maybe it's because it was because of this barrier that when Hinata was a child, she was accidentally abducted by people from Kumagakure. The 3 of them came to Hinata's bathroom, which was the same as the Yagyu family's villa. The bathroom of the Yagyu family's villa. The room is designed for 3 people to bathe together. Hinata's room belongs to her alone. However, even if it is a bathtub for 1 person, her bathtub can accommodate 3 people. Looking at it this way, there is still a lot of space. There was a big difference. After all, he was the most famous family in Konoha. The spacious bathroom and room were quickly covered with white water vapor. Just like at home, Yagyu sat on a stool and let sister Hinata do it for him, washing hair and rubbing back. While enjoying the pressing skills of the Hyuga clan, Yagyu found a topic to chat. Hanabi will graduate from the ninja school in March next year, right? Yes, brother Yagyu. Hanabi's hands were soaked in body wash and shower gel, and her hands were full of bubbles as she rubbed Yagyu's back. She answered seriously with a small face. After she rinsed the bubbles off Yagayu's back, Yagyu suddenly pulled her over from behind and pressed. He sat down on the stool in front of him, squeezed on the shampoo skillfully, and began to wash Hanabi's hair. With his fingers like combs, Yagayu's bubble-covered hands gently but powerfully stroked Hanabi's long hair, and said after graduation, "Remember to be careful when doing tasks." Aha. Hanabi narrowed her eyes, enjoying Yagayu's skills. First he nodded repeatedly, and then said with a slightly disappointed tone, "Actually, Hanabi doesn't want to be a ninja, and she doesn't want to leave her brother and sister's side. No." Hinata, who was standing behind to wash Yagayu's hair before waiting for Yagyu to speak, said with rare firmness, "Hanabi must become a ninja, and you will inherit the clan's existence in the future." Hearing this, Hanabi raised her eyebrows and said dissatisfied, "You don't have to be a ninja to inherit the clan. Besides, my sister has become so powerful now and has become the savior of the ninja world. The clan should let you inherit it." Hinata was speechless, her little face flushed under the white mist. It can't be said that if she gets married, she won't be able to inherit the clan. If Yagyu is not one of the saviors of the shinobi world, Hinata Hisashi has 2 more daughters. If he wanted to marry Hinata, it would most likely be his wife's wife. Even if Hinata and Hinata agree to marry Hinata, the Hyuga clan will not agree. It's normal for Hanabi to feel dissatisfied, because her relationship with Yagyu is a shady existence. Although I knew that even if I told Hinata, my sister would not blame her because of her personality. But in name, it is impossible for Hanabi to marry Yagyu justifiably, because this world is monogamous. Unless you are a daimyo who wants to leave blood for the country, even the Hokage can only have one wife and one wife. As if aware of Hanabi's little mood, Yagyu rubbed her head and said softly, "If Hanabi doesn't want to be a ninja, then don't be a ninja." "Why, brother Yagyu, is it really possible?" Hanabi's eyes lit up and she looked at Yagyu expectantly. "Yagyu-kun." Hinata behind her seemed to want to say something. Yagyu said firmly, "With us here, the Hyuga clan is the #1 sect in Konoha and the strongest clan in the ninja world. Rather than letting Hanabi go out on adventures as a ninja, I prefer her to stay at home." After listening to Yagyu's words, Hinata was finally speechless. "Brother Yagyu, Hanabi loves you so much." Seeing that Yagyu didn't seem to be lying, Hanabi jumped towards him happily, and the bath towel tied to her body fell to the ground due to the movement. Jiao Jie's body fell into her arms, and Hanabi directly touched Yagyu's chin. Yagyu didn't stop him. After touching the water, he separated and gently patted Hanabi's head. Night fell, and 3/4 of the day was completed. At 6:30 in the afternoon, Yagyu enjoyed dinner at Hinata's house. Perhaps because of the test, the atmosphere at dinner was much better than at noon. Hinata Hizu did not have a serious face, and occasionally chatted with Yagyu. Most of them asked him about things during the mission, and his unabashed admiration for Yagyu's sword skills. Silver hair and red eyes, a kimono, and a sword, S-class secret slashing. As Yagyu has become one of the saviors of the ninja world, he has become a household name and a symbol that everyone knows. Yagyu's photos spread throughout the ninja world, and even to all parts of the ninja world, and the travel attire of kimono and tachi became popular. Those Ronin were all trying to imitate Yagyu one after another. His sword skills are even said to be miraculous. Rumor has it that the intersection of the Land of Fire and the Land of Thunder was the battlefield for the Fourth Ninja War. The abyss that was 1,000 meters long, 1,000 meters wide, and 1,000 meters deep was cut by Yagyu Yuzuk. As a result, it has become a tourist attraction for people who cannot visit Yagyu. 540. And these are also facts. After dinner, Yagyu didn't go home, but stayed at Hinata's house. Moreover, Hinata and Hinata didn't prepare a guest room for him and let him stay in Hinata's room. This arrangement is of great significance. It means that Yagyu is not regarded as Hinata's boyfriend, but as a son-in-law who is not yet married. 8 o'clock in the evening. On the outer edge of Hinata's room, Yagyu and Hinata were sitting on futons placed in the corridor, looking up at the starry night sky, sipping after-dinner tea and admiring the 2 moons. After the 6 Paths Earth blast star flew out of outer space, it only took 3 or 4 days for it to attract meteorites from the universe and form a huge moon. It's getting bigger almost every day, and now I can't tell which one is bigger and which one is smaller. Peace, it's so nice. Hinata sighed rarely. Yagyu smiled slightly and disagreed. It is not easy for this ninja world to achieve complete peace. Not to mention Tonari at Satsuki 3 years later. Let's talk about the new generation 16 years later. A new, troubled world will usher in. The current peace is just a false peace, a short-lived peace. Things in the future have nothing to do with Yagyu now. After more than 10 years, he will definitely become stronger. Completed after the secrets are unified, Yagyu's swordsmanship has reached a new level. He believes that after more than 10 years, his strength will no longer be that of a pseudo-6th path sage, but a real 6 paths level. Because the secrets are unified, it is not so much a trump card. It is said to be a completely new kind of kendo that is different from Killer Demon Kendo. Killer Demon Kendo is a kendo that pursues killing with one strike and never shows any mercy to the enemy. And the new kendo, Yagyu calls it. That is the sound of breathing of all things and the direct death demon eye. The fusion of slashes cannot be superimposed, but Yagyu broke this rule. Not only did he superimpose the slashes, he also superimposed the great swordsman's slashes. 713 swords are combined into one sword. It allows the great swordsman's slashing to surpass the realm of the great swordsman and reach a level never seen before. But returning to one sword does not necessarily require 73 swords to be superimposed. It can be 2 swords, 3 swords, or even 5, 6, 7 or 8 swords can be superimposed into one sword. The power will be different depending on the number of superimposed swords. Each has its own strength and weakness. This is already a new way of swordsmanship. There is a long way to go. Yagyu suddenly said something incomprehensible. The killer swordsmanship has just taken shape, and a new sword has been derived. Yagyu's current strength seems to be very powerful. He has the power of the pseudo-six paths sage who is superior to the super shadow strength. But his road still has a long way to go. Fortunately, Yagyu is very clear about the future path and knows how to go. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Yagyu and Hinata finished watching the night view and returned. Arriving in the room, Hanabi did not come to disturb them tonight and returned to her room very early. Lying on the soft big bed, Yagyu and Hinata slept together. After turning off the lights, the two looked at the ceiling, not feeling sleepy. This is the first time that Yagyu has come to visit, and it is also the first time that he has slept in Hinata's house. This new feeling made both of them feel strange. Yagyu felt it was a bit exciting. In the dark, Hinata's little face it was slightly red. Under the quilt, a pair of hands began to move. The loose bathrobe was untied, and the plump softness was attacked. The technique that had been practiced for many years soon caused a more urgent sound to be heard in the silent room. Breathing and breathing. The light shining down from the 2 moons made the night look like day. The silver light shone on the windows and reflected through the gaps in the curtains. On the wall in one corner, 2 shadows almost merged. There was one line, and the one above was galloping continuously. In the silent room, suppressed music began to sound. The next morning, around 8:40, Lu Sheng woke up relatively late today, not because of yesterday's consumption, but because he was not familiar with the environment here and wanted to be lazy. When he woke up, Hinata was no longer around. And it's not like sleeping until you wake up naturally. Lifting the quilt, Yagyu looked at Hanabi who was working hard, and couldn't help but stretched out his hand to touch her head, and teased with a smile, "Aren't you afraid of being discovered when you do such a thing in your sister's room?" Hanabi is not afraid. It is best if you are discovered, and then your sister will not marry you. Hanabi stopped, and while spitting out cloves and swirling them in circles, she winked at Yagyu and said mischievously. Yagyu narrowed his eyes and said, "Not only your sister, Hanabi will also marry me in the future. Hee. Brother Yagyu, you are very greedy." Hanabi teased for a moment, and then said a little disappointed, "But this is impossible. Whether it is for the sake of her sister or the reputation of the Hyuga clan, Hanabi cannot marry brother Yagyu." Hearing this, Yagyu was slightly silent. As if he thought he was in trouble, Hanabi worked hard again, and comforted him in a vague tone. Don't worry, Hanabi won't mind, as long as I can be with brother Yagyu. It's okay for Hanabi to remain unmarried for the rest of her life. Yagyu still didn't speak, looking a little absent-minded. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the residence of the head of the Hyuga clan. In the restaurant, Yagyu and the other 2 were eating breakfast. Hinata went out very early and did not dine with them. "Hanabi, what's wrong with you?" Hinata added a fried egg to Hanabi, and looked at Hanabi who was stirring in the bowl with a spoon in her hand, her expression lost as if she was thinking about something, and she couldn't help but ask, "Isn't breakfast to your liking? Why don't you have appetite today?" Hanabi was brought back from her daze by Hinata's voice. Her cute little face grinned and said, "When I went to call Yagyu and I just now, I secretly drank a lot of cow and milk. Now I feel a little full." After hearing her words, Yagyu paused slightly while drinking the porridge. Immediately, it returned to normal. Hinata didn't notice anything strange about him, but scolded Hanabi, "Don't drink it during breakfast in the future, or tell your sister to prepare side dishes for you." Okay, I want to eat hot dogs. I like it best with cows and milk." Hanabi immediately cheered and shouted. Next to him, Yagyu tightened the palms of his hands holding the bowl slightly to stop the cough that surged into his throat. Hinata didn't hear anything, but said with a gentle face, "I'll prepare it for you tomorrow. Eat the omelette first today." "Aha." Hanabi nodded repeatedly. Breakfast was finally finished without any danger. After breakfast, Yagyu left Hinata's house and returned to his villa. Hinata wanted to clean up the dishes and did not go there for the time being. Hanabi followed her on the way. She held Yagyu's hand, looked up at Yagyu's handsome profile, and asked doubtfully, "Brother Yagyu, what did you mean by what you said this morning?" Yagyu looked down at Hanabi and said with a smile, "Literally, Hanabi will know when the time comes." Brother Yagyu is so annoying?" Hanabi pouted and said dissatisfiedly, "Hanabi will never have to wake you up in that way again." Yagyu touched her head and smiled without saying a word. Looking up at the sky where the scorching sun hung, there was a little golden light in Yagyu's red eyes. A kind of consciousness that can turn consciousness into God's perspective. Clearly the 2 templates I saw came to mind. One was the template of the second inheritance 2 ritual, the other was a phantom door. When Yagyu's consciousness checked it, the information about this door will emerge. The Gate of Dungeon, also known as the Gate of Time and Space. Yagyu's strongest inheritance system is the type of data flow. Therefore, this door is suitable to be called the Gate of Dungeon. The Gate of Dungeon, as its name implies, is let players enter the time and space gate of other copies. For example, the ninja world is a map, so a brand new map is also a brand new world. This is what Yagyu thinks when he wakes up in the morning and enjoys the fireworks and bites. The new function of the system that I saw in. This function should have been unlocked yesterday night when Yagyu and Hinata were asleep after finishing their work. Yagyu can be sure that the system did not have this function during the day yesterday. The appearance of the dungeon door made digitalization has become more complete. It also opened up Yagyu's horizons. Yagyu originally thought that he would spend 100 years in the ninja world with Hinata and Hanabi, and then go to the paradise world together. But now the copy of Through the Door, Yagyu saw a longer and more glorious road ahead, and set a new goal after infinite Tsukuyomi. Previously, the goal that Yagyu had been working hard for was not to be illuminated by the white light of infinite Tsukuyomi. Defeat Aki after Habara, his goal has been completed. If there is no dungeon gate, then Yagyu's dream is to spend the rest of his life with Hinata and Hanabi. Now, Yagyu's new goal is permanence. Permanence, also known as immortality and eternal youth. Time travel is an illusion, and Yagyu thought so in his previous life. When the illusion became reality, Yagyu said in his heart that he did not want to live forever, which was completely false. The ninja world also has means of immortality, such as Orochimaru's immortality turnaround, transplant Senju Hashirama's cells before dying of old age, and then reincarnate from the dirt, and then use the reincarnation technique to restore your youth, or eat the chakra fruits and elixirs of the Otsutsuki clan to increase your lifespan. Asking for flowers. But that way is evil. Yagyu didn't want him and Hinata to become like humans or ghosts. Moreover, it will take 16 more years for the Otsutsuki clan to arrive. Yagyu wanted his and Hinata's sisters' youth to be frozen at the peak of their beauty at the age of 19. In a simple sentence, Yagyu wanted to go to other dungeons. Even a little impatient. The information coming from the dungeon door is that not only Yagyu can use this door, but also can bring others in. If the environment in other dungeons is good, not only can he solve the problem of marrying Hanabi, he can also find a refuge for himself and the Hinata sisters. No one knows whether there will be another war in the ninja world and Konoha will be severely damaged. With the dungeon door, sisters Yagyu and Hinata can immigrate there when necessary. Thinking of this, Yagyu couldn't hold back the urge. So, he took Hanabi's little hand and said, "Hanabi, let's go to the weapons store first and buy something." Hanabi nodded. He took Hanabi to the largest weapons store in Konoha, and Yagyu bought a new sword from it. In the ninja world, there are no famous swords except the Kusanagi sword. He was swallowed and spit out by Orochimaru. Yagyu doesn't want the vomited grass sword. The system has unlocked the dungeon door, and Yagyu plans to find a new famous sword in other worlds. Now he will use an ordinary sword to deal with it. Back home, Yagyu he took off his suit and changed back into his usual black kimono. Then he took a storage scroll, packed some things, and stored them in the scroll. Then he stored the storage scroll on the ceiling talisman and tied it to the wrist of his left hand. Immediately, Yagyu went to the gym again, took out the Shijir Kintoki, stored it in the ceiling talisman, and tied it to the wrist of his right hand. Konoha, in the inaccessible forest. Lu Shang stood under a towering tree, swiping lightly with his 2 fingers like a sword. An inexplicable energy seeped out from his fingers in an instant, like a blade of space that could cut through nothing. It tore a huge hole in the invisible and unreachable space, transforming it into something similar to a black hole. The gate of time and space. After opening the door to the dungeon, Yagyu turned around and looked in the direction of the village, then walked in. Yagyu didn't take Hinata and Hanabi with him, he planned to explore the road first. After all, Yagyu had no idea what was on the opposite side of the copy. If it were a very scary world, or a high-level martial arts world at war, it would be better for him to die than to harm Hinata and the others. After entering the dungeon door, Yagyu saw a long tunnel in front of him. At the end of the 540 tunnel is a white light door, and above, below, and left are the cosmic background of galaxies. There is no sense of direction here, but there is a sense of reality under your feet, like high-altitude glass in the previous life. The tunnel does not look long, but in fact Yagyu walked for half an hour. When Yagyu was almost at the end, the white light door that had been in front of him split into 6, turning into 6 white light doors that were completely different from the black hole. Seeing this, Yagyu knew that it was another multiple-choice question. It's time. Standing in front of the 6 light doors, Lu Shang pondered for a few seconds and slowly walked towards the first light door. Yizai has been with him since childhood. This time, Lu Shang also chose Yizai. After walking into the first light door, a dazzling white light shone in front of Yagyu's eyes, occupying the entire eye field, but there was no tingling sensation at all. The light lasted for a few seconds, and then began to dissipate. Then, a familiar and an unfamiliar scene caught Yagyu's eyes. It was a modern city with high-rise buildings and advanced technology. Roar. Just when Yagyu thought that he had returned to his previous world, a low roar suddenly reached my ears. Swish, poof. The almost instinctive domineering force caused him to quickly draw the sword out of its sheath and cut the approaching aura into 2 halves. You killed the dead body and gained 0.0001% experience. Dead body. Looking at the content of the prompt tone, Yagyu frowned slightly. He began to look around and found that this city was not as lively and bustling as he had imagined. On the contrary, this street presented a doomsday scene of the collapse of civilization. Broken and smoking cars were all over the streets, and some even exploded and raised thick smoke. The ground was full of rotting pieces of meat and red and purple liquids, filling the air with a stench. It was even more eye-catching. What's more, those monsters are chasing and biting living people, causing the silent streets to be broken by miserable screams. Those kind of monsters are no stranger to Yagyu. Even if he has lived in the ninja world for more than 10 years, he knows that kind of monsters. Become a zombie. However, the system prompt sounds seem to refer to this kind of zombie as a dead body. Yagyu raised his eyebrows and said slightly, a world at the end of the world. A strong sense of disappointment surged into my heart. If the world at the end of the world has a mysterious and huge world view, and zombies are just low-end creatures, then it also belongs to the world of high martial arts. But in this world with harsh environment and broken humanity, Yagyu is not like. Roar. Just when Yagyu was about to open the door to the dungeon and return to the tunnel, several zombies nearby, who had attracted hatred from his muttering, suddenly pounced on them. Swish, poof. A balian waved out, turning into a white crescent moon, and flashed past. The sound of tearing cloth was heard, and a little mixed green and red liquid accidentally splashed on Yagyu's face. Plop. His heart beat suddenly and violently. Lu Shang looked at the body that was broken into several pieces on the ground and was still shaking. He suddenly smiled. It seems that this world is not all bad. After killing these zombies, Yagyu's emotional reaction made him give up the idea of leaving, and decided to stay here for a few days to complete a goal. That is, perfecting the sword. As mentioned before, the killer's sword requires a lot of effort. To set off the huge murderous aura, it is considered mature. Otherwise, even if Yagyu has powerful power and the assistance of the demonic eye of death, the swordsmanship of the murderer is still just a prototype. Yagyu has only entered the killing and killing state once, and that was when Ye collapsed the plan. After that, Yagyu could no longer find that feeling. But just now, the violent beating of the heart, the increase in body temperature and the change of emotions made Yagyu regain the familiar feeling. So, Yagyu looked at these zombies squarely. I saw Yagyu slowly closing his eyes. When he opened them again, the red eyes turned into ice blue magic eyes. Swish, tear it apart. Yagyu put his left hand on the scabbard on his waist, and held the sword in his right hand, and walked forward leisurely. Several zombies he met were cut in half by Yagyu. The green and red liquid was sprinkled on Yagyu's body. It had just splashed. After getting into the kimono, it was immediately wiped away by some mysterious power. However, the silver hair and face were stained with a little stain. Yagyu's handsome face looked a bit strange, and his ice blue eyes seemed to be framed by two pieces. Ice, the moment someone looks at each other, their body temperature will instantly drop to the lowest level. Tear-la-la. The sound of tearing cloth could be heard in his ears, and Yagyu gradually changed from strolling to running. Emotions are rising and blood is boiling. The familiar tranquility in his heart made Yagyu in excellent condition. It doesn't require any consumption of perception, and it is no longer possible to distinguish whether it is the domineering force of seeing and hearing, or the sound of breathing of all things. The running figure turned into an afterimage, and Yagyu passed by on the street. Swish. The sword in his hand turned into a white sword. Zombies standing in front of him, or attracted by his voice. Just as they turned their heads, or let out a low 4.1 roar, before they had time to attack, they saw Bai Lian passing through them. Tear it apart. The next moment, smooth and straight cuts appeared on their bodies. A mixture of green and red liquid splashed out like a column of blood. You killed the dead body and gained 0.0001% experience. You killed the dead body and gained 0.0001% experience. You killed the dead body and gained 0.0001% experience. 1 body, 2 bodies, 5 bodies, 10 bodies, the ground began to be filled with broken corpses with broken limbs and arms. The cruel dismemberment method left intestines and internal organs scattered all over the floor. Those zombies that are difficult for ordinary people to deal with, are extremely explosive, and will mutate as soon as they are bitten. In front of Yagyu Shang, they are like branches, which can be chopped off with a slight swing of the knife. The weak point of a zombie is its head. Otherwise, if you cut off its limbs and cut off its body, you can still move. But every time Yagyu's sword strikes, they are truly dead. Just like if a person has his head cut off, he will definitely die. Conversely, if his head is not cut off, he will not die. The ability to look directly at the demonic eye of death is to induce the cause and effect of life and death. Yagyu doesn't need to aim at their heads, he just needs to hit the dead line and divide them into corpses. The zombies will definitely die. Japan, Bed Host Market. 14:20 noon. The virus spreads extremely fast, and zombies are increasing in number every minute. P.S. The narration uses zombies, and the dialogue uses dead bodies. The originally peaceful world suddenly fell into unprecedented chaos. The atmosphere of despair began to spread. At the critical moment of life and death, all the ugliness of human nature is completely exposed. In order to survive alone, scenes of abandoning wives and children, framing companions, or joining hands in hell and never leaving each other occur all over the world. On a street leading to a hillside somewhere, Yagyu was walking in the middle of the road like a stroll, holding a tachi stained with green and red liquid in his right hand, and combing his long silver hair with the 5 fingers of his left hand. His handsome face and hair were stained with a lot of sticky liquid. In the hot weather, the body smells vaguely. Yagyu didn't know how long he had been in this world. He didn't know how many zombies had died in his own hands. All he knew was that he seemed to be changing. A breath of air blocked his mouth. Yagyu didn't feel suffocated, but felt irritated. The peaceful state of mind had already collapsed not long ago. Now Yagyu seems to be looking for a place but can't find a place. He wants to shout, curse, and beat something to vent the anger in his crotch. If you look closely at Yagyu's expression, you will find that his expression is very cold. The way he looked at someone who owed him millions, and who looked at him with displeasure. Yagyu was very aware of his own changes. This is the impact of hostility. Guys who kill people and enjoy tearing apart human bodies cannot escape the influence of violence. Violent spirit refers to violent spirit, not murderous spirit. Compared with murderous intent, it is more terrifying. It is a kind of cruelty, a mentality, and culture that must be done ruthlessly in everything and tend to extremes. A little bit of hostility is not serious, but if it accumulates to a certain level, it can easily drive a person crazy. People who cannot control their anger will 100% go to extremes and darkness, and then this person will be ruined. Violence can be divided into 3 stages: irritability, rage, and madness. Yagyu's current state is irritable, but he will only remain at this stage. With a strong state of mind and a strong heart cultivated from Hawkeye's spiritual world, Yagyu will never let himself be controlled by violence and become a murderer who falls into darkness. Even if he is a murderer, it becomes his swordsmanship, not his psychology. Swish, tear it apart. Swinging his knife to kill several zombies coming towards him, Yagyu walked forward aimlessly. Save me. At this time, a middle-aged man suddenly crawled out from under a car nearby, hugged Yagyu's right foot, and begged with a trembling voice, I can give you money. Please send me back home. Let go, Lu. Sheng looked down at the middle-aged man with a full belly and said expressionlessly, I can give you money. I can give you a lot of money, please. The middle-aged man begged with his eyes cracked, I don't want to be bitten by those monsters. I don't want to die. Poof. Yagyu pulled out the sword from the middle-aged man's body, wiped away the blood staining the blade, and said calmly, I'm so annoyed. Kicking away the middle-aged man's body, Lu Sheng continued to walk forward. After killing the middle-aged man, Lu Sheng did not feel relieved after venting. On the contrary, he felt that the air in his mouth was getting more and more stuffy, and his emotions became more and more depressed. But it is still far from breaking out. Kill 1 person, kill 10 people, behead 100 people, slaughter 1,000 people, and destroy 10,000 people. The above correspond to murderer, criminal, devil, human slaughter, ghost hero. There is a saying in the Book of Murder that if you slaughter 9 million, you will be a hero among heroes. In a few hours, the number of zombies killed in Yagyu's hands had reached 3 figures. It's 5 digits away, with a 4-digit number missing in the middle. He had been vaguely aware of it. When the energy in your heart accumulates to the extreme, it explodes completely. His spirit will be sublimated and his whole feeling will be renewed. And will also gain a new ability. An ability that has been expected for a long time but has never been awakened. Overlord Color Haki. Yagyu's current state seems to be irritable. But in his heart, he didn't know how peaceful he was. Not only did his thoughts become clear, but he also found memories from a few years ago deep in his brain. After the Konoha collapse plan ended, Yagyu's look almost scared Hinata to faint. At that time, Yagyu thought he had the qualifications to be a king. But for more than 3 years, even if Yagyu defeated Madara Uchiha, he did not awaken the Overlord's Haki. But now, Yagyu has found the secret to awakening. He also found a way to conquer his anger, momentum, murderous intent, fighting spirit. When these invisible feelings are manipulated, willpower can be turned into a weapon. This powerful force is called domineering. Yagyu's purpose now is to accumulate murderous aura to an extreme, and then transform it into his own overlord-colored domineering energy, and completely explode it. When murderous aura becomes one's own domineering aura, then the so-called hostile mentality will naturally be solved. Not only will it not affect your psychology, but it will become one of your own abilities. Swordsmanship, and momentum. The time has come to dusk, and the afterglow of the setting sun hangs in the west. A high hillside, with cherry blossoms on both sides of the road. Yagyu walked here aimlessly, feeling a little tired after a day of killing. Yagyu planned to leave the city and go to the top of the mountain to see the whole city. School, in this place. When Yagyu walked halfway up the mountain, he was attracted by a gate. He didn't expect that there would be a school built in such a place. Yagyu stared at the stone tablet next to the school gate and read out the name of the school: Private Fujimai Academy High School Department. Immediately, Lu Sheng raised his eyebrows. Why does it feel a bit familiar? Where have I heard this name? However, no matter what Yagyu thought, he could not find the origin of this name in his brain's memory. But the familiar feeling did exist. So, Yagyu stepped in. The school gate was open and could be seen from outside the highway. Inside, there was a scene of rampant zombies. It was obvious that this school had been destroyed. There might be a few living people, but the survival rate was definitely not 5%. Entering the school, the familiar feeling in Yagyu's heart became stronger and stronger. At dusk, the campus seemed extremely silent. Except for the heavy breathing of the zombies, almost even the sound of the breeze blowing the cherry blossom trees seemed so clear. If it were night, paired with the large number of stumbling, walking zombies, it would definitely make people's hearts beat. Bile rupture. Tear it off. Bang. A zombie passed by in front, and Yagyu slashed it lightly, like a blade cutting against the upright tissue paper, directly cutting off half of it. The fragments of the corpse, internal organs, and intestines fell to the ground, and the sound they made was unsettling in this campus. So loud. Roar. The zombies hundreds of meters around turned to face Yagyu one after another, and low roars came out of their throats one by one. They transformed from twilight old men into 100-meter sprinters, bursting out with amazing explosive power, and rushed towards Yagyu. The nearest ones pounced on them from a distance of 1 or 2 meters. Faced with their attacks, Yagyu just slashed horizontally with his sword. Swish, poof. The blade turned into a straight line and cut across the bodies of several zombies. The next second, a large amount of blood spewed out strangely from several places on their bodies, and turned into several pieces, which fell to the ground. Feeling with the warmth of the liquid splashing on his face, Yagyu bent slightly and rushed towards the biting zombies with a knife. Swish, swish swish swish. Bang 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 bang. The cold light caused by the swing of the knife and the crisp sound of human body tearing continued to resound to the sky. The sound of broken corpses and corpses falling to the ground caused a sensation at the gate of the campus. Not only did it attract the attention of zombies from further away, but it also attracted the attention of some teachers and students who were hiding in the classroom and in the staff office. Several high school students came out of the staff office and looked at Yagyu below in the corridor. The pink and red-haired Saya Takagi looked at Yagyu who actively harvested zombies, contrary to ordinary people's avoidance. Her beautiful eyes under the glasses widened slightly, and she shouted in disbelief, "Who is that person? So awesome." Hitsuko Hirano Toda's eyes widened and he murmured. Different from the shock of these people, Busujima Saiko's beautiful blue eyes narrowed slightly, and she looked seriously at the simple swing of the knife, which seemed to be without any force. But Yagyu cut every zombie into pieces, his small hand holding the wooden knife tightened slightly. This man's sword skills are so terrifying. Yagyu didn't know the reactions of several people, but with the prying eyes, he noticed it, but ignored it. Facing the biting zombies, Yagyu was like a dancing butterfly. His figure shuttled through the gaps among the zombies, his running silver-haired ponytail fluttering, and the sword in his hand turned into a shadow. Pass through the zombie's body and bring up the pillar of blood that bursts out. Poo chi chi chi. Bang 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 bang. Like a paper cut, pieces of meat flew everywhere. Yagyu's figure did not move very far, and kept running in a circle within 5 or 6 meters. Bodies began to pile up one after another. The limbs separated from the body are mixed with others. The intestines and internal organs stained the ground red. The number of zombies attracted by the sound decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Take it, a hill of piled corpses stands in the square of the campus. After a few minutes, there were no more zombies in the square. A few cherry blossoms floated in the wind and landed on the top of the mountain of corpses, on the head of the young man in kimono. So strong. In the corridor, there were several people who had been watching the battle. Miyamoto Rei covered her lips and said in shock, is he still a human? Simply inhuman. Kang Saya added. Guru. Hirano Toda swallowed his saliva and said tremblingly that man was wearing a kimono and holding a samurai sword. He doesn't seem to be from our school. Busujima Saiko stared at Yagyu and suddenly suggested, why don't we take advantage of this? Leave here. Correct. Her words woke up Takashi Komuro, who had been in shock, and he quickly shouted, quick. Let's leave the school immediately while there are no monsters. Oh. Miyamoto Rei and others reacted and ran downstairs quickly. But after they went downstairs, if they wanted to find the bus, they had to pass by Yagyu's place. Looking at the mountain of corpses in front of him, and the young man standing on the top of the mountain of corpses, his horsetail fluttering in the wind, the young man suddenly turned his head and looked at them condescendingly. The ice blue eyes were like 2 pieces of 10,000-year-old ice, freezing the airflow and space they saw. Komuro Takashi and the others, who had slowed down their pace and prepared to pass by cautiously, paused uncontrollably. An extremely strong chill emerged in my heart. My body temperature and heartbeat dropped to the lowest level, and I held my breath subconsciously, feeling suffocated. Immediately, their eyes seemed to be hallucinating. I saw the young man on the mountain of corpses, his body emitting a dark red gas, coloring the background behind him. A scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood came into their eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Except for Busujima Saiko, Komuro Takashi, and others collapsed on the ground, sweating profusely, looking at Yagyu in fear, and their whole bodies were shaking violently. Even Busujima Saiko wasn't doing much better. The sweat soaked her whole body in just a few seconds. There was a surge of excitement in her heart, which actually suppressed her fear. She didn't know that kind of emotion was called resonance. Resonance from a murderer. Seeing Busujima Saiko's face trembling with excitement, her eyes trembling with excitement, and she dared to look directly at him, Yagyu's expressionless face suddenly showed a trace of a look of surprise. I see. No wonder it feels so familiar. This world is actually the same as the ninja world, a 2-dimensional world belonging to a certain work in the previous life. High School of the Dead. Yagyu remembered this name. A very short drama, but very famous. And the most impressive character in this drama is undoubtedly the purple woman in front of her. That feeling couldn't be wrong, she had the same nature as him. Yagyu suddenly picked up his sleeve and scratched the seal paper on his right wrist with his left thumb. Bang! As a cloud of white mist spread, an ordinary bamboo knife appeared in Yagayu's hand. Catch! Yagayu threw Shijir Kintoki towards Busujima Saiko. Looking at the thrown bamboo sword, Busujima Saiko instinctively caught it. Staring into Yagayu's eyes, Busujima Saiko had undisguised doubts in his eyes. Yagayu, he said calmly, take it and swing the knife at me. The tone was unquestionable, and the words were not like orders, but they were better than orders. The terrifying aura and the eyes that made people dare not look at each other made Komuro Takashi and others feel sorry for Busujima Saiko after hearing his words. Taking a breath, Busujima Saiko felt inexplicably nervous, just like when her father tested her swordsmanship when she was a child. Taking a deep breath, Busujima Saiko suddenly put down her wooden sword and slowly, while holding Shijir's gold, his eyes kept locking with Yagayu's. Those ice blue eyes that were so cold that it made the limbs stiff and heartbroken, did not make Busujima Saiko lose control of her body. Drink, Shua. I saw her making the starting stance of Busujimaru swordsmanship. After accumulating power for a few seconds, she suddenly swung the sword towards Yagayu through the air. A silver-white sword light suddenly appeared. The moment the sword fell, poisonous the bamboo sword in Shima Saiko's hand suddenly turned into a real sword with a shimmering cold light. Seeing this scene, Busujima Saiko and Komuro Takashi were slightly stunned. Yagayu raised his horns and nodded in his mind. He made a decision on a whim. He looked at Busujima Saiko and commented, "You are very good." After finishing speaking, Yagayu raised the sword in his hand, causing Takashi, Komuro and others to look shocked and were about to say something. Swish, boom. The sword held high by Yagayu suddenly fell to the right. A white sword slid from top to bottom, and then a deafening roar broke the silence of the dusk. The entire school, and even the road outside, could hear this. There was a roar. Then, a dazzling dark red light, like a tree root hidden in the ground, tore through the ground and pulled up. It hit the teaching building on the right. The whole earth was shaking, and the nearest small room Xiao and the others felt the strong wind whistling like a knife, making them unable to open their eyes. They quickly covered their eyes with their hands. When the dark red light disappeared, a ravine 3 to 4 meters wide and deep appeared on the ground. But what makes people feel suffocated is the teaching building that was divided into two. Hiss. Looking at the severed teaching building, Komuro Takashi and others forgot their fear for a moment and couldn't help but take a breath of air. The look he looked at Yagayu showed no sign of substantive fear. If Yagayu had harvested zombies before, they would have thought that this person's strength was at a non-human level. Then the slashing attack displayed by Yagayu was the legendary mysterious power. A mysterious ability that only belongs in light novels and comics. Only Busujima Saiko opened her beautiful blue eyes and became more and more excited. She looked at Yagayu feverishly, and she didn't know what words should be used to describe the words that came to her throat. Lu Shang could tell what she was thinking at a glance, and he happened to have the same thought. So, Yagayu took the initiative and said, "Become your master and I will teach you the true way of swordsmanship." Boom. Without a trace of hesitation, Busujima Saiko knelt down heavily, bowed the head of the goddess of Fujimai Academy to Yagayu, and respectfully shouted from the heart teacher. Yagayu jumped down from the mountain of corpses, looked at Busujima Saiko kneeling in front of him, and said, "Take your sword and Shijir Kintoki and follow me." Yes. Busujima Saiko nodded, stood up, held a wooden sword and a bamboo sword in both hands, and followed Yagayu with a determined expression. She even didn't say goodbye to Komuro Takashi and the others. It was obvious that not long ago, they were still in the staff office and had just established a temporary team. Busujima Saiko seemed to have abandoned them, without even looking at them. She formed a team with Komuro Takashi and the others because the end of the world came too suddenly, and they were the only ones left alive in the school. She also needs a few capable partners to work together, to tide over the difficulties together. And now, she met the same kind. The other person was different from her, and made no secret of the darkness in her heart. It was even several times, dozens, or hundreds of times stronger than her own. And that kind of swordsmanship, the legendary slashing the attack opened up new horizons for Busujima Saiko. In front of her, it looked like a boy who was not even older than herself. It was like a drug, making her fall to the ground and pounce on him. She didn't care whether the other person deceived her or not. She didn't even care whether the other party had any purpose in accepting her as his disciple. She only knew that in this world, no one was more worthy of her following than him. This was the unconditional trust of the same kind. Looking at the two people leaving, Zayashi Takashi and the others did not dare to speak. Even if Takashi Komuro wanted to retain Busujima Saiko, he could not speak out. In other words, he did not have the courage and guts. The ravine on the ground, several meters wide and deep, was divided into two. The second teaching building seems to be telling them, "Never speak, otherwise, someone will die." What's going on with this world? After the figures of Yagayu and Busujima Saiko completely disappeared from sight, Takagi Saya just choked up and shouted, "If you look down, you will find that under the short skirt of her school uniform, the fat is overflowing. Fishy, smelly liquid and body." Not only her, but also Miyamoto Rei and Hirano Toda. Night fell on the hillside road connecting the city and Fujimai Academy. After knowing what kind of world this was and accepting Busujima Saiko as his student, Yagayu gave up the idea of going to the top of the mountain. Taking Busujima Saiko with her, she was ready to return to the city and find a place to stay first. Around 1940 in the evening, the last rays of the setting sun have long been obscured by the darkness. Stars are dotted in the night sky, and the moon looks so full and round. Judging from the full moon, the time here should be between the 14th and the 20th. Swish, tear it apart. Swinging his sword, he cut off the zombies that were wandering up. Yagyu ignored the splatter of blood and walked downwards looking ahead. Busujima Saiko, who was walking on Yagyu's right and half a body behind him, saw him. At this scene, I just felt that my heart was filled with a sense of security. Although Busujima Saiko could kill a dozen of these monsters with astonishing explosive power if she took it seriously, but if she was surrounded, she wouldn't be able to hold on for long. And the teacher next to her, not only in the crowd of zombies, it was like entering a deserted land, but also cutting them off effortlessly. Thinking of that godlike slash, Busujima Saiko suppressed the doubts in his heart, took the initiative to find a topic and said, "Teacher, we were to go next." Yagyu replied softly, "Find a place to stay first. After I finish my work tomorrow, I will train you." Yes. Busujima Saiko nodded and didn't ask what kind of training it was. Although the two were in a master-student relationship, they were also strangers. If it weren't for the resonance of the same nature, the memory of the previous life, and the whim, with Yagyu's character, Busujima Saiko would not even pay attention to her, let alone accept her as her disciple. Although Yagyu is younger than her, Busujima Saiko's quality from childhood to adulthood is incompatible with this country's attitude towards juniors and seniors. Yenjin, she didn't dare to look down on Yagyu at all, she even respected her very much. Moreover, Yagyu's strength was worthy of what Busujima Saiko did. That kind of slash was like a key, opening the door to a new world for her, I think. To master that kind of power, Busujima Saiko must obey Yagyu's words as a junior. She is also ready for this? Build a good relationship and have time to help. She doesn't have to do it deliberately. Follow with Yagyu beside him. It took the two of them more than 10 minutes to finally finish walking downhill. When they arrived in the city, the night in the city had lost the liveliness and bustle of the past. Not only was the street silent, there were even very few residences with lights on. If electricity were not still on, the world might be in darkness. But without the power stations guarded by the staff, except for some places, it is a matter of time before the world falls into primitive darkness. Now there are not many left of human beings, and the last light, if Yagyu remembers correctly, EMP, electromagnetic pulse, will be produced in this world soon, causing mankind to lose the last light. At that time, cars, mobile phones, electrical appliances and other things will not be usable. Thinking of this, Yagyu did a decision. Before EMP occurs, complete your goal. Wait until the world loses its light and cannot use the convenience brought by technology, then return to the ninja world. So Yagyu took Busujima Saiko to find an exquisite small villa as the place to stay tonight. In a collapsing world, incidents of breaking into private houses can be seen everywhere. Yagyu's appearance is domineering, and he did not sense any atmosphere in the villa. Compared with the buildings next to it, Yagyu naturally chose a place with a good environment. All the doors inside and outside the villa were locked. Yagyu didn't break it violently, but took advantage of Busujima Saiko's unresponsiveness and directly hugged her waist, leaped into the courtyard, and then climbed over the eaves and walls to reach the roof. Superior. Swish, click. The icy blue light in his eyes disappeared in a flash. Yagyu slashed the door of the rooftop with his sword, and then walked down with Busujima Saiko. Snapped. On the second floor of the villa, the lights came on. The bright light shone on the gorgeous and exquisite living room. Yagyu took off his stained scarf, crumpled it into a ball and threw it into the trash can in the living room, and then took off the seals on his left and right wrist's talisman, running his finger across the ceiling talisman containing the storage scroll. Bang! The sound of the balloon exploding brought up a small cloud of white mist. A large storage scroll fell to the ground. Yagyu opened the scroll and took out the contents inside in a hand seal. Several shorts and scarves of the same style, and the way to medium-sized water source and dry food appeared. Yagyu picked up a pair of shorts and said to Busujima Saiko, "There are dry food and water sources. You can take care of your stomach yourself, or you can look here to see if there is any food. Rest assured, I've checked and this house doesn't have anything like that." After saying that, Yagyu took his shorts and looked for the bathroom. Busujima Saiko was still immersed in the magic brought by the sealing charm and the storage scroll. So awesome. After a long time, Busujima Saiko came back to his senses and whispered to himself, "Who is the teacher? That magical bamboo knife and these methods are just like the protagonist coming out of a comic book. But, are these magical powers really the hidden mysterious side of this world?" Yagyu didn't know what Busujima Saiko was thinking. After finding the bathroom in this villa, Yagyu couldn't wait to wash away the stains of the day. With a self-cleaning kimono, it doesn't take much effort to deal with those zombies. Yagyu today he didn't sweat much. What he mainly washed was his long silver hair and face. By the time Yagyu came out of the shower, it was almost 21 o'clock. The storage scroll on the ground had been rolled up by Busujima Saiko. Clothes, water, and dry food were all neatly placed on the table. The domineering feeling of seeing, hearing was fleeting, and Yagyu looked at Busujima Saiko's breath. I saw Busujima Saiko busy in the kitchen. Speaking of which, Busujima Saiko has a dark psychology and hidden violent tendencies. She is actually a very good traditional woman. Not only is she good at cooking, she is humble and gentle to others, and she is well versed in the ways of a woman. She also has an appearance and figure that countless women envy, as well as a powerful martial arts. Not only does Kendo have the same nature as Yagyu, but his personality and abilities are also very similar to Hinata's. 23:30 in the evening. The lights on the second floor of the villa were turned off and the curtains on the balcony were drawn up. In the dimly lit living room, Yagyu moved the couch and sat down, pointing to the carpet-covered floor in front of him, and said to Busujima Saiko Swordsman Club, "Right." "Yes." Busujima Saiko nodded and replied with a puzzled look on his face. "You spend tonight in front of me, using knife zen. Yagyu ordered you can only go to the toilet 3 times a night. From now on, I don't care if you hold it back, whether you can sleep or not, or whether you have random thoughts. You must maintain the swordsman posture and sit upright, otherwise I will not show mercy to you." After finishing speaking, Yagyu gave an example. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa, Yagyu placed a wooden sword made of white oak by Busujima Saiko on his legs. He looked at Yagyu who was sitting upright on the sofa. Busujima Saiko was full of doubts, but sensible. She didn't ask. According to Yagyu's order, she sat down facing Yagyu and assumed the posture of swordsman meditation. The two figures, one tall and one short, formed like steps. Meditation is also called cross-sitting, and quiet sitting is a way to maintain health and fitness. Buddhism also calls meditation and meditation. In Japanese Kendo, meditation is swordsman. Anyone who is obsessed with swordsmanship will like it. In the world of Tazen, you are looking for your own way of swordsmanship. Tazen can also improve a person's state of mind, and he can deal with it calmly no matter what sudden changes he faces. It's not that Busujima Saiko has never done Tazen, on the contrary, when she had nothing to do, she would often assume the swordsman posture to waste away her boring time. But Busujima Saiko had never tried it, and spent the whole night in swordsman. Today, the world has changed, and Busujima Saiko is following a lot of people. Monsters had fought. She had gotten up in the morning and had not rested all day. Now that she had eaten and drank enough, the fatigue of the human body turned into sleepiness and attacked. Busujima Saiko had just assumed the swordsman posture, and in her mind still playing back, Yagyu's godlike slashing, and his expressionless and cold gesture of tearing apart the monster's body. Not long after, a heavy feeling came over his head. It seemed that he was attracted by gravity, and a big stone was hanging on it. Busujima Saiko maintained this position for half an hour before his head couldn't help but lower, and he sat upright with a slightly hunched back. Snapped. Hiss. At this moment, a burning pain suddenly fell on his right shoulder. Busujima Saiko, who was sleeping heavily, woke up in an instant. The red lips parted slightly and took a breath of air. There was a look of pain on her cold and beautiful face. Busujima Saiko subconsciously raised her head and looked at Yagyu. In the dimly lit living room, there was only an outline of Yagyu's figure, but those ruby-like eyes were so bright in the darkness. The cold gaze seemed to tear apart the dark curtain, piercing into Busujima Saiko's eyes like a blade. A kind of majesty that does not match his age, pressing down like a mountain. Busujima Saiko shrank her head guiltily, sat up quickly, and continued to assume the standard swordsman posture. Snapped. 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 Bang. One night, inside the exquisite small villa. In the living room on the second floor, there were sounds of heavy blows and falling to the ground many times. Compared with non-human beings like Yagyu who have inherited the eagle eye and grew up in the ninja world, this world is just an ordinary world where humans mutate. Although Busujima Saiko is the champion of the women's kendo national competition, her swordsmanship foundation and state of mind are simply unsightly in Yagyu's eyes. Since he chose to accept her as his disciple, Yagyu would not deal with Busujima Saiko, let alone relax his training. On the contrary, Yagyu will train her very strictly. That kind of strictness would definitely make Busujima Saiko feel extremely painful. I believe that I will spend a long time in fear. Yagyu will not let her go until Busujima Saiko's foundation of swordsmanship has been crushed for so many years and she has reshaped a new swordsmanship style. During this period, Yagyu will not show any mercy. This long road begins with tonight's sword meditation. The early morning finally passed under Yagyu's strict training. When the morning light tears apart the night, turning into golden light and shining through the gaps in the curtains, Yagyu, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, slowly opened his eyes. The next second he opened his eyes, Yagyu's eyes immediately caught sight of Busujima Saiko sitting cross-legged. Busujima Saiko at this time is completely different from the goddess image of Fujimai Academy yesterday. Wearing a woman's loose t-shirt and shorts, Busujima Saiko's exposed shoulders were covered with traces of bruises, full of purple and blue color. There was a touch of demureness and gentleness on the cold and beautiful face, but the strong feeling of exhaustion was not concealed. One night, Yagyu didn't know how many times he hit her with a wooden knife and kicked her. The punishment given was without mercy. Under the intense fatigue and pain, Busujima Saiko spent this night in great pain. But the potential for extreme explosion made Yagyu see her talent. Busujima Saiko was in a swordsman posture, sitting extremely straight, breathing evenly and long. It feels like a towering pine tree or an upright sword. Yagyu's knowledge told her that Busujima Saiko was sleeping very soundly now. Yes, Busujima Saiko is sleeping. She was different from Yagyu. Yagyu could spend the entire night feeling the breath of all things. But Busujima Saiko is just an ordinary person, and she cannot understand the breath of all things. After practicing sword meditation for a long time, no matter how peaceful her mind is, there will be times when she becomes bored. Coupled with the fatigue accumulated throughout the day, Busujima Saiko's body was on the verge of collapse numerous times last night. Under Yagayu's merciless blows, Busujima Saiko was able to sleep while maintaining the Tazen posture in just one night. Such talent, such swordsmanship. In the world of superpowers, he is already at the level of a genius. After realizing the sound of breathing of all things, Busujima Saiko's strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. 8:00 in the morning. After simply eating some breakfast, Yagyu came out of the villa. He didn't take Busujima Saiko with him. Knowing where this place is and knowing that darkness will soon cover the world, Yagyu intends to complete his goal as quickly as possible. When the superhuman Yagyu becomes serious, the power he shows is just like Uchiha Madara crushing tens of thousands of ninja allies, destroying everything. Swish, tear it apart. Puff, 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 bang, 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 bang. As Yagyu swung his sword, he brought up the familiar Bai Lian. There was a sound of tearing cloth, and strings of blood beads splashed, and the broken limbs began to fall to the ground. The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground was very loud, quickly attracting zombies not far away. Roar! Hatred began to lock onto Yagyu, and the zombies within 100 meters radius changed from their previous dullness, opened their beaks, exposed teeth encrusted with carrion, and ran towards him with ferocious faces. However, they are fast, Yagyu is faster than them. Yesterday, Yagyu was in the mood for a walk, walking aimlessly while killing zombies that appeared in front of him or passed by. Even so, the number of zombies that died in his hands yesterday reached 3 digits. And today, Yagyu became serious. The ability to direct the death eye eliminates the need for him to attack the zombie's head, or even expend much effort. With just one swing of the sword, the target of the attack can be cut off like tissue paper. The stumps and broken arms that he had picked up were scattered all over the ground, just like the scraps of paper cuts. Coupled with the shaving that superhumans can master, the chakra flying over walls and the teleportation technique, Yagyu harvested zombies, which seemed more relaxed than chopping vegetables. On the deserted streets, there are scrapped or lying cars everywhere. Some lost their targets and were zombies wandering blindly. One by one, they began to fall, and the limbs connected to the body fell off without warning. In some cases, the upper body fell to the ground inexplicably, and the intestines and internal organs were cut into 2 parts as if cut by some sharp weapon. A ghostly afterimage kept flashing everywhere on the street, as if teleporting. His feet stepped on the ground more than 10 times in an instant, and the explosive force produced a moving sound that attracted the attention of the zombies. But before they could lock onto Yagyu, or before they could lock onto the location of the sound had already appeared in another place, confusing their hearing. When they were about to lock on, the body had already been cut off. Corpses, amputated limbs, pieces of meat and intestines began to fill the streets. If you stand in the middle of the street and look to the left and right, you will find corpses lying on the highways on both sides or on the sidewalks. As the sun rose, the scorching heat began to fill the streets with a putrid smell. An hour is 3,600 seconds and a day is 86,400 seconds. When Yagyu got serious, he didn't even need 5 seconds to kill a dozen zombies gathered in a group. When 3 hours passed, Yagyu returned from a distance. Wherever he passed, there were cruel scenes of broken limbs and corpses. Under the sun, Yagyu's body was undamaged. The kimono is still new and spotless. Only the new white scarf was dyed green, red, purple, and green, and the face and hair seemed to be painted with colorant, green and red, and full of sticky liquid. Such an unconventional dress cost the lives of all the zombies in this area. Except for those zombies who captured the house and escaped unharmed, none of the zombies on the street survived. The results of 3 hours brought Yagyu the achievement of killing 1,000 men and several thousand men. Due to the sudden decrease in the number of losses, the distance from Busujima Saiko's final destination became further and further away. Yagyu just gave up the idea of continuing to harvest and returned to his temporary residence. After cleaning his body, he planned to move to another place with Busujima Saiko. He killed more than 10,000 zombies, and Yagyu didn't make a single slash during this period. The best way to accumulate murderous energy is to kill. Melee fighting, using the weapons in your hands to attack the enemy, and the feeling of tearing or smashing are the easiest ways to generate murderous intent. Using slashes, it wouldn't take long for Yagyu to destroy this urban area. But in that case, it wouldn't make any sense. After cutting and tearing more than 10,000 zombies, the liquid splashed out was like human resentment. The anger that Yagyu Tazen had suppressed all night blocked his crotch again. The depression caused by that energy was even more serious than yesterday. He wanted to be released. However, this energy still hasn't filled up Chi's mouth and cannot burst out. As a result, Yagyu's mood was extremely irritable. Bang! After returning to the villa where he stayed, Yagyu didn't leap in. Instead, he took a violent approach and kicked him away. Anyway, all the zombies in this area have been cleared away by him. Even if zombies from other areas wandered over, they would still be there. Didn't get here so fast. Swish, click. Hands down the door of the villa with a knife, and Yagyu Sheng steps in. Old teacher. Busujima Saiko, who heard the noise on the 2nd floor, walked down quickly and met Yagyu coming up in the stairwell. Looking at Yagyu with green hair and face, Busujima Saiko just wanted to say hello to him. Just after looking into his red eyes, Busujima Saiko started to stutter, "Teacher, you." Lu Sheng glanced at her indifferently and ordered in a cold voice, "Pack your things and leave here later." "Yes." Busujima Saiko's body was pressed against the wall of the stairwell. She looked at Yagyu passing by. Her beautiful face lost its coldness and was filled with worry. She was careful and could see Yagyu's condition at a glance. Something is wrong. Explosives that seem to be ignited at any time must be treated with caution. And the smell of monster blood on his body is too strong. "Teacher, how many of those monsters has he killed?" Busujima Saiko. Such a question couldn't help but arise in my mind. The living room on the second floor of the villa. Busujima Saiko sat uneasily on the sofa, motionless, looking in the direction of the bathroom from time to time. There was a strong sense of uneasiness in her beautiful blue eyes. It's been an hour and a half. Nearly 2 hours have passed since the teacher entered the bathroom. Yagyu's indifferent look kept popping up in his mind. Busujima Saiko's peaceful and quiet face was rarely filled with anxiety. Although he was treated ruthlessly last night, Busujima Saiko didn't hold any grudge against Yagyu. Busujima Saiko's heart was full of blame and dissatisfaction with herself. Last night, Yagyu spent the entire night in a state of sword zen. But he behaved badly, which must have disappointed the teacher. When she woke up in the morning, Busujima Saiko found that Yagyu was missing, and she felt extremely panicked for a time. Fortunately, seeing that the storage scroll was still there, Busujima Saiko calmed down and quietly waited for Yagyu's return in the villa. This mentally gloomy woman had been beaten out of dependence by Yagyu, who was even more violent than her, after a night of beatings. As a result, Busujima Saiko only felt worried about Yagyu at this moment, and did not feel a trace of fear because something was wrong with him. Yagyu didn't even know Busujima Saiko's thoughts and changes. After rinsing his body and suppressing the energy in the bathroom, Yagyu came out. "Teacher." Seeing Yagyu come out, Busujima Saiko subconsciously stood up. Looking at Busujima Saiko, who looked worried, Yagyu showed a rare apology on his face and said softly, "I'm sorry, my attitude was a bit bad just now." "No, it doesn't matter." Busujima Saiko didn't seem to expect that Yagyu would apologize to her. So she shook her head quickly, and then asked in confusion, "Teacher, what happened to you just now? Now that you have become my teacher, I really should tell you some things." Yagyu sat on the sofa, looked at Busujima Saiko standing in front of him, and said, "The reason why I acted like that just now was because I was affected by the hostility." "Violent?" Busujima Saiko asked curiously, like an obedient student. "What is hostility?" Yagyu picked up a bottle of mineral water on the table, opened it, took a sip, and said flatly, "It literally means a cruel and ruthless mentality, a word that describes the dark side and murderous intentions." Looking up at Busujima Saiko's beautiful blue eyes, Yagyu said meaningfully, "You should be able to understand the feeling of being eroded by violence." Busujima Saiko was slightly silent and did not speak. Yagyu's words started to replay past scenes in her mind. At the same time, he thought of himself who deliberately attracted the pervert and then severely injured him with a knife. The self with strong violent tendencies and a dark psychology. Busujima Saiko, who had always hidden his dark side, suddenly looked at Yagyu, nodded vigorously, and admitted, "Yes. You dare to look directly at the other side of yourself and reveal to me the dark side that is different from the surface. You have a good mood and courage." Lu Sheng nodded with satisfaction and comforted him in a light tone. "Actually, you don't need to be afraid. It's hard to say in peacetime, but in today's world, if you are loyal to or accept that side calmly, you will find that the whole world is different." Yagyu crossed his legs and continued using our kendo vocabulary. "You are very talented as a murderer." "A murderer?" Busujima Saiko was slightly startled and said in confusion. "Good." Yagyu nodded slightly and added, "The murderer is the state I was in just now. Ordinary people are easily irritable under the influence of hostility. If they cannot suppress it, 9 out of 10 will go to extremes and fall into darkness. The last one is a truly courageous person." Yagyu looked at Busujima Saiko and said, "Those 9 people are the thugs and murderers you are familiar with. They are all a kind of murderer, but they are the lowest level, garbage controlled by violence. Guys who can control their anger are either killers or high-ranking figures who regard human life as nothing. Such people are not considered murderers. These 2 types of people can be found everywhere." Yagyu looked at Busujima Saiko and said, "Only a person with character flaws, a dark psychology, the ability to conquer violence, and the courage to look directly at that side of himself can be considered a murderer." "Certainly, I'm talking about murderers, not swordsmanship. Those are all people with character and psychological problems, such as you." Yagyu pointed at Busujima Saiko, whose expression changed slightly, and said, "People like you hold knives just to satisfy your own violent tendencies. It's too low end. Sooner or later, you will be eroded by violence. In the future, I will teach you how to control that tendency. When you conquer your anger, accept and suppress the dark side, and integrate it into your own swordsmanship, your killer swordsmanship will take shape." Yagyu said, "When the time comes, I will teach you how to perfect this swordsmanship." Yagyu has never denied that there is something wrong with his character. I originally thought that he was just the type of person who is extremely indifferent to himself. But during the war before Konoha's collapse plan and the memorial service after it ended, Yagyu felt the urge to kill. Excited, and unable to produce a trace of sadness, he realized and accepted his character flaws and the dark side of his psychology. At that time, Yagyu found his own way of kendo. After obtaining the demonic eye of direct death, Yagyu's kendo took shape. By the time Yagyu when he transforms his murderous aura into a domineering aura, and becomes a person who will feel the majestic blood energy and feel fear and horror whenever others see him, his swordsmanship will be fully formed. Busujima Psycho will next all she has to do is repeat Yagyu's path. She is also destined to never be as good as Yagyu, because in addition to the murderous ghost kendo, Yagyu also has Gyachi kendo. Moreover, Busujima Psycho has not yet completed her transformation. Before she realized the sound of the breathing of all things, she was an ordinary person. Even if she realized the breathing of all things, it was just a step into the path of a swordsman. Yagyu, who had completed the unification of mysteries, had already surpassed the great swordsman. There is still one swordsman and one great swordsman left before Yagyu. Even 1,000 miles is not enough to describe the gap. After telling Busujima Psycho about the difference between the murderous ghost and the swordsmanship of the murderous ghost, Yagyu didn't give her time to comprehend either. After packing up his things, storing them all in the storage scroll, and storing the scroll in the sealing talisman, Yagyu left the villa with Busujima Psycho to find a new place to stay. Walking on the street, Busujima Psycho looked at the corpses and broken limbs all over the street, and her beautiful blue eyes shrank slightly. Those smooth, straight cuts told her whose work these were. Guru. Busujima Psycho swallowed slightly and followed Yagyu without daring to speak. After walking a long distance, Busujima Psycho's heart gradually became numb. Along the way, there were only a few solitary zombies wandering out of the house or coming from other areas. There are almost no zombies in this street. Taken from it, it is a scene of corpses everywhere. No wonder when the teacher comes back, his face and hair look like that of the decorator. It turns out that the solidified liquid on it is all the work of these corpses. After a long time, Yagyu and Busujima Psycho left the area. Busujima Psycho, who was one position behind, suddenly caught up, looked sideways at Yagyu and asked, "Teacher, can I ask you a question?" Yagyu's domineering aura spread out upon hearing this, and his eyes swept over the area without leaving a trace. While looking for unoccupied houses in the buildings, he said in a calm tone, "Say." Busujima Psycho said, "Can I know your name?" Hearing this, Yagyu was slightly startled. Then he nodded and introduced himself, "My name is Yagyu Yuzuki." After hearing this, Busujima Psycho said in confusion, "Yagyu Shinenryu." The two words Yagyu made her subconsciously think of the famous one, Kendo School. In response, Yagyu shook his head no. Busujima Psycho became even more confused and continued, "Teacher, where is your home?" "Konoha." Yagyu showed a playful smile, turned to look at Busujima Psycho, and said, "A world of ninjas." "Ninja? World?" Hearing these two words, Busujima Psycho was stunned subconsciously. Then an unbelievable thought suddenly emerged. She opened her beautiful blue eyes wide and looked at Yagyu's trembling mouth. "Is it possible? Explain." "Yes, it's just what you thought." Yagyu nodded and said truthfully, "I come from a world of ninjas, and that kind of slashing is also the power system of that world." Busujima Psycho felt a wave of shock in her heart, and she was silent and unable to speak. Taking into account her expression, Yagyu said, "Isn't it incredible?" Busujima Psycho nodded and said with a complex expression, "It's shocking, but it's reasonable. That kind of godlike slashing does not belong to the power of this world. I thought it was the mysterious side of the world, but now it seems that it is not the case." Busujima Psycho seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly raised his head to look at Yagyu and asked, "Teacher, will you go back?" "Well, I'll be leaving in 2 days." Yagyu nodded slightly, looked at Busujima Psycho and said meaningfully, "When the time comes, remember to give me an answer." Busujima Psycho was silent again. After walking for a while, Lu Sheng's footsteps suddenly stopped. While Busujima Psycho was distracted, Yagyu held her waist and jumped over the wall to the rooftop of a house. Swish, click, bang. Severing the door to the rooftop with a knife, Yagyu took out the storage scroll and handed it to Busujima Psycho, and warned, "I will probably come back tomorrow night. Take this time to think about it." Yagyu's words are easy to understand. It's just a simple multiple-choice question. Choose to leave with him, or choose to stay in this world. Choose the superhuman world of swordsmanship, or choose the last memorial to your father who may be dead or still alive. If she chooses the former, she will bid farewell to this world. If she chooses the latter, the master-student relationship she and Yagyu have just established for a day will be shattered and the relationship between strangers will resume. Yagyu did not force Busujima Psycho to make a choice, but gave her a day of thinking time. After handing the storage scroll to her, Yagyu jumped down and continued hunting. This time during the hunt, Yagyu decided not to rest. Even if he was tired and hungry, as long as he could still raise his hand, the clock did not stop. The two experiences were enough for Yagyu to find the trick. The energy could not be calmed down or suppressed. Instead, it allowed it to expand continuously and then burst out naturally. During this period, he needed to keep killing and killing. He stimulated it with blood and the touch of tearing the human body. So, Yagyu began to kill and kill selflessly. Although zombies are a type of monster, they are also human beings. Mutated. Seeing and hearing haki can capture their aura, and Yagyu seems to be equipped with a tracker, and the figure starts to run towards the nearest zombie. Swish, tear it apart. As the silvery sword light suddenly appeared, a new round of killing feast began again. Sometimes it was shaved, sometimes it was instantaneous. or he flew over the walls and climbed over the buildings to take shortcuts. Lu Shang turned into a ghostly afterimage, flashing on the streets everywhere. The harvesting of melons and vegetables almost stopped for a second. Those who were lucky enough to see this scene seemed to have seen gods. Before they could see Yagyu clearly or ask for help, Yagyu had disappeared. 1 hour, 3 hours, 5 hours, 23 hours later. Time went from noon to dusk, then from dusk to night, then night to early morning to morning, and morning to noon. A 360-degree cycle was completed. An extremely cruel scene appeared in a certain urban area of Bedlord City. Even if you look down from a god's perspective, you can see the scene of mass graves. It was like experiencing in a tragic war. Countless corpses and severed limbs were piled up on the streets, which illustrates the real corpses everywhere. 1, 10, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, it's hard to count. Boom. At this time, the top of a certain house. Suddenly there was a dark red light pillar rising into the sky. Immediately, an invisible pressure spread out. Click, bang bang bang. The glass of the surrounding houses was cracked. The sound of silver plates falling to the ground could be heard endlessly. The shock wave formed by the momentum shattered countless pieces of glass. Even some walls were shaken to the point of appearing with spider web-like cracks. When the dark red light pillar disappeared, it was on the roof of the house. Yagyu held the scabbard at his waist with his left hand, held the sword in his right hand, and closed his eyes slightly. Boom, boom, click. The invisible pressure turned into invisible shock waves, roaring out from his body. The ground under his feet and the walls on the roof of the building seemed to be hit by hammers, making loud sounds. A heavy blow. Thick cracks spread and appeared. Several birds passing through the sky together seemed to have been sniped. Their sharp beaks and bodies under the feathers overflowed with blood and fell down. Half a minute later, the shockwave dissipated. The rooftop of the building where Lu Shang was located was already covered with spider web-like cracks, resembling a dangerous building. Lu Shang opened his eyes and looked at the surrounding scene. Calmly he said to himself, is this the domineering look of a king? What? But error, it's not difficult to control it at all. Yagyu had been holding back the anger in his mouth for 2 whole days. The energy consumed by killing and killing for a day did not make him feel tired. But the murderous intention accumulated in 6 figures of life made Yagyu even more uncomfortable than he had been after fighting for several days. When it burst out, Yagyu felt that his spirit and feelings seemed to have been sublimated. The extremely heavy pressure had been lifted by the light beam transformed by blood just now, and it rose to the sky. He hadn't slept for more than a day. In his body, Yagyu not only did not feel a trace of fatigue, but felt extremely light. Not only had the Overlord-colored haki he had been looking forward to awakened, but he had just awakened to the advanced Overlord-colored haki. Overlord-colored haki is divided into 3 levels: primary, intermediate level, advanced level. The primary Overlord color bursts out due to high emotions. It is often triggered when angry or emotionally excited and stuns the people around you, but cannot be controlled freely. The intermediate Overlord color can be used by oneself. It can be controlled by the will. Not only can it control the release timing, but also the coverage area. The advanced Overlord color uses coercion to destroy the opponent. This kind of domineering power requires a true Overlord with both mind and body to possess. The level of Overlord color domineering can not only be emitted in all directions, but can also be activated at any time. Just passing by can make a warrior who has experienced hundreds of battles fall to the ground. Give these 3 types of Overlord color domineering, if you choose a representative. Then the primary and intermediate levels are Monkey D. Luffy's version of himself 2 years ago and 2 years later. The high-level representatives are the 4 emperors who rule the sea. The most powerful among them is the Overlord-colored domineering power of red-haired Shanks, which can cause substantial damage to people. Charlotte Lingling's strange scream plus Overlord color can also cause substantial damage. But compared to Shanks, it seems a bit inferior. But now, Yagyu's Overlord-colored haki is not only at a high level just after awakening, but judging from the cracks on the ground and walls, his haki has also caused substantial damage. This shows how powerful Yagyu is as one of the saviors of the ninja world. Call out. After feeling his Overlord look, Yagyu's figure turned into an afterimage and disappeared. Rushing to the second foothold, Yagyu leaped on the rooftops of the houses. Looking forward with his red eyes, Yagyu's face was frozen with a few patches of green and red face, expressionless. The thin body in a kimono was vaguely emitting dark red gas, as if it were an illusion. However, this is no illusion. This is his dominance, which is different from the high-level dominance of Charlotte Lingling and Shanks. The exclusive domineering look of a murderer. For those who possess both mental and physical skills, their domineering energy can be activated at any time. Yagyu had just awakened his domineering power, and it was in a state where his domineering power was leaking out. Fortunately, there was no one around, otherwise it would not be surprising if someone with a little courage would faint if they looked at the current Yagyu, or would be heartbroken and bile-broken, or would be frightened to death on the spot. After all, this is an aura that even a fierce general who has experienced hundreds of battles cannot resist. A few minutes later, Yagyu's figure landed on the roof of a house. Entering through the cracked rooftop door, Yagyu came to the living room on the second floor. Teacher, bang. Bujima Saiko, who had been staying in the living room, quickly stood up to greet him. However, just as his eyes came into contact with Yagayu's red eyes, Busujima Saiko stood up immediately as if he had been sitting for a long time, resulting in insufficient blood supply to the brain, and he fell down. But the undisguised look of fear on her beautiful face and the violent trembling of her face told others that she seemed to have seen something terrible and was seriously frightened. In fact, she was. This is indeed the case. Yagayu's current state is not as irritable as yesterday, and everyone looked unhappy. On the contrary, Yagayu's aura is extremely peaceful, and there is no trace of coldness in his eyes. But after making eye contact with Yagayu, poison however, Shima Saiko felt that the surrounding environment changed drastically in an instant. It was a desolate battlefield, and the sky was dyed bright red. Yagayu's figure kept getting higher and higher, standing on a mountain of corpses. Behind and below him, there was an endless horizon. The sea of blood. The dark red gas lingered around the body, and the red eyes seemed to be thousands of years of ice. Busujima Saiko's body temperature dropped to the lowest level, and she drowned in the sea of blood without any resistance. This feeling, Busujima Saiko, it wasn't the first time she felt it. 2 days ago at dusk, she experienced it personally in the square of Fujimai Academy. But that time was completely different from this time, and it was not on the same level at all. Looking at the pale Busujima Saiko, Yagayu said calmly, "Are you okay?" As he spoke, that illusion instantly shattered. I'm fine." Busujima Saiko was out of breath, panting, and said in a trembling voice as if he was reborn after a disaster. Yagayu ignored it and asked straight to the point, "What is your decision?" The hesitation on Busujima Saiko's face flashed away, and then she said firmly, "I choose to leave with the teacher." After listening to her words, a faint smile appeared on Yagayu's expressionless face. "Your determination, I already heard. Get ready, I'll take you away later." Afternoon, 1340. From the time he came back to now, Yagayu has been staying in the bathroom and cleaning his body carefully. Busujima Saiko was standing ready in the living room, holding her own wooden sword in both hands, and Shijur Kintoki, which Yagayu gave her as an apprenticeship gift. After Yagayu came out of the bathroom, she hurriedly stood up. With that serious look on his face, someone who didn't know it thought he was about to go to the battlefield. But in Busujima Saiko's mind, what happened next was indeed more serious than going to the battlefield. The legendary time travel is even more incredible than the Third World War in modern times. Just like the myth of human fantasy suddenly materialized, it is easy for people's 3 perspectives to be completely shattered. And from Yagayu's words, Busujima Saiko read a message. That is, once she travels through time, she may never return to this world. After living in modern times for more than 10 years, I suddenly have to go to a strange world. Busujima Saiko was as nervous as if she had immigrated to a strange country. Yagayu didn't know what she was thinking. After seeing Busujima Saiko ready, Yagayu found a hairdryer to dry her hair, and then stored the storage scroll in the ceiling charm. After doing this, Yagayu went directly to the living room, in front of Busujima Saiko, and lightly swiped his 2 fingers like a sword. A black gap cuts through the invisible space. Under the wide-open gaze of Saiko Busujima, the black gap seemed to be torn open by a pair of invisible giant hands. A black hole-like gate of time and space appeared immediately. "Give me your hand." After opening the dungeon door, Yagayu extended his hand to Busujima Saiko just in case. "Yes." Busujima Saiko responded quickly, holding 2 knives in one hand, and grabbing Yagayu's palm with the other hand. Taking Busujima Saiko's pink and tender little hand, Yagayu led her into the dungeon door. When after the 2 figures disappeared, the black hole-like door of time and space slowly returned to its original state. Entering the dungeon door, what Yagayu and Busujima Saiko saw in front of them was not a tunnel like a universe, but a forest that seemed familiar to them. Zone. "Teacher, is this a different world?" Busujima Saiko still held Yagayu's hand, and looked around like a curious baby. Looking at the towering trees that were taller than those in modern cities, Busujima Saiko slightly exclaimed, "So tall, so big." The suspicion in Yagayu's eyes flashed away. He let go of Busujima Saiko's small hand, and walked in one direction. "Follow me, don't get lost." "Yes." Busujima Saiko hurriedly followed. Although she was 2 years older than Yagayu, she was just like a well-behaved younger sister. In the past 2 days of knowing Yagayu, her 3 views have been completely shattered. She has adapted to the world of superpowers. And before understanding Yagayu's character, Busujima Saiko would probably need a long time to transform back into the usual goddess. The 2 walked for more than 10 minutes before they walked out of the forest and returned to the lively and prosperous Konoha Street. "Good afternoon, Yagayu-sama." "Lord Yagayu." "Ah, look, it's Lord Yagayu." On the way home, pedestrians on both sides of Yagayu greeted him one after another. Some young women screamed loudly from a distance. This scene of an idol being met by a fan made Busujima Saiko, who was half a step behind, slightly stunned again. Immediately, a strange feeling arose in her heart. Such a terrifying teacher is so popular here? Busujima Saiko has a beautiful appearance, not only has a mature figure, but also gives people a gentle feeling, and has a particularly demure and cold temperament. In modern times, she is a goddess who shines wherever she is. However, along the way, except for a few young women, they cast doubtful and hostile glances at Busujima Saiko. The rest of the people didn't even look at her. It seemed that all eyes were focused on Yagayu, and they did not notice her existence. This scene fully reflects Yagayu's reputation in this village. "Yo, Yuzuki." After walking for a while, Busujima Saiko suddenly stopped when he saw Yagyu. He saw a man wearing a green vest and a pineapple haircut walking over with a pair of dead fish eyes. Busujima Saiko discovered that facing him the teacher, who only nodded in response to everyone else's greetings, had a different attitude towards this man. Is he the teacher's friend? Busujima Saiko looked at Nara Shikamaru and secretly thought doubtfully. Her eyes instantly changed. Nara Shikamaru noticed. Looking at Busujima Saiko, who looked like an ordinary person and was holding a wooden sword and a bamboo sword, Nara Shikamaru asked directly, Yagyu, who is this? My student. Yagyu replied without concealment. Busujima Saiko quickly bowed slightly to Nara Shikamaru and introduced himself. Hello, my name is Busujima Saiko. A poisonous island? Hello? Nara Shikamaru read the last name for a moment, then nodded in response, looked at Yagyu and exclaimed, You guy, you actually accepted a disciple. Hearing this, Yagyu showed a disgusted face that shocked Saiko Busujima, and said, Are you surprised that I accepted a disciple? Nonsense? Nara Shikamaru said without hesitation. For a guy with a dark mentality like you, except for Hinata and little sister Hanabi, I wouldn't be surprised if you chopped Naruto off. This should be the teacher's best friend. Busujima Saiko nodded in her mind, and initially judged the relationship between Nara Shikamaru and Yagyu. Yagyu was not angry, and asked impatiently after that, Can you let me know? Is it open? Hey, don't be so heartless, okay? Nara Shikamaru said helplessly, At least save some face for me in front of your students. Lu Shang stared at him and said no more. Nara Shikamaru didn't seem to see his expression, and he invited, Speaking of which, that guy Naruto has transplanted a new arm. We are planning to hold a party. Remember to come and attend, and bring your students with you. Let's get to know each other. Then, I'll leave first. Call out. Nara Shikamaru, who knew Yagyu well, didn't give him a chance to refuse. After saying that, the figure disappeared in the street. This kind of teleportation made Busujima Saiko stunned. Is this a different world? Everyone, all possess superhuman strength. Brother Yagyu, welcome home. After returning home, Yagyu saw Hanabi's figure face to face, and rushed over from the entrance. Opening his hands to hug Hanabi, a gentle smile appeared on Yagyu's face. Looking at his smile, Busujima Saiko next to him smiled slightly. She was lost in thought. Then, her face became slightly thoughtful. It seemed that the teacher was not as scary as she imagined. Under the cold appearance that rejected everything, the teacher not only had a very popular reputation in this world, but also had close friends who could talk to everyone, and as the younger sister of the family, the reason why she feels that the teacher is scary is because she doesn't know the teacher well enough, and there is a big barrier between master and disciple. Thinking of this, Busujima Saiko became determined in her heart. She must it is necessary to use the shortest possible time to erase this layer of barriers so that the teacher can truly recognize and accept her as a student. Hanabi, who was holding Yagyu in her arms and was about to act coquettishly, instantly noticed the presence of Busujima Saiko. She looked up into Yagyu's eyes and asked doubtfully, Yagyu nii, who is this sister? Seeing that it was Yagyu who brought it back, Hanabi didn't call her, which reflected the quality of the little princess of the Hyuga clan. Yagyu put Hanabi down and introduced, This is my student. She will live here in the future. I study kendo. After finishing speaking, Yagyu introduced to Busujima Saiko, This is my girlfriend's sister. Let's get to know each other. Hello, my name is Busujima Saiko. Busujima Saiko looked at the girl in front of her, and her appearance suddenly changed. She bowed and introduced herself with a gentle temperament. Her soft voice made it difficult for people to feel bad. Hanabi was stunned for a moment, then realized what she was doing and quickly bowed. He returned the greeting and said, Hello, my name is Hinata Hanabi. After saying hello, Hanabi looked at Busujima Saiko again. Her eyes were full of surprise. She almost thought she saw her sister just now. This student of Yagyu brother's temperament is so similar to her sister. When Hanabi looked at Busujima Saiko, he was also looking at the girl in front of him. She was dressed in the same style as the teacher, wearing a golden brown kimono, with black hair with a little flaxen hair, pulled into long straight hair, and the bangs in the front were tied into two small braids. With a delicate and lovely face, the skin is translucent and full of vitality, as if you can see the future beauty. In addition, the most impressive thing is the pair of pure white eyes. I have never seen such eyes on Busujima Saiko, vowed never to forget the eyes of this girl. After the two introduced themselves, Yagyu looked at Hanabi and asked, Where is your sister? After my sister saw the note you secretly left, she temporarily moved back home to make it easier for her to practice tea ceremony and flower pressing. Hanabi put her index finger on her lips, looked up slightly, and said, I usually come here at noon and evening. After saying that, Hanabi threw herself on Yagyu again. With a smile on her cute little face, she said in ostentatious tone, Hanabi stays here to look after the house no matter when school or vacation is over. Yagyu smiled slightly and patted Hanabi's head as a sign of praise. Immediately, the three of them walked into the living room. Yagyu sat on the sofa, pointed at Busujima Saiko to Hanabi, and ordered Take Saiko to find a guest room, and help her clean up briefly. After Hinata comes back, you can take her shopping tonight. Some clothes and daily necessities. Hanabi nodded, looked up at Busujima Saiko, and said, Sister Saiko, come with me. Trouble. Busujima Saiko bowed and saluted, and then followed Hanabi to choose a room. In the corridor, Hanabi looked at the 2 knives that Busujima Saiko was holding, and said with a sweet smile, "Did Yagyu brothers Shijur Kintoki be given to you?" Yes. Busujima Saiko was stunned for a moment, then nodded quickly, glanced down at Shijur Kintoki, and asked in confusion, "Do you also know about this sword?" Certainly. Shijur Kintoki was Yagyu's brother's weapon when he first came into contact with kendo. Hanabi nodded vigorously and said with nostalgia, "This is one of the most precious things of brother Yagyu. Even if the village is destroyed, it will be protected intact." Hearing this, Busujima Saiko hugged Shijur Kintoki's arm and tightened immediately. A warm feeling of being valued came to his heart. It turns out that this magical bamboo sword still has this meaning to the teacher. Hanabi bulletin knowing Busujima Saiko's thoughts. After describing the meaning of Shijur Kintoki, Hanabi showed a big sweet smile to Busujima Saiko. "You are a student of Yagyu Nii, and you will live here in the future. Let's get along well in the future." Hanabi did not become hostile to Busujima Saiko because of her beauty and mature figure that was as good as her sister. On the contrary, she quickly accepted the student brought back by Yagyu brother. Just like Hidden. Just as Ben is very strict about seniority, so is the ninja world. In Hanabi's eyes, the relationship between Yagyu and Busujima Saiko is a very pure master-student relationship. She doesn't think wrong at all. It is impossible for a student to fall in love with a teacher. And Hanabi is very clear about Yagyu's character. She has been grateful many times that she is Hineda's sister, and she boldly approached Yagyu a few years ago. She took advantage of Yagyu's doting, and then boldly let the relationship deteriorate. Without Hineda's relationship, Hanabi would not be loved by Yagyu. Even if he married Hineda, Hanabi's relationship with him would be just like strangers. Hanabi knew very well that Yagyu was not the kind of person who wanted to play around. So, because Yenjin of seniority. Although Hanabi is younger than Busujima Saiko, she completely regards Busujima Saiko as a junior, which fully reflects her qualities as the second princess of the Hyuga clan and the secret wife of Yagyu. Seeing Hanabi who didn't hide her friendliness, Busujima Saiko's heart was filled with good feelings. She smiled and nodded. "Please give me more advice in the future." Dusk, evening. It's a little after 17 o'clock. Hineda came from the Hyuga clan, and when she saw Yagyu coming back, the two of them immediately stayed in the living room and stayed together for a while. During this period, Yagyu introduced Busujima Saiko to Hineda, who came out of the room with Hanabi after hearing the noise. When Hineda, a good wife and loving mother, met Busujima Saiko, who knew how to be a wife, the two women, both of whom had the temperament of Yamato Nades Hiko, were like friends who were destined to meet each other, and they quickly became familiar with each other. Especially when making dinner, Hineda and Busujima Saiko joined hands with each other in perfect harmony. Hineda finally found the first friend besides Yagyu whom she could talk to. It's different from Hanabi, who silently raises her seniority in her heart. Hineda and Busujima Saiko seem to have separate relationships. This can be seen from the fact that she calls Hineda instead of master's wife, and Hineda also calls her by her first name. Yagyu was a little surprised by this, but he was also expecting it. After dinner, Hineda and Hanabi took Busujima Saiko out to buy some clothes and daily necessities. As for Yagyu, as before, he came to the dojo to meditate in Swordsman and began to specialize in the art of swordsmanship. After Yagyu transformed his murderous aura into overlord-colored haki, murderous demon kendo has reached a mature form. And now, Yagyu began to perfect the new kendo. It is different from the killer swordsmanship, which requires strong power. Gi kendo is a brand new kendo formed by the fusion of two abilities, the sound of breathing of all things and the direct death demon eye. But while it is a kind of kendo, it is also Yagyu's strongest trump card at present, the only secret of kendo. Its principle is to continuously slash the death of the airflow at a speed that is so fast that it is invisible to the naked eye, and to superimpose the slashes that will burst out instantly when the airflow is cut off. After accumulating to the limit, it explodes all at once. This secret can be superimposed on ordinary slashes, or on the slashes of a great swordsman. The perfect direction of this kendo is very simple. That is to improve the sound of breathing in all things, or to improve the understanding of death of airflow, preferably both at the same time. This is perfect inside. Let Yagyu see the death of the airflow, the number is getting larger and larger, and the side effects are getting smaller and smaller. In this case, there is no need to worry about exhaustion after one blow. As for external improvement, it is to improve physical fitness and increase the number of slashes the great swordsman can make. And, the sword drawing technique? As long as you improve your sword drawing skills, Yagyu's sword swinging speed will become faster. But Yagyu had mastered the ordinary sword drawing skills 10 years ago, and the attainments in this way are not shallow at all. Before acquiring the demonic eye of direct death, most of the enemies died under Yagyu's drawn sword. If you want to achieve another breakthrough with this technique, ordinary methods will not work. So Yagyu began to practice drawing swords while blindfolded. And it's not just about drawing a sword, it's about practicing how to control the strength and speed to draw out several swords in a short period of time. This exercise is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is to increase speed. The second stage is to improve the accuracy. The third stage is practice. And the sword drawing technique is just one of the ways to perfect the outside. If he wants Gi Kendo to become as good as Killer Ghost Kendo, Yagyu still has to go a long way. Ever since, I returned to the scene before liberation. At some point, they started to appear in the gym. The familiar scenes of wielding a sword as a child and drawing a sword as an adult form a contrast. Yagyu's sword drawing training lasted until 10 o'clock in the evening and then ended. It's not the end, but it's interrupted. You're here just in time, go and bring your sword and sheathe your kintoki. Yagyu took off the blindfold, looked at Busujima Saiko who came in alone, and said with instructions. Yes. Busujima Saiko nodded, turned around and walked out. In less than a minute, Busujima Saiko ran in holding 2 knives. Yagyu took the wooden sword made of white oak from her hand. With a slight wave, Yagyu said softly the length is 101.5 centimeters, the weight is about 700 grams, and with the toughness of white oak, it was a good non-violating self-defense weapon in your era. Busujima Saiko's eyes lit up slightly when she saw Yagyu seeing the data of the wooden sword at a glance. With this kind of eyesight and familiarity with the sword, the teacher's swordsmanship skills have indeed reached the pinnacle level. After giving an evaluation, Yagyu looked at Busujima Saiko said calmly, I haven't had time to talk to you in the past 2 days. Now let me see how your swordsmanship is. Yes. Busujima Saiko nodded excitedly and responded loudly. Yagyu took a few steps back, pointed the knife at Busujima Saiko, and said attack here, I will test you with actual combat. Yes. Busujima Saiko responded again, and then rushed towards Yagyu with sheathe your kintoki in hand. Teacher, I'm coming. Whoosh. Like being hit with a stick, Busujima Saiko's movements were very decisive, and he exuded an aura that ordinary people in this world would never have. Bang. However, Yagyu frowned, raised his wooden sword, and collided with the bamboo sword that hit him. The huge force immediately forced Busujima Saiko to retreat, and he sat on the ground in embarrassment. The bamboo sword did not. The scene of taking off the hand made the displeasure that had just appeared on Yagyu's face disappear. His red eyes stared at Busujima Saiko, and he reprimanded expressionlessly, don't be arrogant, just attack with a real sword. With your little strength, you can't even hurt a hair on my head. Yes. Busujima Saiko's beautiful face turned slightly red, and she stood up awkwardly. After all, it had only been 2 days. Even after seeing slashes and experiencing time travel, her worldview had not yet had time to change. Habits formed over more than 10 years, making her forget the power of the bamboo sword and the terror of the teacher in front of her. Swish. So, Busujima Saiko held the sheathe gold in her hand and waved it towards Yagyu in the air. With the flash of cold light, the bamboo sword transformed into a real sword. Yagyu, on the other hand, silently covered the wooden sword with his armed haki to prevent it from being accidentally cut off. Sonorous. After the bamboo sword transformed into a real sword, Busujima Saiko rushed over again. The raised katana turned into a white sword and slashed down. Yagyu raised the wooden sword in his hand and faced the attack. When the extremely sharp katana, and after the wooden sword made of white oak collided, it made the sound of metal clashing. The loud harsh sound made Busujima Saiko slightly stunned. The wooden sword blocked the real sword. Isn't this really an illusion? Swish bang. Taking advantage of the moment when she was dazed, Yagyu held the wooden sword with one hand, drew down the blade with his side hand, pushed Shija Kintoki upwards, and then stabbed Busujima with the wooden sword without mercy. Saiko's belly. Woo, bang. Busujima Saiko had a look of pain on her face. The Shija Kintoki she held in her hand fell to the ground and returned to the shape of the bamboo sword. The strong force made her kneel down. Yagyu looked at her condescendingly, expressionless. Said pick up the knife and continue. Yes. Busujima Saiko rubbed her stomach, resisted the pain, and stood up when she picked up Shijukin. Yagyu took a few steps back again, stared at Busujima Saiko with his red eyes, and taught in a calm tone, don't under the influence of foreign objects. You saw me as a person who had vented your violent tendencies, and attacked me with the idea of killing me. Yes. When Busujima Saiko held Shijukin in both hands, the bamboo sword transformed into a real sword again. Whoosh. The next second, Busujima Saiko rushed over again. Clang, 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 clang. As the sound of metal clashing fell, sparks of sword collision began to fly in the gym. Busujima Saiko held Shijukin in both hands and kept swinging at Yagyu. The moves were full of flaws, but the beautiful face and beautiful blue eyes were full of seriousness. She looked directly into Yagyu's red eyes, without fear or confusion. Yagyu didn't abuse her this time, but started using feeding moves, adjusting her sword-swinging posture. With the help of skill, Busujima Saiko's attacks gradually hit Yagyu's vitals every time. Yagyu nodded and finally praised, that's right, that's the look. Keep it up and remember your current state. No matter who the enemy is, unless it is a special target, anyone who is hostile to you must attack him in this way. If you find the opportunity to hit a vital point or kill him, you must not hesitate to seize the opportunity to kill him with one blow. Yagyu began to instill in Busujima Saiko the concept of being merciless. Yes. Busujima Saiko nodded seriously. As the firelight splashed, her beautiful blue eyes gradually gained a touch of fanaticism. It was not that she was brainwashed by Yagyu. It was because she felt pressure like a tsunami from Yagyu's body. Made Busujima Saiko excited. Before that, she was the champion of the national women's kendo competition. Except for some sword masters, no one among her peers could match her. In order to restrain her violent tendencies, Busujima Saiko she rarely fights with others. Now her little bit of pride has been completely crushed by Yagyu. coupled with the reason why Yagyu feeds her moves, her violence factor is finally stimulated. Suddenly, Busujima Saiko's attacks became faster and more powerful. He became even more violent. Seeing this, Yagyu nodded in his heart. Sure enough, he has the talent to become a murderer. Busujima Saiko's current state is just like the killing state that Yagyu entered during the War of Konoha's collapse plan. Very similar. But the gap is thousands of miles. Because at that time, Yagyu was already a top swordsman who threatened the shadow. But Busujima Saiko was just an ordinary person. Bang! 10 minutes later, Yagyu looked at Busujima Saiko who was sweating profusely from exhaustion, and stopped feeding him. With a violent swing of the knife, Shiger Kintoki fell to the ground. Yagyu held the wooden sword against Busujima Saiko's chest. On his neck, he said this is the end. Transforming from the mortal world is not that simple. Yagyu has the inheritance template of Hawkeye, and it took him more than a year to realize the sound of breathing of all things. Not to mention Busujima Saiko's basic swordsmanship, in Yagyu's eyes it is only average. With her physique, it is still uncertain whether she can perceive the sound of breathing of all things. Yagyu also does not expect that Busujima Saiko can perceive the sound of breathing of all things. When her swordsmanship foundation is satisfied, Yagyu will use the ability to perceive the sound of all things. The breathing method was taught to her. If she didn't have that physique, Yagyu would have found another way to let her find her own way of swordsmanship. Looking at Busujima Saiko, who was soaked in fragrance and sweat, Yagyu said softly, go and wash up. Take a shower and go to bed early. This kind of training will be very frequent in the future. Yes. Busujima Saiko nodded and responded. Returning the wooden sword to Busujima Saiko, Yagyu walked out of the gym. At 11:30 in the evening, Yagyu's room. Lying on the soft big bed, on either side of Yagyu lay the figures of Hinata and Hanabi. Both women were still asleep. One was lying on his crotch, and the other was holding his arm. Hanabi's little hands reached into his bathrobe, gently touching the angular muscles, and finally asked what she had been wondering about all day. Brother Yagyu, weren't you looking for a famous sword? Why did you come back so soon? Is it because of Sister Saiko? In the darkness, Hinata also had a look of doubt in her eyes. Hearing this, Yagyu didn't hide anything. I went to find a famous sword, but it was not the ninja world, but a different world. Different world. Hinata and Hanabi were stunned for a moment, and then they shouted at the same time. Yagyu nodded, and smoothly weaved lies. A few days ago, my eye skills changed, and I awakened new abilities. Originally it's just an ordinary time and space pupil technique, but I didn't expect it to be an ability that can lead to another world. Yagyu continued. Ziza is the student I took in from another world. It's so magical. Hinata and Hanabi instantly believed Yagyu's lie, because they believed that Yagyu would never deceive them. But they didn't expect that Yagyu's experience in the past 2 days would be so magical. Then Hanabi asked expectantly, Brother Yagyu, can you still use your abilities now? Can you bring someone with you? Fireworks. Hinata frowned slightly and was about to scold him. Eye skills will be consumed, especially powerful eye skills. The cost is extremely huge. As the owner of the Tsenjikan, Hinata knows very well. She had seen the sequelae of Yagyu's brain burn many times. As if aware of her emotional changes, Yagyu raised his hand and patted her delicate back. He rubbed Hanabi's head with his other hand and said with a smile, the consumption of this eye technique is not serious, and the cooling time is not long, but it is temporarily unavailable. After it recovers, my brother will take Hanabi and travel to another world together. Okay. It's a deal. Hanabi nodded repeatedly. She was still young and full of curiosity and yearning for another world. Hinata next to her was silent. After Yagyu finished coaxing Hanabi, he suddenly lowered his head to Hinata's ear and whispered softly. Although the sound was as thin as a mosquito, the atmosphere in the room was extremely silent. Yagyu's whisper reached the ears of the two sisters clearly. After hearing what he said, Hinata and Hanabi's eyes suddenly lit up, with expressions of excitement and anticipation on their beautiful and cute little faces. Yagyu opened his hands, hugged them tightly, looked at the ceiling and said, Hinata, Hanabi, after we find a way to live forever, we can live in seclusion for 100 years and live together forever, okay? Hinata and Hanabi nodded repeatedly, full of longing for the future. Time is like water, fleeting. Before he knew it, Busujima Saiko had been in another world for 7 days. Moving from a high-tech modern city to a ninja world full of flying walls and walls, Busujima Saiko didn't feel any discomfort at all. On the contrary, due to the mutation of the world, Busujima Saiko came from a world full of zombies to this peaceful place, and was also exposed to the mysterious side of the legend, which made her full of gratitude to Yagyu. During this week, Busujima Saiko had a good relationship with Hinata's sisters every day. With their help, I quickly became familiar with Konoha. Although Konoha is a bit too small compared to the main city, Busujima Saiko likes the lively atmosphere of the village and the simple folk customs very much. In the evening, Busujima Saiko went to the gym to receive training from Yagyu. After being exposed to the mysterious side of superpower, Busujima Saiko finally understood how poor her swordsmanship foundation, which was highly praised by her father and other seniors, was in Yagyu's eyes. Under Yagyu's teasing and teaching, Busujima Saiko's previous swordsmanship style began to be reshaped. After getting rid of the deep-rooted mercy side, every move began to become sharp and cruel, full of murderous intent. It is worth mentioning that Busujima Saiko has refined chakra. After witnessing the magic of ninjutsu and flying over walls, Busujima Saiko revealed her desire to cultivate this power the next day. Hinata, who knew her identity, taught her the chakra extraction method without hesitation. Perhaps due to the local view of time, Busujima Saiko succeeded in extracting chakra. Yagyu was surprised but not surprised by this. Then he silently revised Busujima Saiko's training plan. Let Hinata teach her how to climb trees and tread water during the day, and continue her training in swordsmanship at night. It's Wednesday of the second week. This afternoon, Yagyu took Hinata's sisters and Busujima Saiko to a hotel. Yo, Yagyu, you are here. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Inuzuka Kiba with a big white dog beside him. Behind him was a special round turntable with hot pot, barbecue, and other tools and materials on it. In addition to the people who traveled around the ninja world, Uchiha Sasuke and the other 12 heroes have already arrived. In addition, there are a few familiar figures. Yuzuki, you are so slow. Bringing the 3 Hinata girls to the 4 empty seats, Nara Shikamaru next to Yagyu said jokingly, well, he is the savior after all, so he should come last, unlike that guy Naruto, who came early came running. Naruto Uzumaki opposite, subconsciously looked up. In his right hand wrapped with a white bandage, he was holding a book. In the past, this person always cheered with Inuzuka Kiba and Akimichi Koji at parties, and was responsible for driving the atmosphere. The guy actually reads a book even while eating. Normally, it would be surprising. However, the little heroes around him, even Yagyu, are not surprised. Naruto is a movie about the protagonist, who grew up as a naive child and aspired to become the story of Naruto. As a student of the same class, Yagyu witnessed with his own eyes the changes in Uzumaki Naruto and the transformation brought about by the people around him. Uchiha Sasuke's defection made him lose his naivete. Jiraiya's death, allowing him to completely mature and possess the ability to become a hero and savior. Now, Uzumaki Naruto is fully prepared to bear the responsibilities of Konoha in the future. In a few years, this motivated savior will become. He devoted himself to being the Hokage of Konoha. Thinking of the future Uzumaki Naruto, Yagyu shook his head silently in his heart. He didn't want such a dream life at all. After sitting down, Yagyu looked at the woman next to Nara Shikamaru and smiled slightly. He raised his eyebrows and said with a strange expression, this is. By the way, let me introduce it to you. Nara Shikamaru woke up with a start, pointed at the woman next to him, looked at Yagyu and said, this is Tamari from Tsunagakure village. This time she and Gaara, the 5th Kazekage, came to visit Konoha. After Tsunade-sama abdicated, I studied with Kakashi-sensei, who succeeded the 6th Hokage, and now I am responsible for entertaining her. Yagyu raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at Tamari who was starting to blush, and let out a meaningful laugh. Nara Shikamaru scratched his head and looked slightly embarrassed. Then, in order to change the subject, Nara Shikamaru suddenly looked at Tamari, pointed at the 3 Hinata girls next to Yagyu, and introduced the one next to Yuzuki as his girlfriend. You must also know that one of the 3 saviors is Hyuga Hinata. Next to her is Hinata Hanabi, the 2nd princess of the Hyuga clan, Hinata's younger sister, and the one next to her is Yuzuki's student, Busujima Saiko. Hello. Tamari looked at Hinata and the girls and said in a rare panic tone. Hinata and the girls also nodded to her, showing an affectionate smile. Yagyu leaned on the chair, looking at Akimichi Koji and Inu who were either busy, Sakeza, or Abarameshino and Hyuga Niji who were sitting quietly, Uzumaki Naruto who was reading a book, Yamanaka Ino and others who were chatting. There was a rare trace of reminiscence in the red eyes. Then Yagyu whispered softly, he said, I will go on a trip with Hinata and the others in 2 days, and I probably won't be back for a long time. Nara Shikamaru was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Then, I have to break the age limit and have a drink with you tonight. Lu Sheng gave a rare smile. Okay. Yoshi, I'll get some wine. Nara Shikamaru stood up immediately, patted Yagyu on the shoulder, and said meaningfully, don't make us wait too long, everyone is still waiting to eat your and Hinata's wedding wine. Yagyu nodded slightly. After that, people gradually came in from outside. Gaara, the 5th Kazekage, and his bodyguard Kankuro. The first gathering after the 4th Ninja War has finally begun. At the same time, it was also a farewell party for Yagyu. This night, Yagyu drank for the first time. Uzumaki Naruto also put down his books and returned to his usual lively and active self. He put his arms around Gaara's neck and the two exchanged toasts of friendship. The party lasted until about 9 o'clock in the evening and then ended. Yagyu, who was too drunk, and Nara Shikamaru fell down on each other early. When the show was over, Hinata carried him back home. On the way, Busujima Saiko finally got to know her teacher's circle of friends and her true character. Looking at the drunken Yagyu lying on Hinata's back, Busujima Saiko's cold and beautiful face showed a faint smile. The drunk teacher is completely different from usual, so contrasting and cute. At noon the next day, Yagyu took a long nap for the first time in a long time. When he woke up, Hinata and Busujima Saiko had already prepared lunch. After washing up, Yagyu came to the restaurant and sat down. Hanabi couldn't wait to ask, hey, brother Yagyu, when are we going to set off? Looking at Hanabi opposite with an expectant face, Yagyu said funnily, what, Hanabi? Can't wait. Hanabi has never left the village since she was a child. Hanabi nodded repeatedly, not hiding the yearning on her face. It's a different world, I really want to see it. Yagyu teased, in that case, how about my brother sending you to Saiko's world? Brother Yagyu, how annoying. Hanabi suddenly pouted and turned away dissatisfied. After Yagyu told them the origin of Busujima Saiko, both Hinata and Hanabi asked her many times about things in the other world. After all, the people in the other world existence, no one will not be curious. From Busujima Saiko's story, Hinata and Hanabi know that world and what it is like now. The kind of monster that will be infected when bitten is simply more magical than white zetsu. It was a world where human beings were facing a crisis of extinction. Seeing Yagyu using this world to tease her, Hanabi naturally became a little emotional. Seeing this, Yagyu asked with a smile, have you said goodbye to your father? Aha. Hanabi's little emotion disappeared immediately, and she nodded repeatedly. My sister and I have already gone to say goodbye to my father this morning. My father also agreed that we would go on a travel. Hearing this, Yagyu nodded slightly. After eating after lunch, we will leave Konoha. Yay, awesome. Hanabi immediately cheered. She usually seemed precocious, but now she finally has the innocence and cuteness of an 11-year-old girl. From this, it can be seen that the attraction of another world to Hanabi is like the toy that a child has always dreamed of. During lunch, Hanabi ate faster than before. When she finished eating, she left the restaurant and started to pack her things in the room. In response, Yagyu and the other three smiled. They chewed their lunch slowly. Finally, Yagyu and the other three began to pack their luggage. The so-called luggage was actually not that complicated. It was nothing more than some dry food and water, as well as clothes and washing tools needed for knives when traveling. These things only require a storage scroll. You can fit them all in. It only took the four Yagyu and the others an hour to get dressed and walk out of the house without saying hello to anyone and leaving the village. It is worth mentioning that Yagyu and Hinata had cancelled their status as ninjas a few days ago. Yagyu is no longer an elite jounin of Konoha, and Hinata is not a chuunin of Konoha. Team 8 has been nominally disbanded. Therefore, when Yagyu and Hinata leave the village, they do not need to go to the 6th generation Hokage Kakashi. Report. After leaving Konoha for some distance, Yagyu took Hinata and the three girls to an inaccessible forest. Hinata's Tenseigans amazing insight confirmed that there was no one around for several miles. Yagyu deliberately opened the death eye. Then he swiped forward with two fingers like swords. In the next moment, a black gap tore through the space, quickly forming a black hole-like gate of time and space. Seeing the appearance of the dungeon gate with their own eyes, both Hinata and Hanabi widened their beautiful eyes. Amazing, Hanabi said blankly. Hinata nodded in agreement. Unlike Busujima Saiko who found it incredible, they were born in the world of ninjas, but they knew how powerful it was to open such a time and space. Because of Yagyu's lies, they really thought this was Yagyu's eye skills. Naturally, I felt extremely shocked in my heart. After opening the dungeon door, Yagyu stretched out his palm towards Hinata, looked at Hanabi and Busujima Saiko, and warned everyone hold hands, don't let go. Yes. The three Hinata girls responded quickly. The four of them held each other's hands, and then Yagyu walked into the dungeon door. The three Hinata girls followed closely behind. When the four figures were gone, the black hole shrank and disappeared. Entering the dungeon door, the tunnel scene of the universe and galaxy appeared in front of Yagyu again. Seeing such a scene for the first time, the three Hinata girls looked surprised. Yagyu looked thoughtful. The one who returned last time at that time, the tunnel did not appear, but returned directly to Konoha. Apparently, the system set the ninja world as Yagyu's main location. After walking in the tunnel for half an hour, the four Yagyu came to the white light door at the end. In front. Just like last time, after walking to a certain distance, the white light door turned into several parts. But unlike the 6 doors last time, this time there were only 3 doors. Brother Yagyu. Hanabi held Busujima Saiko's little hand, looked at Yagyu and said in confusion, is it a different world after passing through these 3 light gates? Yagyu nodded and said with a smile, Hanabi, choose a door, let us go and see it. How about the world Hanabi chose? Hearing this, Hanabi suddenly looked nervous, but what if Hanabi chooses a dangerous world? Yagyu comforted him, don't worry about your choice, nothing will happen to you. As long as they are not unlucky enough to enter a place where gods are fighting. No matter how critical the situation is, as long as the force value is not higher than that of the ninja world, or not much higher than that of the ninja world, Yagyu and Hinata can handle it. Guru. After listening to Yagyu's words, Hanabi swallowed her saliva, pointed to the second door nervously and expectantly, and said just, this is it. Let's go. Without saying a word, Yagyu pulled Hinata towards the second light door. Bang, 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 clang. When the 4 Yagyu people passed through the light door, the white light that obscured their eyes slowly dissipated. In their ears, the sound of surges and fighting came. Some strange humanoid creatures with complex skin colors appeared in front of the 4 people's eyes. There was a real feeling of concrete floor under my feet, with many unconscious people lying around. The ground was stained red with blood, and it seemed that a fierce fight was going on just now. The appearance of the 4 Yagyu men suddenly plunged the battle scene into silence. Seeing this scene, Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly. This is Caucosia Village, Aaron Paradise. The atmosphere in the headquarters of the evil Dragon Empire fell into silence at this time. Both sides of the battle with the Straw Hat Pirates stopped in agreement. Everyone was either shocked or so shocked that their eyes were splitting. They looked at a man and 3 women, the 4 uninvited guests who used incredible means to break into this base camp. That black hole-like gate of time and space was like a wormhole, pouring out an extremely astonishing gravitational force, draining all their strength and creating a strong fear in their hearts. This is... Yagyu looked at the fishmen present, and then his eyes fell on a man with a green algae head and a boy wearing a straw hat with his feet stuck in the ground. Then he nodded slightly, and Lu Sheng suddenly whispered, so that's it, it's actually this world. Hello, you guys. Bang. Looking at Yagyu who was talking to himself, and the 3 Hinata girls who were looking at them in surprise, as the owner of this territory, the evil dragon suppressed the fear in his heart and was about to question. Then, a strong wind roared over, covering the entire Aaron paradise. Bang, bang, bang. The fishmen headed by the evil dragon all seemed to have insufficient blood supply to their heads, as if they had been hit with a sap. Their eyes turned white and they fainted on the ground. The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground sounded one after another. Not long after, the entire Aaron paradise. Apart from the 4 Yagyu, only Zoro with the green algae head and Luffy with the straw hat were still awake. Moreover, it was because of Yagyu's pressure that he deliberately avoided them. Ah, what's going on? The fishman fainted inexplicably, which made Luffy, who was trying to pull out his own feet, say with a surprised look on his face, why did they all fall down? I can't beat him. He's not on the same level at all. Unlike Luffy, who was very nervous, Zoro held Wado Ikemonji in both hands and looked at Yagyu with sweat on his face, his eyes full of fear. Others couldn't see it, but he saw it clearly. The guy in front of him, who was wearing a kimono and looked and had the look and temperament of a noble prince, was exuding dark red gas. Having been a bounty hunter for several years, Soran knew very well that that aura was murderous. This guy's murderous intent has become so strong that it has become substantial. Damn, where did such a terrifying guy come from, and why did he appear here? How many lives were on his hands? Soran was roaring in his heart, but he didn't dare to move without permission. Let's go. Yagyu glanced deeply at Zoro, and suddenly took Hinata and the 3 girls towards the entrance of Aaron's paradise. Hinata took one last look at Luffy and Zoro, silently remembering their looks. Yagyu's domineering attitude deliberately avoided them, which was noticed by Hinata. Moreover, Yagyu's previous reaction seemed to already know where this world was. Is there something special about these 2 people? So Hinata secretly remember them. This person. Yagyu walked past Luffy without even looking at him. After passing each other, Luffy finally lost his nerve. Instead, he raised his hand to hold down the straw hat on his head and looked at Yagyu's back with a solemn expression. Bang. Ha, ha. After the Yagyu and the 4 left, Zoro sat down heavily on the ground, gasping for breath and trembling. Survived. Then, he murmured excitedly, this pressure, absolutely no wrong. This person is on the same level as Hawkeye. Brother Yagyu, where are we going next? After walking out of Arlong Paradise, Hanabi approached Yagyu and asked with a confused look. Except for the magical humanoid creature just now, there seemed to be no difference in the other world. As soon as the novelty wore off, Hanabi's mood became dull. It seemed that the child came to a strange place and suddenly felt lost, full of hesitation. Fortunately, Yagyu was by her side, giving her a backbone. Yagyu noticed Hanabi's emotional changes immediately. She didn't find it strange or troublesome. After all, there were times like this in the previous life. So, Yagyu raised his hand and touched Hanabi's head, and said with a smile, let's collect information about this world first, and then find a place to stay, okay? Yagyu's words seemed to tear apart the fog ahead. Hanabi suddenly had a goal and nodded repeatedly. After seeing that Hanabi was not confused, Yagyu turned to look at Hinata and asked Hinata, can your reincarnation eye check other people's memories? Using the spirit ball, I can view other people's memories and control their will and actions. Hinata instantly understood what Yagyu meant and said, Yagyu-kun, do you want me to use the ability of the Tsenjigen to collect information? Yagyu nodded slightly. In fact, Hinata's ability is not needed, and Yagyu is no stranger to this world. Because the first inheritance is Hawkeye, even if Yagyu has forgotten many plots in the ninja world, he still has not forgotten the plots in the pirate world. That's right. In this way, the first time he saw Luffy, Zoro, and the fishman, he knew what kind of world this was. The reason why Haki avoided Luffy and the 2 just now was also a reward for indirectly providing information to Yagyu. Letting Hinata use the ability of the Tsenjigen is nothing more than letting her collect ordinary information. The goal of Yagyu and Hinata's 3 girls to go to another world has been determined from the beginning. The trip is just incidental. The real purpose is looking for a way to live forever. 100 years is too short for them. Whether it is Yagyu, Hinata and Hanabi, they all want to be young and together forever. 19 years old is the peak of appearance, and Yagyu plans to spend the next 3 years, find a way to live forever. Thanks to the important plot of this world, the reasons are very clear. In an instant, Yagyu found a way to live forever. No, there should be 2 types. One is immortality, the other is immortality. The legendary pure gold, and the fruit of surgery. The battle between Luffy and the dragon tells Yagyu the time period. The fruit of the operation already had an owner, and it was a bit unsafe to obtain immortality that way. Yagyu believes in the power of technology more than the power system devil fruit in this world. Pure gold, the legendary metal. A person who wears pure gold and is illuminated by its light can live for 200 years without dying. This kind of external object of immortality, rather than the surgery of immortality like a surgical fruit, made Yagyu even more at ease. The goal was determined immediately. Find pure gold. After determining the next goal, Yagyu was already thinking about the next plan. The worldview of the pirate world is more than n times that of the ninja world. This worldview is more than just the types of magical creatures and the strange and special environment. But its area is amazing. In the ninja world, Yagyu and the others can travel from Konoha to the border of the Kingdom of Wind in one day. In a little more than a day, you can pass through the land of Taki and reach the land of Iron. Not counting the continent across the sea, the 5 major countries in the ninja world are actually very small. As for the pirate world, this medium-sized island is much larger than Konoha. The population is in the billions, tens of billions or more. The entire world map is divided into the southeast and northwest seas, the Great Root and the New World, as well as the windless areas on both sides. Currently, Yagyu knows that the pure gold is inside the body of an island-like lanternfish. The lanternfish, on the other hand, sinks in the sea all year round. Unless it is attracted by the light of pure gold, it rarely emerges from the sea. If you want to find lanternfish in the world of the sea, it is no less than finding a needle in a haystack. The best way is to follow Luffy and others. After 2 years, when they enter the New World, they will naturally meet the girl with pure gold, and then enter the body of the lanternfish. But the current time period has just begun. Yagyu doesn't like being a nanny, nor does he like wasting time, and Luffy doesn't have the qualifications or charm to let him join. Therefore, Yagyu must find another way to find the existence of lanternfish. Soon, 2 vague methods appeared in Yagyu's mind, which he instantly designated as Plan A. Go fight the evil dragon and the others. We've had enough, the worst possible outcome is death. While thinking about the plan, Yagyu led Hinata and the girls on a road. Suddenly, there was a loud shout from the front. I saw a group of men, women, and children coming towards me. They seemed to be the aboriginal people of this place. They all came with their usual farm tools in their hands and looked filled with righteous indignation. Among them, there was a girl with orange hair, which made Yagyu narrow his eyes slightly. Bang, 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 bang. The next moment, the man in the police uniform, who was the leader of the group, suddenly fell to the ground without warning. Immediately, the faces of the villagers who were originally angry turned dull, rolled their eyes, and fell to the ground one after another. The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground sounded again. As Yagyu and the others approached, the only one left in the group was the orange-haired girl with a bandage on her left arm. And this girl is one of Luffy's crew members, Nami, nicknamed the Little Thief Cat. You. Looking at the oncoming Yagyu and the others, Nami subconsciously took a few steps back and asked with a horrified look on her face, who are you? The villagers fainted at the same time. Anyone who was not a fool could see that it must be related to these people. Several people are involved. Not only is Nami not stupid, she has also manipulated countless pirate groups at the palm of her hand over the years. She was very sure that she had never seen these people before her. In other words, they are people from outside, etc. In that direction. Nami's face changed slightly, her originally frightened expression suddenly became tense, and she dared to ask, how did you get out of Arlong Paradise? Where were Luffy and the others? You take him. Before the whole sentence was finished, Nami suddenly stopped the wriggling movement of her throat. Her beautiful eyes widened as she stared at the approaching Yagyu, her face trembling violently. There was a look of horror in the depths of his eyes, but he still couldn't say a single word. Hinata, just use her. Yagyu walked up to Nami, stared at those trembling beautiful eyes with his red eyes, suddenly looked at Hinata next to him, and said, yes. Hinata nodded, looked at Nami seriously, and said, don't be afraid, it's just a matter of a moment. As everyone knows, her words made Nami even more frightened. Are you going to die? Luffy, everyone, and Belmere. Call out. Hinata didn't know what Nami was thinking. After she comforted Nami, her pure white eyes turned into the reincarnation eyes with blue and white patterns. Those beautiful eyes not only made Nami's expression stagnant, but even Busujima Saiko next to him was amazed. The same special eye technique as the teacher, the legendary reincarnation eye? Are these the eyes that Hinata used to save the ninja world? It's so beautiful. After opening the reincarnation eye, he raised his hand and condensed it, a silver ball of light. Compared with the green light group, it was a little larger in size. It was like a crystal, like a mirror of the heart that could view the target. Bang! Holding the silver ball of light, Hinata pressed it on Nami's crotch without hesitation. The moment the spirit ball touched Nami's clothes, it turned into fluid and seeped into her body like a green bald head. It was different from the green one. The light ball absorbed chakra, and Hinata's hand also penetrated into it. The spiritual ball entered the body, and Nami's frightened face gradually became dull, and her eyes were dull as if her consciousness had been extracted. Xiao put her hand inside the body for a while. Hinata just took it out. At the same time, the spirit ball also came out. But the spirit ball was completely different from the silver one just now. It was like a crystal-like surface, like a slide, flashing certain pictures. And in the picture it's Nami's experience. The spirit ball gradually shrank, seeping into Hinata's palm as if disappearing, and then went straight to the sea of memory in the brain. Immediately, Hinata looked through the girl's memories at an extremely fast speed from a third-person perspective. Outside, she stood there with a thoughtful expression on her face. In response, Yagyu looked at Nami, who was still breathing, with rare wonder in his heart. Unlike the hungry ghost path of the samsara eye, which directly extracts the opponent's soul and obtains information tyrannically, this method of obtaining the spirit ball is really convenient. And after obtaining information, you can also control the other party's will and actions, making them a puppet in your hands. It is worthy of being the 5 exclusive magical skills of the Tenseigen. This world is so big. Hinata was silent for several minutes, and then her consciousness returned to reality. Her beautiful little face was filled with shock. Hanabi suddenly asked curiously, "Sister, what did you see? Let's talk later, let's get out of here first." However, before Hinata could answer, Yagyu interrupted. "Yes." Hinata, who was just about to report her worldview to Yagyu, stopped the words rushing into her throat and nodded gently. Next to her, Busujima Saiko and Hanabi also suppressed the doubts on their faces. The 3 of them following Yagyu. He left here. Nami, whose memory was copied, fainted on the ground as if she had been hit by the king's haki. Her energy were drained, and it would take at least a while for her to recover. The area of this world includes only the sea and islands. There are 4 sea areas in total, and the legendary pirate graveyard Grand Line. Walking in the opposite direction to the village, Hinata stood next to Yagyu and recounted the world view and power in Nami's memory. The highest organization of this sea is the world government with more than 170 participating countries. The world government, there are many organizations, among which the Navy, which maintains maritime security, is the most famous. In addition, the biggest profession in the sea is pirates. Due to a declaration left by a man known as the Pirate King in the sea decades ago before his death, the number of pirates in the sea has increased dramatically. Countless people dream of entering the Grand Line and looking for the legendary secret treasure. Yagyu and the others walked while listening to the information obtained by Hinata. Busujima Saiko looked thoughtful. Is it another magical world that is different from the modern city and the nature of the ninja world where the teacher lives? Hanabi smacked her tongue slightly. She only knew the 5 major countries in the ninja world and was born in the strongest Konoha. When she heard that the world government had more than 170 participating countries, a huge monster suddenly appeared in her mind. A preliminary judgment has been made on the grandeur of this world. Even Hinata, who was telling the story, had a face full of shock. This world is so big. Little did she know, what she knew from Nami's memory was just the tip of the iceberg. The East China Sea is the weakest sea, and the knowledge of the indigenous people here is too low. In the eyes of the people of the East China Sea, the Great Sea Route is already a pirate graveyard, the legendary sea area. They didn't know that the Grand Line was divided into a first half and a second half. The sea area they regard as legendary is just a paradise in the eyes of the strong men in the New World. Yagyu didn't explain, so Hinata's 3 girls' understanding of the pirate world stopped here for the time being. A group of 4 people walked through a forest and came to a beach. Hanabi looked at the endless sea in front of her, the sound of waves came to her ears, and she smelled the salty smell of the sea water. Suddenly she looked at Yagyu and said doubtfully, "Brother Yagyu, the world is so big, and there is sea everywhere. I don't have a boat and I don't know how to navigate. How should I set off?" Hinata said, "First, as for navigation, I should have mastered it." "Why?" Hanabi and Busujima Saiko both looked at Hinata with confused expressions. Hinata explained that girl just now, she is a navigator, and I have absorbed all her knowledge of navigation. What a coincidence. Busujima Saiko's beautiful face showed a gentle smile. Hinata also nodded with a smile. Hanabi tilted her head and continued to ask, "But, where is our ship?" Hearing this, Hinata and Busujima Saiko were slightly silent. After a few seconds, Hinata looked at Yagyu and said that girl's companions, the 2 green-haired and straw hat-wearing ones, were pirates. I also saw it with my eyes. Their ship is on this island. Yagyu-kun, should we steal their ship? No, I don't like using other people's stuff. Yagyu said without any hesitation, shaking his head. Then he looked down at the beach at his feet, and then turned to look at the forest behind him. Yagyu pondered for a few seconds, then looked at Hinata and asked Hinata, "Your gravity can pull an island away. Pull it up." Hinata was confused for a few seconds, then woke up and said, "Yagyu-kun, do you really want to?" "Good." Yagyu nodded and said, "If your gravity can pull it and it doesn't consume much, we can use this piece of land as a means of transportation." "Good idea?" Hinata's beautiful eyes lit up and she nodded in surprise. "Okay, I just felt it. It's not difficult at all to pull up this island. No need to take the whole island with you." Yagyu shook his head, turned around and faced the direction of the forest, and gestured a few times. "We need a house that can protect us from wind and rain. Just take away part of the forest and have this beach. Until we get our boat in the future, we can change it at any time when we encounter a better island." "Aha, bang." Hinata nodded repeatedly, then clasped her hands together and patted them gently. The next second, emerald light emerged from her body and quickly covered her whole body. 9 fist-sized green rosary beads floated around her. Whoosh. After entering the reincarnated eye chakra mode, Hinata's silhouette rose into the sky. Standing high in the sky, Hinata looked at the island below, then raised her right hand. 6 of the 9 beads floating behind her floated around her wrist like a string of beads. Golden wheel reincarnation explodes. Phew, boom. As Hinata shouted, a dazzling golden light shot down and bombarded the ground below. On the beach, Busujima Saiko felt the ground shaking, and endless dust mist floated up from the direction of the forest. Even though she has seen many kinds of superpowers, her beautiful blue eyes at this moment still showed a strong look of surprise. Not only does she have the special means of seizing other people's memories, but her destructive power is also the existence of humanoid nuclear bombs. This is one of the three great saviors of Konoha, the usually gentle and virtuous Hinata. What is the true power hidden behind her? Unless you use the demonic eye of direct death and the unification of mysteries, even the great swordsman's slashes are no match for the golden wheel reincarnation explosion. The golden light that can easily cut through even the moon made by the Six Paths Earth Blast Star makes a mere island nothing. In less than half a minute, Hinata controlled the golden Rhine Tensei explosion and separated the beach and a third of the forest from the entire Kakasha village. Rise. Rumble. Looking at the smooth, straight, yet huge gap on the ground, filled with seawater from bottom to top, the rosary beads in Hinata's hand and the Tenseigan chakra pattern covering her body began to dissipate. To take it, Hinata just raised his hand, and the part of the land below immediately shook violently. On the beach, the three of them looked at the surging sea. The tide suddenly receded quickly and the water level gradually became lower. The land is rising, connecting with Hinata in the sky. After a while, Hinata fell to the ground, walked back to Yagyu, and said with a sweet smile, "It's done, Yagyu-kun. At what height do you think it would be better to let it float?" Yagyu didn't answer, but asked, "How's your consumption?" "It doesn't matter, the chakra consumed is negligible." Hinata shook her head and said softly, "With this volume and this speed, if it lasts for 6 or 7 hours, it will consume less than half of it." So awesome. Busujima Saiko and Hanabi's beautiful eyes widened immediately. Moving such a huge land mass actually cost so little. The gap between them and Hinata was once again clear. Busujima Saiko has not fully mastered climbing trees and treading water yet. Well, due to her age and physical condition, Busujima Saiko's chakra is not even as good as 1/10 of Hanabi's. Her swordsmanship, which has not yet transformed into a mortal, is unsightly in Yagyu's eyes. In other words, she can't even defeat Hinata. Not as good as a single hair on her head. Thinking of this, Busujima Saiko's heart tightened. A huge pressure emerged in her heart. She didn't have a trace of jealousy for Hinata's strength. The reason for her heavy heart was that she thought of an important question. The strength of the teacher and Hinata is as powerful as destroying the world. So giving them the crisis of death and making them need to work together to deal with the Uchiha Madara who just barely defeated them, how strong is that person? Powerful? What exactly are the enemies of the teacher and Hinata? If they are still that kind of enemy in the future, and they say that they are doing the teacher a favor, I am afraid that they will not even be qualified to watch the battle, and will only be a burden. Thinking of this, Poison Shima Saiko's desire to become stronger has become even more urgent. She must not become a burden. East China Sea, 2 to 3,000 meters in the sky. A small island, suspended above the clouds, is moving slowly in one direction. Click, boom. There are only two scenery on the island, one is the beach and the other is the forest. The forest area occupies 75% and the beach area occupies 25%. At this time, in the forest, the sound of felling trees continued to be heard. It collapsed. The sound of the ground disturbed some birds and animals that had no time to leave and were taken to high altitudes. Looking from top to bottom, you will find that there is a huge open space in the center of the forest. Yagyu sat on a fallen tree on the ground. He looked at Busujima Saiko who was slashing trees with his sword, and reprimanded, "Don't be confused with your breath, and don't be anxious. I can flatten the place with one blow. Do I need you to clean it up? Please be serious and focus your energy on your 5 senses and the sword." "Yes." Busujima Saiko responded quickly, sweating profusely as he looked at the tree that had been cut into 2/3. He once again posed with a sword, then took a deep breath and slashed out. Swish, click, boom. As a white line fell down, only 1/3 of the tree trunk was left in the middle, and it suddenly broke. Looking at the big tree that fell to the ground, Busujima Saiko put Shijir Kintoki down, rubbing her pink and tender palms vigorously. She has not yet transformed into a mortal, but she can use an ordinary real sword to cut off a big tree in a few strokes. In terms of strength and skill, she is already quite outstanding. But the rebound of force still made her hands extremely painful. Rest for 2 minutes. In this regard, Lu Sheng said calmly. Tisk tisk. Sister Saiko is so miserable. Hanabi looked at Busujima Saiko who was being trained mercilessly by Yagyu, and couldn't help but smacked her tongue. Hanabi was very clear about Yagyu's harshness. During the training, there was almost no mercy at all. Even for her when she was 9 years old. It was also a merciless blow, but it was not as miserable as Busujima Saiko. Standing next to Hinata, a trace of nostalgia passed through her blue and white patterned reincarnation eyes, and she said with understanding, transformation is not it was so easy. It was the same way when Yagyu first started practicing kendo. Hearing this, Hanabi looked at Hinata and asked, "Is brother Yagyu also cutting down trees?" "No." Hinata shook her head and said, "Yagyu-kun, what you are killing is the waterfall." He. As expected of brother Yagyu, Hanabi immediately ran towards Yagyu, and threw herself on his back from a long distance away. Not afraid of the stern Yagyu at this time, she wrapped her arms around his neck and started acting coquettishly, looking at Hanabi with a look of dependence, and the stern Yagyu looked broken and helpless. A strange color flashed in Hinata's eyes, and then her red lips pursed slightly, revealing a shallow smile. Immediately, Hinata's face showed seriousness and amazing insight. Always observing the sea below. Time gradually passed, and when dusk was coming, Yagyu just finished the training of Busujima Saiko, and the four of them came to the beach to have dinner. After night, they let the island land on the sea, and Yagyu he took out the storage scroll for storing daily necessities. Then he took out a few tents from it. Before heading to another world, Yagyu and the others first considered the issue of food, clothing, housing and transportation. As for accommodation, they naturally considered it, in case it was an uninhabited desert area. They had already prepared the tent. Because of this, Yagyu didn't rush to build the wooden house and let Busujima Saiko slowly chop down the trees. In the morning, the morning light broke through the night. A red sun rises slowly from the east, and its golden light falls on the sea, making the whole sea seem to be covered with broken gold, sparkling and looking so beautiful. On a small island with obvious cutting marks, there were 3 tents set up on the beach, 2 of which opened their chains almost at the same time. Hinata and Busujima Saiko, with their long hair a little messy, were seen emerging from the 2 tents. The 2 looked at each other, and Busujima Saiko said hello with a blushing face. Good morning. Good morning. Hinata seemed to have remembered something. Her face turned red and she lowered her head, and answered in a voice as loud as a mosquito. Busujima Saiko's reaction told her that she heard the voice last night. Thinking of the madness last night, being listened to through a wall by others, even if he became the savior of the ninja world, his thin skin did not improve much. He suddenly blushed and felt extremely embarrassed in his heart. If his sister heard it, it would not matter. But by Yagyu's student, the nominal junior heard that. The more Hinata thought about it, the more ashamed she felt. But compared with the previous fainting, Hinata was just blushing, and she had made a lot of progress. Taking Hinata's reaction into consideration, Poison with a high emotional intelligence Shima Saiko immediately returned her expression to normal, and then used other topics to divert Hinata's attention. Soon, the 2 of them had a tacit understanding and forgot about the embarrassing things. Not long after, Yagyu and Hanabi also get up. After taking out the water source of the storage scroll, the 4 of them briefly washed it. The small island floating in the sea broke away from the sea again, rising towards the altitude of more than 1,000 meters. Then Busujima Saiko's torturous training started again. But when she was cutting down the tree, sisters Yagyu and Hinata no longer sat aside and watched. The 3 of them worked together and began to build a house. The house was naturally a simple wooden house. This broken island, it is impossible to become the home of Yagyu and the others. Unless it is a paradise-like island, Yagyu will not let Hinata consume excess chakra. This broken island is just a place for them to live temporarily. Wait until they build their own. Their boat will be transferred by Yagyu and the others. Therefore, there is no need to care about the image of the temporary residence. 2 strong men of the pseudo-six paths sage started to build a wooden house in just one day. It was done. So, Yagyu and the others bid farewell to the tent and lived in the wooden house. In the next few days, the lives of the 4 Yagyu and the others were like this. However, in terms of food, things began to change the next day. No more it was dry food brought from the ninja world, but a huge sea beast that Yagyu specially hunted in the sea. After solving the problem of shelter, Yagyu trained Busujima Saiko, and at the same time, he also began to continue to perfect the new kendo. Yagyu's physical fitness has been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time. He is only 16 years old and still has a long period of development. But the food in the ninja world, even the so-called beasts, the nutrients and calories brought by their meat are not as good as the sea beasts in the pirate world. 1, or even 1/10. Not to mention the Neptune species, which are even bigger than the tailed beasts. The nutrients and calories provided by these seafood living in the ocean have made Yagyu see that his physical fitness. The picture of a breakthrough was revealed. So, Yagyu's next food was all marine life. All kinds of hard exercises were carried out every day. Yagyu-kun. A few days later, Hinata suddenly interrupted. Yagyu, who was training Busujima Saiko's basic swordsmanship, said, I have seen the Red Earth continent. What should I do next? After hearing this, Yagyu returned the wooden sword to Busujima Saiko. Saiko Shima ordered, use your ability to see if there are any islands with bustling towns. Let's go there and buy a boat with a water generator. If there is no cabin, just replenish the water source or buy a water generator. Keep going. Hinata nodded, and then quickly said, I found it. There is an island very close to the Red Earth continent. It seems to be called Rog Town. Well, it is the place where the Pirate King was executed. Hinata doesn't know the name Rog Town, but it exists in Nami's memory. The same goes for the Red Earth continent. Drop down, but don't get too close. Yagyu warned, leave 10 nautical miles away from it. You and Saiko will stay here to look after the house later. There is no shortage of islands suspended in the air in this world. But the flying islands are the symbol of a person. And the other party is the legendary big pirate in the same period as One Piece. If Hinata controls the island, she approaches Rog in a high-profile town, it's likely to cause a stir. Yes. Hinata responded seriously with a small face, and then controlled the island to start landing. Not long after, the island landed on the vast sea. Which scroll do you put the gold on? When the island landed, Yagyu took out 4 huge scrolls and looked at Hanabi and asked. Hanabi pointed to the scroll with the word on it and said, it's in this. The convenience of the storage scroll, when paired with the sealing talisman, is just like the space backpack in the game. Yagyu has been unable to do without it for so many years. The 4 scrolls of food, clothing, housing, and transportation are the preparations for Yagyu and the others before setting off. Among them, the character scroll is naturally entangled. The currency of the ninja world is not feasible in this world. But there is one thing that is a universal currency no matter which world it is in, as long as there are ordinary people. That is, gold. Considering this, Yagyu exchanged a lot of gold in the few days before arriving. Taking out the gold scroll from the scroll, Yagyu did not store it in the sealing charm, but put it on a shoulder strap and let Hanabi carry it. In the back. Then Yagyu carried Hanabi on his back and told Hinata and Busujima Saiko, if you encounter pirates, just rob their treasures and sink them all into the sea. Hanabi and I should be back in the evening, or maybe tomorrow. After saying that, Yagyu held Hanabi's little horse in his hands and ran towards Rogtown. The figure walking on the water was extremely fast and quickly disappeared on the sea.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.